Harry Potter awaited the results of his ordinary wizarding level examinations, his astonishment. Upon awakening, he found himself transported back to the age of 11, before he had even set foot in Hogwarts. Remarkably, he had spent 5 years at Hogwarts a century prior, mastering ancient magic, thwarting a goblin rebellion, and embarking on countless adventures. Yet now, he faced the prospect of returning to school once more. Chapter 1. The Wrong School. The late June sun cast its golden rays upon the shimmering lake, reflecting the majestic castle on its banks. Groups of young witches and wizards, clad in black robes, gathered on the grassy shore, animatedly discussing various matters. The castle's grand doors stood wide open, with students of all ages continuously entering and exiting. But a tall, slender boy with black hair hurriedly exited the castle, squinting as he adjusted his round, black-framed glasses and tousled his unruly hair. He strode purposefully toward the southern gate. "Hey!" a red-haired boy called out from behind, sprinting towards him with large strides, his fiery hair glowing like a blazing flame in the sunlight. "Hey, Harry, wait for me." Harry paused, turning to see the greeny boy smiling back at him. "Gareth? What's up? Don't ask me about the history of magic exam. You know I've never been good at it." Gareth finally caught up, bending over to rest his hands on his knees as he gasped for breath. "Who's asking about that? I've always passed with flying colors. What I want to know is, are you still planning to search for that thing this summer?" Harry bit his lip, his fingers anxiously raking through his messy hair. "I absolutely must go. I refuse to believe it's just a dream, and Professor Una has assured me it's not. I will see him again." Gareth sighed in resignation. "I'm not saying you shouldn't go. Ever since you passed Professor Hecate's test, you've explored every inhabited area around Hogwarts. You've even thwarted the Ashen Serpent Gang and assisted Professor Fig in quelling the Goblin Rebellion. Let's not forget you're the only one in decades with a natural affinity for ancient magic, often hailed as the savior. I'm merely suggesting you take a break. My aunt has invited you to our home multiple times, yet you've never come." Before Harry could respond, Gareth quickly added, "Sometimes I really think you've chosen the wrong house. Your single-minded determination and reckless pursuit of your goals seem far removed from Slytherin." Harry chuckled awkwardly. "It doesn't matter which house I'm in. That doesn't affect our friendship, does it?" Gareth rolled his eyes. "So give me a clear answer. Are you coming to my house this year or not? Even a week would suffice. I need to give my aunt some assurance." "Absolutely, you'll go," Harry replied sheepishly. "I only have 2 places left to explore, Croft County and Craigmore Coast. Once I finish there, I'll spend the summer at your house and seek Professor Weasley's advice on a few matters." "Wow, so you've explored all the nearby areas of Hogwarts?" Gareth exclaimed in astonishment. Harry turned to squint at the sunlit entrance of Hogwarts. "Of course, I must find him." "All right, I understand." Gareth clapped Harry on the shoulder, flashing a bright smile. "He'll tell my aunt right away and send your O.W.L results to my home. That way, you'll have no choice but to visit." With that, he laughed heartily and raced back to the castle, waving goodbye while apologizing profusely to several students he accidentally bumped into on his way. Harry couldn't help but smile as he watched Gareth disappear into the castle before continuing towards the southern gate. "Finally, you've arrived. I thought you were going to spend a leisurely holiday with that redhead." A voice suddenly interrupted as Harry reached the shadow of the towering castle. Raising an eyebrow, Harry responded, "How could that be, Sebastian? We agreed to head to Hogsmeade to stock up on supplies, and we must hurry." With that, he stepped out from the shadows of the castle and walked briskly toward the distant village, followed closely by the brown-haired youth who chuckled lightly. Bang! 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 A series of loud noises echoed from within the house, reminiscent of a herd of trolls thundering past. With a final crash, dust cascaded from the ceiling. In the smallest room of the house, a frail figure curled up on a simple single bed, startled by the ruckus, instinctively huddled tighter. The thin form beneath the light blanket stirred, suddenly flinging aside the covers and sitting up. The slender boy quickly reached beneath his pillow, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the room with urgency. The patterned wallpaper appeared worn, with frayed edges revealing the chipped walls beneath. Dominating the corner of the room was a pile of battered toys, each one incomplete. Near the window stood a wooden desk, seemingly intact, yet he knew it harbored various issues that made it far from comfortable. Harry surveyed the dismal surroundings with uncertainty, his hands rummaging beneath the pillow in a frantic search for what he desperately needed his wand. Clatter! A faint sound caught his attention, and he turned to see a pair of glasses tumble to the floor, their one-staped arm now completely detached. Climbing off the bed, he retrieved the damaged glasses and awkwardly placed them on his face. Gasping for air, he took stock of the small room once more. His eyes lit up at the sight of a black wand resting on the desk, and he rushed over to seize it. The wave of relief washed over him. This was his holly wand, a companion of many years. Restoration complete. Removing his glasses, he elegantly waved his wand, causing the tape to vanish and the broken arm of the glasses to realign perfectly. With the glasses securely in place, Harry finally noticed something amiss. Since entering Hogwarts, he had enjoyed ample food and comfort, and with Professor Sharp's assistance, he had grown healthy and robust. But now, Harry gazed silently at his thin wrists, feeling as if they might snap with the slightest exertion. Casting a glance at the calendar on the desk, he noted the dates crossed off one by one. Counting, he realized it was August 31. Tomorrow marked the start of the new school year at Hogwarts. An electric shock coursed through him as he clutched his head and collapsed to the floor, curling into a tight ball while a torrent of memories collided in his mind. One moment, he saw Hagrid handing him a ticket with exuberance in his farewell. The next, Gareth Weasley, fuming, brandished a letter, accusing him of betrayal. Time passed, and the mental anguish gradually eased, though a dull throb persisted. Harry shook his head vigorously, rubbing his temples as he sat dazed on the floor, leaning against the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. So that's it. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. No wonder he had traversed every inhabited corner near Hogwarts without finding any trace of Hagrid. No wonder his summers had flown by, leaving no recollection of returning home. And no wonder his classmates appeared so troubled whenever the topic of the Muggle Wars arose. It turned out, somehow, he had traveled back a century to Hogwarts. Harry raised his hand, furrowing his brow as he observed his slender fingers. Given the current circumstances, it seemed he would need to relearn certain things. With this thought, Harry swiftly sprang to his feet, glancing around until he spotted the large trunk at the foot of his bed. He quickly opened it and perused the textbooks within. A sigh of relief escaped him. The content of the books, unchanged for over a century, assured him that his 5 years of study had not been in vain, had indeed learned all of. This, suddenly struck by a thought, Harry seized his History of Magic textbook and began to flip through its pages. However, it appeared that the historical records only extended to a century past. To uncover the events of the recent century, he would need to acquire a modern history of magic. Harry swiftly extracted a piece of parchment from the bottom of the trunk and, with a flick of his wand, summoned an ink bottle and quill. The quill floated gracefully, dipped itself in ink, and began to write a list of book titles along with the account number for Harry's vault, the script elegant and concise. This was a little spell taught to him by O.W.L, as he often relied on it due to his vision issues for writing letters and assignments. The parchment rolled itself up, and a string slithered up to tie it securely. Harry took the scroll and approached the window, where an owl cage sat, housing a snow owl that gazed gently at him. After a moment's hesitation, he tentatively called, "Hedwig?" Hedwig let out a soft hoot and extended a leg obediently. With a smile, Harry handed over the letter. "Please deliver this to the bookshop Flourish and Blots, if I'm not mistaken. Have them prepare the books on a list and send them directly to the school, if you would." Hedwig gently pecked his finger, grasped the letter, and flew out of the open window, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Harry stared blankly at the scene outside, a sense of surreal disconnection washing over him. After a while, he rubbed his cheeks vigorously and glanced at the clothes draped over a chair with mild distaste. With a decisive tap of his wand, the oversized, tattered garments transformed into a well-fitted shirt and trousers. Harry examined the attire, adding a simple pattern to the collar and cuffs, altering the buttons slightly. Though it wouldn't last long, it sufficed for the time being. This was a reflex ingrained in all Hogwarts students under the scrutiny and reprimands of Headmaster Black, ensuring that their attire was complete, fitted, and adhered to basic decorum. Once dressed, fastening elegant cufflinks, Harry picked up a handkerchief, gave it a gentle shake, and it transformed into a simple bow tie, which he donned with ease. He then grabbed a coat, tossing it over his shoulders, which morphed into a finely tailored trench coat. Gazing in the mirror by the door, he tidied his hair and stomped his foot lightly, transforming his nearly worn-out sneakers into a brand new pair of Oxford shoes. After preparing himself, Harry tucked his wand into the special pocket of his coat before stepping out the door. Surveying the familiar yet alien corridor, Harry felt a mix of nostalgia and distaste, his emotions a complex tapestry. With a slight shake of his head, as if to cast away errant thoughts, Harry steadied himself and descended the stairs. According to his memory, at this hour, his Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, and Cousin Dudley should be in the dining room. Ahem. May I come in?" Harry lightly knocked on the door, asking politely. This was also a lesson from O.W.L, as he put it. Regardless of the circumstances, one must not reveal their likes or dislikes to others. Even in the face of disdain, maintaining basic courtesy could yield unexpected rewards. After several attempts, Harry had tasted the sweet fruit of this advice and had come to trust O.W.L's teachings. The Dursleys, who had resolved to ignore him, merely raised their eyebrows, momentarily stunned. They had never seen Harry like this before, in their recollection. Their nephew, Harry Potter, had always been a scrawny boy clad in ill-fitting clothes, appearing timid and withdrawn. The Harry who stood before them now seemed transformed, dressed neatly in tailored attire. His hair, though still tousled, possessed a certain artistic disarray and his tattered glasses appeared renewed. Though still the same round, black frames, They lent him an air of refined elegance. The same person remained, yet standing tall had altered his presence entirely, and every movement bore a hint of aristocratic grace. Harry regarded the three of them, puzzled, wondering if he could enter or not. Ahem, ahem. Aunt Petunia was the first to recover, clearing her throat awkwardly and turning away. Come in. Who could possibly stop you? Harry smiled politely and stepped into the dining room, taking a seat beside Dudley at the table. Dudley regarded the transformed Harry in terror, desperately attempting to shield his behind with his hands, inching toward Uncle Vernon. Harry raised an eyebrow and offered Dudley an appropriate smile. Dudley whimpered, his round eyes quickly filling with tears, his face a mask of horror, as if Harry's smile were a sinister grin. Harry's expression froze in awkwardness, for the events of the past had faded into a blur over the years. Ahem, boy, what is it you want? Did I not tell you that before school starts, you are not to leave your room? Uncle Vernon mumbled, continuing, before your school year, you must remain in your room. Harry dismissed the admonition. He had encountered far more formidable individuals during his adventures outside than Uncle Vernon's bluster could intimidate. Of course, Uncle Vernon, I merely wished to inquire if you could take me to London today. After all, I need to depart from King's Cross Station to reach school. However, if you are busy, I would appreciate your permission to travel on my own, Harry replied amiably. During his time with the Dursleys, Harry's experience had not been particularly pleasant. He had once contemplated revenge when he gained the means, yet after 5 years at Hogwarts, especially when compared to those classmates who had endured turmoil, he felt a sense of gratitude. At least he had not been cast into an orphanage according to his peers from Muggle orphanages. They had at least provided for him. Chapter 2. Departing from the Dursleys. Uncle Vernon appeared as though someone had tightened a vice around his neck, his face becoming crimson as he gasped for breath. You? This is your breakfast. Aunt Petunia, her expression devoid of emotion, approached and interrupted Uncle Vernon's words, placing a dinner plate before Harry. On the white porcelain plate lay 2 slices of freshly toasted bread, exuding the rich aroma of butter, accompanied by several sizzling strips of bacon and a perfectly round fried egg, its yolk quivering enticingly. Unable to restrain himself, Harry smiled and uttered his thanks to Aunt Petunia. This was the first time he had sat quietly at the dining table with food being served to him. Aunt Petunia pressed her lips together, her gaze towards Harry complex. She had always thought Harry resembled his rather unremarkable father, which made her recall the unhappy memories associated with him. However, today felt different. Perhaps it was Harry's newfound tidiness or Aunt Petunia's earnest scrutiny of him. Upon closer inspection, although his features mirrored those of her brother-in-law, his almond-shaped eyes, lips, and delicate cheeks bore a striking resemblance to her sister. Aunt Petunia exchanged a glance with Uncle Vernon before turning to pour herself a cup of coffee, seating herself at the opposite end of the table, placing the coffee before Uncle Vernon. What are you going to London for? Isn't tomorrow the start of school? Uncle Vernon inquired, lifting the cup for a sip, his tone surprisingly calm. Sitting upright in his chair, Harry met Uncle Vernon's gaze steadily. I need to visit Diagon Alley once more to procure some supplies, and the station is in London. If I wait until tomorrow, I fear I may be late. Uncle Vernon set his cup down. What about tonight? Will you stay? Are you planning to sleep on the streets? What will people say about me? There are inns in Diagon Alley. Hagrid recommended one to me during my last visit. I believe staying there for a night is feasible, Harry responded earnestly, articulating his plans. Logically, he could have simply left without a word, as he presumed his aunt and uncle would be unable to prevent him. Nonetheless, they were his last remaining relatives, and if peaceful coexistence was possible, he preferred to avoid escalating tensions. Upon hearing Hagrid's name, Uncle Vernon's hand trembled, causing the cup to nearly topple. Dark brown coffee spilling forth. Do not mention that name. Uncle Vernon's complexion shifted towards a deep purple, and Dudley, terrified, clutched his backside tightly, emitting a short, sharp scream. Harry froze, suddenly recalling what Hagrid had done to Dudley, and fell silent. After a considerable pause, Uncle Vernon finally regained his composure, his color returning to normal. We will be going to London. We had originally planned to go tomorrow, but not for you. With gritted teeth, Uncle Vernon continued. We must resolve that issue before Dudley starts school. Harry cast a glance at Dudley's tightly held backside and silently nodded, realizing that he would likely be heading to London sooner than expected. Indeed, the sooner, the better. Uncle Vernon suddenly uttered a clumsy remark. Lifting his coffee cup to take a large sip, Harry paused momentarily, unable to suppress a chuckle. Thank you, Uncle Vernon. His gratitude was sincere. No matter how awkward or menacing, Uncle Vernon would still escort him to London instead of leaving an 11-year-old to fend for himself. And for that, he was grateful. Finish up and pack your bags. Don't expect us to wait for you. Uncle Vernon bellowed roughly. Harry quickly cleared his plate and with a flick of his wand, sent it floating to the sink, where a cloth deftly washed it clean before placing it in the cupboard. Once he put away his wand, Harry raised his gaze to the terrified Dursleys, huddled together, fear etched on their faces as they stared at him. Uncle Vernon struggled to shield Aunt Petunia and Dudley behind him, eyeing Harry as if he were a formidable adversary. "Put away your tricks, boy," Uncle Vernon shouted, his hands spread wide as he corralled his wife and son. Harry bit his lip, apologizing softly. "I want to do it again. I just shut up. Go to your room and pack your bags." Uncle Vernon's face turned an alarming shade of purple, as if he might burst with rage at any moment. Harry awkwardly scratched his head, glancing at Dudley, who was already in tears, and Aunt Petunia, whose expression was a complex blend of emotions. "There is one more thing I need to ask," he ventured cautiously. The three Dursleys had already risen, cautiously inching towards the wall. "Are you really going to London?" Harry inquired. "This concerns Dudley." Uncle Vernon halted abruptly, his expression contorted. "What's wrong with Dudley? If it weren't for that oaf, I wouldn't need to take him to London." Harry lowered his gaze in shame, recalling how the Keeper had used transfiguration magic on Dudley. Although not entirely successful, it had still left its mark, and if left unaddressed, it would have repercussions for Dudley in the future. "I understand you want to have that tail removed, but merely that one tea suffice." Aunt Petunia suddenly grew agitated, pushing past her husband to return to the table. Her hands braced against it as she fixed her intense gaze on Harry. "What will happen to him?" Harry pondered for a moment, carefully observing Dudley's condition before responding. "Dudley may exhibit certain animalistic traits and characteristics, such as size and appetite." He expressed this delicately, aware that the term pig might trigger the Dursleys' sensitive nerves. "What must we do? Do we need to go to St. Mungo's? Will they help us?" Aunt Petunia quickly inquired after a brief pause. Harry was taken aback by her question, astonished that Aunt Petunia could even reference the magical world. Given her usual demeanor, it was quite remarkable. "Petunia?" Uncle Vernon echoed, equally stunned by her words. Aunt Petunia resembled an enraged lioness, silencing Uncle Vernon with a fierce glare. Harry, too, was uncertain. After all, the knowledge he possessed about St. Mungo's was a century old. Who knew if they had even relocated? "If you are willing, I believe I can assist Dursley with this predicament," Harry declared earnestly. "Are you certain? You are merely a first-year student. You have yet to even set foot in the school. How can you possibly aid Dursley?" Aunt Petunia interrogated. Harry was at a loss for words. He had no way to present his credentials. After all, the O.W.L certificates remained in the Weasley household from a century ago, and he had not even had the opportunity to glimpse them himself. While he could take the Dursleys to the present St. Mungo's, where assistance could surely be found in Diagon Alley, doing so would inevitably expose Hagrid's actions. Hagrid had specifically instructed him to keep this matter confidential, warning that it could lead to significant troubles, as the current magical community regarded the casting of spells on Muggles as a grave offense. Harry remained silent. Deep down, he harbored resentment towards the Dursleys. In the conflict between them and Hagrid, he instinctively chose to defend Hagrid. With a sigh, Harry drew his wand once more. So be it. He would resolve the trouble Hagrid had caused. As for what would happen afterward, he could hardly concern himself with that. He could not simply watch as Dudley transformed into a creature of swine-like tendencies. At worst, he would be expelled, but judging by the deposits in Gringotts, he could manage to live well enough on his own. "What are you doing?" Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon screamed in unison, attempting to rush forward to thwart Harry. With a mere flick of his wand, he impeded their advance with the chairs that leapt up to block them. Uncle Vernon struggled to position himself as a shield for his son, yet he found himself rather powerless, for Dudley had recently gained considerable bulk, making it difficult for him to cover entirely. As Harry wielded his wand like a sword, a mysterious light shot forth towards Dudley, moving with such speed that it was almost imperceptible. The diminutive figure stood firm, exuding the aura of a seasoned warrior rather than that of an 11-year-old child. In the horrified gaze of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, the light struck Dudley, who was pressed against the wall, rendering him momentarily breathless. Aunt Petunia's shrill scream nearly pierced the ceiling. Yet this seemed to rouse Dudley from his stupor. He gasped audibly, shoved Uncle Vernon aside, and rushed to the trash, to vomit violently. "What have you done to him?" Aunt Petunia, pinned against the wall by the chairs, glared at Harry with a venomous stare. If looks could kill, Harry would have surely met his demise at that moment. Harry remained silent, standing there quietly. It was not until Dudley had finally finished vomiting, weakly leaning against the cupboard, that Harry relinquished his control over the chairs and turned to exit the kitchen. He ascended the stairs in a hurried manner, returning to his room. With a wave of his wand, the scattered books and clothes in the room began to organize themselves, merrily jumping into his suitcase, which promptly locked itself. Harry tapped the secured suitcase and made his way towards the door, the suitcase floating unsteadily behind him. Upon descending the stairs, Harry could still discern the commotion emanating from the dining room, where the Dursleys were attempting to soothe Dudley, and it appeared they had summoned an ambulance. Leaning slightly towards the dining area, Harry whispered, barely audible to himself, "Sorry and goodbye, Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon." Given the current circumstances, he surmised that he would not be returning. Before stepping out, he cast a wistful glance back at what he had called home for the past decade. Ultimately, he exited through the door without a backward glance. The sunlight of August was still somewhat blinding. Harry raised a hand to shield his eyes and grasped the handle of his suitcase, dragging it along the ground as he made his way towards Privet Drive. After a few minutes, he left the residential area, turning into a side alley, his figure vanishing from a main road. The filthy alleyway was rife with flowing sewage and litter, accompanied by some unfriendly gazes. Harry paid no heed to these, walking purposefully to a spot obscured by trash bins and debris. Satisfied with his surroundings, he nodded. Here, he could remain thoroughly concealed, invisible unless one approached closely. His primary concern now was how to reach London. With his slight frame, it would take him several days to walk there. Besides the galleons in his possession, he lacked pounds and had no means to hitch a ride. Rubbing his head in frustration, Harry sighed, wishing he still had his broom. He also wondered about the magical creatures he had rescued from the clutches of the snake-like party. Had Hagrid been taking good care of them? It had been quite some time, and Hagrid, who was already of a considerable age then, would likely be beyond his reach now. The thought brought a tinge of sadness. Those vibrant individuals etched in his memory may forever remain beyond his grasp. Shaking his head as if to dispel those convoluted thoughts, Harry reminded himself that his primary objective was to get to London. The pressing question remained: in which direction did London lie? Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he hesitantly extended his hand into the void, as if grasping something intangible. To his astonishment, he pulled forth an ancient, substantial hardcover book from the ether, The Wizard's Practical Guide. This tome had been obtained during his third year, when he had exerted every effort to pass Professor Hecate's trials in order to seek out Hagrid. It had been a collaborative effort by Professor Weasley and several others to petition the Ministry of Magic's Educational Department for this invaluable resource. Each page contained Harry's painstakingly gathered knowledge, featuring various maps, potion recipes, and spell information. Undeniably, this guide had proved immensely beneficial, particularly after he had collected the scattered pages from Hogwarts and the surrounding village. It could justifiably be termed the Hogwarts Compendium. As Harry flipped through the practical guide, he rapidly scanned the contents, recalling that it contained a map that would pinpoint his location and delineate the surrounding area. If he could locate it, discerning the correct direction would be considerably easier. Soon, Harry located the page of the map and scrutinized it intently. What had initially appeared as a blank sheet of paper transformed under his gaze, as if an invisible hand swiftly inscribed lines upon it. One line, two lines, gradually coalescing into a rudimentary map. He waited patiently until the entire page was filled with a dense web of lines, at which point he began to study it in earnest. According to the map, he was still quite a considerable distance from London. This realization utterly extinguished any thoughts of walking there, and he couldn't help but emit a mournful groan. He flipped to the page in the practical guide dedicated to magical creatures, gazing longingly at the illustrations of the nightmare and the hippogriff he had previously tamed during his adventures. How fitting they would have been as mounts. Yet, dwelling on it now was futile. No matter how extraordinary these magical beasts might be, they could not defy the constraints of time. Chapter 3. The Night Bus. With a sigh, Harry closed the practical guide and tucked it behind him, watching as the thick tome twisted and vanished. He drew his wand and waved it gently, and a string of green numbers appeared before him. It was now 10 o'clock in the morning, and unless he could devise another means of transportation, he would indeed have to walk. Gripping his wand in one hand, he tapped the palm of the other, pacing thoughtfully in the confined space as he seriously considered whether using apparition would scatter him across various locations. After all, he had yet to truly learn this spell. He had only experienced its effects a few times through his companions. He understood the principles, but had never attempted it himself, and he was still not of the required age to master it. Suddenly, a loud honk echoed from the alley's entrance, accompanied by a screeching brake. Harry jolted in surprise. The alley was exceedingly narrow, barely wide enough for two people to pass side by side. The distance he had traversed was not insignificant, and it was inconceivable for a vehicle to navigate such a space. The sound was alarmingly close, certainly no more than 2 meters away. "Is anyone there? Any wizards in need of assistance?" A youthful voice called out, lively and exuberant, suggesting the boy was quite young. Harry blinked. "Wizards?" He cautiously tightened his grip on his wand, casting a disillusionment charm upon himself. Stealthily, he approached the edge of the alley and peered out. A purple, three-tiered bus was awkwardly parked at the alley's entrance, oddly seeming as if it had been squeezed by the surrounding houses, its door the only part appearing relatively normal. A boy with a face full of pimples leaned against the door, clad in a uniform matching the bus's hue, holding several parchment tickets that resembled bus fare. "Is anyone there? This wretched place is hardly suitable for parking. We have less than a minute left. If no one responds, we shall depart." The conductor fanned the tickets near his cheek, his toes tapping, neck craned as he peered into the empty alley. Harry retracted his head and exclaimed, "What is this?" "The night bus, an emergency transportation service dedicated to rescuing stranded wizards. It can reach anywhere in Britain with pinpoint accuracy." The conductor sprang to attention, uttering the words as if they were a well-rehearsed mantra. "Hey, Aaron, did you hear that? It's a little wizard." The conductor turned in astonishment to the driver. The aged, hunched driver did not even glance in his direction. "Stan, hurry up, we're running out of time." All right, I know, but this is a little wizard. I think he might need assistance." Stan hesitated, glancing towards the alley, uncertain whether to descend and offer help. Harry, overhearing their conversation, quickly dispelled his disillusionment charm and summoned his trunk with a summoning charm, sprinting towards the bus. Upon seeing Harry's figure, Stan's eyes widened. "Ern, look, it's truly a little wizard," he exclaimed, leaping off the bus and dashing towards Harry, swiftly seizing his trunk and racing towards the door. Harry paid no mind, closely following and leaping aboard the vehicle. Almost the instant he stepped on, the doors slammed shut and the bus lurched into motion, careening through the alley. Had it not been for Stan's timely grip on Harry, he would have been flung to the rear by the force of inertia. "Thank you," Harry mumbled, extending a hand to firmly grasp the railing beside him while pulling up the hood of his cloak. The bus was already filled with several passengers, some of whom appeared rather unfriendly. Drawing from his previous adventures, Harry quickly concealed his appearance and lowered his voice, inquiring, "How much to the Leaky Cauldron?" 11 sickles. If you're inclined to part with 13 sickles, you could indulge in a hot cocoa. For 15 sickles, you could acquire a hot water bottle and a toothbrush." Stan cheerfully responded, maintaining his balance as he stood inside the vehicle. "By the way, I am Stan Santos, the conductor of the night bus. And you?" Harry struggled to control his body, diligently rummaging for his purse and counting out the requisite coins, deciding that was all he needed. Reaching his destination was the priority. "I am a meanie sallow." He borrowed the names of 2 former companions without a hint of embarrassment, a tactic he had often employed while gathering information with Sebastian, who sometimes referred to him as Harry Weasley. All right, here you go. This is your ticket. Find yourself a seat. We'll arrive shortly." Most of this bus is headed to the Leaky Cauldron. Stan scribbled a few words on the ticket with a quill, tore it off, and thrust it into Harry's hand, guiding him to a chair that had just become available, his gaze fixed intensely on Harry, seemingly curious about why a little wizard was traveling alone the day before school began. Harry ignored his scrutiny, concentrating on securing himself firmly in the seat and employing every means to keep it stable. After a series of jolts, the bus finally came to a halt, stopping in front of the Leaky Cauldron, and the door swung open with a hiss. Stan stood at the door of the bus, calling out loudly, "We've arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. Passengers needing to disembark, please retrieve your luggage and step off promptly. Ensure you have your tickets ready. A friendly reminder, evading fare will lead to dire consequences." Harry was the last to board the bus on this journey, closest to the door. Upon hearing Stan's call, he quickly summoned his suitcase and pulled out the parchment with writing from his pocket, handing it to Stan before descending without a backward glance. Leaning against the wall, Harry took a moment to recover from the queasiness that had enveloped him, silently vowing that upon reaching Hogwarts, he would tame a new magical creature as a steed, vowing never again to endure this public bus journey. Listening to Stan's voice arguing with an elderly witch about fare adjustments at the door, Harry paid him no further mind and took a few steps to enter the Leaky Cauldron. The dimly lit, disorderly tavern appeared just as it had during his last visit, albeit now filled with several families accompanied by small wizards, presumably making the same decision as Harry to travel from the Leaky Cauldron to King's Cross Station. Dragging his suitcase to the bar, Harry paused to recollect the proprietor's name. "Hello, Tom. Do you have any available rooms? I require lodging for one night." Tom grinned broadly. "Of course, we have plenty of rooms. I recognize your voice. You are." "Thank you. Please show me to a room, if you would," Harry interjected, recalling the chaotic scene that ensued after Hagrid had revealed his identity during his previous stay, and he certainly had no Hagrid to shield him from the crowd today. Tom, astute as ever, ceased his speech, placed the glass he had been polishing down, and retrieved a large set of keys from beneath the counter. He emerged from behind the bar, casually lifting Harry's suitcase as he beckoned. "Follow me." Upon reaching the fireplace, Harry noticed a staircase leading upward. Tom led him up the stairs to the second floor, continuing onward for quite a distance before stopping a locked door. "Here we are, suitable for one occupant. The surrounding rooms are unoccupied. The rate is 1 galleon, inclusive of dinner and breakfast. You've arrived a bit late. Otherwise, I could have included lunch as well. Feel free to inspect the room. If it does not meet your satisfaction, you may request a change. With school commencing tomorrow, there's still plenty of rooms available." As Tom located the key, he continued to introduce the accommodations while unlocking the door. Once the door swung open, Tom entered, setting Harry's suitcase beside the shoe rack at the entrance, gesturing for Harry to step inside and take a look. The modest room, approximately a dozen square meters in size, featured a 4-poster double bed adorned with drapes, a large window revealing a stretch of railway tracks outside, and a writing desk with a chair beside it. Soft carpeting covered the floor, and a door on the wall led to a washroom. Harry was quite content with the room. He retrieved a golden galleon from his pocket and handed it to Tom, saying, "Thank you, I am very pleased." Accepting the coin with a friendly smile, Tom inquired, "Would you like assistance with having dinner delivered to your room, or would you prefer to dine in the common area? Shall I arrange for a wake-up call for you tomorrow morning?" Harry pondered for a moment before responding, "Please send dinner over, if it's not too much trouble. Could you also arrange for breakfast?" Tom replied, "Of course, that's no problem. Dinner will be delivered promptly at 6 o'clock. If you're hungry now, you might find something to eat in Diagon Alley." As he spoke, Tom handed Harry the key to his room and asked, "Do you still remember how to get to Diagon Alley?" Harry accepted the key, nodding appreciatively. "Thanks for the reminder. I was just thinking about exploring a bit. It's 2 blocks up and 3 blocks across, right?" Tom chuckled, gesturing for Harry to feel free, and slightly bowed as he exited, quietly closing the door behind him. Once the door shut, the faint sounds from outside immediately faded away, indicating good soundproofing. Harry took a couple of steps forward and collapsed onto the soft bed, enveloped in the fresh scent of detergent and sun-dried linens. After lying there for a few minutes, he sat up, straightened his slightly rumpled clothes, and made his way to the washroom. The large mirror above the sink reflected his furrowed brow as he pushed his hair off his forehead, revealing the prominent lightning-shaped scar. However, he recalled that during his 4th year, while adventuring with Professor Fig, he had learned ancient magic that uncovered the reason for this scar, and it had supposedly been healed. Why then was it reappearing? Harry gently rubbed the scar with his fingers, causing it to redden slightly, and sighed. He pulled out a handkerchief, flicked it, and transformed it into a headband, tying it around his forehead to conceal the scar. Time was not on his side to remove it again, and the circumstances were not conducive. At 11 years old, he lacked the magical power to wield ancient magic effectively. He needed to be in a place rich in magical elements to succeed, and undoubtedly, Hogwarts was the most potent source of magic available to him. For the moment, he would have to settle for simply covering it up. Satisfied that the scar was well hidden, Harry stepped out of the washroom and opened the door to leave his room. As he passed through the lobby on the first floor, he noticed Tom serving drinks to the patrons and did not pay heed to Harry's descent. Harry chose not to greet him and walked directly toward the backyard, using his wand to open the gate to Diagon Alley. The streets were not particularly crowded, likely due to the impending start of the school year. Harry felt the coins in his pocket, estimating his funds as he headed straight for Gringotts. The goblins were still engrossed in their tasks, paying no mind to the newcomer. Unfazed, Harry made his way to the front of the high platform. The platform was quite elevated, and, at his current height, Harry could not see the top. He cleared his throat to attract the attention of the goblin on duty. This goblin was not the same one he had encountered with Hagrid. He appeared older, and from Harry's perspective, only a tuft of snow-white hair was visible above the counter. "Hello, how may I assist you?" the goblin's gravelly voice inquired. Stepping back a few paces, Harry finally got a clear view of the goblin, whose face was lined with wrinkles, thick glasses perched on his nose, and his eyes slightly clouded as he leaned over the counter to gaze at Harry. "I have come to withdraw some money from Vault 687, the Vault of Harry Potter," Harry stated. The goblin settled back, sifting through the records on the table. "Do you possess the key?" "Indeed," Harry replied, producing the golden key Hagrid had previously entrusted to him, straining to place it atop the pedestal. The goblin's slender fingers brushed over it, retrieving the key, only to return it shortly thereafter. Harry was compelled to laboriously reclaim the key once more. "The lever? The lever? The lever!" A hoarse voice cried out, yet there was no response. He could only descend from the pedestal, grumbling, "Damn it, where has the lever gone?" A passing goblin casually remarked, "He has taken someone to the vault. You must escort the guest yourself." "Is there no one to assist me? I am of considerable age, on the brink of retirement." The elderly goblin grumbled, trembling as he emerged from behind the pedestal. None of the goblins around paid him any heed, not even a glance. In frustration, he approached Harry, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? Let's proceed. Do not underestimate my age. I am still capable of operating the tunnel car." Harry could only rub his nose, sensing that the timing of his visit was less than opportune. "By the way, is Vault 12 still in existence?" Harry suddenly recalled and inquired. The elderly goblin halted abruptly, widening his eyes as he turned to look at Harry, adjusting his glasses that were nearly slipping off his nose. He incredulously asked, "How do you know of Vault 12? This vault, in the current context of Gringotts, is shrouded in utmost secrecy. The Goblin Rebellion a century ago was rumored to have been instigated by something within that vault. However, since that time, only specific magical means have permitted deposits into it, and no one has been allowed to withdraw anything, nor enter. Many goblins, disbelieving of the warnings, have personally breached the contract of Gringotts to enter, and none who have entered Vault 12 have ever reappeared, as if they had never existed at all." Chapter 4, Vault 12. Within Gringotts, a vault emerged that the goblins could not control, leading to a significant loss of face, and they desperately sealed all information regarding it. Those few who were aware of the vault have long since passed, and it has not been mentioned for decades. You need not concern yourself with how I came to know of it. Is that vault still in existence? Harry whispered. The elderly goblin scoffed. Yes, of course it exists. But do you possess the key? You are aware of Gringotts regulations, are you not? Without a key, no one may enter a vault that does not belong to them. With that, he strode toward the location of the tunnel cars. Harry, unfazed, followed behind. Is there truly no other way? To my knowledge, the key to that vault has been lost, has it not? I care not how you learn of this vault. Unless you wish to court death, cease your inquiries. The elderly goblin barked, panting. Young wizard, how many years have you lived? You have ample time ahead of you. Were it not for your name being the same as that individual S, I would not even bother to caution you. Harry paused, taken aback. Never before had anyone remarked that his name was akin to another S, and yet he was being kindly reminded of this by a fairy known for its exclusivity. During his adventures years ago, he had indeed aided a fairy named Arn, but a century had passed, and even though fairies have longer lifespans than wizards, Arn was surely no longer among the living. Who are you to Arn? Harry inquired, glancing around to find they were alone. He stepped closer to the elderly fairy and whispered his question. What business is that of yours? Do not attempt to pry. The aged fairy quickened his pace, unwilling to prolong the discussion. If you wish to access your vault, keep your mouth shut. We must. He abruptly halted beneath a torch, casting a peculiar gaze upon the wand in Harry's hand. Now, can you tell me? Harry arched an eyebrow. So many years have passed, yet these fairies remain unchanged. They either require a compelling incentive or must be subdued by force. Otherwise, one cannot expect to extract anything from them. 11 inches, Hollywood, phoenix feather? The elderly fairy's voice was barely audible to Harry. How do you know the details of my wand? Harry furrowed his brow. While wand information was not secretive, it was not common knowledge either. Of course I know. The aged fairy's voice grew hoarse. The wand of the hero who quelled the fairy rebellion a century ago. Moreover, it is the sole key capable of unlocking Vault number 12. His gaze intensified as he stared at the wand in Harry's grasp. My father, Arn, told me. He said that young wizard would return one day. Had it not been for his assistance in retrieving vital goods, our family would have perished long ago. Thus, I was to await that young wizard at Gringotts, determined to repay the kindness shown to us. I have spent my entire life at Gringotts, waiting for the return of that figure. I am now old and nearing retirement. My father did not deceive me. You have returned. I have grown up seeing images of this wand. I could never mistake it. Harry felt a pang of emotion when that fairy had implored him for help. It had been a convenient undertaking while he was investigating the matter of Ranrock. Besides, he had received compensation for his efforts, which he thought had settled the matter. Who would have imagined that after so long, he would encounter something connected to those past events? So, may I visit Vault number 12? Harry remained silent for a moment before posing the question. The elderly fairy, this time, did not hesitate to nod, swiftly leading Harry in another direction. Come this way. Vault number 12 has been cordoned off for years and can only be accessed via a specific tunnel. Harry did not retract his wand. He held it firmly in his grasp. Regardless of how touching the elderly fairy's words might be, he remained vigilant. After so many adventures, Harry was no longer the naive boy he once was. He would not easily place his trust in a stranger, especially a fairy. The saying Professor O.W.L had once shared echoed in his mind. Those not of my kind will surely harbor different intentions. After traversing the dimly lit tunnel for nearly 10 minutes, Harry finally beheld the tunnel's end, where an antiquated, dust-covered vehicle awaited him. The elderly goblin nonchalantly climbed into the driver's seat, brushing off the dust with a casual gesture, inviting Harry to board. Revealing his true form, Harry cast a spell to survey the surroundings, confirming the absence of danger before he entered the vehicle, secured himself firmly in his seat, and lowered the safety bar. The goblin had no objections to Harry's actions. To him, such behavior was entirely customary. "Brace yourself," the goblin exclaimed, pulling the lever, and the vehicle shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. "Is this speed normal?" Harry grasped the safety bar tightly, his cheeks contorted by the fierce winds rushing past him, and he began to genuinely suspect that the goblin intended to end his life. It's perfectly normal. Do not fret. This is a special passageway. Naturally, it travels faster than an ordinary vehicle." The goblin cackled, expertly maneuvering the tunnel car. The howling winds left Harry slightly dazed, and he lost track of time until the winds against his face lessened, signaling their arrival. The vehicle halted at the edge of a precipice. Looking out over the cliff, Harry spotted a grand metal door embedded in the mountainside, adorned with intricate patterns that shimmered with an enigmatic glow. These were not mere decorative motifs, but rather a series of contracts and protective enchantments. "This is it," the elderly goblin exclaimed as he climbed out of the vehicle, gazing at the door with a complex expression. "I can only take you this far. You must open the door yourself. This place is no longer under Gringotts jurisdiction." Harry cast a surprised glance at him, stepping down from the vehicle and remaining still. "Rest assured, I will wait here for you, but I must insist that I can only wait for half an hour. Beyond that time, I will return alone. I have already taken considerable risks to bring you here, and your indebtedness to our family will be considered settled." The goblin stood at the cliff's edge, his gaze fixed on Harry as he spoke slowly. Harry scrutinized him for a moment, nodded in understanding, and expressed his gratitude. "Regardless, thank you." With that, he turned away from the goblin's expression and strode purposefully towards the vault's grand entrance. Upon reaching the door, Harry halted, refraining from recklessly touching the door thick with magic and curses. Instead, he meticulously examined it with a spell. Unfortunately, after 5 minutes, Harry had yet to uncover anything. Frowning deeply, he looked down at his wand. If his wand was indeed the sole key, then it must possess the ability to unlock this door. While his wand was rare, it was not unique. Surely others had attempted to use wands of similar composition. Given that the door remained unopened, the issue must lie not with the wand, but with him. The notion of his uniqueness struck Harry suddenly, and he recalled the ancient magic. Individuals gifted with ancient magical abilities were exceedingly rare, emerging only once in several decades. It was Professor Figo who informed him, and the awakening of his ancient magical talent commenced during the investigation of his wife's research, starting from this vault. With this thought, Harry's eyes sparkled, as he endeavored to summon his magical energy, exuding a hint of ancient magic. An ethereal silver light, invisible to others, coiled around his wand, transforming into luminous streaks that surged towards the vault's entrance. The door resonated with the sound of intricate mechanisms, and the enchantments upon it flickered as it slowly creaked open. Harry took 2 steps back, allowing the door to fully open, and glanced toward the precipice. The elderly goblin stood frozen in a state of excitement, his gaze fixated intently on the interior of the vault. Harry's lips moved as he cast a trap enchantment at the entrance before stepping cautiously into the open vault. His caution was not excessive. The events of that fateful day remained vividly etched in his memory. Being trapped inside with Professor Figo by that goblin banker would linger in his mind forever. Upon entering the vault, the torches flared to life, and Harry stared in astonishment at the floor, strewn with a multitude of items. Most conspicuous among them was a familiar leather satchel, crafted entirely from dragon hide, its clasp adorned with a silver inlay set with a green gemstone, intricately carved into the shape of a small serpent. It was the birthday gift bestowed upon him by Omini's Gaunt. The bag was embellished with a cascade of silver tassels made from unicorn tail hair, a token of gratitude from the unicorns he had rescued, who had requested the centaurs to collect their shed tails to create this for him, imbuing it with protective properties against dark magic. Harry disregarded the other items, rushing to the satchel and inspecting it closely, confirming it was indeed his long-lost backpack. This satchel had been enhanced with a spell of undetectable expansion, capable of holding an abundance of items, making it an essential companion on his adventures. It was a birthday present from Sebastian when he was 14. Harry caressed the somewhat oversized dragon hide satchel, which bore no dust. In the intervening years, various professors had cast spells upon it, even allowing him to temporarily house rescued magical creatures within without fear for their safety. It contained all his possessions from that time. The specifics of what had transpired were lost to him, save for the last memory of searching for Hagrid with Sebastian, resting for a night in a dilapidated shack by the coast, only to awaken back at the Dursleys. Scattered across the floor were numerous parcels, a considerable amount, inscribed with familiar handwriting, those of his former friends, including Gareth Weasley, Sebastian Sallow, and Omini's Gaunt. He even recognized the script of Dobby, the house elf. "Hey, time is running short. Are you ready yet?" called the elderly goblin from outside. Harry turned sharply, relieved to see the goblin still in place, and replied, "I'm coming." With that, Harry tapped the clasp of the satchel with his wand and hissed in Parseltongue, "Open." The clasp, adorned with the carved serpent, clicked open, and Harry swiftly began to stuff the scattered parcels into the bag. Before long, all the items were stowed away in the satchel. Speaking of Parseltongue, it was Omnis who inadvertently discovered Harry's ability to speak it as well, imparting to him numerous spells in this serpentine language. A century ago, there were not a few who possessed this skill. It was not an extraordinary gift, yet still rather uncommon. Omnis even returned home to peruse the family lineage. And it was only later, when resolving the mystery of his forehead scar, that Harry learned the origins of his Parseltongue talent. Ensuring nothing was amiss, Harry slung the satchel over his shoulder and exited the vault. He paused momentarily to disarm the trap on the ground, then sprinted towards the edge of the precipice, where the elderly goblin had already begun to ascend to the tunnel vehicle. Just as Harry settled into his seat, the vehicle took flight. Upon reaching the ground, Harry reassessed his rankings of the most undesirable modes of transport, with the night bus now relegated to a lower position. "Our family debts are now settled. We shall have no further relations. I am of retirement age and will no longer be at Gringotts," the elderly goblin remarked quietly before leading Harry out of the tunnel. Harry nodded, his complexion paling. At that moment, he dared not speak for fear of inadvertently voicing his thoughts. Upon returning to the resplendent hall of Gringotts, Harry's complexion improved slightly. "By the way, don't you still need to withdraw some money?" The elderly goblin suddenly halted and inquired. Harry's face turned green again. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand, stating, "Not for now. May I simply sign for it?" The goblin returned to the high platform, glanced at the records, then nodded at Harry, providing him with a blank seal, instructing him to create his own mark. As long as he affixed this seal to the bill, he could directly transfer funds from Gringotts. At this, Harry let out a significant sigh of relief. He pondered for a moment, leaving his magical essence on the seal, along with a serpentine character that represented the letterpin Parseltongue. Upon exiting Gringotts, Harry's previously rumbling stomach was now entirely at ease, erasing any desire for food. Glancing around, he made his way to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. During his last visit, he had known nothing and merely ordered a school robe, failing to consider that throughout the year, one could not survive on school robes alone. The clothes provided by the Dursleys were merely hand-me-downs from Dudley and ill-fitting. Harry was determined not to wear those to school. After custom ordering shirts, trousers, pajamas, and other garments, Harry signed the invoice and exited the shop. He then decided to head directly to Flourish and Blots. Initially, he had thought he would spend a day at the Dursleys, arranging for the bookstore to send his books to school. However, now that he was out and staying at the Leaky Cauldron, with a train journey ahead of him the next day, he needed to pass the time and might as well collect his ordered books. He hoped the bookstore service was not excessively swift. Upon arriving at the bookstore, he inquired and was handed a substantial package, quite heavy. "The start of term is tomorrow. We were planning to send it out then, but since you're here to collect it, that works perfectly. That'll be 147 galleons and 10 sickles. Given the large volume of your purchase, I'll waive the 10 sickles." Harry twitched his lips. Indeed, the price of knowledge was undeniably steep. To know that the clothing he had just ordered for the year, including shoes, did not exceed 60 galleons. Chapter 5. Letters from the Past. Harry took a deep breath. "Please, can I sign the order? I truly wish to avoid another ride on the Gringotts cart." "Of course, no problem." The shop assistant's eyes sparkled as she deftly shrank the large parcel and presented Harry with a palm-sized bookshelf ornament. "This is our gift for valued customers. It can conveniently hold 5 books. Any more would require an additional expenditure of 100 galleons, granting you our finest gift, a bookshelf ornament that can hold 50 books. The assistant continued to enthusiastically pitch to Harry. For in a bookstore, aside from the annual back-to-school season, few customers made such extravagant purchases, especially when many preferred second-hand books, making their business quite challenging. "Can the spending accumulate?" Harry inquired, somewhat intrigued. Although he had a satchel, it was brimming with items, and rummaging through it took considerable time, especially when coupled with the levitating charm. This bookshelf appeared exceedingly convenient. Who could possibly disdain such a handy and compact ornament? The assistant gestured upward, and a piece of parchment unfurled before Harry, inscribed with the titles of various books, some glimmering, while most remained dull. Here lies the complete list of books in the store. The illuminated titles are those you have purchased this time. Do you see anything else you might need? Yes, the expenses can indeed accumulate. But I advise you to act swiftly. There is only one of those top-tier bookshelves remaining. It's a rare item sourced from France. Sensing Harry's intent, the assistant continued her pitch. Based on your previous purchases, it seems you have an interest in history. Here are some additional titles. Although they are unorthodox, they hold certain reference value. For instance, this one, it recounts the tales of the heroes who quelled the fairy rebellion a century ago. Though not recognized by historians, many in the know have been rather discreet about it. I believe it to be true. Harry glanced at the author's name inscribed on that book and clenched his jaw tightly. Gareth Omnisar. Was it truly necessary for them to make it so glaringly obvious? With a resounding thud, Harry slammed the stamp onto the table. Wrap this one up for me, and add this, and this. He pointed to several series of books to meet the spending requirement. Amidst the assistant's exuberant farewell, he stormed out of Leaden Bookstore, tightly clutching the history the assistant had introduced to him. Let him not encounter the descendants of those people. Professor Howing had spoken wisely. Debts must be repaid, even by grandchildren. Glancing at the time, with over an hour remaining until dinner at the Leaky Cauldron, Harry turned towards the apothecary at the end of the street. His body was currently in a state of malnutrition. If he did not properly attend to it, it would not only affect his physical development, but could also severely impact his magical growth. This was a matter of utmost importance. A century ago, Professor Sharp spoke on this subject, although he only retired from the Aurors to teach potions at Hogwarts in his third year. Regrettably, he expressed to Harry that he had missed the optimal period for physical conditioning. Despite his subsequent efforts to restore his health, his magical abilities remained unblemished. Yet he was unable to match the height of his peers. Professor Sharp stated that the ideal age for young wizards to enhance their physiques was during their first year of enrollment, as this coincided with the commencement of learning to control their magical powers. With the right potions and a degree of exercise, a mere 6 months would suffice to compensate for any prior deficiencies, allowing them to develop normally like other boys. Upon inquiring at the apothecary, Harry found himself disheartened. The potions he required were unavailable. Such potions typically have a short shelf life, and those with superior efficacy must be brewed and consumed fresh. Furthermore, after a century, many recipes had evolved, and even if Harry were capable of brewing, his knowledge was outdated, with some ingredients having become extinct or exceedingly rare. The proprietor of the apothecary ultimately advised Harry to visit St. Mungo's for a thorough examination, where he could obtain slightly less effective potions. Otherwise, he would need to seek a potion master to tailor a remedy to his specific needs. However, upon further inquiry, Harry discerned that this option was impractical, as St. Mungo's would likely require him to stay hospitalized, which would disrupt his schooling. He had a significant dilemma awaiting resolution upon his arrival at Hogwarts. Additionally, the cost of hiring a potion master was beyond Harry's current means. He had already spent a considerable sum at the Leaky Cauldron, and any further indiscriminate expenditures would deplete his vault before he graduated. After purchasing a few ready-made potions, Harry exited the apothecary, feeling somewhat agitated as he ran his fingers through his hair. He opened the bookshelf attached to his satchel, recalling that he had just placed a copy of the development of modern potionology inside. Surely, it would contain information about various potion masters. Although he could not afford their services at present, once at Hogwarts, he could once again seek permission to explore the Forbidden Forest and undertake adventures, as there would be opportunities for commissions in the surrounding villages, which could yield some income. Squinting slightly, he finally spotted the book he sought, wedged in a corner. Thin and unassuming, Harry extended a finger, gently prying it free, and the diminutive tome fell into his outstretched palm. As it met the air, it expanded rapidly back to its original size. Flipping open the book, Harry disregarded the disorganized prefaces and introductions, instead navigating directly to the table of contents to locate the achievements and introductions of modern potion masters. He bypassed those who had long been established, knowing their fees would be exorbitant, and those who had encountered numerous remarkable things would be less easily impressed. Instead, he focused on the names of potion masters who had risen in the past decade, individuals with brief renown and no notable family lineage, who might still be swayed by the allure of ancient recipes or rare herbs native to the Forbidden Forest. As he walked, engrossed in his book, Harry furrowed his brow tightly. Only after he perused the final line did he close the book, deftly placing it back on the shelf, where it naturally shrank to its original position. There was both good news and bad news. Harry found himself in a quandary. The good news was that he would have the opportunity to meet the only potions master in nearly 30 years upon his arrival at Hogwarts. None other than the current potions professor, Severus Snape. The bad news was that he could no longer tempt his professor with the peculiarities of the Forbidden Forest. He could only hope that the ancient potion recipes he had collected would impress Professor Snape. Contemplating this, Harry rubbed his chin and glanced towards a small alley at the end of the street, dim and foreboding, where a crooked sign hung, indicating Turnabout Alley. Harry was somewhat familiar with such places. They were undoubtedly gathering spots for dark wizards. In the past, he and Sebastian had spent considerable time there, gathering information on dark magic and addressing various villagers' concerns. However, upon surveying his current stature, Harry decided against it. Lacking absolute certainty, he did not wish to place himself in peril. His promising life had only just begun. He could not afford to stumble here. Resolute, he turned away from the alley and strode briskly towards the leaky cauldron. Upon entering the bustling first-floor hall, Harry found a secluded corner and informed Tom that he would not require dinner delivered to his room, as he had much to accomplish and preferred not to waste time tidying up the dining table. He expressed his gratitude to Tom as the meals were served and began to satiate his growling stomach. The dinner was quite satisfactory, featuring a succulent steak, a bowl of fresh vegetable salad, a small basket of warm dinner rolls accompanied by a dish of butter, and even a slice of apple pie for dessert, with chilled pumpkin juice to drink. Harry found this beverage acceptable, unlike his two Slytherin roommates, who would rather sip plain water. Having swiftly and courteously finished his dinner, Harry downed the remaining pumpkin juice in his cup, the chill invigorating him. He exchanged a brief farewell with Tom before ascending the staircase beside the fireplace to the second floor. Upon entering his room, a smile spread across Harry's face as Hedwig perched on the windowsill, softly calling to him. "You know I'm here. How splendid. Good girl, rest well. Tomorrow we shall venture to Hogwarts." Harry approached, gently stroking Hedwig's feathers, and offered her some owl treats from his hand. Once Hedwig was satisfied, Harry washed his hands and settled at his desk. The desk was adorned with a quill and an ink pot, along with several sheets of parchment bearing the leaky cauldron's insignia. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed up at the wallpapered ceiling, his fingers softly tapping on the armrest. The matter of establishing a rapport with the potions professor was still a mystery to him. He sighed, aware of the urgency of time. He needed to improve his physical condition during his first year, ensuring that his body would not become his Achilles heel. Since there were no leads at the moment, Harry decided to engage in something more tangible. He opened his dragonhide satchel, methodically extracting its contents one by one. Eventually, the table was laden with a plethora of items, and the floor around him was strewn with piles of belongings, marking the satchel's complete emptiness. Harry crouched down, beginning the process of organization. He examined some of the items that had originally resided within the bag, checking their usability. Those that were still functional, such as parchment inscribed with information and non-perishable minerals, were returned to the satchel, while those that had lost their essence, like unrecognizable potions and desiccated foodstuffs, were discreetly discarded. Once he had organized the original items, Harry turned his attention to the carefully wrapped parcels, which had been retrieved from Vault 12, bearing the handwriting of his friends. He selected one and opened the parcel belonging to the house elf, Dobby. Inside were an assortment of materials from magical creatures, the feathers of a snidget, the soft fur of a puffskein, and the hide of a mooncalf. However, time had taken its toll on these materials, many of which had begun to decay, and those that retained their shape had lost their magical properties. In addition, there were garments that Harry had previously stored in the Room of Requirement, enhanced by various magical runes through a wondrous weaving machine. These items had fared relatively well, but they no longer fit him. He placed them at the bottom of the satchel, intending to retrieve them when he was of suitable size again. Lastly, he discovered a tattered piece of parchment, containing a message left by Dobby before his passing. After Dobby's disappearance, many years had elapsed without a trace of him. He had inquired with Professor Weasley, who assured him that the magical creatures had been returned to their respective clans in the Forbidden Forest, alleviating his worries. Professor Weasley had also expressed confidence that Dobby would eventually return to Hogwarts, but sadly, he did not live to see Harry's return. Dobby had left a descendant behind, who now worked at Hogwarts, and if Harry ever needed assistance upon his return, he could call upon Dobby's descendant, named Dee. A heavy weight settled in Harry's heart. He had long been aware that the familiar faces and places had endured the passage of a century, and he believed he had mentally prepared himself for never seeing them again. Yet, the stark reality confronted him sooner than he expected, leading him to realize that perhaps his emotional fortitude was not as robust as he had thought. Otherwise, why did he feel such a tightness in his chest, a heaviness in his eyes, and a lump in his throat that made him uncomfortable? After a considerable pause, He managed to stifle the tears welling up in his eyes and resumed unwrapping the parcels. The 3 mischievous friends he had left behind had primarily sent him letters, which he organized in chronological order, interspersed with notes and letters they had relayed on behalf of professors, intending to read them all later. The remaining parcels contained personal belongings he had left in his dormitory, all neatly packed away, and to his delight, he even found his money pouch, which contained several hundred galleons. That was the reward received during Sebastian's last adventure, which he chose to entrust to Sebastian for safekeeping, intending to distribute it upon returning to school. What a delightful surprise! Harry truly expressed his gratitude towards the fairies for their traditional ways. The craftsmanship of galleons had remained unchanged for a century. Otherwise, should these coins pass through the fairies' hands again, who knows how much they would deduct in fees. As the hours passed, Harry found himself unable to sleep, and instead began to methodically open the letters in order, disregarding Gareth's incessant ramblings. He extracted the news of what had transpired since his disappearance. First, there was Sebastian, who was utterly taken aback. The very person he had greeted before bedtime had vanished without a trace by the next morning. Aside from his wand, even his outer garment was left behind in the room, but the person himself was nowhere to be found. Sebastian immediately utilized the inn-s fireplace to return to Hogwarts, seeking help from the only reliable source left, Professor Weasley. Fortunately, Professor Weasley had not departed the school at the onset of the holiday, allowing Sebastian to find him. Upon their arrival at the inn, Professor Weasley insisted that the house elves from Hogwarts seal off the entire establishment. Despite a thorough search for any signs of Harry, they found no trace of him. Just as Professor Weasley was preparing to notify the Aurors, an owl delivered a letter from Professor O.W.L, stating that she knew Harry's whereabouts and urged Professor Weasley to return to school, assuring him that she would provide a full explanation. Without delay, Professor Weasley took Sebastian back to the school, heading straight to the top floor of the main building, where they climbed the rope ladder to the divination classroom. Professor O.W.L recounted everything she had witnessed, leading Professor Weasley to contemplate for a considerable time before initiating a series of actions. He first sealed off all information regarding Harry, erasing traces of him within the school, and issued a gag order to Harry's 3 troublesome friends, instructing them to keep the matter confidential. He reached out to the professors, excluding the headmaster, to unite in leaving Harry with what they deemed useful resources. At Professor Fig's suggestion, they secured these materials in Vault 12 at Gringotts, employing various methods to ensure that only Harry could access it. It was not until sunrise that Harry finished reading all the letters. He carefully placed them into a vacant box and tucked it into his dragon hide satchel, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. Rubbing his temples, Harry went to wash his face, striving to clear his foggy thoughts. The influx of information he had absorbed that night felt even more overwhelming than when he had first returned to this time. Returning to his desk, Harry gazed at the final piece of parchment, his O.W.L certificate from a century ago, which boasted respectable results. He had taken 8 exams, earning an A in History of Magic while achieving OS in all others. This was already an impressive outcome, and Harry's sole consideration now was whether he could submit this transcript to the current headmaster, seeking to either advance a grade or be exempted from certain courses. Harry was uncertain whether the current headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, was as unreliable as the previous one, Phineas Black. He felt a sense of melancholy as he carefully rolled up his report card and tucked it into his backpack, thinking it might prove useful someday. After organizing his belongings, he managed to fit an entire large suitcase into his bag, which contained only a few personal items, making it surprisingly light and easy to carry. Just as he was about to take a breather, there came a knock at the door. Opening it, he found Tom holding a tray, a crooked smile revealing his uneven teeth. "You're up. I thought I'd have to wait a bit longer," he said. "Here, your breakfast, along with some Muggle coins to take a taxi to King's Cross Station, as that's Muggle territory and the Floo network won't reach there." "Thank you. How much do I owe you?" Harry inquired, grateful for Tom's thoughtfulness, as he had only wizarding currency on him, which posed a dilemma for his journey. No. This is complimentary. Muggle coins hold no value for goblins. If it weren't for the Ministry's requirements, they wouldn't even bother exchanging them for Muggle-born students each year. These are just tips given by the parents of young wizards, useless in the wizarding world. So I consider them a collection, Tom explained, handing the tray to Harry. "You can leave your breakfast on the table after you finish. No need to tidy up. It takes about an hour to get to King's Cross, and it's already 8 o'clock, so you should keep an eye on the time." Without waiting for a response, Tom turned and left, knocking on another door down the hallway, where several families were also preparing to catch their trains. Realizing he couldn't refuse the kind gesture, Harry accepted Tom's hospitality, shut the door, and returned to the table. He needed to eat quickly, as he still had to pick up the clothes he ordered from Madame Malkin the day before. His breakfast consisted of the usual fare: bacon, sausage, and fried eggs, accompanied by toasted bread and baked beans, with a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. The meal was quite delightful, and Harry quickly filled his stomach before hoisting his suitcase and exiting the room. As he descended the stairs, he could hear commotion from the opposite direction, likely children being scolded by their parents for sleeping in. The Hogwarts Express was scheduled to depart at 11 o'clock, and the journey would take an hour. Considering the time needed to call a taxi and walk to the platform, Harry realized he needed to leave the Leaky Cauldron by 9:30 at the latest. Feeling the urgency, Harry deposited his suitcase at the bar and hurried towards the backyard. Madame Malkin had opened a shop early, and she handed him his packaged clothing as soon as she saw him. Thanking her, he made his way back, stuffing the sizable package into his satchel. Breathless, he returned to the Leaky Cauldron, where the once empty hall was now bustling with patrons hurriedly consuming their breakfasts. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Harry noted it was already 9:10. Upon noticing the time, Harry let out a sigh of relief. Splendid, he still had ample time. Retrieving his suitcase from the bar, he made his way towards the exit. The bell above the pub's door chimed softly in response to his movements. As he stepped out of the Leaky Cauldron, the door closed automatically behind him, and the bustling muggles around paid no heed to the sudden appearance of a boy dragging a suitcase. Harry brushed his forehead, adjusting his headband to ensure that his transformation spell would hold for a while longer, before he proceeded to the roadside in search of a taxi willing to take a child. After walking a few paces, Harry abruptly halted, feeling somewhat disoriented as he gazed at the curb. A small car caught his eye, strikingly familiar. It was the same vehicle he had observed on numerous occasions from the window of Mrs. Fig's house, slowly departing from Privet Drive. He had even ridden in it just that summer. Could it truly be? Harry hesitated, torn between the impulse to confirm his suspicion and the realization that Uncle Vernon's car was not a limited edition. There must be many identical models. There he is. Mum. Look. The window rolled down, revealing Dudley's unmistakably chubby face as he pointed at Harry and shouted excitedly from inside the car. At that moment, Harry's suspicions were confirmed. This was undeniably Uncle Vernon's car, as no one else could possibly have such a distinctive visage as Dudley's. After a moment's hesitation, Harry dragged his suitcase over. As the occupants of the car had already exited, the expressions on Aunt Petunia's and Uncle Vernon's faces were complex, with Uncle Vernon's visage flushed with anger and Dudley attempting to muster his courage. Uncle Vernon surveyed the throng of passers-by, his expression darkening further. He hastily approached Harry, circumventing the vehicle, and forcefully seized the suitcase from him, nearly toppling over due to its unexpected weight. Harry offered an awkward smile, feigning ignorance of Uncle Vernon's clenched fists. As Uncle Vernon shoved Harry's suitcase into the trunk of the car, he barked, "What are you dawdling for? Don't you want to go to your school?" Harry quickly shook his head and jogged forward, climbing into the vehicle behind Dudley. The car started and gradually made its way toward King's Cross Station. "How'd you find this place?" The atmosphere inside the car was thick with tension, making Harry feel slightly nauseous. He felt compelled to break the silence. "My sister, your mother, was also a student at that school. I accompanied my parents when they brought her to purchase supplies. Although I never entered, I know the address." Aunt Petunia finally replied after a long silence, her gaze fixed outside the window, never once turning to look at Harry. "I thought," Harry began hesitantly once more. "Shut your mouth, boy. We are a respectable family. We want to engage in gossip-worthy behavior." Uncle Vernon snapped, gripping the steering wheel tightly. "The neighbors would talk. We cannot let them know we abandoned you. Though I wish we could. You better learn to be grateful, boy." Listening to the familiar tone, Harry couldn't help but grin. Was he unwell? "We took Dudley for a checkup. He simply overindulged yesterday. The doctor mentioned that had he not expelled it at the time, his digestive system might have faced severe repercussions." Aunt Petunia spoke softly, her lips moving as if she had more to say, yet the words remained unspoken. Harry did not see this. He merely nodded, relieved. He refrained from inquiring why the Dursleys were present. There was no need. After all, the people in this car were his last remaining family in this world. If possible, he preferred to avoid any awkwardness, maintaining a polite demeanor as relatives should. The past was a barrier that could not simply vanish. The vehicle fell into silence, once more as Harry turned his gaze towards the window, observing pedestrians engrossed in their own affairs, hurrying along. Through the reflection in the glass, he caught sight of Dudley, who was furtively glancing at him. Raising an eyebrow, Harry turned to look. Dudley, seemingly pricked by a needle, straightened up and subtly shifted towards the opposite door. Harry's lips twitched, and he chose to ignore him, redirecting his attention to the scenery outside. Soon, they arrived at the parking lot of King's Cross Station. The Dursleys exited first. Uncle Vernon went to retrieve Harry's suitcase from the back, while Aunt Petunia stood by the car, making no move. "Thank you." Harry heard a faint voice just as he was about to disembark. Turning back, he saw Dudley quickly avert his gaze, as if he hadn't just spoken. Unable to suppress a laugh, Harry softly replied, "No need to thank me." Opening the car door, he stepped out and took his suitcase, glancing at the Dursleys standing by the vehicle. "Well, goodbye." Aunt Petunia nodded quickly, the motion so subtle that Harry nearly missed it. After a brief pause to ensure they had no further words to exchange, he dragged his suitcase towards the station. Despite the passage of time and changes over the years, Harry easily located the entrance to Platform 9. Passing through the wall, he arrived at the station where the Hogwarts Express awaited. The platform was relatively quiet, the deep red train resting silently on the tracks. Harry gazed at the train with a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, over 100 years had passed, and apart from the marks of time, the train had remained unchanged. Easily boarding, he strode a few steps before opening the door to a compartment, finding it empty. He stepped inside, levitating his suitcase onto the overhead rack, then closed the door and settled quietly into his seat. He watched the lively scene on the platform, students bidding farewell to their parents and older students from various houses chatting and joking. After a while, Harry withdrew his gaze, reaching beneath the seat to feel for a familiar marking. Upon finding it, he couldn't help but smile. "Looks like I win," Harry murmured, gently tracing the etched lines. It was a remnant of magic left by a few of them. At the commencement of their 4th year, a wager was placed within the compartment, speculating whether the train would undergo updates in accordance with the advancements of the Muggles. Harry chose the option of no, while the other 3 opted for yes, with Gareth even asserting that should there be no updates, he would apply for the position of train conductor to advocate for such changes. It now appears that Gareth did not secure that position. With a wave, time was summoned. The green digits flickered before him, revealing it was already 10:30, with merely half an hour remaining before departure. The sounds from outside grew increasingly tumultuous, with the voices of adults and children mingling, punctuated by the hoots of owls and the occasional piercing cry of a cat. Harry quietly closed the window, relieved that he had allowed Hedwig to fly to Hogwarts on her own that morning. Otherwise, she too would be growing restless by now. Suddenly, the door to Harry's compartment swung open, revealing a girl with fluffy brown hair, who stood at the threshold, astonished. "I apologize for knocking." There was no response, and I assumed no one was here. Upon noticing Harry's incredulous expression, she quickly clarified. Harry smiled and shook his head. "It's quite all right. I should apologize as well. The noise outside must have masked the sound of your knocking. Is there still space here? May I sit?" The girl, visibly relieved, inquired. Harry nodded. "Yes, there's only me." "Thank you. I'm Hermione Granger, a new student this year. Are you as well?" Hermione said while straining to maneuver her suitcase into the compartment. Observing her struggle, Harry stood up and drew his wand. "Yes, I'm also a new student. If you don't mind, I could assist you with your luggage." Hermione's eyes brightened as she gazed at his wand in surprise. "Can you perform spells?" "I experimented with some minor charms at home, and though they were quite successful, I later read that casting unfamiliar spells carelessly can be quite dangerous, so I refrained from further attempts." "I believe I can manage a few spells," Harry replied, gesturing for Hermione to step back. With a flourish of his wand, he incanted Wingardium Leviosa. The suitcase began to float gently. Harry guided the suitcase to the height of the luggage rack, giving it a slight nudge before revoking the spell, allowing it to settle securely atop the rack. Chapter 7. Aboard the train. "I cannot thank you enough. I don't even know your name," Hermione exclaimed. "No need for thanks. It was no trouble at all. I'm Harry Potter. Just call me Harry." Harry retracted his wand and approached the compartment door, closing it once more. The corridor outside was filled with students calling out to one another, creating quite a cacophony. Harry, already feeling the effects of a headache from a sleepless night, found the noise increasingly unbearable. As soon as the compartment door was shut, Harry turned to find Hermione gazing at him in astonishment, assessing him from head to toe. Harry gazed in bewilderment at his attire. Today he wore a brown shirt paired with dark trousers, and his black shoes were neatly fastened. The pattern adorning his clothing was the commonplace moonlight grass motif, leaving no apparent cause for concern. "So, you are the Harry Potter?" Hermione exclaimed, her voice a rapid succession of words akin to a machine gun. "I know everything about you. Of course, I also purchased several additional reference books, A History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, and Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century. All of them mention you." Harry found himself at a loss for how to respond. This was an entirely novel experience for him. Miss Granger, just call me Hermione," she interjected, her gaze fixed intently on Harry, lingering on his forehead for a moment before continuing. "No wonder your spellcasting is so proficient. I attempted that spell at home, but I was utterly unsuccessful Yet you effortlessly placed that heavy suitcase onto the luggage rack. So you are Harry Potter. That explains everything. You are the savior. Undoubtedly different from us ordinary folks. Harry slapped his palm against his forehead. This was a stark contrast to Gareth's teasing, for this young girl genuinely believed such things. Did I say something wrong? Hermione inquired, her expression one of confusion. Well, yes and no. I do indeed perform the levitation charm reasonably well, but that has nothing to do with being a savior. I'm certainly no savior, Harry replied. Hermione looked aghast. That's impossible. The books say. Miss Granger, all right. Hermione, not everything in the books is accurate. Have you ever encountered the most brilliant one-year-old? Harry countered, now addressing her by her first name under her scrutiny. Hermione pondered for a moment. Well, they could say a few words, I suppose. Then to put it bluntly, I was exceptionally clever at 1-year-old. But I could barely articulate a sentence. Do you think that cold-hearted dark wizard would retreat from a toddler's utterance? Harry continued as he settled into a chair. Moreover, why don't we sit and converse? Aren't you tired? Hermione, somewhat dazed, took a seat opposite Harry. He had a point. Yet the discrepancies between the books and her real-life encounters were jarring. This realization struck her profoundly. Throughout her 11 years, the assertions made in books had always seemed unequivocally true, a perception she had never questioned. Are you all right? Harry asked, noticing Hermione's dazed expression, a hint of concern creeping in. Had he perhaps spoken too candidly? After all, the girl was merely 11, while he was on the cusp of adulthood. Having spent 5 years at Hogwarts over a century ago, had he been too blunt? No, you're quite right. I believe I need to reflect on this more thoroughly. Hermione replied, regaining her composure. After a brief hesitation, she added, I apologize, but I still wish to inquire. Do you have any idea what truly transpired back then? Harry fell into a contemplative silence as a ghastly green light flickered before him, accompanied by the indistinct silhouette of a woman. He turned his gaze towards the window, where a family of red-haired individuals was bidding each other farewell. I too wish to uncover the truth from those bygone days. It is one of my ambitions since enrolling here, he murmured softly. Hermione appeared poised to inquire further, but the door to their compartment was once again rapped upon. Cool mean, Harry responded promptly, discreetly exhaling a sigh of relief. He was not inclined to discuss the matter further, and the interruption was a welcome diversion. Hello, is there space here? A round-faced boy timidly inquired from the doorway, cradling a golden toad in his hands. Certainly, there is room. You may enter and take a seat. Harry replied gently, casting a glance at Hermione, who showed no objection. Do you require assistance with your luggage? Thank you, but I can manage, the boy replied, a hint of bashfulness in his smile as he scratched his head, dragging his suitcase into the compartment and swiftly placing it atop the luggage rack. Harry and Hermione couldn't help but exchange amused glances. This child possessed considerable strength. My name is Neville Longbottom. You can call me Neville. Thank you for allowing me to sit here. I've asked several compartments already. Neville plopped down beside Harry, beaming with gratitude. With swift reflexes, Harry closed the compartment door, only to have the golden toad attempt an escape, colliding against the door. Leafa, Neville exclaimed, leaping from his seat to carefully retrieve the dazed toad from the floor. I'm so sorry. I nearly forgot you again. How terribly rude of me. Neville was on the verge of tears. This was not the first time he had nearly lost Leafa. With a resigned sigh, Harry produced an empty box from his satchel, tapped it with his wand, and transformed it into a slightly uneven pet cage, adding a bit of water to reveal the bottom. You may place your Leafa here. I believe he might be a bit dehydrated, Harry suggested, recalling that toads had once been a fashionable pet choice at Hogwarts a century ago, prized for their utility in practicing spells and testing potions. He had a fair understanding of their needs. He prefers a humid environment. Your body heat may be a tad too warm for him. He will feel more comfortable here, he said, setting the cage on the table for Neville to decide. Neville, taking Harry's advice to heart, felt assured. Anyone capable of articulating such knowledge must be quite experienced. Thank you for the guidance. I'm rather clueless about caring for Leafa. He was a gift from my uncle, though I'm not particularly fond of him, Neville mumbled, the last part barely audible. By the way, I don't yet know your names. I'm a first year. Are you both new students as well? Neville asked, placing Leafa into the water-filled cage before looking up with a shy curiosity. Just call me Harry. This is Hermione Granger. Like you, we are also first years. Harry became acutely aware of the power of his name, decisively opting not to introduce himself in full, simply allowing Neville to call him Harry, oblivious to any underlying tension. Neville merely smiled awkwardly at the two, clutching tightly to the box containing Trevor and settling quietly into his seat. As an emphatic whistle pierced the air, the Hogwarts Express commenced its slow departure, the station outside gradually receding, picking up speed until it was soon left behind. The scenery beyond the window morphed into an endless expanse of fields, with distant herds of cattle and sheep dotting the landscape. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Harry rubbed his brow. Having endured a sleepless night, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. However, he was not alone in the compartment, and given their limited acquaintance, he could not simply succumb to slumber. After a moment's contemplation, he reached into his satchel, rummaging for a while before retrieving a bottle of vibrant green potion. As he unscrewed the cap, Hermione could no longer contain her curiosity. "What is that?" she inquired. Halting his actions, Harry shook the vial in response. "It's a vitality tonic, purchased from the apothecary in Diagon Alley. It's supposed to invigorate one's spirits." With that, he tilted his head back and down the potion, his face contorting as he struggled to swallow it. He really ought to abandon any hope for improvements within the wizarding world. That cursed potion's taste had remained unchanged for a century. If anything, it had only become more unpalatable. Hermione and Neville exchanged worried glances, convinced that what he consumed resembled poison more than potion. After the potion settled in his stomach, Harry felt a sudden jolt, his previously foggy mind becoming startlingly alert as though drenched in ice water. "Phew, I'm alive." He exhaled, rejuvenated once more. Neville produced a handmade toffee wrapped in colorful paper from his pocket and offered it to Harry. "Would you like some? My grandmother made it herself. The flavor might not be great, but it should help mask the potion's taste." "Thank you." Harry expressed his gratitude earnestly, quickly accepting the candy. He unwrapped it in a few deft motions and popped it into his mouth. The sweetness, imbued with a rich creaminess, flooded his palate, reviving his taste buds dulled by the potion. He sincerely thanked Neville again, savoring the toffee with enthusiasm. As time passed, the compartment fell into a serene silence once more. It was evident that Hermione yearned for a topic of conversation, but despite several attempts, she struggled to find the right words. The quietness was punctuated by the sounds from outside, and Harry, having grown weary of the passing scenery, cleared his throat to shatter the tranquility. Since we're all just sitting here, would anyone like to look at some books? I brought a few along." "What books?" Hermione perked up, her interest piqued. "May I see them? If there are any I haven't read, I would love to borrow one." Harry carefully unhooked the bookshelf ornament from his backpack and placed it upon the table. With a tap of his wand on the special pattern as explained by the shopkeeper, the palm-sized ornament gradually enlarged until it reached the dimensions of a book. Hastily, Harry tapped the pattern once more, causing the bookshelf to cease its expansion, thus rendering it sufficiently spacious to display the titles of the books within. Any larger, and Harry feared it might not fit in their compartment. Hermione and Neville marveled at the transformation, obtaining Harry's consent before leaning in to select their books. Neville quickly chose a volume entitled A Thousand Uses of Magical Plants. Harry nodded in understanding, having glanced at it briefly, and prepared to peruse a history of Hogwarts. He had read it a century ago, but it was said to be updated every few years, and given that a century had passed, he was eager to discover what significant events had transpired at Hogwarts during that time. Both had made their selections, yet Hermione remained indecisive. The books were those Harry had asked the shopkeeper to recommend, albeit at a slightly elevated price, encompassing a wide array of topics. Hermione's annual allowance of galleons was not substantial, and at Leaky Cauldron she had spent a considerable amount of time selecting just a few volumes. While Harry's bookshelf did not boast as many titles as Leaky Cauldron, Hermione spotted several books she had regrettably missed out on at that time. "Hermione, you may select one for now. Once you finish, you can always exchange it with me. Moreover, the Hogwarts library contains thousands more books than I do. Not to mention Ravenclaw's common room has its own library," Harry encouraged, noticing her prolonged deliberation. Reluctantly, Hermione cast several longing glances before selecting Walking with Trolls. Harry extracted the chosen volumes from the shelf and tapped another pattern, causing the bookshelf to revert to its original palm-sized form. "By the way, Harry, did you just mention that Ravenclaw has its own library?" Hermione inquired eagerly, clutching her book yet to be opened. Harry nodded, recalling his previous visit to the Ravenclaw common room at the invitation of Mitcattle. He had been astonished by the library's scale. Although it did not rival the Hogwarts library, its collection was quite impressive, filled with notes left by former Ravenclaw students that had never been published. Contemplating, Harry succinctly shared his knowledge with Hermione. "What about Gryffindor?" Neville interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. "My grandmother insists that I must be sorted into Gryffindor. Otherwise, it would bring shame to my family." Harry pondered for a moment. He had frequented the Gryffindor common room, but was uncertain of any significant changes over the past century. He could only provide a brief description of its ambience. "Which house will you choose?" Hermione tightened her grip on her book, momentarily unable to read. "I told you, My grandmother insists on Gryffindor, Neville murmured, his fingers tracing the embossed golden patterns on the cover, uncertainty creeping in. I wonder if I'm truly worthy. And what about you, Neville? Where do you wish to go? Harry asked gently. Neville was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that no one had ever posed such a question to him before. Throughout his life, his grandmother had orchestrated everything, leaving him devoid of any choices of his own. He stared blankly at the book in his hands, contemplating for a while before responding, I am not certain, but if given the option, I would prefer to attend Gryffindor. It is not merely my grandmother's wish. Both of my parents graduated from there, and I yearn to explore the college they once attended. After speaking, he turned to the other two and inquired, what about you? Hermione was in a quandary. I've been deliberating between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. I've heard that the greatest wizard of the last century, Dumbledore, graduated from Gryffindor, yet Ravenclaw boasts its own merits. Harry even mentioned they have a private library. Chapter 8, A Life of Royalty. Hermione was quite agitated. Even her favorite pastime of reading could not soothe her. Harry, suppressing a smile, finally spoke up, I don't think you need to fret about this. After all, the courses are quite similar. The distinctions among the houses exist solely to foster a sense of belonging. To me, they are merely different styles of decoration. Moreover, if you were sorted into Gryffindor, you could still visit the Ravenclaw common room, provided you can answer the riddle posed by the eagle statue, which does not deny entry to anyone capable of doing so. Hermione gazed at him in disbelief. Is that true? How do you know this? Harry hesitated, offering a vague reply. Someone told me. So, which house do you wish to join, Harry? Hermione, sensing his reluctance to elaborate, shifted the topic. Harry pressed his lips together, unable to resist the urge to touch the headband on his forehead, precisely where his scar lay. I want to go to Gryffindor, he declared resolutely. His reasoning echoed Neville's. His parents were also graduates of Gryffindor, and he, too, wished to see the college they once attended. During his last enrollment, he had harbored the same desire. But to his dismay, the Sorting Hat barely grazed his hair before proclaiming him a Slytherin, leaving him no opportunity to choose. Reflecting on this, Harry again touched the concealed scar on his forehead, pondering how he could temporarily shield himself from its influence. As far as he knew, mental occlusion could effectively insulate one's mind from external influence, yet he lacked the skill. Finding a wizard proficient in mental occlusion was a rare occurrence, let alone seeking education in it. Despite Harry's repeated ventures into the restricted section for research, he had managed only a superficial understanding, capable of faintly sensing whether someone was probing his mind. If this method was unfeasible, he would have to wait until he arrived at Hogwarts, hoping to tap into some ancient magical energy. It need not be much, just enough to obscure the scar from the Sorting Hat's perception would suffice. The trio continued their discussion about the houses before each returned to their books, the rhythmic clattering of the train accompanying their journey. Before long, the clock struck noon, and engrossed in their reading, they failed to notice the passage of time until there was a knock on the compartment door. Neville nearly dropped the book in his hands, quickly grasping the corner to prevent it from tumbling to the floor, while he inquired of Harry and the others whether to open the door. Harry closed the book he was holding, rose to his feet, and drew back the compartment door. At the entrance stood a woman with a charming smile and delightful dimples, pushing a cart brimming with goodies. Darling, would you care for some snacks? Harry's stomach audibly growled at that moment. Having been 4 hours since breakfast, he was indeed famished. Absolutely, he replied, glancing at the items on the cart and beginning to select. He chose 4 or 5 chocolate frogs, a few cauldron cakes, and rummaged beneath the cart for several bottles of chilled juice, only pausing when he had made his selections. After paying 6 sickles, Harry stepped aside to allow the other two to choose. Neville hesitated for quite some time before picking a bag of Bertie Bott's, every flavor beans, and a fair number of pumpkin pasties, while Hermione took nothing at all. Once the cart departed, Harry placed the snacks on the table. Come on, everyone, let us share. There is so much here that I want to be able to finish it all. It's rare that I get to share food with friends. So indulge my modest wish. Neville beamed, placing his treats on the table and producing a handful of toffees from his pocket. Me too. Hermione gazed at the assortment of sweets on the table, feeling conflicted. All of it was confections. Her parents were dentists, and she had seen enough of the grim outcomes of toothaches and cavities to lose interest in sugary delights. However, she was not entirely unprepared, as she retrieved a lunchbox from her bag, filled with sugar-free crackers and a generous supply of whole, grain beef sandwiches. Although they appeared less than appetizing after sitting all morning, Harry couldn't help but swallow at the sight. He too felt there was an excess of sweets. Having failed to find any savory snacks on the cart, the three exchanged their food, with Neville kindly enlightening Hermione about the Wizarding World treats, earnestly persuading her to give them a try. Meanwhile, Harry cautiously selected the colors of the Bertie Bott's beans, hoping to avoid any unpleasant surprises. With their appetites satisfied and their thirst quenched by the juice, the trio began to feel a bit drowsy. Should we change into our uniforms early? Hermione suddenly recalled, prompting the question. Harry glanced out the window at the fading light, summoning the concept of time. It was nearly 2 in the afternoon. I think that would be wise. We should be arriving around 5. It's better to change now and avoid any last-minute rush. He agreed with Hermione's suggestion. After a brief discussion, they decided that, as a lady, Hermione would change first. Harry and Neville stepped out of the compartment, leaning against the window in the corridor, engaging in casual conversation. Have you seen Harry Potter? My dad mentioned he's a new student this year. I searched the front half of the train, but didn't see him. Just as Harry and Neville were speaking softly, an arrogant voice suddenly interrupted from behind them. Harry turned around to see a boy with platinum blonde hair standing behind him. His chin held high, and a trace of tension and impatience glimmering in his gray-blue eyes, flanked by 2 tall companions. The sight suddenly reminded Harry of Cat he once owned, causing the corners of his mouth to lift slightly. Who are you? Do you have business with Harry Potter? He inquired. Neville merely peeked out, then quickly retreated behind Harry, tugging at his clothing in an attempt to alert him. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. As for why I seek Harry Potter, why should I disclose that to you? He raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of arrogance. Harry pondered for a moment, recalling a younger student with the surname Malfoy, yet the age difference rendered any interaction improbable. He had merely heard that this was an heir to a wealthy pureblood family, a member of Slytherin for generations. Although he had resolved to join Gryffindor, that did not preclude him from befriending individuals from other houses. Especially the prospect of forming a genuine friendship with a Slytherin seemed rather appealing. With this thought in mind, Harry displayed a polite smile and extended his right hand. Hello. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Harry Potter. Draco Malfoy hesitated momentarily, scrutinizing Harry, his gaze lingering on the headband atop his forehead before shifting away. He somewhat shyly reached out, grasping Harry's right hand. Hello. It is a pleasure to meet you. I merely wish to befriend you. You may call me Draco. Is that so? That is splendid. I too feel that I lack a few friends. You can simply call me Harry, Harry replied, his eyes crinkling with a smile. Their hands shook a few times before they withdrew. What are you doing in the corridor? Don't you have a compartment? Would you care to join us in ours? Oh, by the way, this is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. They have been with me since childhood, Draco added, smiling amiably as he introduced his companions to Harry. Harry nodded in acknowledgement towards the two. We do have a compartment, but the ladies need to change into their uniforms. As gentlemen, we must, of course, avoid interrupting them. Wouldn't you agree? Draco appeared somewhat perplexed. Having grown up in Malfoy Manor, he rarely encountered outsiders, even those of his own pure-blood status. The few times he did meet others were at various gatherings, where they maintained a facade of sophistication, learning social niceties from adults, leaving him oblivious to the essence of normal human interaction. However, Harry's assertion seemed undoubtedly correct. After all, he was the savior. With this in mind, Draco nodded in agreement. You are right, but waiting here indefinitely is not a solution. Before he could finish his thought, the compartment door swung open. Harry, Neville, I'm ready. It's your turn, Hermione exclaimed, her head bowed as she adjusted her clothing, oblivious to the presence of a few extra individuals outside. Ah, let me make the introductions. Harry suddenly recalled Neville, who was on the verge of tearing his clothes apart, as he introduced him. This was a friend he had met on the train, Neville Longbottom, along with Hermione Granger. Draco frowned as he cast a glance at Neville. He had heard of the Longbottom family's reputation. Adults often looked down upon the generations of Gryffindor, and he had also heard that this iteration of Longbottom was nearly mute. Yet, Harry insisted that he was a friend. Draco pressed his lips together and nodded at Neville. Offering a perfunctory greeting, Neville stammered a response and promptly closed his mouth, fearing he would draw further attention from Draco. Hermione, however, elegantly extended her hand, saying, Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. As Draco pondered the wizarding family of Granger from his memories, he reached out and gave a gentle handshake, introducing himself as Draco Malfoy. What relation are you to the renowned healer Hector Granger? A granddaughter, perhaps? At last, Draco managed to recall a Granger from his recollections and inquired. Hermione shook her head. I do not know the person you speak of. My parents are both dentists, ordinary people, so they are mundane. Draco was about to exchange pleasantries, recalling his mother's advice to feign knowledge even if unfamiliar, thus maintaining composure. However, midway through, he suddenly grasped the implication of Hermione's words. You mean your parents are muggles? While that was indeed the case, Hermione retorted, but I dislike that term, furrowing her brow and lifting her chin, casting an irritated glance at Draco. Draco trembled. his hands shaking as he looked at Hermione with a mixture of fear and anger, his face flushed. Sensing the situation was escalating, Harry swiftly embraced Draco's shoulders and covered his mouth, interrupting the harsh words that were about to spill forth. He smiled at Hermione, saying, "Hermione, it's our turn to change clothes. Would you mind waiting in the corridor for a moment, or perhaps exploring another compartment?" He was well aware of the kind of remarks these self-proclaimed purebloods would make. They were not even at school yet, and he had no desire to cultivate adversaries on the train. In this world, oftentimes, the more friends one has and the fewer enemies, the less daunting the challenges become. Hermione glanced at the struggling Draco, wisely refraining from probing into what he intended to say. Instead, she simply nodded and tugged at her clothing, making her way directly toward the rear of the train. Harry half-dragged Draco into the compartment, ushering the bewildered Neville inside as well. He grabbed a handful of sweets from the table and handed them to Crabbe and Goyle, dismissing them to return to their own compartment. The two glanced down at the candies in their hands, unwrapped one, and with smiles on their faces, they departed. Enraged, Draco began to pound the table in the compartment. How could they do this? They forget me for a mere snack. Harry closed the compartment door, crossed over to Draco, retrieved his bag from the seat, and after rummaging for a moment, he pulled out his school uniform before turning to him. "Draco, have you ever been to the Muggle world?" "Harry, why did you stop me? Aren't Muggles all filthy and foolish, and quite greedy?" Draco seemed to recall something, his face contorting with disgust and disdain. "Have you seen them?" As Harry changed his clothes, he raised an eyebrow and inquired. Draco replied without hesitation, "Of course." However, he suddenly paused, sealing his lips. "What did you see? Is it something you cannot disclose?" Harry summoned an ethereal mirror with a wave of his hand, adjusting the slightly askew headband on his forehead. Draco appeared uncomfortable. He was reluctant to delve into that topic. Seeing Harry's actions, his eyes brightened, prompting him to question Harry. "They say you've always lived a life akin to that of a prince. Is it true? And what was that magic you just performed? Could you teach me?" Harry's hand faltered momentarily. "Who said I've lived a life like a prince? That was merely a simple charm. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. It's quite easy." Harry intended to explain that this was a skill mandated by Headmaster Black, who believed that wizards must always present themselves according to the standards of decorum. Yet who knew where those standards originated? To avoid losing points, even first-year students, only recently admitted, could effortlessly summon a mirror and tidy their attire within a minute. "Then thank you. I find carrying a mirror rather inconvenient. Although my father procured me a small, seamless expanding wallet, it's far too tiny. I must write to him once I arrive at school, requesting a larger one. Would you like one? I can ask my father to get two." Draco exclaimed joyfully before finally addressing Harry's question. "It says so in the books and in the newspapers. I frequently saw news about you in the papers when I was younger. Children in the magical world grew up watching your stories." Harry dismissed the mirror with a wave and turned to Neville. "Really?" Neville, nervously tugging at his school uniform, was uncertain whether he should change clothes in front of them. Upon hearing Harry's question, he nodded. "My grandmother has been telling me your stories since I was little. What he said is true." Chapter 9. The Real Existence of Hagrid. Harry frowned. He was no longer an ignorant child, having ventured outside for quite some time. What they spoke of was entirely different from what he knew, indicating that someone was concealing the truth. Based on the information he had gathered over the past few days, it was evidently amiss. If it wasn't to suppress him, then it was to protect him. As for the reason behind this protection, Harry instinctively touched the headband on his forehead. Was it because of the person who left that scar? It seemed that the current magical world was far from peaceful. Harry couldn't help but sigh. During his time at Hogwarts, aside from worrying about Headmaster Black's occasional whims, his primary concern was safety during adventures. Now, it appeared that even in school, he had to be vigilant regarding his safety. "I grew up in the Muggle world. Aside from having my basic needs met, nothing else resembled a prince's life," Harry shrugged, addressing the two in the compartment. "How could that be? That's impossible." Neville and Draco exclaimed in unison, one questioning, the other affirming. "Why is it impossible?" Harry asked. "My grandmother once remarked that you have been exceptionally well educated, possessing a great deal of magic even before your enrollment. Moreover, you do not resemble Neville." His voice dwindled, and he awkwardly closed his mouth at a loss for words. "What about you?" Harry turned to Draco. Draco, visibly flustered, exclaimed, "I have ventured into the Muggle world. I have encountered those Muggles. How dare they allow you to mingle with those filthy creatures?" "You have?" Harry was genuinely astonished. As far as he knew, pureblood families seldom dared to tread into the Muggle realm, especially after the enactment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy in 1689, which had led pureblood families to sever ties completely. This was not mere conjecture on Harry's part. It was documented in the annals of magical history. and he had managed to secure an eye on that subject. After a moment's hesitation, Draco scrutinized the shrinking Neville before reluctantly continuing. When I was a child, I accompanied my godfather to study potions. He resides in the Muggle world, and my father frequently urged him to relocate, but he was resistant. Thus, I could only visit him through the fireplace each week. One time, he had to step out unexpectedly, and out of curiosity about the Muggle world, I dashed out the front door and encountered those Muggles. Draco's voice faltered, and he shuddered. Do you know where you ended up? Harry could not suppress his curiosity. My godfather's address is 19 Spinner's End, but I am unaware of the Muggle world beyond that. Draco sighed in relief, glad that Harry did not press further about what he had witnessed. Harry stroked his chin in contemplation. The name of that street seemed familiar. After a moment's reflection, he unearthed a distant memory. Aunt Petunia had mentioned it during her dealings with grandfather and grandmother's property in Cokeworth. It was known as one of the most disheveled areas among nearby towns, a street rife with the impoverished, vagrants, and criminals. Upon realizing this, Harry cast a sympathetic glance at Draco. Poor child, the only place he had visited in the Muggle world was such a wretched locale. What could he possibly have seen? It was no wonder he harbored such a poor impression of Muggles. What kind of look is that? Did I say something wrong? Draco snapped, irritated. Would you like to see the real Muggle world? Harry proposed mischievously, curious about how the offspring of these ancient pureblood families would react to the present-day magical realm. There was much he could not dare to mention. The towering buildings outside, the cars racing down the roads, and the amusement park he had once passed by. They surely had never laid eyes upon such marvels. Draco wrinkled his nose in disdain. What's so fascinating about that? It's dirty and smelly. Harry chose to disregard his comment, rummaging through his bag until, after some time, he triumphantly exclaimed, "Ah, found it. You two, stop staring and lend me a hand. This is far too heavy." With that, Harry released his grip, allowing the bag to plop onto the seat, while he grasped a stone basin that was protruding from the bag's edge, straining to pull it out. Draco and Neville hurried to assist, and together, the three of them managed to extract the stone basin from the satchel, placing it upon the table. The table held firm, only quivering slightly before stabilizing. Draco glanced at the intricately engraved stone basin, and then at Harry's bag. How vast is the space within that bag? This must be quite costly. The Ministry of Magic has now prohibited the creation of such items. Anything exceeding twice the size of the carrier must be reported. This is what I found in the vault. Harry hesitated briefly regarding the origin of the bag as he stood at the table with the two others, proclaiming, "Let me show you the true Muggle world." A pensive, Draco finally recognized the stone basin Harry had produced, his astonishment evident. Such an object had become quite rare. Even a Malfoy family did not possess one, though it was rumored that Professor Dumbledore owned one, which was strictly for the school's private use and could not be taken away. Harry chuckled. "You have a keen eye? No wonder you hail from a pure blood family." "Of course, I'm a Malfoy," Draco replied with pride. The origin of this pensieve was rather dubious. During his 5th year, while following Professor Fig in search of traces of ancient magic, Harry had encountered the pensieve multiple times. He found it quite useful and discreetly swiped one, reasoning that nobody would come looking for it. "Do you want to see it? Hermione might return shortly, and we don't have much time," Harry urged. Draco still felt somewhat reluctant, thinking who would want to gaze upon such creepy crawlies. However, Neville was quite curious. "I want to see it. I've never been to the Muggle world or seen anything like it." Harry smiled. "It will surely broaden your horizons." With that, he extracted a strand of silver blue thread from his temple with his wand, winding it a few times before gently placing it into the pensieve. He gave the pensieve a slight turn, and the silver blue thread transformed into an ethereal substance, filling the bottom of the basin. "Last chance, do you want to look?" Harry asked Draco with a grin. Draco hesitated, watching as Harry impatiently prepared to drag Neville to see it, and finally made up his mind. "I'll look." Harry then beamed, pulling Draco over as the three of them squeezed beside the table. Following Harry's instructions, they gradually submerged their faces into the pensieve. Suddenly, they were whirled away, landing on a bustling street. Harry, holding onto the two dazed companions, guided them to the roadside to avoid the speeding cars. Though this was merely a memory and they would not be harmed, instinctively, they moved aside. "Is this the Muggle world?" Draco inquired, observing the pristine streets, the throngs of people, the carriages on the road, and the towering buildings, taking a moment to regain his voice. "Indeed, this is outside the leaky cauldron." Harry indicated behind them. The two turned to see a dilapidated door that seemed completely out of place in the environment. Next, Harry swiftly led them through glimpses of the streets, shopping centers, schools, and amusement parks, ensuring that these memories were carefully selected, devoid of Dudley and his gang of friends. In approximately 10 minutes, Harry grasped their arms and guided them away from the memory. Do you still think those are creepy crawlies? Harry asked Draco with a smile. Draco shifted awkwardly in his seat. What I saw was indeed real. There's also Nocturne Alley, which you must have heard of. No matter where you are, places like this exist. Do not judge others through the lens of your own biases, Harry replied with a grin. Draco remained visibly unconvinced. Observing his demeanor, Harry chose to refrain from further comment, as altering one's perspective is a formidable challenge. It seemed that Draco's childhood experiences had left him with psychological scars that could not be mended in mere moments. Rather, only the passage of time could gradually reshape his thoughts. Noticing the time, Harry gently reminded Draco to return to his compartment, as their arrival was imminent and Hermione would soon be back. If Draco was unwilling to share a seat with Hermione, it would be wise for him to return quickly, for he and Neville would never displace Hermione for Draco's sake. Irritated, Draco exited the compartment, tempted to hurl a few sharp words at Harry. However, upon Harry's assurance that he would teach him the spell for summoning a mirror once they reached school, Draco held his tongue and retreated to his own compartment. Before leaving, he remembered to assist in stowing the pensieve back into Harry's bag, specifically cautioning him against taking it out carelessly, as the method for crafting pensieves had long been lost, and any surviving example would command an exorbitant price. Within 3 minutes of Draco's departure, Hermione returned, accompanied by a pale-faced, red-haired boy. This is Ron Weasley. I discovered him being bullied by his older brother and some upperclassmen while I was wandering, so I brought him along, Hermione explained to the two. We still have some empty seats, and we're nearing Hogwarts, right? Harry nodded and invited Ron to sit down, momentarily captivated by his bright red hair. With the surname Weasley, could he possibly be a descendant of Gareth? Pondering this, Harry inquired, have you ever heard of Gareth Weasley? Ron, visibly shaken and pale, regained his composure upon hearing the name Weasley. What did you say? Gareth Weasley, he lived around a century ago, Harry replied. Ron's face contorted in disbelief. 100 years? That is so long ago. I'm not sure if we have that ancestor. I've never really paid attention to our family lineage. If you're curious, I can ask my dad when we get to school. He would know, Ron said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Harry, not overly disappointed, reflected that he would be equally at a loss if questioned about the ancestors of the Potter family from a century ago. Well then, thank you. By the way, did you say you were bullied by your brother? I saw your family on the platform, and you all seemed quite harmonious, Harry asked, puzzled. Ron's face drained of color again, and he shivered as if recalling a terrifying memory. Hermione cast him a sympathetic glance before elucidating the situation to Harry. It turned out that Hermione had merely intended to stroll through the corridor and return when the time was right. However, upon passing a compartment, she heard Ron's terrified cries, tinged with a note of distress. Without hesitation, she flung open the compartment door, only to witness a pair of red-haired twins and a dark-skinned boy advancing towards Ron, who was cowering in the corner, clutching a box filled with spiders. Hermione, brimming with a sense of justice, intervened and rescued Ron, delivering a stern reprimand to the three culprits. Upon realizing that the mischievous twins were Ron's brothers, her indignation intensified. She scolded them vehemently before dragging Ron out of the compartment, where she consoled him for a considerable time before finally bringing him back. Ron was immensely grateful for Hermione's timely intervention and followed her without hesitation. Seeing Ron's pitiful state, Harry handed him a chocolate frog to help calm his nerves. The group reintroduced themselves, and Ron was instantly astonished by Harry's identity. He stammered, glancing at Harry's forehead, eager to glimpse the famed scar. However, Hermione and Neville, with serious expressions, halted him. They had previously inquired why Harry concealed it, to which he had explained that the scar symbolized his loss of parents, and he preferred not to display it. The two accepted this explanation without question, and Hermione quietly elucidated the matter to Ron. Blushing deeply, Ron apologized to Harry, who waved it off, indicating that ignorance was no sin. They chatted a bit about Hogwarts, and the atmosphere relaxed, with even Neville feeling at ease enough to join the conversation. As dusk fell, the lights in the compartment flickered before brightening again. Through the train window, only shadowy outlines of trees were visible, enveloped in darkness. It was not until a cool female voice echoed through the train, announcing that they had 5 minutes until their arrival, that they stood up to tidy the remnants of their snacks and discuss the timing for returning books with Harry, preparing to disembark. Soon, the train slowed and came to a gentle halt at a platform steeped in history. Harry, following the crowd, stepped off the train and took in the surroundings with a sense of nostalgia, marveling at how little had changed since a century ago. Aside from the growth of the trees, even the benches at the platform remained unaltered. Habitually adjusting his school uniform jacket, he prepared to walk towards the night bus. First years. First years. Come this way. Let me see you. A booming voice called from the other end of the platform. Harry turned to look. There stood a towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, wielding a lamp as large as a horse's head. A thick beard obscured his expression, and his beetle-like eyes scanned the gathering first years for something. Harry's heart raced. There he was. Hagrid. The Hagrid he had searched for over 5 years. Unable to contain his excitement, he quickened his pace towards Hagrid. Hagrid, Harry called out. Ah, it's Harry. Hagrid boomed, a hearty laugh escaping him. He stepped forward to greet the approaching Harry. Harry paused, momentarily taken aback. How had he fared over the past month? He hadn't experienced merely a month. It had been 5 long years. Well, he managed to say, reaching up to pat Hagrid's waist, which was the highest he could reach. That's great. We'll talk more later. I have work to do now. Hagrid winked at Harry, raised his lantern high, and called out loudly, First-year students. First-year students, gather here. Chapter 10, The Sorting Hat. Harry stared at Hagrid's retreating figure, realizing it was true. It was not a dream. He had truly reunited with Hagrid. And this was not a figment of his imagination. He knew it. It was not a dream, though he had been back for several days. An overwhelming sense of unreality lingered, compounded by the complex attitude of the Dursleys, the unchanged Hogwarts Express, and the vaults of Gringotts, all contributing to a surreal feeling. It was only upon seeing Hagrid and touching him that Harry felt he had genuinely returned to 1991, a century later. Harry fixed his gaze on Hagrid, oblivious to Hermione, Neville, and Ron, who were separated by the crowd. He closely followed Hagrid down the path beside the station, positioning himself as the first in line behind him. Upon reaching the lakeside, Hagrid beckoned a specially crafted boat and shouted to the group of young students behind him, 4 to a boat. Everyone aboard. Be careful not to fall in. The lake is quite chilly. Retracting his gaze, Harry recalled his forgotten friends. He hastily selected a boat, placing one foot on it to secure himself while glancing back at the silhouettes of the trio. Soon, illuminated by Hagrid's lantern at the bow, Harry spotted the distinctive red hair and called out Ron, Hermione, Neville, over here. The 3, upon hearing his voice, turned to see Harry and hurried over, one after another. As he assisted them onto the boat, Harry was the last aboard, pulled in by the 3, just as he withdrew his foot from shore. No sooner had he settled in than he heard a derisive snort from a nearby boat, where Draco Malfoy sat with 2 cronies. The disdainful sound had come from Draco, who was clearly displeased that Harry had not called out to him, glaring at Harry in indignation. Harry responded with a cheeky grin directed at Draco and gestured towards Crabbe and Goyle, saying, Looks like there's no room for you on your boat either. See you at school. Draco was momentarily speechless, disdainfully assessing the 2 boys' eyes and the fact that they had already exceeded the boat's capacity. Eventually, he relented. Once everyone was seated, Hagrid counted the heads and boarded his own boat. With a gentle lurch, all the boats lined up behind Hagrid's and began to move. The moonlight cast a cold glow upon the lake's surface, shimmering as dozens of small boats drifted quietly across the water, which was dark and unfathomable, save for the ripples created by their passage. Duck down, Hagrid shouted, noticing the cliffs looming over the lake, then lowered his head, just managing to graze the rough stone wall. Harry, at a loss for words, lifted his head to see the stony precipice looming above him, realizing there was no point in bowing. After crossing the cliffs and traveling for less than 5 minutes, Hagrid called out again, Get ready. The first glimpse of Hogwarts is about to unfold. All the first-year students on the boats were captivated, shifting restlessly in their seats, straining their necks to ensure they would not miss this momentous opportunity. Harry also stretched his neck, eagerly yearning to catch another glimpse of Hogwarts. Would it resemble the enchanting castle of a century past? Had it undergone any transformations? Having attended classes before, would Hogwarts still acknowledge him? A collective gasp escaped the lips of dozens, creating a thunderous sound, and Harry keenly noticed the fish in the lake fleeing in alarm. In the distance, a grand ancient castle loomed atop the mountain, reflecting varied hues beneath the moonlight. Almost every window glowed with warm orange light, archaic, serene, noble, mysterious, and inviting. Nearly all exquisite adjectives could be employed to describe this castle, yet each seemed insufficient to encapsulate its magnificence. Harry gazed at the fortress in a trance. No matter how many times he beheld Hogwarts, he would forever be captivated. Before long, the boats docked at the lakeside pier. The first-year students formed a line to disembark, following Hagrid along the wooden path toward the castle's entrance. After a brief walk, they found themselves standing on the steps before the grand door. Hagrid counted the students, adjusted his attire, and rapped on the door with a hand as large as a paddle. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a stern-looking witch clad in a flowing emerald green robe, her face serious, adorned with silver-framed spectacles, and her dark hair meticulously styled into a neat bun. First-year students. Professor McGonagall. I've counted them all, not a single one missing, Hagrid announced with a smile. Professor McGonagall's expression remained unchanged as she nodded at Hagrid. Thank you. Hagrid, I shall take it from here. Hagrid managed to wink at Harry before hurriedly departing in another direction. Without any further ado, Professor McGonagall gestured for the grand door to fully open, revealing an expansive entrance hall. Follow me, she instructed, turning to lead the way inside. The new students quietly followed suit, jostling closely together, each hesitant to utter a word. Torches flickered against the stone walls of the hall, and the ceiling seemed to vanish into the shadows above. Directly ahead lay a broad staircase, crafted from marble, flanked by smooth wooden banisters. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall announced as she ascended the steps and paused at the top. Turning to face the first years, she continued, the feast will commence shortly, but before we begin, we must conduct a necessary ritual, the sorting. Hogwarts is home to 4 houses, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, each possessing its own illustrious history and nurturing exceptional wizards. During your time at Hogwarts, your exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in deductions. At the year's end, the house with the highest score shall be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of which house you are placed in, you will strive to bring glory to it. Now, take a moment to compose yourselves. After all, the sorting ceremony will be conducted before the entire school. Professor McGonagall introduced several aspects of Hogwarts with a calm demeanor, her gaze briefly lingering on the somewhat disheveled attire of the new students before she added, in a few moments, when the ceremony is ready, I shall come to escort you. With that, she turned and walked toward the discreet wooden door on the right side of the staircase. Once her figure vanished through the doorway, the students began to chatter excitedly about the sorting ceremony. Ron's complexion paled as he shared anecdotes from his 5 brothers with his companions. Meanwhile, Harry paid no heed to the buzzing discussions around him. He had closed his eyes, striving to summon the magic within him, resonating with the magical energies surrounding him. A series of silver, bubble-like glimmers, invisible to others, danced around Harry, appearing and vanishing until a single, finger-width beam of light remained, quietly rotating around him. This peculiar magic gently enveloped his forehead, penetrating his headband and covering the scar. Harry exhaled, feeling the sweat dampening his back. It was still a challenge for an 11-year-old to wield ancient magic. The nearby young wizards were startled by the ghost that had just passed by, their faces ashen, and Harry felt decidedly inconspicuous among them. Suddenly, his forehead felt a chill, and instinctively, Harry reached out to grasp what he perceived to be the transformed handkerchief. The effects of the transfiguration spell were nearly exhausted, and having just been infused with ancient magic, it could no longer maintain its form, reverting back to a simple handkerchief and falling from his forehead. Grasping the handkerchief in one hand, Harry hastily brushed his hair back with the other, frowning at the piece of fabric. Since it had been permeated by ancient magic, it was now impossible to transform again. It appeared that his scar would have to be revealed. Here, a hand extended before Harry, presenting a neatly folded white handkerchief embroidered with a golden fire-breathing dragon. Looking up, Harry noticed Draco standing on the step in front of him, turning his head to survey the surroundings, fiercely returning the curious gazes of onlookers. Harry smiled and thanked him. Taking the handkerchief, with a flick of his wand, it transformed into a white headband adorned with golden dragon motifs, which he quickly tied around his forehead. Just as he was about to speak, Professor McGonagall returned, standing behind Draco with a scroll of parchment in her hand. She cast a discerning glance at Harry's wand and the headband on his forehead. Now form 2 lines and follow me, she commanded, leading the group towards the grand entrance, for which a buzzing murmur of voices emanated, as if hundreds of people were conversing within. Professor McGonagall pushed open the grand doors, leading the first-year students through the expansive hall, passing by the long tables filled with eager learners, until they reached the dais at the far end. Behind it sat a panel of professors, among them the illustrious headmaster Dumbledore, adorned in a robe adorned with stars and moons. The students fell silent, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the new arrivals. Professor McGonagall placed a rickety stool upon the dais and set an old, tattered hat atop it. The hat stirred slightly, its brim splitting open like a mouth, and began to sing. Quick-witted, Harry pointed his wand and murmured a silencing charm, reducing the melodic tones to a mere hum in his ears. With a sigh of relief, he glanced at Draco beside him, whose contorted expression elicited a silent apology. After all, the Sorting Hat song was a rite of passage for newcomers, and as an upperclassman, he felt fortunate to be spared from the ordeal. It was only when the hat ceased its song that Harry discreetly lifted the charm, surveying his surroundings to ensure no one had noticed his actions, before relaxing once more. Now, as I call your names, please step forward for your sorting. Professor McGonagall unfurled the parchment in her hands and began to call out names. Hannah Abbott. A round-faced girl with golden hair nervously approached. Hufflepuff. The sorting hat proclaimed loudly, and the table to her right erupted in enthusiastic cheers, welcoming her to their ranks. Following the alphabetical order, Professor McGonagall continued to call names, some taking longer than others. Harry watched intently, still captivated by the ceremony despite having witnessed it numerous times. Hermione was among the first to step up. She jogged forward, murmuring softly to herself. Gryffindor, the hat declared, and she removed it, dashing toward the table against the far wall, greeted by rapturous applause. Next was Neville, who took an unusually long time, almost 3 minutes, before the hat finally announced Gryffindor. He sprinted towards Hermione, inadvertently carrying the hat with him, which elicited laughter from the hall. Blushing, he sheepishly returned the hat. A few more names passed before it was Draco's turn. He took his seat, and, as the hat barely brushed his hair, it bellowed Slytherin. With a triumphant grin, he waved at Harry, mouthing encouragement for him to join as well. Harry could only feign ignorance. He had spent 5 years in Slytherin, enduring its dark, damp atmosphere and the grotesque merfolk outside. He had truly had enough. Finally, he heard his own name, Harry Potter. A momentary hush fell over the hall, followed by an eruption of whispers, with some standing to gaze at him. He felt akin to a monkey on display in a zoo, taking his place upon the stool. The sorting hat was placed on his head by Professor McGonagall, slowly descending to obscure his vision. Curious. Why do I feel as though I've already sorted you? A faint voice whispered in his ear. Nervously, Harry tightened his fists hidden in his sleeves, hoping he wouldn't be discovered. How peculiar. You seem quite familiar to me. Yet you are indeed a newcomer. What could possibly be amiss? Harry, wearied by the incessant musings of the sorting hat, thought, perhaps it would be best to proceed with my sorting. He feared that if he lingered any longer, the hat might recall something significant. After all, Professor Weasley's letter had indicated that the sorting hat had been muddled, but a century had passed. No enchantment could remain intact for such a duration. What if it were to fail at this very moment? Well, never mind. I have ample time to ponder. The cacophony outside grew louder, and Harry had been seated for over 3 minutes without a sign from the hat. Whispers and murmurs surrounded him, and all eyes were anxiously fixed upon the platform where he sat. Gryffindor, at long last, the sorting hat proclaimed the name of the house, igniting the most fervent cheer of the evening from the crimson and gold-adorned long table. Some jubilantly pounded the table, while Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, though somewhat disappointed, offered polite applause. Only the Slytherin table remained silent, with Draco's face flushed in anger as he glared menacingly at Harry. Removing the sorting hat, Harry placed it upon the stool and inclined his head slightly towards Professor McGonagall before dashing towards the nearly standing Gryffindor table. Hermione and Neville waved enthusiastically, clearing a space for him. Chapter 11. The Disdain for Gryffindor. Harry nodded and smiled at his classmates who greeted him, feeling as though his cheeks would freeze from the grin. 3 more students followed him. Lisa Turpin was sorted into Ravenclaw. Then came Ron, who was placed in Gryffindor, his previously stiff body relaxing as he joyfully rushed over to join Harry. The last was Blaise Zabini, sorted into Slytherin. Seated against the wall, Harry could see the distant Slytherin table through the gaps in the crowd. Draco continued to glare, prompting Harry to mouth a message, gesturing for him to turn away, which finally diverted Draco's gaze. Hello, I am Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother, a 5th-year student and a Gryffindor prefect. Welcome to Gryffindor. A tall, red-haired upperclassman leaned toward Harry, extending his hand with an air of formality. Harry shook his hand in return, saying, Thank you, I am also delighted to be here. Huh, we have Potter. We have Potter, exclaimed 2 voices in unison, each throwing an arm around Harry's shoulders and shaking him playfully. Harry felt as though he were adjusting the stereo while sneaking a peek at the television. Turning to look, he saw a pair of identical twins, both with red hair, making it impossible to discern one from the other. These must be the twin brothers who had teased Ron on the train, he thought. E.M. George, E.M. Fred. On behalf of the entire 3rd year, we welcome our savior, they declared in unison. They exaggeratedly took a step back, raising their hands high towards Harry, bowing deeply in a theatrical manner. This gesture elicited hearty laughter from those seated at the Gryffindor table, even drawing chuckles from some at the Ravenclaw table a distance away. Harry furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the playful twins. He could hardly fathom how they could possibly bully their own brother. Perhaps they were merely inclined towards mischief. Yet the events on the train had transcended mere pranks. What then do they truly mean? The twins, perceptively sensing Harry's discontent, exchanged glances with Hermione and Neville, who were equally glaring at them, as if they began to grasp the situation. It appears there has been a misunderstanding regarding us. If the opportunity arises, we would be delighted to discuss it, Fred said with a smile. Of course, if you prefer not to engage in conversation, we shall not intrude, George chimed in, grinning as he draped his arm over Fred's shoulder. Silence. Return to your seats. Professor Dumbledore is about to speak, Percy called out sternly to the twins. They responded to their brother with a playful grimace before scampering back to their seats. Professor Dumbledore rose, arms wide open, welcoming all the new students to Hogwarts. Before the feast commences, I must utter a few words. Imbeciles. Crybabies. Rubbish. Twist, he declared. Thank you all. He resumed his seat, prompting applause and cheers from the assembly. In the blink of an eye, the long table was laden with an abundance of food. Roast beef, puddings, fried chicken legs, and alongside them, roasted potatoes and vegetable salads. Though the latter were scant, seeming less appealing to the young wizards. Harry wasted no time, swiftly taking a selection of food from the platter to fill his own plate. Devouring it heartily, he lifted his cup and noted it contained pumpkin juice. After taking a sip, he sighed contentedly, savoring the familiar flavor of Hogwarts pumpkin juice. Once his hunger was satiated to a satisfactory degree, Harry finally tuned into the surrounding conversations. The boy beside Ron was regaling tales of his witch mother and muggle father, evoking laughter from those nearby. Observing that Harry had nearly finished his meal, Hermione leaned in quietly to introduce him to the new students of their year. Noting that he had been preoccupied with eating during the earlier introductions, Harry listened attentively. Matching names to faces, the speaker was Seamus, while the dark-skinned boy seated next to Neville was Dean, and two girls further up the table were Parvati and Lavender. As the students became acquainted and their hunger subsided, the variety of dishes on the table dwindled, soon replaced by an array of desserts, fruit pies, cream cakes, jellies, and ice creams. Harry took a piece of fruit pie, savoring it slowly, while glancing towards the head table, scrutinizing the professors. Suddenly, he felt a surge of intense hostility. Having recently encountered ancient magic, he had become particularly attuned to such sentiments. He quickly turned his gaze, identifying a professor wrapped in a thick shawl who was currently turned away from him. Engaged in conversation with a dark-clad colleague, Harry furrowed his brow, recognizing Professor Quirrell, the very man he had encountered on the day Hagrid took him shopping. Yet, he could not comprehend why this professor harbored such animosity towards him. Before he could ponder further, Harry noticed the dark-clad professor fixating upon him with an intensity that was unsettling. In his gaze, there was a mixture of scrutiny, disdain, and a barely perceptible hint of guilt. Guilt? Who was he to feel such remorse? Why would he feel it towards Harry? The young wizard seized upon this detail. Their eyes met, and the professor swiftly averted his gaze, his lips moving as he whispered something to Professor Quirrell, who then dropped his fork onto the floor. Turning to Percy, Harry inquired, "Who is that next to Professor Quirrell?" "Oh, it seems you're already acquainted with Professor Quirrell. That is Professor Snape, Severus Snape. He teaches potions and is also the head of Slytherin House. He shows considerable favoritism towards his own house, so it would be wise not to provoke him. He has a particular disdain for Gryffindor," Percy whispered, leaning in closer to Harry. Harry's momentary delight quickly faded. This was the potions master he sought assistance from. Yet, he was a Gryffindor, and the master loathed Gryffindor. This was indeed unfortunate news. However, Harry began to ponder the guilt he had detected. It was certain that this was their first meeting, so from whence did this guilt arise? According to the records, Snape was 31 years old. A simple calculation revealed a connection to his own parents. Was there a link between Snape and either his father or mother? The disdain in Snape's gaze was unmistakable. They often remarked on Harry's resemblance to his father, indicating a troubled relationship with him. Harry felt a headache coming on, animosity towards his father, and a seemingly cordial relationship with his mother. Could Snape be a rival? This posed a significant dilemma. Unable to suppress a sigh, Harry tapped his head, feeling sluggish after a hearty meal. He could not devise a plan to approach the potions master just yet, and would have to wait until class to observe him further. Before long, all the food on the table had vanished, and the plates gleamed as if brand new. At that moment, Dumbledore rose once more from the head table, and the hall fell into a hushed silence as he began to speak. Now that everyone has had their fill, I would like to address a few important matters as the term commences. First-year students, take heed. The forest on the school grounds is off-limits to all students. I urge some of our older students to remember this as well. Harry glanced at the twins, who were stifling laughter. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone not to use magic in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term. Any students wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must warn you all, those who wish to avoid unexpected misfortune and a painful demise should steer clear of the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. A few individuals erupted into laughter, but Harry remained silent. He furrowed his brow, perplexed by the unexpected warning. The last time he attended school, the only dangers present were the curses inscribed in the restricted section of a library. When did the fourth floor corridor become a perilous zone? Why had there been no mention of this in any historical account of Hogwarts? Had this forbidden area ever existed before? Harry quietly inquired of Percy. Percy, too, frowned. No, this was a recent development. Typically, hazardous locations would be duly explained, yet this time there had been no clarification. At the very least, he ought to have informed us. The prefects. Now, before we retire for the night, let us sing the school song, Dumbledore declared, waving his wand gently, conjuring a ribbon of colors that twisted into words in the air. Everyone is free to choose their preferred melody. Dumbledore gestured as if conducting an orchestra, preparing to begin. Harry scrutinized the lyrics with seriousness, singing the school song in a hymn-like tune, but soon found his rhythm derailed. The melodies became bizarre, and he even discerned the strains of a funeral march. During the tenure of Headmaster Black, the school song had always been sung in unison to a singular tune, and Harry was certain he had never witnessed such a chaotic rendition. After enduring the chaotic singing, Dumbledore, still conducting with his wand, led the final segment of the Weasley twins' funeral march. Harry squirmed restlessly, feeling as though his seat was pricked with needles. He yearned to return to the dormitory. At last, he heard Dumbledore instructing everyone to return to their respective common rooms, and Harry instantly rose, striding towards the hall's exit. Just then, he stumbled, caught by an unseen hand. Don't run off. First-year students must follow the prefects. Percy shouted, gripping Harry's arm. Gryffindor first years, follow me. Fortunately, the others were seated nearby, and soon they had all gathered, trailing behind Percy. Reluctantly, Harry followed, unable to admit that he was quite familiar with the route to the Gryffindor common room and did not require guidance. As they walked, Percy explained the path to the newcomers, cautioning them about the steps that concealed traps. Along the way, they encountered Peeves, whom Percy was reprimanding to vacate the area. However, Peeves did not play pranks on them. Instead, he looked on in terror at a familiar figure among the first years. When Percy threatened to summon the Bloody Baron, Peeves let out a wail and vanished through the wall. Did you see that? You must be cautious when encountering Peeves. He will prank everyone, and only the Slytherin ghost, the Baron, can put a stop to him. Percy believed his words had made an impact, earnestly instructing the first years. Only Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment, as the exact timeline of Peeves' appearances had become a matter of speculation. Yet he recalled that a century ago, when he was a student, Peeves had already been a fixture at Hogwarts. Back then, he had reveled in mischief, causing havoc for Harry on numerous occasions, until Harry mastered ancient magic and decisively taught Peeves a lesson, leading to the poltergeist's panicked retreats upon seeing him. But logically, this shouldn't be possible, should it? Harry felt a sense of bewilderment during the banquet. He had seen the ghosts of each house, none of whom seemed to recognize him. This was due to Professor Weasley collaborating with the faculty to cast a powerful spell on the ghosts, and Peeves was no exception. Yet now, it was evident that Peeves recognized him. Regrettably, Peeves darted away too swiftly, leaving Harry with many unanswered questions. Eventually, they halted before a portrait of a plump lady clad in a pink court gown, who smiled and said, "Password, De Dagong Jung." Percy replied, "Correct," exclaimed the fat lady, as the portrait slowly swung open like a door, revealing a circular passageway behind it. The passage was rather narrow, barely accommodating two individuals side by side. "Let us go," urged Percy, leading the way. The others hurriedly followed him into the tunnel. After a few meters, they emerged into a spacious hall adorned in golden and crimson decor. Along the walls stood a fireplace, where a warm fire blazed brightly. Flanking the fireplace, from the entrance to the passage, were plush armchairs and an assortment of round and square tables scattered throughout. The large windows offered a clear view of a corner of the Black Lake and expansive meadows beyond. Harry yawned, as the effects of the vitality potion were beginning to wane. He had not slept for 2 days and nights and was now exceedingly fatigued. When Percy uttered the password, he nearly failed to respond. Since mastering Parseltongue at Slytherin, he had not needed to use a password again. Fortunately, Percy had caught him in the Great Hall. Otherwise, even if he had known the way, he would not have gained entry to the common room. Once inside, Percy first guided the girls through one door, where the female prefect awaited them, and then led the boys through another. Inside was a spiral staircase, and, as they ascended the steps, Percy paused. Here we are. 5 to a dormitory. The names are on the doors, and your luggage has been placed beside your respective beds. Rest well, everyone. With that, he turned and left. Harry glanced at the names on the door, located his dormitory, and unsteadily pushed the door open. The polygonal room contained 5 four-poster beds draped in deep red velvet curtains. Spotting his suitcase, Harry mumbled to himself and dashed over, collapsing onto the bed. In an instant, soft snores began to emanate from him. The remaining 4 exchanged glances. And it was Neville who spoke up. He didn't sleep last night. He took a potion on the train. The effects must have worn off by now. That explains it. I thought he was just ignoring us. Simon scratched the back of his head, smiling sheepishly. Chapter 12, Secrets Revealed. No, Harry is a good person. You'll see when he wakes up, Neville asserted confidently, with Ron nodding in agreement as he carefully placed his pet beside his pillow. By the way, with him sleeping like that, will he feel unwell in the morning? Ron furrowed his brow while standing beside Harry's bed, which was conveniently adjacent to his own. Should we do something to help him? The others exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. As they hesitated, Harry's neatly arranged clothing began to shift, transforming back into the tattered coat he had worn at the Dursleys, while the attire beneath morphed into a pair of threadbare pajamas riddled with holes. What is this? What is happening? Dean's eyes widened in astonishment. Neville, with a serious expression, stepped forward to lower the curtain, extending his hand to remove Harry's glasses, placing them on the bedside table. If Harry wished to share, he would do so. It is improper to pry into others' privacy. Seamus interjected to alleviate the tension. All right. Dean is merely surprised and has not said anything inappropriate. By the way, aren't you all tired? I am absolutely worn out. Prompted by Seamus's remark, they suddenly became aware of their own exhaustion. They hastily queued for a wash and climbed back into bed. In what felt like the blink of an eye, they were all enveloped in a deep slumber. The night at Hogwarts dimmed most of the lights, shrouded in darkness like a slumbering giant. Peeves flitted through the castle corridors, eventually arriving at a place he typically avoided, the headmaster's office. This area was fortified with various magical protections, generally inaccessible to ghosts. However, such barriers posed no challenge for Peeves. He laboriously navigated through the trickling water creature and floated up the staircase, peering through the office door. The dimly lit chamber was devoid of life. With the portraits on the walls, all closed their eyes in slumber, some even snoring audibly. Dumbledore? Peeves whispered. Silence reigned in the room. Even the snoring persisted undisturbed. Peeves fully entered the room, raising his voice slightly. Dumbledore. Still, no response met his ears. Relieved, Peeves hastened to the portrait, softly calling out, Black. Black. The portrait depicted a dark-haired man with a refined goat beard. Even with his eyes shut, it was evident he was not of a congenial disposition. Peeves? What do you want? Phineas Black lazily opened his eyes, regarding the colorful ghost with disdain. What do I want? Peeves exclaimed, filled with indignation. Just as he was about to shout recklessly, a thought struck him, and he lowered his voice. You sent me to deliver a message. He has returned. He truly has come back to Hogwarts. Who? The voice that responded came from behind him, causing Peeves to feel something amiss. Clad in pajamas, Dumbledore held a candlestick, watching Peeves with keen interest. It is indeed Headmaster Dumbledore. Peeves chuckled nervously, gradually drifting towards the window. No, I prefer you call me old madman. Dumbledore replied with a jovial smile, taking a couple of steps forward to place the candlestick on the table. As if struck by a whip, Peeves let out a piercing scream and, with unprecedented speed, darted through the window, vanishing in an instant. Dumbledore grimaced slightly, properly setting the candlestick down before standing before the portrait wall. Phineas, I trust you know whom Peeves was referring to, do you not? The response came in the form of Phineas's resounding snore. All the portraits on the wall awoke, no longer pretending to slumber, and began to shout the name of Phineas from within their frames. At last, Phineas could no longer feign sleep. He opened his eyes innocently and gazed at Dumbledore, asking, Did you call for me? My apologies, I must have dozed off. After all, one cannot demand too much from a portrait, can one? Phineas, we have a duty to assist the current headmaster of Hogwarts. This is an unbreakable rule. Headmistress Dolores Umbridge admonished sternly. Do you wish to be expelled from Hogwarts? Phineas glanced up apprehensively, his impatience evident as he scoffed. I haven't said a word yet. No need to place such a heavy burden on me. Who are you referring to as having returned? You should all know that child has enrolled this year, and I must ascertain the situation within the school, Dumbledore said amiably. Phineas displayed a pained expression as he strained to look up, hoping to see if the figure in the portrait was present. Unfortunately, something obstructed his view. rendering it impossible to see. Rolling his eyes, Phineas suddenly shouted, "Headmaster Fitzgerald? Is Headmaster Neo for Fitzgerald there? May I speak?" Upon hearing Phineas's call, Dumbledore looked up in chronological order, revealing a blank canvas where no one resided. The name and tenure date below indicated it was the portrait of Phineas's predecessor. "Stop shouting. She has never been here," Headmistress Umbridge retorted tersely. Phineas's eyes darted around, while Dumbledore patiently awaited a response. Realizing he must say something today or risk facing consequences, Phineas reminded himself that he had consulted Headmaster Neo for her opinion, and since she had not responded, he could not be blamed. "Ahem. We are speaking of a student from my tenure, a young man named Harry Potter, the one who thwarted the Goblin Rebellion," Phineas blurted out in one breath, then promptly sealed his lips, uttering no further sound. "Harry Potter?" Dumbledore's expression shifted dramatically. "Such a significant matter. Why is there no historical record of this name? It must hold great importance. And what do you mean by returned? What is his purpose?" Phineas remained silent, even closing his eyes. Were it not for the residual prestige of the Black family, he would remember nothing at all. Those professors, the audacity, even daring to act against the headmaster. He had no desire to reveal such an embarrassing tale of being outmaneuvered by the entire student body and faculty. Dumbledore, contemplating the blank portrait, discerned the necessity of investigating this Headmaster Neo for Fitzgerald. However, what did the name Harry Potter, so reminiscent of another, signify? Dumbledore furrowed his brow, turning to retrieve a hefty, ancient tome from his shelves, overflowing with books. "Thank you all for your assistance, and good night," Dumbledore said, lifting the book and waving his hand towards the candelabrum, which floated steadily behind him as he made his way to his quarters. At this moment, Harry remained comfortably ensconced in his cozy bed, blissfully unaware that, despite the considerable efforts of Professor Weasley and her colleagues, his very first day at school was on the verge of unraveling. Regardless of how fatigued he had been the previous day, at precisely 7 o'clock the next morning, Harry dutifully opened his eyes. He rubbed the sleep from his blurry vision and, after a prolonged search, finally located his glasses atop the bedside table, restoring clarity to his sight. His roommates were still in deep slumber, and upon glancing at the time, Harry noted it was still early and chose not to disturb them. He retrieved his toiletries from his suitcase and made his way to the washroom. In a mere 10 minutes, he completed his morning routine. Wrapped in a towel, he returned to his bedside, discarding his tattered clothing into the bin, knowing the house elves would soon attend to the mess. From his backpack, he extracted the parcel prepared by Madame Malkin, selected the necessary garments, and began to organize his belongings. He hung up his clothes, arranged small decorations, and placed the remaining snacks on the shelf beside his bed, alongside a few extracurricular readings. He carefully set aside his first-year textbooks in one compartment of his satchel, along with a brand-new quill and ink. However, upon assessing the quantity, Harry realized he would need to procure additional supplies, as these would scarcely suffice for a year's usage. Having finally organized his items, he noticed the time was fast approaching 8 o'clock. Hurriedly, he called out to each bed, reminding them of their assembly in the Great Hall. Percy had mentioned the night before that Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, would distribute their timetables during breakfast, and tardiness would surely incur reprimand. Once everyone was roused, the previously tranquil dormitory erupted into chaos, resembling a battlefield as each individual rushed about in a frenzy, often colliding with one another. In exasperation, Harry took up his wand to lend a hand. With the consent of his roommates, he adeptly employed domestic magic to neatly organize their clothes by sets, hanging them in the wardrobe, while also arranging their textbooks into their respective backpacks, along with an appropriate supply of parchment and ink. By the time everyone had completed their morning routines, the dormitory transformed into an orderly haven. Seamus was nearly in tears, exclaiming, "Harry, you are truly my hero. Thank you so much." He seemed eager to embrace Harry, who quickly declined, urging him to change clothes post-haste, as time was of the essence. The Gryffindor common room was quite a distance from the Great Hall. Neville, while tying his shoes, suddenly turned pale. I forgot how to get to the Great Hall." Ron and Dean exchanged glances, equally disoriented after such a tiring night. After pondering briefly, Harry utilized his bed as a cover, extracting his Wizarding Combat Guide and flipping to the map page. With a decisive tug, the page detached smoothly. He produced several blank sheets of parchment and meticulously duplicated the map. In moments, maps materialized upon the parchment. "Here, this is a simplified map of Hogwarts. While it may not be exhaustive, it will suffice for locating various classrooms and the Great Hall." Harry distributed the maps, earning yet another wave of gratitude from his roommates. A group of individuals hurriedly exited their dormitory, descending the staircase to reach the Gryffindor common room. At that moment, the common room was relatively empty, and they scarcely had time to glance around before closely following in Harry's footsteps as they made their way outside. Upon arriving breathlessly at the Great Hall, they encountered Professor McGonagall, who was just approaching the Gryffindor long table with a stack of timetables. The table was adorned with an array of breakfast items: scrambled eggs, beans, bacon, sausages, and more. They hastily took their seats and grabbed a few morsels of food. Professor McGonagall soon joined them, pleased to see the first years arriving on time, and distributed the timetables to everyone. Harry accepted his timetable with a thank you and then bent down to study it. The first-year curriculum was not overly demanding. With nearly half a day of free time each day, however, they needed to be mindful that today was Monday, and there would be Transfiguration class in the morning. The timetable indicated that their professor for Transfiguration would be none other than their head of house, Professor McGonagall. Observing the professor's stern demeanor, Harry surmised that if they were late, the consequences would be far from pleasant. Upon sharing this news with his roommates, they silently quickened their pace, hastily consuming a few bites of food before trailing after Harry in a brisk run toward the Transfiguration classroom. Finally, at 8:55, they arrived safely at the classroom. Many students were already seated, and as Harry and his friends entered, they found the available seats to be few. Without exchanging words, they quickly settled in, retrieving their Transfiguration textbooks to place on their desks. Just as they sat down, Harry felt a piercing gaze directed at him. Looking over, he noticed Draco sitting alone on the other side of the aisle, intently staring at him. Harry offered an awkward smile, having already taken his seat. Changing places would be awkward, and he noticed a tabby cat on the podium, observing them intently. Draco had intended to say something, but upon noticing Harry's furtive gestures, he fell silent. As class commenced, the tabby cat leaped gracefully from the desk and transformed into Professor McGonagall, causing an uproar in the classroom. Draco patted his chest, relieved the ENT acted impulsively, or he would have been caught off guard. Excellent. No one is late, Professor McGonagall remarked, surveying the first years with satisfaction. None were missing. She continued with a few introductory remarks and showcased her signature transformation, turning a desk into a pig and back again, captivating the students' attention and igniting their interest in Transfiguration before commencing the lesson. She instructed everyone to practice their wand movements and gestures before distributing a matchstick to each student, beginning their task of transforming the matchstick into a needle. Harry glanced around. Everyone had received their matchstick, yet it seemed Professor McGonagall had overlooked him, as he had not been given one. Professor McGonagall. Harry raised his hand to signal, I haven't received a matchstick. Professor McGonagall nodded, stating, I did not give you one. Please come here. With that, she turned and walked towards the podium. Harry followed Professor McGonagall to the podium, which was a slight distance from the front row of desks, allowing for hushed conversations that wouldn't attract the attention of his peers. Everyone else, make the most of your time to practice. The first to succeed will earn points for their house. Professor McGonagall remarked to the students gazing in her direction. Hermione and the others, previously anxious, promptly lowered their heads, fervently focusing on the matchsticks before them. Seeing this, Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction before turning her gaze to Harry. About that headband from yesterday. What did you use to transfigure it? She quietly inquired. Harry was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that Professor McGonagall must have seen it last night. It was a handkerchief that Draco lent me, he promptly replied, producing the neatly folded and cleaned handkerchief from his pocket, which he had intended to return to Draco, but had not yet found the opportunity to do so. Professor McGonagall examined it briefly before placing it back down, gesturing for Harry to put it away. Where did you learn Transfiguration? What is your current proficiency? She was well aware of the Dursleys' disposition. They would certainly not have provided Harry with any magical education. Harry scratched his head, uncertain of how to respond. Should he tell Professor McGonagall that he had learned from Professor Weasley, who had taught Transfiguration a century ago? Just as Harry was grappling with this dilemma, a faint flicker of firelight appeared beside Professor McGonagall, revealing a slightly charred piece of parchment at her side. She promptly picked it up for inspection, furrowing her brow as she glanced at the note and then back at Harry, whose expression was one of consternation. With pursed lips, she tucked the note away. Return to your seat for now. In today's Transfiguration class, you may read freely and are excused from any assignments. However, you must submit a paper on Transfiguration within a week, as I need to assess your current level of study to arrange your future lessons. Harry sighed in relief and nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to turn to leave, Professor McGonagall called him back. I recall that you have no classes this afternoon, correct? Yes, Professor McGonagall, Harry replied. Then after lunch, wait for me in the Great Hall. Professor Dumbledore wishes to see you, she stated with a serious tone. Harry was taken aback, but before he could voice his questions, Professor McGonagall sent him back to his seat. Reluctantly, Harry returned with a grimace, pulling out the still unfinished A History of Hogwarts from his backpack to continue reading. Before he could read more than a couple of lines, a commotion erupted in the classroom. "Professor, why does Potter get to skip practice?" A gruff voice boomed, causing everyone to turn and look. Millicent Bulstrode, a stout girl with coarse brown hair, was glaring maliciously at Harry. Draco's face turned pale. "Bulstrode, what are you doing?" Millicent shrank back slightly, but continued defiantly glaring at Professor McGonagall, pointing accusatorily at Harry's book. "P.S. not even reading the Transfiguration textbook. Or are you, Professor, going to protect a Gryffindor student?" "Enough." Professor McGonagall approached, her piercing gaze fixed upon her. "Mr. Potter's academic progress far surpasses yours. To accommodate you newcomers, he has had to share the same classroom. It is permissible for him to read other books, and should you achieve similar accomplishments, I would also allow you to explore other literature and even complete assignments for different courses." With that, Professor McGonagall gestured to Harry to demonstrate. After a moment's contemplation, Harry tapped the empty desk behind him with his wand, and in an instant, it transformed into a magnificent lion. It crouched lazily, lifted a paw to groom itself, and then rose to unleash a fierce roar at Millicent, showering her with slobber. "Enough," Professor McGonagall interjected. Harry promptly waved his wand, reverting the lion back to a desk. With another flick, the desk floated back to its original position. A splendid transfiguration spell, a marvelous levitation charm. Had Professor Flitwick been present, you would surely have garnered additional points from him. Yet, given that this is a transfiguration class, I can only award points for that spell. 10 points to Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall was thoroughly pleased with Harry's exhibition and turned to Millicent. "Miss Bulstrode, can you perform such a feat? If so, I shall grant you points and exempt you from your homework." Millicent, still stunned by the lion, stood frozen with her face dripping in saliva, eventually shaking her head to indicate her inability. "Then take your seat, disrupt the class again, and I shall deduct points from Slytherin," Professor McGonagall admonished sternly. Millicent hurriedly returned to her seat, her classmates instinctively shifting away, wary of the sticky residue. The first-year Slytherins were still quite united, maintaining good relations with the Malfoy family. Draco had already declared his allegiance to Harry Potter that very night, inciting irritation among some of the older students. While they had little recourse against the newcomers, their families were formidable. Only the naive Millicent, having been swayed by some influence, had dared to defy the Malfoys on her first day. The first-year Slytherins exchanged glances, silently resolving to keep their distance from her in the future. The class resumed its tranquility until its conclusion, with only Draco and Hermione's performances earning any distinction. Professor McGonagall awarded each of them 5 points. After class, the corridors filled with students rushing toward the Great Hall. Harry gestured for his roommates to go ahead while he awaited Draco at the classroom door. Once the hallway cleared, Draco emerged from the Transfiguration classroom with the Slytherin first years. "What are you doing here?" Draco asked, his tone unfriendly. Harry merely smiled nonchalantly, producing a handkerchief to return. "Here, this is yours. Thank you. We need to arrange a time for you to teach me that little spell." Draco's demeanor softened slightly as he accepted the handkerchief and tucked it into his pocket. "Do you have class this afternoon?" "Not this afternoon. The headmaster wishes to speak with me," Harry replied. "What? It's only the first day of school. What does he want with you?" Draco was taken aback, for he had often heard disparaging remarks about Dumbledore at home. Both his godfather and father had little good to say about the man, and apart from acknowledging Dumbledore's prowess as a wizard, he harbored no favorable impressions whatsoever. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. "It's nothing, probably just related to my academic progress, as you've seen," though Harry refrained from elaborating further. Everyone present understood that his learning trajectory was far from that of an ordinary first-year student. Even those from pure-blood families, who had been exposed to ancestral magic prior to attending school, could not compare to Harry's unique experiences. "All right then, let us reschedule. How about Wednesday afternoon?" "We only have a history of magic class," Draco suggested, pulling out his timetable. Harry retrieved his as well. "That works. Our schedules align. We both have just one history of magic class, so we can meet after that." "Agreed. Are you heading to the Great Hall for dinner? Shall we go together?" Draco inquired, folding his timetable. Harry glanced in the direction behind Draco and shook his head. "You all go ahead. It seems someone is looking for me over there." Draco turned to look, catching a fleeting glimpse of red hair in the corner. "Is there trouble?" he asked. "No, it's likely a misunderstanding. I just need to have a word with them," Harry replied. Draco didn't press further. "If you encounter any issues, feel free to seek me out. After all, my father is a governor of Hogwarts and can still pull some strings." Harry nodded with a smile as he bid farewell to the group. Once the Slytherin contingent departed, Harry leaned against the wall, observing the area. Aren't you coming over? Do I need to summon you? Two red-haired heads peeked out from the corner, revealing the Weasley twins from the third year. Hey, Harry. One of the twins greeted him cheerfully, as if they were merely passing by rather than seeking him out. We'd like to discuss something with you. The twins approached, and Harry nodded. Let us talk right here. Just say what's on your mind. The twins exchanged glances, then turned to Harry with earnest expressions. We'd like to understand why you seem to have such a strong opinion about us. Harry scrutinized the twins, who towered a full head above him, confirming their seriousness before recounting the incident on the train. After hearing Harry's explanation, the Weasley twins displayed a peculiar mix of emotions: anger, helplessness, and a tinge of guilt. So what exactly happened? Harry inquired. The twins exchanged looks once more and began to explain in unison. When we were little, we borrowed Dad's wand, eager to try out spells we had read about. However, we needed a target and chose Ron's toy bear. He adamantly refused to lend it to us, prompting us to play a prank on him. Unfortunately, the spell went awry, and the bear transformed into a spider the same size while in his arms. Ever since then, he has been terrified of spiders, even those as small as a grain of rice. We realized this was a problem, especially since Hogwarts has so many spiders. Upon realizing the situation, our friend Lee Jordan mentioned that he had encountered an article in a Muggle magazine, which described it as a form of mental illness that neither potions nor magic could remedy. We borrowed the magazine, which suggested employing desensitization therapy. We entrusted Lee with this task, and he brought along a remarkably lifelike spider toy. Our aim was to alleviate Ron's affliction before he commenced his studies, as it was indeed our doing that had caused it. Harry slapped his forehead in exasperation. What could be said about these two? Should he express relief that Ron was still alive? Illness cannot be treated in such a manner. Are you not concerned about frightening Ron to death on the train? Harry lamented. The twins' shoulders slumped in disappointment. We merely wished to make amends. After all, it was indeed our fault. We thought it was just a minor issue, but that Muggle magazine indicated that if left unchecked, it could lead to severe consequences. Did you not consider visiting St. Mungo's or the Hogwarts Infirmary? If nothing else, could you not seek assistance from your parents or professors? Harry could not help but inquire. The twins exchanged glances, scratching their heads in embarrassment. We did not think of that, they admitted. Harry was left speechless, once again lamenting Ron's misfortune in encountering these two mischievous brothers. It was a miracle he was still alive. After clearing up the misunderstanding and offering a few words of caution to the twins, Harry hastily made his way to the Great Hall, as he needed to resolve his lunch situation before his scheduled meeting with Dumbledore. The Weasley twins exaggeratedly bowed to Harry's retreating figure, loudly proclaiming their farewell to the great savior. At this, Harry quickened his pace, nearly breaking into a run. Once Harry's silhouette vanished down the corridor, Fred furrowed his brow and asked, George, did you notice? In Harry's presence, we felt as though we were facing Bill. Indeed, I sensed it too. It felt akin to being lectured by upperclassmen, and yet he is only 11. George replied, puzzled that they had been so easily persuaded by Harry, with no inclination to resist. Oh well, it matters not. After all, Harry is Harry, Fred remarked. Leaning against Fred's shoulder, George concurred. Let us hasten to the Great Hall. We mustn't miss out on the food. They resolved to inquire with Madame Pomfrey to see if she might assist with Ron's minor predicament. After their agreement, the twins rushed toward the Great Hall. After a while, the door to the Transfiguration classroom finally opened, revealing Professor McGonagall, who stood behind it, her forehead pressed by her hand in mild distress. She was genuinely grateful that Harry managed to persuade the Weasley twins. Otherwise, this year's first-year students might have faced dire consequences at their hands. Harry sat at the long table, casually grabbing some fries and battered fish, eating quickly while feeling frustrated. Originally, he had planned to visit the library in the afternoon, as it was rumored to house every issue of the Daily Prophet from its inception to the present, alongside a shelf of essays by outstanding students throughout the years, filled with numerous pieces of gossip. He intended to investigate information about his parents and the Potter family, for it was well known that the Potters belonged to a long-established pure-blood lineage, and their vault could not possibly contain merely a handful of galleons. Not to mention, he still needed to investigate the relationship between his parents and Professor Snape. Only by clarifying this could he effectively address the matter at hand. After all, time was of the essence. He had merely this year to accomplish his goals, and considering the time required for potion brewing, it might not even amount to a full year. However, this plan was now entirely thwarted, and he would have to postpone his inquiries for another day. He hoped that Dumbledore's summons would not pertain to anything of great urgency, allowing him more time to prepare. Soon, his hunger was satiated. Harry wiped his mouth and placed his cutlery beside his plate, which promptly vanished from sight. Rising, He glanced around, noting that Dumbledore was absent from the staff table. He merely exchanged greetings with Ron and Neville before making his way through a small door at the side of the hall, ascending the staircase. Even with the knowledge of a shortcut, it took Harry over 10 minutes to reach the entrance of the troll. "Hello, Professor Dumbledore sent me," Harry attempted, unsure of the password. After a moment of silence, he hesitated, contemplating whether to return to the Great Hall to consult Professor McGonagall or wait here. Just as he was deliberating, the troll turned, revealing a staircase leading upwards. With no other choice, Harry resigned himself to ascend. Following the spiraling steps, he finally arrived before a black wooden door. He gently rapped on it. Chapter 14. Post-meal exercise. The door swung open immediately, yet no one was present behind it. Harry stepped into the headmaster's office, which appeared markedly different from before, although the layout remained largely unchanged. The details and decor indicated that the current occupant was not Headmaster Black. "Professor Dumbledore?" Harry called softly, but received no response, save for a gentle chirp. Following the sound, he noticed a bird cage by the window, upon which perched a magnificent bird of golden-red plumage. "A phoenix!" Harry exclaimed in delight, hastening toward it. He had longed for a phoenix, having once rescued one, though it had flown away after regaining its strength. There were rumors that phoenixes belonged to the Dumbledore family, with each member having their own companion phoenix. This must be the headmaster Albus Dumbledore's familiar. Harry raised his hand, looking questioningly at the phoenix. "May I?" The phoenix emitted a soft call and shifted closer to him. Harry then placed his hand upon its feathers, gently stroking it, his face aglow with joy. Even though it was not his own, the opportunity to touch a phoenix was a tremendous delight. "Ah, it seems you have already made the acquaintance of Fawkes," came Dumbledore's voice from behind him. Harry, reluctant to turn away, continued to caress the phoenix. "So, her name was Fawkes? What a splendid name. All right, Harry, I hope you don't mind my calling you that. I summoned you for a matter of some importance," Dumbledore said with a hint of exasperation. He had spent the entire morning contemplating this meeting, yet he had not anticipated such a situation. Reluctantly withdrawing his hand, Harry turned to face Dumbledore. He remained clad in a long robe adorned with stars and moons, his hair and beard a snowy white, yet somewhat disheveled. Perched on his nose were half-moon spectacles, and beneath his eyes lay shadows of blue, suggesting a night spent in wakefulness. "Do come and sit. Would you care for something to drink? Pumpkin juice or tea?" Dumbledore was the first to approach the desk, taking a seat and rummaging through the drawer. Harry walked over and settled into an armchair on the opposite side of the desk. "Tea will suffice. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore." No sooner had he spoken than a tray materialized before him, featuring a teapot and teacups, accompanied by sugar cubes and milk. The teapot floated gracefully, pouring tea into the cup, while a spoon levitated to stir. Harry dropped a sugar cube into the cup and added a splash of milk, allowing the spoon to continue its task. Dumbledore observed the scene thoughtfully, finally withdrawing his hand from the drawer, revealing a potion bottle that Harry recognized, an invigorating elixir. He uncorked the bottle, hesitated briefly, and then downed it in one swift gulp, only to swiftly retrieve a handful of cockroach clusters from a nearby cabinet and pop them into his mouth. Harry suppressed a grimace as he watched the legs of the candy struggle at Dumbledore's lips, realizing that this was indeed the true Dumbledore. "Apologies, age catches up with one. A night spent awake can be quite taxing." Dumbledore swallowed the confection and offered a few more pieces toward Harry. "Care for some?" "No, thank you." Harry promptly declined, his distaste evident. "Professor Dumbledore, may I inquire what brings you to summon me today?" he asked directly. Dumbledore, a hint of disappointment in his eyes at Harry's refusal, chewed and swallowed the remaining candies before slowly shifting his chair, turning to face the wall adorned with portraits of former headmasters. "I wish to introduce you to a headmaster." Harry's heart raced as he followed Dumbledore's gaze to Phineas Nigellus Black. Phineas was staring intently, scrutinizing the young wizard whose form was partially obscured by the desk. He was unfamiliar with Harry's first-year appearance, as a headmaster could not possibly know every new student, even one from Slytherin. He became acquainted with Harry only in the third year, when Harry began venturing outside the school, having passed the test set by various professors. The transformation from first year to third year was significant, and Phineas's most vivid memory was of Harry in his 5th year. At last, he recognized him through those large almond-shaped eyes and vibrant green irises. "Harry Potter, it's you. Indeed, it's you," Phineas exclaimed excitedly, leaning over the edge of the frame, nearly wishing to leap out. Harry wore a puzzled expression, though his heart raced with turmoil. What was happening? While he understood he could not conceal his identity for long, it was only the first day of school. Wasn't that a bit too swift? There's no need for pretense. I have informed the current headmaster of everything concerning you. After all, I am merely a portrait now and must cooperate with the incumbent headmaster." Phineas observed Harry's demeanor, his urgency dissipating as he leisurely returned to his seat, revealing a malicious grin towards Harry. "Very well, Phineas, I appreciate your cooperation. But now I must speak with Harry. Is that acceptable?" Dumbledore gently inquired. A heavy weight settled in Harry's heart, akin to a stone plummeting from his chest to his stomach. Subsequently, Dumbledore offered an apologetic nod to the other heads of houses, drew forth his wand, and with a delicate flick, enveloped the two of them in an almost tangible silence. The hushed whispers faded into oblivion, the clinking of silverware ceased, and even Fawkes's melodious call was muted, leaving only the faint sound of a spoon stirring in a teacup, as though this quietude was confined to the vicinity of the desk. In the next moment, Harry's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the wand in Dumbledore's hand, 15 inches long, adorned with peculiar knots and scars. This wand was profoundly familiar to Harry. Not merely familiar, but he had wielded it himself, although only in a vision. The sensation was unmistakable. It was the genuine article. Noticing Harry's fixation, Dumbledore asked, "Do you recognize it?" Harry instinctively followed the movement of Dumbledore's hand, nodding reflexively before abruptly shaking his head. Dumbledore chuckled. "Harry, let us speak candidly. Last night, Peeves sought out Phineas in the dead of night, and he informed me that a century ago, there was another Harry Potter, a renowned student who mysteriously vanished after his 5th year. His deeds were significant enough to etch his name in the annals of magical history. Curiously, despite a night spent poring over tomes, I found no trace of him, save for a few mentions in an obscure novel about the Weasley family's ancestors. From the descriptions, I discerned that this ancient Harry Potter bore an uncanny resemblance to you. No, I should say an exact likeness. The lightning-shaped scar, the slight frame, Dumbledore articulated slowly. Moreover, following the clues revealed by Phineas, I investigated the matter of Headmistress Niof, who is notably absent from the portraits. Initially, I presumed she simply did not frequent the headmaster's office. However, upon inquiring with previous headmasters, they all indicated that since Phineas's tenure began, her portrait has not been seen. Fortuitously, as the current headmaster of this institution, I possess certain undisclosed privileges, which allowed me to locate a hidden chamber not marked on any map. Alas, despite employing various methods, I have yet to unlock that door. Harry listened intently, having resigned himself to the unfolding events. Just one night had rendered the preparations made by the Weasley professors futile under the meticulous unraveling by the elder before him. What could he do? He could only accept his fate. Yet, amidst his thoughts, a spark ignited within him. Might he seek the headmaster's assistance? "So, headmaster, what would you like to know?" Harry straightened in his seat, fixating earnestly on Dumbledore. Given the circumstances, he resolved to advocate for his own interests. "Are you still Harry Potter?" Dumbledore inquired, his brow furrowed, scrutinizing the young boy before him, before finally breaking the silence. Harry gazed at him in confusion, pondering who he could possibly be. Dumbledore's gaze fell upon Harry's forehead, where a finely crafted brown headband adorned with golden threads perfectly concealed the unsightly scar. Stung by Dumbledore's scrutiny, Harry instinctively rubbed his forehead, suddenly enlightened. "Are you referring to the fragment of soul within that scar? It's nothing to worry about. I can address it when I find the time. In fact, I have dealt with it once before, but upon my return, the scar remained." Dumbledore's expression sharpened instantly, his grip on his wand tightening to the point where the knuckles turned white. A fragment of soul? Harry was bewildered by the sudden intensity radiating from the elderly man, causing him to tense up, reminiscent of his encounter with the dragon. "What sort of fragment?" Dumbledore relaxed slightly before inquiring further. Harry grimaced. "It resembles a house elf that has been skinned, devoid of thought or consciousness, merely clinging to my soul. I discovered through extensive research that this must be a remnant of a soul. With Professor Fig's assistance, I managed to eliminate it, and thereafter, my scar vanished. That was during my 4th year." He paused before continuing. "Later, I delved deeper into the literature and realized that such a phenomenon typically arises when creating a Horcrux. At the time, I could not fathom why I would become one of them. Subsequently, I vaguely recollected my most distant memories, witnessing my mother shielding me and the flash of the killing curse. I then began to explore areas around Hogwarts that resembled those memories, searching for the one who killed my mother and left behind that fragment of soul. It was only upon my return that I comprehended that he likely had not yet been born a century ago, making my search futile. Can you still eliminate it now, without Professor Fig's assistance?" Dumbledore inquired, his curiosity piqued. After a moment of contemplation, he selected the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Harry nodded. Certainly. Although Professor Fig's help was invaluable, the primary work was still my own. I would face it again without hesitation. However, I currently require the environment of Hogwarts to assist me, at least a day's time. I had initially planned to resolve it over the weekend. Dumbledore's fingers drummed on the table, his eyes reflecting deep thought and inquiry. After a considerable pause, he meticulously questioned Harry about the events from a century prior. Harry began recounting his experiences from the time of his enrollment, highlighting several significant incidents. The entire afternoon was consumed by Harry's narration of his past, continuing until nightfall, when his stomach audibly grumbled. "Oh dear, I lost track of the time. Is it already so late?" Dumbledore exclaimed, glancing at the candles that had automatically ignited. "Would you mind having a bite to eat with me? You will likely miss dinner in the Great Hall." What could Harry say? He could only nod in agreement. Dumbledore tapped the table, and instantly, 2 sets of utensils appeared along with a feast fit for royalty. "Apologies for taking up your time. Allow me to treat you to some hidden delicacies from Hogwarts as compensation." Dumbledore smiled warmly at Harry. The barrier surrounding the desk remained intact, but Harry paid it no mind. He was captivated by a dish on the table. Sweet and sour ribs? You know, Dumbledore paused in surprise, seeing Dumbledore's lack of opposition. Harry adeptly transformed a knife and fork into a pair of chopsticks, awkwardly attempting to grasp the glistening, succulent ribs. The previous professor of care of magical creatures, Professor Hao Ying from China, had a fondness for magical creatures. I had the opportunity to rescue a number of them during my adventures, and she invited me to sample some of her hometown's specialties. How intriguing! Dumbledore mimicked Harry's actions and conjured a pair of chopsticks. Though his movements were far more adept than Harry's, I was aware that Hogwarts had certain special hidden dishes, but one must inform the house elves in advance to partake. I'm not entirely clear on their origins. The two swiftly devoured the food on the table, and before long, only remnants remained on the plate. Dumbledore tapped the table, and the utensils were whisked away, replaced by 2 cups of beverages. Harry lifted his cup and drained it in one go, emitting a satisfied sigh. "So, do you know how to open the door to the Chamber's secrets? What lies within?" Dumbledore inquired again. Harry leaned back in his chair. "Opening that chamber requires ancient magic, the kind that Professor Fig and I have been exploring. Inside, there are 4 portraits, and Headmaster Neofer resides there. Would you care to join this old man for a post-meal stroll?" Dumbledore continued eagerly. Harry glanced at the enthusiastic Dumbledore and then at the darkening sky outside, resignedly nodding. After all, he could no longer visit the library today. By discussing matters openly, he merely needed to assist Dumbledore in seeking evidence to substantiate his claims, which would likely lead to a mutual understanding with the esteemed headmaster, benefiting his future endeavors. Moreover, Dumbledore had served at the school for decades, and he surely had a clearer grasp of his parents' and Professor Snape's circumstances than what was inscribed on paper. Chapter 15, Headmaster Neofer. "By the way, Harry, may I inquire about your current level of magical proficiency?" Dumbledore asked. Though he was eager to learn all about the chamber, he had to consider Harry's safety. Harry scratched his head, pondering how to articulate this. After a moment's thought, he retrieved his O.W.L certificate from a century ago from his satchel and laid it on the table. Perhaps this could suffice? However, I have regressed to the age of 11, so my magical capacity may be somewhat lacking. Everything else is fine. Dumbledore picked up the certificate and, with a flick of his wand, confirmed its authenticity. The document indeed belonged to a century past, and only then did he return it to Harry. "Given that you possess a certain degree of self-preservation ability, there should be no issues. Is there anything else you need to prepare?" Dumbledore inquired. Harry opened his satchel and inspected it. "No, I am ready to depart at any time. I have everything I need. Then let's be off." The corridors of Hogwarts, shrouded in silence after curfew, were dimly lit, with many torches extinguished, creating an atmosphere of eerie foreboding. Yet, the 2 figures hurrying through the hallways seemed oblivious to their surroundings. One tall and one short, they swiftly traversed corridor after corridor, descending the staircase and passing through numerous doors until they halted before a wall. This wall appeared identical to the surrounding structures. Yet upon closer inspection, Dumbledore discerned a subtle distinction. Despite exhausting every method at his disposal, he could not unveil the hidden door concealed within the wall. Harry raised his hand to press against the surface, invoking ancient magic. The silvery energy coalesced into a series of bubbles that adhered to the wall, gradually permeating it. The wall transformed into a transparent and lucid barrier, resembling a mirror of water. Through this strange mirror, an entirely incongruous corridor was visible beyond, contrasting starkly with Hogwarts. As Harry prepared himself, he encouraged Dumbledore. "Let's warm up. The journey ahead might prove arduous." Dumbledore glanced at his aging limbs and joined Harry in stretching. Anyone passing by would surely be startled to witness two figures engaged in a peculiar routine before a rippling mirror. "Ready?" Harry inquired, uncertain whether the mechanisms and guardians beyond the door had reset, yet understanding that being prepared was a prudent course of action. Dumbledore extended his arms, simultaneously transforming his robes into a more agile attire of fitted sleeves and trousers. With cautious determination, Harry extended his hand into the water-like mirror, causing ripples to cascade across its surface. His hand penetrated effortlessly, and without hesitation, he stepped forward. Dumbledore followed closely, and as they entered the corridor beyond the mirror, the ripples behind them gradually subsided, reverting to the appearance of an ordinary wall. The ensuing passage was relatively smooth, requiring only a few spells to solve puzzles and activate mechanisms. Having traversed this path before, Harry demonstrated remarkable proficiency, while Dumbledore, with his own mastery of magic and wisdom, kept pace admirably, despite it being his first experience here. After navigating several traps, they arrived at the combat phase. Perhaps due to Dumbledore's presence, the stone sentinels had doubled in number since Harry's last visit. These sentinels were formidable adversaries. Typical spells had their effectiveness have against them, with only ancient magic capable of inflicting significant damage. Harry nimbly maneuvered, casting relentless spells upon the stone guardians while skillfully positioning himself to avoid simultaneous attacks. During the fray, he continuously harnessed the dissipating magical energy to accumulate ancient power. Once he amassed enough, a single strike could vanquish a sentinel. However, the collection of this ancient energy was a painstakingly slow process, preventing constant use. As Harry's stamina waned, his physical prowess regressing to that of an 11-year-old, he began to tire. Fortunately, Dumbledore swiftly dispatched his own guardian and came to Harry's aid. "Thank you, Professor. I'm grateful to have you here." All the guardians lay shattered upon the ground, and it was only then that Harry sank onto the floor, gasping for breath. He hastily retrieved several vials of potions from his satchel, pouring them into his mouth without pause, for there remained a considerable distance ahead, and he had no time to recuperate slowly. "No need for thanks. I ought to apologize instead. Your familiarity with magic has made me forget that you are merely 11. Dumbledore said with a hint of regret. After the skirmish, he was merely a bit winded, having scarcely broken a sweat. Truly, he is the greatest wizard of the century. Harry thought enviously, wishing only that he might possess such physical prowess upon reaching adulthood. "I have grown old. You are still quite young, and in the future, you shall undoubtedly surpass me," Dumbledore remarked, observing the expression on Harry's face with a cheerful demeanor. After a brief respite, the two resumed their journey, navigating through several stone statue guardians until they finally arrived at the last stone door. As Harry gazed at the prominent ancient magical symbols on the door, he was about to step forward when Dumbledore halted him. "This door seems rather peculiar. Could there be some danger? Perhaps I should test it first?" Dumbledore furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the stone door, which bore resemblance to the outer wall, but with notable differences. What Harry knew of the circumstances was all from a century ago. Who could tell what other dangers might have arisen in the intervening years? Reluctantly, Harry allowed Dumbledore to proceed with the examination. After casting several detection spells, the stone door remained unresponsive, prompting Dumbledore to step aside and allow Harry to approach. Placing his hand upon the symbol, ancient magical energy radiated from Harry's body, flowing into the emblem, causing the door to creak open. Despite having been sealed for a century, the sound of the door opening was surprisingly smooth and subtle, with only the faintest creaking of the hinges disturbing the silence. Behind the door lay an impenetrable darkness, obscuring all visibility. Dumbledore pulled Harry back, stepping into the void first. As they entered, the stone door closed behind them once more. With a flicker of light, Dumbledore illuminated his wand, though its effect was limited, casting light only upon the pedestal where they stood. He attempted to amplify the magical power, but the surrounding darkness consumed the light like an insatiable beast, rendering his efforts futile. Taking a couple of steps forward revealed a platform that reached Dumbledore's waist, conspicuously empty, as if lacking something vital. Suddenly, Harry recalled something and halted Dumbledore's advance. He rummaged through his satchel for a while until he unearthed a somewhat tattered tome. Feeling the weight of Dumbledore's gaze upon him, Harry's cheeks flushed. This book was originally part of the restricted section, and he had not returned it after taking it. He wondered if the school possessed any record of this tome. If he were to be confronted about the theft at this moment, he would be far from innocent. Forcing himself to disregard Dumbledore's scrutiny, Harry hurriedly stepped forward and placed the book upon the pedestal. A strange luminescence emanated from the platform, radiating outward and igniting the braziers upon the surrounding walls, casting a blue glow. Once all the braziers were alight, the brilliance did not cease, but instead converged upon the ground. The edges of the ground began to shimmer with an ethereal blue light, as though the floor itself had vanished. The interplay of illumination composed a vast and intricate map, revealing expansive, glimmering mountain ranges. Dumbledore stood before the railing, meticulously observing the surface, and after a moment of astonishment, he discerned that it was Hogwarts. Harry approached, captivated by the sight. In comparing it with his recollections, he noted that the luminous spots among the mountains had diminished significantly, with only 2 locations still radiating with that abundant blue glow. Upon correlating the map, Harry realized those 2 places represented Hogwarts and Hogsmeade, while the once vibrant wizarding villages surrounding Hogwarts had faded from existence. "You have finally returned." A resonant voice startled the 2 deep in contemplation of the map. Harry looked up to see 4 grand portraits adorning the wall, the central figure, a lady, gazing intently at them. "Professor Newfer," Harry exclaimed, hastening down the stairs to stand before the imposing portrait. "Is this the current headmaster?" Newfer inquired, glancing at the tall figure behind Harry. In a hurry, Harry introduced, "This is Professor Dumbledore, Albus Dumbledore." "Good day, madam." Dumbledore greeted the portrait with a respectful bow. Newfer lifted her skirts in a courteous gesture and replied, "Thank you, Mr. Potter, for bringing the current headmaster here. As for what follows, you need not concern yourself. Good students ought to retire for the evening." Harry was taken aback. "What is this? A bridge burned?" Ignoring Harry's protest, Dumbledore, adhering to Newfer's suggestion, summoned Fawkes, who promptly transported Harry before the fat lady. Fawkes vanished as soon as he delivered Harry, leaving him grasping at thin air. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already midnight. He would not make it back in time, and indeed, he felt utterly exhausted. Resolving to let it go, he uttered the password and returned to his dormitory. What transpired between the portrait and the 2 individuals within the map room remained a mystery to all. Dumbledore did not return to his office until the dawn approached, while Newfer's portrait remained blank. The following morning, Harry roused the entire dormitory, as usual. During breakfast in the Great Hall, he noticed Dumbledore was absent. The first class after breakfast was Charms, and the classroom was not close to the hall, compelling him to hasten toward it. The Charms professor was the head of Ravenclaw House, Professor Flitwick. He was a diminutive man with unusually large ears, rumored to have fairy blood, and was once a champion in the dueling championships. Before the class commenced, he called the roll from a list, and upon reaching Harry's name, he excitedly lost his balance and tumbled off his stool, prompting gasps from the crowd. During the lesson, Professor Flitwick did not require the students to wield their wands. Instead, he elaborated on wand movement techniques, the composition and pronunciation of spells. It was only as the class neared its conclusion that Professor Flitwick turned his sparkling gaze upon Harry. "I heard Professor McGonagall mention that you were granted the privilege of being exempt from assignments in her class. You know, if you can speak of this." Professor Flitwick did not continue. He merely fixated on the textbook in Harry's hands. Harry was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the situation. He promptly drew his wand, casting several spells from the book and combining them to create a small performance. Professor Flitwick was quite delighted, exclaiming, "Excellent. Truly remarkable. Your spell casting was superb, Harry. As a reward, I shall grant you the privilege of being exempt from assignments." The classroom erupted in astonishment, with everyone casting envious glances at Harry. However, this time, no one dared to voice any objections, for the last individual who did so was currently ostracized by their peers. Upon exiting the Charms classroom, the students surged towards the Great Hall, as teenagers are always voraciously hungry. Mealtimes resembled a pack of wild beasts being released from confinement. The afternoon was filled with classes. First, they had herbology in the greenhouses outside the castle, followed by a rushed 30-minute interval to ascend to the 3rd floor for history of magic. So time was indeed of the essence. After a quick lunch, Harry and his companions hurried towards the entrance hall, intending to leave the castle and head to the greenhouses on the northern side for herbology class. The herbology professor was Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House. She was a plump witch, perpetually clad in a tattered, earthy-toned robe, often smeared with dirt and the colors of flora. When the students arrived at the greenhouse, she had been waiting there, although prior to the start of class, she had concealed herself among the lush magical plants, tending to those required for the lesson. When the bell rang, Professor Sprout emerged from the foliage, greeting the students warmly and taking attendance. From the moment Harry laid eyes on Professor Sprout, he felt somewhat dazed. The herbology professor before him was entirely different from the one who had taught him for 5 years. Professor Mirabelle Garlick was akin to a radiant sun, not only in her words and demeanor, but also in her beauty. Even after years of adventure, Harry could confidently declare that Professor Garlick was the most beautiful which he had ever encountered. Throughout Hogwarts, from 1st to 7th year, Professor Garlick had admirers aplenty. Yet, Professor Sprout, while not lacking in charm, simply possessed a different style altogether. Both exuded a warm and relaxing aura. But the dissimilarity in their appearances left Harry feeling somewhat disoriented. As a result, when Professor Sprout called out his name several times during roll call, it took Harry a moment to snap back to reality and respond with a hasty present. Even after class concluded, he remained in a state of slight bewilderment. Fortunately, his performance in herbology was satisfactory, having previously reviewed the first-year material, which spared him from any mishaps. Although his friends expressed concern about his demeanor, they refrained from commenting, instead dragging him along to the history of magic classroom. Chapter 16. A newspaper as tall as Hagrid. Upon encountering Professor Binns, Harry truly regained his composure, marveling at the professor's unwavering dedication. A century ago, he was the lecturer on the history of magic, and a century later, he remained the same. Regrettably, despite the passage of 100 years, Professor Binns's lessons remained unchanged. Harry strained to keep his eyes wide open, determined to endure, especially since he had only received an A on his O.W.Ls in History of Magic and aspired to achieve an E this time. However, he overestimated his endurance. Although he managed to persist for an additional 5 minutes beyond his peers, he ultimately succumbed, collapsing onto his desk merely 10 minutes into the class. The sole consolation for Harry was that, before his descent, he glimpsed Hermione diligently taking notes. He had a source for his History of Magic notes now. "Wake up. Class is over," Hermione exclaimed as she packed her bag, casting a bemused glance at their classmates, who were sprawled asleep, regardless of gender or house. Everyone seemed to be in a deep slumber, utterly unaware of when Professor Binns had departed. Harry abruptly lifted his head from the desk, his gaze bleary as he surveyed the room, his cheeks marked with the imprint of his book. With mutual calls of "you call me, I call you," they finally roused the entire classroom, and the weary students dragged themselves towards the great hall, where dinner awaited them. After their meal, the first-year students, who had endured the trials of History of Magic, felt somewhat revived. "Harry, are you heading to the library after dinner?" Hermione inquired, swallowing her food. Harry first glanced at the staff table, noting that Dumbledore was still absent, then decisively nodded, yes. The plan he had set for the previous day could not be interrupted again, and he had realized that Hermione was no ordinary scholar. Her assistance in sourcing materials would undoubtedly be far more beneficial than laboring alone. However, he needed to contemplate what reward might entice Hermione to assist him. Harry also turned to Ron and Neville to gauge their intentions. Neville firmly resolved to accompany Harry and Hermione, while Ron vacillated for quite some time between playing in the common room and heading to the library to complete his assignments. Ultimately, he decided, out of respect for Harry, to go to the library. As for Seamus and Dean, they shook their heads vigorously, insisting on returning to the common room, a stance that Harry took in stride. The quartet who resolved to visit the library hastened their meal, bidding farewell to familiar faces at the long table before departing for the library. Upon their arrival, twilight had begun to settle in, and the library was aglow with flickering candlelight. The walls were adorned with burning torches, and numerous candles floated above, illuminating the library as brightly as day. Hermione quickly located an unoccupied long table and beckoned her companions to join her quietly. "We must keep our voices down here. It's best not to speak," she cautioned. "That over there is Madame Pants, the librarian. If you require assistance finding any books, you may ask her. But be warned, she detests those who do not treat books with respect. If she witnesses any careless behavior towards the books, you will surely be expelled." Hermione leaned in, and the four gathered close to listen to her introduction. Harry was astonished. Aside from the entirety of their classes today, this group of freshmen barely had any personal time. Yet Hermione had managed to grasp the general rules of the library. Indeed, he had not misjudged her. Hermione swiftly laid out her assignments and deftly extracted several reference books from the nearby shelves, immediately commencing the essay assigned by their professors. Ron and Neville stared in bewilderment at Hermione's actions. They had yet to even comprehend the direction of the essay, and she was already writing. Moreover, judging by Hermione's demeanor, her quill danced across the parchment, producing an intricate script so small and dense that, were it not for the occasional pause to consult her references, they would suspect she could finish the assigned length in a single breath. Although Harry was exempt from the homework, Professor McGonagall had left him with the requirements for the essay, which he could complete at his leisure over the weekend. He retrieved a few books from the shelves and handed them to the astonished duo, encouraging them to attempt drafting their essays or, if necessary, to peruse the books first. He then sought out Madame Pants. For the newspaper he saw it was added to the library's collection daily, and if he were to search for them one by one, he would accomplish nothing else that evening. "Good evening," Harry greeted softly. Madame Pants, sternly positioned behind the circulation desk, looked down at him. "What do you need?" she inquired. "I'm looking for newspapers from 1971 to 1981. Could you assist me?" Harry asked. Madame Pants nodded, stepping out from behind the desk and leading Harry to the newspaper section. With a flick of her wand, a thick stack of newspapers soared from the shelves and piled onto a nearby vacant table. Her movements did not cease. More and more newspapers continued to fly forth, neatly stacking themselves. Harry gaped at the mountainous piles of newspapers. Decades' worth of news had accumulated into towering stacks, each nearly the height of Hagrid. It dawned on him just how misguided he had been. He had not anticipated there would be so many. "All the newspapers you need are here," Madame Pants said. "But I must remind you that these cannot be taken out of the library. No one is permitted to remain after curfew." Feeling sheepish, Harry scratched his head in embarrassment, expressing his gratitude to Madame Pants. He then drew his wand and commanded the newspapers to arrange themselves into 10 smaller stacks by year, deciding not to return to Hermione, but rather to commence his search right there at the empty table. Fortunately, Harry's levitation charm was quite proficient, and Madame Pants did not reprimand him for using magic in the library. She merely cautioned him to ensure the preservation of the archival newspapers before turning to leave. Harry began sifting through the newspapers from 1971, the year his parents had just enrolled, though they were not considered notable figures. The papers primarily reported on the nefarious deeds of a certain dark wizard, along with accounts of the victims, with little else to be found. The entirety of that year's newspapers bore witness to such grim narratives, and as Harry read, a heavy weight settled upon his heart. The lists of victims, coupled with the haunting, moving photographs depicting despair and anguish, compelled him to hasten his perusal. Harry moved swiftly, employing a small enchantment devised by Omni Miz, as he searched through the stacks of newspapers for any mention of the surname Potter. Aside from a few advertisements for magical shampoos, there was little of relevance. It was not until the newspapers from 1979 that he discovered a greater frequency of the name Potter. He immediately set aside the old newspaper in his hands and extracted the one from that year, meticulously searching through it. On February 14, 1979, the sole heir of the Potter family, James Potter, married a Muggle-born witch from Gryffindor, accompanied by a photograph. Harry's finger lingered on the image, which depicted a large gathering of people. At the center stood a pair of jovial young individuals. The man sported a tuft of black hair and round glasses, while the woman, clad in an elegant gown, held a bouquet and radiated happiness. Beside the man stood a remarkably handsome friend who was conjuring fireworks with his wand, while a somewhat frail-looking man lingered at the edge of the crowd, smiling at the merriment before him. A diminutive figure flitted by in the photograph, only a silhouette visible, devoid of a clear face. Harry scrutinized the photograph for quite some time, feeling an overwhelming urge to cut it out, but the watchful gaze of Mrs. Pants nearby deterred him from such an act. Perhaps he could steal the newspaper later in the night to make a copy. On April 20th, 1979, James and Lily Potter, under the guidance of Frank Longbottom, became Aurors, successfully apprehending several dark wizards and thwarting the mysterious figure's persecution of Muggles. By June 15th, 1979, the renowned Auror couple faced pursuit from the mysterious figure, successfully repelling an attack from Death Eaters and emerging unscathed. On August 3rd, 1979, the illustrious Potter couple, alongside the Longbottoms, once again repelled the mysterious figure, successfully rescuing a Muggle-born wizarding family. After this, Harry found no further news until he completed his review of the newspapers through December. Contemplating for a moment, he began to sift through the newspapers from 1980, discovering even fewer mentions of the Potter couple that year. Only in January did he find a report of their third escape from the mysterious figure. With only one final year remaining, Harry glanced at the time, realizing he had spent over 2 hours poring over the newspapers, and curfew was fast approaching. He hastened his pace, opening the last stack of newspapers from 1981. The first half of the year was filled with reports of tragedies, which he skimmed through, only pausing when he encountered a familiar name in the August edition, news of the Longbottoms' rescue. The Longbottoms had been driven mad by their torment, yet fortunately, their child survived and was entrusted to the care of the elder Longbottom. After a brief pause, Harry continued to flip through the pages until he reached the newspaper dated November 1st. The front page heralded the joyous news of the mysterious figure's disappearance, adorned with extensive photographs of wizards celebrating across various locales. The second page featured the savior, Harry Potter, alongside a photograph of a slumbering infant. The lightning-shaped scar on his forehead strikingly evident. It was not until the third page that news of the Potter couple emerged, stating only that they had met a tragic end at the hands of a mysterious figure. Harry stared blankly at this page, frozen in contemplation for a prolonged moment. It was not until Madame Pants approached him, reminding him that curfew was approaching and the library would soon close, that he finally stood up to gather the scattered newspapers. Observing the page where Harry lingered, Madame Pants waved her wand, causing the papers to return to their rightful place, urging Harry to leave promptly. He expressed his gratitude politely before making his way outside, where Hermione and the others had been waiting by the door. Noticing Harry's troubled expression, Hermione was the first to voice her concern. "What's wrong?" she asked anxiously. Harry rubbed his face, responding, "It's nothing, just uncovered some information about my parents." At this point, he glanced at Neville, who appeared worried but had not connected the dots. "Let's hurry back. Curfew is imminent, and we mustn't be caught." With that, Harry took the lead, striding swiftly towards Gryffindor Tower. The others had no choice but to jog along, aware that Harry was right. Being caught would result in a deduction of points. After 2 days of classes, everyone understood how precious those points were, and none wished to experience the ease of losing them. Upon reaching the common room, they refrained from discussing the day's events, each bidding good night before retreating to their dormitories. Harry lay on his bed, the heavy curtains drawn around him, transforming the space into a small, tent-like sanctuary. In the dormitory, Seamus and Dean were still engaged in a spirited debate over the rules of wizard chess, while Ron enthusiastically chimed in with suggestions. Neville remained detached, muttering to himself on his bed, seemingly reciting notes. The noise outside gradually faded, leaving only the soft sounds of snoring. Harry rubbed his eyes, muttering softly, and closed them, preparing for sleep. There was no rush, no need for haste. Everything would unfold in due time. The newspapers had stated that the individual in question had merely vanished, not perished. His conversation with Dumbledore yesterday had further indicated that the current state of the wizarding world was far from the calm it appeared to be. He had perused the newspapers over the past few days, noting the trivialities reported. Surely, anything that could provoke Dumbledore's vigilance was not insignificant. From the limited information available, the most likely culprit remained the dark wizard who had wreaked havoc in the magical realm for over a decade, Lord Voldemort. Slowly, Harry reassured himself internally, squeezing his eyes shut tightly, fearful that opening them might betray a hint of his burgeoning resolve. As he pondered these thoughts, drowsiness gradually enveloped him, and before he knew it, he had drifted into slumber. Wednesday morning's class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and the moment Harry entered the classroom, he wished he could shut off his sense of smell altogether. The classroom was suffused with the pungent odor of garlic, mingled with a foul stench that surpassed even that of a troll. After enduring this assault on his senses for several minutes, Harry could no longer contain himself. He rummaged through his bag and extracted a half-mask, sprinkling it with peppermint oil before donning it, which provided him with a modicum of relief from the noxious air. Demonstrating the makeshift remedy, his fellow students quickly followed suit. Those without masks resorted to handkerchiefs, while others who had no alternative simply sprinkled oil on their sleeves and pressed them to their faces. Some were even bolder, using a paper cutter to slice a sizable piece of fabric from their shirts to mask their faces. Professor Quirrell watched in disbelief as the students clamored and exchanged oils and cloths, stammering an explanation that it was to guard against the scent of vampires. Yet his words fell on deaf ears. Had they not feared losing points, it was likely that the students would have fled the classroom altogether, despite alleviating the olfactory offense. Harry remained dissatisfied, for Quirrell merely read from the textbook, stumbling over the words, and was utterly incapable of imparting any knowledge regarding defensive spells or practical experience. Chapter 17. Draco is truly a good person. Even in reading, Quirrell's halting delivery was less efficient than the student's independent study. Furrowing his brow through half the lesson, Harry could no longer bear it and decisively stowed his book, pulling out the assignment Professor McGonagall had entrusted to him. His time was far too precious to squander. Quirrell, noticing Harry's actions, exhibited a fleeting change in his gaze, so quick that no one else detected it, as he continued to stutter through the text. When he turned to write on the blackboard, Harry suddenly felt a wave of hostility wash over him once more. This time, devoid of distractions. He distinctly sensed that the animosity emanated from Quirrell himself. Alongside this, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. When Quirrell turned back, Harry immediately lowered his head, focusing intently on his assignment. If the opportunity arose, he would inquire with Professor Dumbledore about Quirrell's true nature. for it was wise to keep his thoughts guarded amidst such uncertainty. As soon as the bell rang, the students rushed towards the door, their eagerness drowning out Quirrell's attempts to assign homework. Harry feigned ignorance, swiftly exiting the classroom and yanking off his mask to inhale deeply the fresh air outside. He tugged at his clothing in distaste, grimacing at the thought that he might have marinated in that odor for an entire class. After conferring with his friends, none wished to bear such a foul scent to lunch, and they unanimously decided to return to the dormitory to change clothes. If they hurried, they might still catch the tail end of the meal. If not, they would prefer to go hungry. Ultimately spurred by hunger, Harry and his friends dashed back to the Great Hall, managing to snatch a few drumsticks just before lunch disappeared entirely, thus avoiding starvation. Having quickly devoured their chicken, they hurried to the history of magic classroom, lamenting the day's lessons, exclaiming in exasperation, "What on earth is going on?" First Quirrell in the morning, and now Professor Binns in the afternoon. After an invigorating afternoon nap, Harry observed Draco languidly lingering in the classroom and suddenly recalled their arrangement to teach him the mirror spell today. Turning to his friends, he inquired if anyone would join. Aside from Hermione, who eagerly expressed her interest in all spells, the other two, lacking any enthusiasm, showed little interest. Ron grimaced at the sight of Draco, hesitating to voice his disdain, but Harry paid him no mind. He had seen enough discord among houses. Gareth and Sebastian had bickered since their first year, yet managed to coexist amicably. "Neville, what about you? Will you join us?" Harry asked. After a moment's hesitation, Neville shook his head. "I think I'll pass. I need to head to the library. I'm struggling with several subjects lately and need to catch up." Upon hearing this, Hermione also hesitated. She wished to visit the library but didn't want to miss Harry's lesson. Given that the Malfoy family, being purebloods, showed such keen interest in the spell, her curiosity was piqued even more. However, Harry's lesson eventually prevailed. The library would always be there, but this was a unique opportunity for guidance. Hermione reasoned that even among friends, it was inappropriate to assume they could always seek help without consideration. Having witnessed Harry's exceptional skills during recent lessons, she recognized that he was far beyond their current level, and whatever challenges he faced were likely more complex than mere academics. As a friend, she felt it was wrong to burden him with trivial concerns when she couldn't assist him. Exiting the classroom, Draco quickly caught up, cheerfully greeting Harry, and merely nodded at Hermione without further comment. He had not brought Crabbe and Goyle along, believing their presence would waste Harry's time and potentially become a nuisance. After some contemplation, Harry led the two outside the castle to the edge of the Black Lake, where a few large trees stood by a small patch of grass, offering a secluded and cool spot that Harry had once cherished for reading and practicing magic. The spell is called the Water Mirror. You must wave your wand like this. Accompanied by this gesture, Harry wasted no time and immediately began the lesson. The essence of the spell involved forming a mirror of water from the moisture in the air. It was advisable to practice in a water-rich environment initially, but once familiar, it could be summoned at will. Hermione quietly recited the incantation, her eyes fixed intently on Harry's demonstration. Once she had committed the motions to memory, she began to experiment with the lake's surface. Draco, being the sole heir of the Malfoy family, had not neglected his studies despite his parents' indulgence. Having been exposed to magic from a young age, he grasped the concept after only a couple of attempts, successfully conjuring a competent and functional water mirror. Excellent. Just as I said, it's a simple spell. The rest is merely a matter of practice. Harry clapped his hands twice, expressing his satisfaction with Draco's speed. I recall you mentioning that you studied potions under your godfather. May I inquire about his level as a potion master? Draco cast a proud glance at Hermione, who was still diligently practicing by the lake, before replying, "My godfather? He is none other than our esteemed headmaster, Severus Snape, a true master of potions." Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. "Really? That is quite fortunate. Could you perhaps introduce me to your godfather, Professor Snape? I have some potions that require the expertise of a master, and it's rather challenging to contact the renowned ones." "Of course, I assure you that the compensation will be substantial." Draco smirked, reveling in the situation. "I should have suggested you join Slytherin from the start. As far as I know, my godfather harbors a strong dislike for Gryffindors. If you were a Slytherin, it would be no problem, but under the current circumstances." He pointedly gestured towards the Gryffindor emblem on Harry's chest. Harry felt somewhat helpless. He had not anticipated this outcome, but there was little he could do now. "All right. In light of your teaching me spells, I will assist you in making the inquiry," Draco finally offered after relishing the humor of the moment. Harry was overjoyed. "Thank you. You're truly a good friend, Draco." Draco's pale face flushed with a hint of crimson. "Potter." Harry laughed heartily and dashed off to guide Hermione by the lake. Hermione, being quite intelligent, found the spell manageable, as evidenced by Draco's swift understanding. However, having lived in the Muggle world, she lacked certain magical insights, making her learning somewhat arduous. Yet, with Harry's simple guidance, she quickly grasped the concept, and on her next attempt, she successfully cast the spell. For young wizards of Muggle descent, once they overcome that initial hurdle, their learning pace often surpasses that of their wizarding peers. After all, before entering Hogwarts, Muggle-born young wizards typically attend primary school, where they receive systematic educational methods. Even those children who may not particularly enjoy studying will, through a subtle influence, develop certain learning habits. In contrast, young wizards from magical families rely solely on their parents for education, as there is no equivalent of primary school in the wizarding world. Unfortunately, parents are not professional educators. They can only teach what comes to mind, and, as they also need to work, they cannot always be home. This creates a relaxed learning environment for young wizards, devoid of any pressure. When compared, the disparities become evident, and it is only when these young wizards mature and develop sufficient self-discipline that the situation begins to improve. After observing for a while longer, both Draco and Hermione adeptly summoned water mirrors in the lake's shallows, marking the conclusion of their extracurricular lesson. Draco, needing to assist Harry with his potion inquiries, departed first. Hermione felt it was time to return as well, and they agreed to continue their studies in the library. Harry had merely skimmed the newspaper the day before, and today he intended to explore the student bookshelf. However, before they could step into the castle, they were intercepted. "Oh, Harry, what a coincidence! Are you heading back to the castle?" Dumbledore, wearing a broad smile, stood in the entrance hall, seemingly preparing to go out. "Good day, Professor Dumbledore." Hermione quickly greeted him. "Ah, greetings to you as well, Miss Granger." Harry furrowed his brow, having already been delayed by Dumbledore once regarding his plans. "What more could there be this time? May I have a word with Harry, Miss Granger?" Dumbledore inquired gently, addressing the young witch. Hermione appeared as though she were on the verge of suffocation, scarcely able to believe it. Dumbledore had actually remembered her name. A Muggle-born, which had only been enrolled for less than a week. Although exhilarated, Hermione remained mindful of her identity as Harry's friend. She cast a concerned glance toward Harry, silently seeking his approval. Harry nodded, assuring her that it was all right. "You can head to the library. Neville is still there." Only then did Hermione respond to Dumbledore. "Very well. Headmaster, I shall take my leave." Her suspicions were indeed confirmed. Harry had to confront numerous challenges since his first year. No wonder he was so formidable. No, she could not continue like this. She needed to hasten her pace. If Harry were to require assistance in the future and she found herself powerless, it would be utterly despairing. As Hermione walked briskly, her teeth biting in her lip until it turned pale. No, she could not do it alone. She needed companions. The faces of everyone she had encountered since the train journey flashed through Hermione's mind, ultimately narrowing down to a few figures. With newfound determination, she paused in her stride toward the library, lifted her gaze to ascertain her direction, and consulted the map Harry had gifted her before sprinting off in another direction. "Would you mind walking with me?" Dumbledore inquired. Harry felt somewhat irritated. What did it matter? What more was there to say? He had already conveyed all he knew. Nevertheless, he followed Dumbledore's lead as they made their way outside the castle. They did not venture to any secluded spot, but merely strolled along the path beside the Black Lake. "I apologize for disrupting your plans, but I am curious. What are your plans? And what is your perspective on the current situation?" Dumbledore stated. Harry hesitated, scrutinizing the tall elder beside him, and after a considerable pause, resolved to speak candidly. Regardless of the circumstances, this headmaster appeared far more reliable than Headmaster Black. And given his esteemed position in the current magical community, Dumbledore's assistance would undoubtedly smooth the path ahead. As for any plotting, Harry felt that without the counsel of Onimus and Sebastian, it was fine to set aside his intellect and become a compliant soldier. After all, he was already a Gryffindor. "First, I need to clarify the relationship between Professor Snape and my parents. I require the potion's master to restore my health, and then..." Harry gradually unveiled his plans, including his subsequent inquiry into Voldemort and the matter of vengeance. Dumbledore listened, somewhat taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his brow. How to articulate this? It was no wonder he was the one capable of quelling the Goblin Rebellion. Without his intervention, Harry could indeed have accomplished everything in his own sequence, although the journey may encounter some obstacles. With Harry's identity as the savior, a mere rallying cry would undoubtedly render him unstoppable in a magical realm. "I believe I can assist you with matters concerning Professor Snape. Simply inform me of the potions you require, and I shall have him brew them for you." Dumbledore stated. Harry furrowed his brow, observing Dumbledore's nonchalant demeanor, and suddenly felt a flicker of realization. Does Professor Snape have some compromising information in your possession? He inquired. Dumbledore stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Why do you ask that? Otherwise, I cannot fathom why a young, promising potions master would choose to remain at the school, instructing students who possess little understanding of the subject. Harry replied flatly, unperturbed by his choice of words. Even my former potions professor, Professor Sharp, only opted for teaching after retiring from the Horus. I cannot conceive what would compel a potions master to endure such a situation. Dumbledore, feeling a touch of embarrassment, refrained from speaking further. From a perspective of total ignorance, Harry's deduction seemed rather plausible. Well, there are numerous factors at play. You're still young, Dumbledore muttered, silenced once more under Harry's reproachful gaze. Although Harry appeared to be the same 11-year-old child on the outside, within him resided a formidable wizard on the brink of adulthood, not easily deceived by mere words. Headmaster Dumbledore, we agreed to have an open and honest discussion. I have articulated my thoughts and intentions clearly. I do not expect you to show me leniency, but please do not treat me as a fool, Harry declared with utmost seriousness. Very well, I understand, Dumbledore replied, standing there as he removed his glasses, wiping them with the edge of his robe before placing them back on, his eyes gleaming with a newfound sharpness. I have heard you possess a pensieve? Harry fell silent, aware that only Neville and Draco knew of its existence. He considered both to be trustworthy and not the type to betray a friend. Thus, Dumbledore must have accessed information through other channels regarding the events that transpired on the train. Chapter 18, Memories. Upon further reflection, it was highly probable that Dumbledore was privy to everything. He undoubtedly had spies in his vicinity. Observing the alert expression on Harry's face, Dumbledore could only sigh. The child had matured and was no longer easily deceived. I do indeed have some leverage over him, Dumbledore reluctantly admitted. Harry's expression conveyed a sense of vindication. Although he was curious about the nature of the leverage, it was evident that Snape's compliance with Dumbledore's words indicated it was significant. Harry had no desire to delve into the animosities between the two. Feeling somewhat frustrated, yet with no alternative, Dumbledore spoke again. What would you like to know? The relationship between Professor Snape and my parents. Harry responded immediately. Why are you interested in that? I have sensed something amiss in Professor Snape's gaze towards me. I am certain this is our first meeting, and considering the professor's age, it is clear he must be connected to my parents. Perhaps there is enmity, or perhaps a misunderstanding. If I can discern their relationship, I shall be able to address the matter appropriately and seek his assistance. Harry explained. Dumbledore exhibited a complex expression. In truth, he was indeed connected to your parents. Your father had once saved his life, and your mother was a friend he had known prior to his enrollment. Harry looked utterly astonished. You cannot be serious. Dumbledore replied with unwavering conviction. I am absolutely correct. Impossible, Harry asserted. I have never seen anyone harbor animosity towards the child of their savior. Dumbledore presented his trump card. What could be more compelling than a reliving of the event? Harry immediately began searching for a suitable location. After glancing around, he transformed a small stone on the ground into an appropriately sized pedestal using his wand. He then struggled to extract the pensieve from his bag and placed it atop the pedestal, gazing intently at Dumbledore. Dumbledore, invigorated, was certain that his memories were impeccable. He was speaking nothing but the truth. Swiftly, he extracted a strand of memory and placed it into the pensieve, simultaneously causing the surrounding flora to grow wildly, forming a makeshift tent where they could immerse themselves in the pensieve. Once grounded, they found themselves within the confines of the headmaster's office. Another Dumbledore sat behind the desk, perusing several documents. Suddenly, a portrait on the wall came to life, shouting, Headmaster Dumbledore. A student is chasing Madame Pomfrey towards the Whomping Willow. It's a full moon tonight. The Dumbledore at the desk sprang to his feet and hurried to the window, where Fawkes the Phoenix took flight to perch upon his shoulder. With a flash of fire, the scene shifted. Upon landing once more, they found themselves at the edge of the forbidden forest, shrouded in darkness. Harry was convinced he saw his own reflection, his future self. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was not he, but a much younger James Potter, his father. James, with a determined expression, rushed towards the Whomping Willow, skillfully dodging the branches as he cast a levitation charm to direct a limb to strike a knot on the tree, causing it to halt. The Dumbledore from a memory stood off to the side, observing the scene unfold. A chilling wolf howl echoed in the distance, prompting James to quicken his pace. He dashed beneath the willow-esque branches and, without hesitation, dove into a tree hollow that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Harry, anxious to follow, was halted by Dumbledore beside him. "Do not worry. They will emerge shortly," Dumbledore reassured. "Did you not follow them?" Harry asked incredulously, suddenly feeling that Professor Black was slightly more competent than Dumbledore. At least Professor Black intervened when students were in peril, whereas Dumbledore merely stood by, watching. Harry pondered how even he recognized the howl as that of a werewolf. Surely Dumbledore, aware of the danger, knew that one student had already entered and another had followed. Yet he remained an observer. Dumbledore cleared his throat awkwardly, suddenly regretting his decision to bring Harry along. However, Dumbledore was correct in one regard. They indeed emerged swiftly, accompanied by a cacophony of loud noises and frantic commotion. James pulled a frail, dark-haired boy from the tree's hollow, hastily distancing him from the Whomping Willow before reactivating it. A young werewolf had barely poked its head out when it was immediately struck back by the Whomping Willow, emitting a series of anguished howls. "A werewolf? You actually concealed a werewolf within the school? I shall inform the headmaster." The pale-faced boy shouted at James. "Calm down, Snape. Calm down. If you call me Snape." He suddenly recalled, "You all knew, the headmaster is aware, that is. Remus? Remus is a werewolf." His complexion grew even more ashen, devoid of any color. You even allowed a werewolf to stay with Lily?" "Remus is safe. He is under control." James's expression darkened, unable to contain his anger as he began to shout. "How can you?" Snape glared at James, then shifted his gaze to the werewolf struggling against the Whomping Willow. His eyes filled with a fierce intensity. He pointed his wand to the werewolf, the tip beginning to glow. James immediately tackled Snape. "You cannot do this. Let go of me. Potter, I cannot allow Lily to be in the same house as a werewolf." Snape screamed. The two grappled until they both drew their wands, at which point the memory of Dumbledore emerged. Enough. The two combatants were abruptly separated by an unseen force, pinning them to the grass. "Mr. Potter, you did well to prevent a fellow student's demise," Dumbledore said gently, appearing before them. 50 points to Gryffindor. "Now, you may return." "But Professor, enough. I shall handle the rest," Dumbledore interrupted, gazing intently at him until James could no longer withstand the scrutiny and left the grounds, glancing back repeatedly. "You know, you have always known." Snape's demeanor shifted to one of agitation before contorting into a scowl. "There are so many students in this school. What do you take them for?" Dumbledore remained silent, merely observing him until Snape had expended his emotional outburst, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily. "I understand, which is why I have done everything within my power to protect the students of this school," Dumbledore replied calmly. Snape's expression twisted. "He is a werewolf. He has been here all along. What if he bites someone? He almost, if you are willing to adhere to the school rules, then you'll be safe. I recognize your concern for your classmates, but the one inside is also your classmate. Mr. Potter just saved your life." Dumbledore's demeanor turned serious. "I have no such classmate. I do not need him to save me, no matter how you deny it. The fact remains that he saved you. Now, return. This matter ends here. I shall not publicize that Mr. Potter saved your life, nor will I deduct your points," Dumbledore stated flatly. Severus Snape appeared utterly despondent. He yearned to refute the accusations. Yet the words remained unspoken. In the end, he could only cast a venomous glance towards the direction of the tree hollow before rising and hastening towards the castle. The scene from a memory concluded here, and Harry along with Dumbledore departed from his recollection. Harry silently stowed away his pensieve into his satchel, awaiting Dumbledore to restore the surrounding flora to its original state. "Thus, it is," Dumbledore remarked. Harry gazed at him with an expression of bewilderment. "I am genuinely curious. What leverage do you hold over Professor Snape that allows him to endure such circumstances without resorting to poisoning you?" Dumbledore fell silent, hesitantly responding, "Where have I erred? Where have you done right?" Harry exclaimed, astounded that Dumbledore still believed himself blameless. "Setting aside your decision to admit a werewolf into the school, placing all students in jeopardy, it is evident that Professor Snape was lured into this predicament, seemingly tied to my misguided father. You did not impose any consequences on that student, and even rewarded one of the instigators. Not to mention, you threatened a student with your words and demeanor. Harry, that was your father. I am aware that it was my father, but that does not justify his actions." Harry's eyes gleamed with clarity. "Everyone makes mistakes in youth. He erred and must face consequences. That is the essence of proper education. Yet, all I perceive is your bias and complicity. Has no one ever told you that you are not a competent educator?" Dumbledore's expression reflected shock. Never before had someone confronted him so directly. Everyone had assumed his righteousness since he had imprisoned Grindelwald in the tower decades ago, and he had been exalted ever since. Even his caution had not shielded him from the influence of such adulation. leading him to a state of hubris. "I apologize." Dumbledore finally regained his composure, looking earnestly into Harry's eyes. "You are right. I have committed a grievous error, but what is even more alarming is my failure to recognize it. I am not a worthy educator. You should not apologize to me. You owe Professor Snape an apology. You are indebted to him," Harry stated earnestly. "Yes, I shall do so," Dumbledore replied sincerely. Then, he regarded Harry with a complex gaze, hesitating for a considerable time. "I possess another memory, one concerning Severus and your parents." Harry, taken aback, thought, why not reveal this sooner? He had already packed away his belongings. Glancing at the sky, he resignedly retrieved the pensive once more, placing it upon the stone pedestal that had yet to return to its former state. "If you do not mind," he said. Dumbledore extracted another memory, preparing to rejuvenate the surrounding vegetation. The two once again entered a new memory. They found themselves in a dimly lit bar on the second floor. Harry blinked in recognition, realizing they were at the Hog's Head, as the angle distinctly revealed the enormous wild boar's head behind the bar below. Soon, a hooded figure swiftly glided past them, quietly peering through the crack of the door to the room above. Harry approached and scrutinized the hooded figure, instantly recognizing Professor Snape. Following Snape's gaze, he peered into the illuminated room where Dumbledore conversed with a witch. This witch, adorned with glasses resembling the bottom of a wine bottle and bedecked with inexplicably shimmering ornaments, appeared dazed, her voice hoarse. The fragmented words emerged, suggesting that only one child born on the last day of July could vanquish the Dark Lord. Just as Harry intended to enter the room for a closer listen, he noticed Dumbledore's sharp gaze fixed on the doorway. "Who?" Professor Snape seemed struck, soaring into the air and crashing against the wall. Yet he swiftly regained his footing and vanished with a flicker. In a swift motion, Dumbledore opened the door, catching only a glimpse of a robe's hem. "Very well, Professor Trelawney, you shall receive an appointment from Hogwarts. Congratulations on becoming the divination instructor." Dumbledore scanned the corridor warily before turning back to the narrow-focused witch. "Really? I mean, thank you," Trelawney exclaimed, her surprise masked by an effort to appear as if she had anticipated this all along. The scene began to blur, and soon Harry found himself standing on a precipice. Dumbledore stood at the edge, his expression icy, while Snape loomed behind him, looking disheveled, his beard unkempt, pallor evident, and his eyes hollow. "I beg you. I know you're the only one who can help," Snape pleaded humbly. "This is all your fault. I know. But please save her. I had no idea it would be her. Only you can." Snape insisted urgently. "What are you willing to sacrifice?" Dumbledore turned, regarding the disheveled wizard with a cold stare. "Everything." Snape knelt, his forehead touching the ground, prostrating himself before Dumbledore. The scene shifted once more, now to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore sat wearily behind his desk. Snape, his eyes bloodshot and expression fierce, glared at him. "You promised. You guaranteed it. I'm sorry, but I arrived too late. You said it would happen," Snape shouted, drawing reproachful glances from the portraits. "She had a choice, yet she chose to protect her child," Dumbledore replied calmly. Snape froze, his expression vacant, murmuring, "Gone, all of it. Gone. No, she still has her child. Have you seen that child? He has her eyes. She sacrificed her life to protect him. You will help her, won't you?" Dumbledore interlocked his fingers, resting them on the desk to obscure the lower half of his face, his gaze flickering. "Her child?" Snape shifted his focus to Dumbledore's face. It seemed he was gazing beyond him. "Yes, the child she protected with her life," Dumbledore whispered, his words resonating like a demonic whisper. Chapter 19. The Chamber of Secrets. "Where's that child?" A glimmer of light sparked in Snape's eyes. He resided in a safe haven, where he would live securely before entering Hogwarts. It is well known that Voldemort merely vanished and did not meet his demise. Inevitably, he would return one day, and this child would undoubtedly become his target. Dumbledore remained unwavering, continuing to inquire, "Will you protect him? Will you safeguard the child whom Lily protected with her very life?" Snape turned to leave, uttering a single phrase before departing. "This is the last time." The memory concluded, and the two returned to their original position. The sky had begun to darken, the setting sun casting a crimson hue across the heavens, as vibrant as if stained with blood. Harry stared blankly at the distant sunset, momentarily at a loss for words, forgetting even to stow away the pensive. "This is how it is," Dumbledore remarked, retracting his wand. Harry offered no response, his thoughts a chaotic whirlwind, unsure of what he was truly contemplating. "Are you all right?" Dumbledore inquired with a hint of concern, questioning whether he had acted too impulsively. After all, Harry was merely a child. Had he been too forthcoming with the intricate web of causality? Yet, Dumbledore could hardly blame himself. He mused, unsettled by Harry's accusations. Eager to see how he would react upon discovering that Snape was the architect of his family's tragic fate. "I'm fine," Harry muttered, casting an accusing glare at Dumbledore. Unable to conceal his disdain. Could the old man not perceive his intentions? He quickly took a few steps forward, abruptly turning back to reclaim the pensive before continuing on his way. "I'm fine. I need some time alone. May I take a couple days off, Professor?" Harry forced a smile, which caused Dumbledore's unease to heighten. Of course. Current coursework should pose no issue for you. I will arrange your leave," Dumbledore promptly assured him. Satisfied, Harry nodded and disregarded Dumbledore further, striding across the lawn in a straight line toward the castle, clearing any obstacles from his path, including but not limited to boulders and large trees. Dumbledore, rubbing his crooked nose, silently followed, intent on tidying up the mess. He could not allow anyone to discover a new pathway had emerged by morning. Upon entering the castle, Harry swiftly ascended to the second floor, traversing several staircases until he arrived at a landing devoid of portraits. There stood a clock adorned with a mirror, towering like a door. The mirror bore a keyhole intricately carved with a lifelike serpent. Harry traced his wand across the mirror's surface and, in a hushed voice, spoke to the keyhole in Parseltongue. "Open." The serpent flicked its tongue, coiling around the keyhole a few times before a soft click resonated. Harry pulled open the mirror door and stepped inside, the mirror closing slowly behind him. By the time Dumbledore arrived, having tidied up the chaos and sought news from the portraits nearby, Harry's presence had completely vanished. In response to this, he could only sigh and prepare to request leave from Harry's various professors. On Friday, there was also Snape's potions class. As Dumbledore contemplated this matter, a sudden wave of apprehension washed over him. He hastily penned several notes for Fawkes to deliver to the professors and decisively chose to step outside. There were still matters requiring his attention. Upon entering the dark corridor, Harry found himself enveloped in shadows as the door behind him closed. It had been far too long since anyone had ventured here, and the air was thick with the scent of dust. Unable to suppress a few coughs, Harry employed a bubble head charm, encasing his head in a translucent orb, which provided some relief. He had intended to use this charm during Professor Quirrell's class. It was somewhat conspicuous for a first year, prompting him to opt for a mask instead. Once his breathing steadied, Harry illuminated his wand and located the braziers positioned along the stone columns. Flames erupted. A flicker of fire ignited the brazier with a satisfying pop, and the surrounding chains ignited the 4 central braziers, instantly illuminating the modest corridor. Observing the dust-laden floor, Harry began to employ cleaning spells generously, gradually revealing the original hue of the floor beneath. After taking a few steps forward, he halted, frowning as he gazed at a spot against the wall. There, he discovered a set of furniture. A tall armchair and a row of low stools adorned the space, interspersed with several square coffee tables, some even draped with velvet cloths. A few exquisite tea sets rested atop the tables, albeit covered in dust. These refined furnishings were undoubtedly not his doing, nor could they possibly belong to his companions. While Sebastian and Omenes were Slytherin students, one was impoverished and the other blind, rendering such extravagance implausible. Whenever they convened here, they had never so much as arranged for a chair. They always stood, let alone Gareth, who was a Gryffindor. Even if he had contributed, it would surely not be in the Slytherin style. Wielding his wand, Harry cautiously approached for a closer inspection. Although the chairs and sofa were coated in a thick layer of dust, he could not afford to be careless. One could never know if curses lay in wait. After casting several detection spells and confirming the absence of danger, Harry edged closer, cleared the dust from the sofa, and inspected it once more before finally taking a seat on the solitary armchair in the center. The spacious armchair enveloped him, and he leaned back, lost in thought as he gazed at the flickering flames of the brazier. After a spell of silence, Harry straightened his posture and retrieved a thick, bound stack of letters from his satchel. He sought out the one from Sebastian, which detailed the modifications made to the corridor. It explained that after Harry's disappearance, the two had collaborated with Gareth to make certain alterations. They had first sealed off the path leading to the abandoned manor outside the school, and then Omenes had added a Parseltongue key to the entrance on the second-floor corridor. Thus, unless one possessed the ability to speak Parseltongue, entry to the corridor would be utterly impossible. They had also left some items for Harry within the corridor, things unsuitable for storage in Gringotts. For instance, the house elf Deco brought over, Harry left behind those leather garments in the room of requirement, and even some weapons crafted by goblins. Omenes specifically noted that currently, only the Gaunt family could speak Parseltongue, but he assured that he would not disclose this place to the other Gaunts. Moreover, it seemed he was the last Hogwarts student from the Gaunt lineage, as his uncle had long decided to keep his own children at home for private tutelage, never allowing them to attend school. This raised a perplexing question. Who could possibly enter this place? Did the Gaunt family later permit their offspring to attend school? Harry tucked away the letter, furrowing his brow in confusion. Troubles seemed to multiply. This enrollment was proving far more exhausting than the last. Rising to his feet, Harry began to pace along the corner of the wall. They had mentioned leaving something for him. It was all missing, replaced by other items. Clearly, a thief had intruded. This thief not only pilfered his belongings, but also claimed this space as their own, transforming it into some sort of gathering place. Surely, there must be clues to uncover. Before long, Harry found himself standing before the wall opposite the armchair, where a three-sided frame held a landscape painting. It had once served as the exit to the abandoned manor, though he could not ascertain how they had sealed this passage. It appeared merely as an ordinary painting. Nostalgically, he reached out to touch the edge of the frame, recalling how he and Sebastian had sought it for an extended period before finally piecing it together. Thanks to the enchantment, the previous damage was imperceptible. Suddenly, Harry withdrew his hand with a sharp intake of breath. A small wound had appeared on his finger. He glanced at the spot he had just touched, discovering a small serpent ornament there, having inadvertently grazed his finger against its fangs. Harry meticulously examined the little snake, confirming it was merely decorative before moving on. In the magical realm, many curses could be triggered by a drop of blood, a fact Harry had encountered during his escapades, leading him to exercise caution. The small cut on his finger healed swiftly with a simple healing spell, causing him little distress. However, when he lifted his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. The cohesive landscape painting within the three-sided frame had transformed entirely, now depicting three distinct domestic scenes. The leftmost image featured only a simple chair. The right showcased a roaring fireplace, and the center displayed a long table laden with food. Bewildered, Harry wondered what was happening. Since discovering the secret chamber, they had gathered here numerous times, and they had studied this painting extensively. Such a change had never occurred before. A hooded figure darted through the rightmost image, prompting Harry to lean closer. "Who are you?" he inquired. The figure, poised to depart, froze in place. "Harry Potter?" A familiar male voice echoed, causing Harry to take a cautious step back, pointing his wand at the painting, ready to obliterate it at the slightest hint of danger. "Wait!" A figure hurriedly dashed towards the edge of the portrait, vanishing into the canvas in an instant. Moments later, he re-emerged, pulling down his hood and beaming at Harry. "Long time no see. Sebastian." Harry gasped, his mouth agape, nearly dropping his wand. And me. Quiet down, Weasley. Can you not be a bit more composed?" "Gareth? Omenes?" Harry leaned closer to the portrait, eagerly observing the individuals who had materialized within it. The three stood there, their faces radiant with smiles directed at Harry. "Huh, to see you again in this form, Harry." Gareth, with his fiery red hair, burst into laughter. The trio appeared to be in their 30s, youthful yet dignified. "What are you doing here?" Harry's lips automatically curled upward, though his eyes glistened with emotion. "Allow me to explain." Omenes interjected from his seat on the solitary chair within the portrait. He looked quite gaunt, his cheeks slightly sunken, clad in a worn black robe that hung loosely on his frame, accentuating his slenderness. "Since your departure, Professor Weasley instructed us to keep all matters regarding you confidential. After graduation, we all went our separate ways and lost touch, until Professor Weasley sent us letters before her passing. It was at her funeral that we reunited. She lifted the ban on us, perhaps because we had matured. We deliberated for quite some time about leaving something behind, but we were uncertain if you would even be able to see it. Hence, our portraits came to be. We debated where to hang them for ages," Gareth added. "It wasn't until Omenes' condition deteriorated that we decided on Hogwarts. Sebastian informed us about the entrance to the hidden corridor from the abandoned manor, and we resolved to transform that scenic painting, concealing it within the forest of the artwork. Only your presence would allow us to reappear. But fret not. We usually remain elsewhere. We destroyed the entrance to that manor, making this a perfect secret chamber for our portraits." Sebastian chimed in. "The ornate frame was crafted by Omenes, and we received assistance from Professor Fig. His wife has long studied ancient magic, and they possess items imbued with ancient magical energies. He fashioned that little serpent from those objects, which can detect the essence of ancient magic we occasionally observe from the forest." At this point, Omenes' expression turned apologetic. "I must apologize, Harry. I had initially believed that the school would not witness the emergence of Parseltongue again, which is why I set the entrance password to be in snake language as the first key, along with storing some of your belongings here. Little did we know what madness had seized the Gaunt family, allowing their descendants to enter Hogwarts and take your possessions. Gareth displayed a guilty expression, for it was he who had orchestrated the transfer of all the items from the ever-willing room, only to see them now bestowed upon others. Harry could not help but chuckle. Such matters were trivial, mere possessions. If he could acquire them once, he could surely do so again. With that thought, he plopped down on the ground, engaging in conversation with the three portraits. He shared his circumstances while the portraits recounted various events that transpired during his absence, allowing Harry to relax completely, with a smile never leaving his face. Upon learning of Harry's concerns, Gareth frantically proposed ideas, but Harry deemed it best not to attempt any of them. Omenes, however, began to contemplate various known pieces of information, striving to devise a foolproof plan to assist Harry. Sebastian, on the other hand, remained silent, merely sharing spells he had recently mastered, encouraging Harry to try his hand at them. Chapter 20, Werewolves, Prophecies, and Mother. Yet, the spells he uttered nearly provoked Gareth and Omenes to leap from their frames to duel him, since Harry had ceased to accompany him on adventures. Sebastian had delved deeper into the realm of dark magic. Fortunately, he still clung to his core principles. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have secured a place among the notorious dark wizards. Harry smirked and politely declined Sebastian's generous offer, stating that the magic he had currently learned was sufficient, and if the need arose, he would certainly seek Sebastian out for further instruction. As they reminisced, time slipped away until it was well past midnight. Harry's stomach grumbled, especially with the sight of a sumptuous feast displayed in Gareth's portrait, from which he occasionally sampled a dish, only intensifying Harry's hunger. Unable to resist any longer, Harry reflected for a moment before softly calling out, "Dee-Dee?" With a soft pop, a young house elf appeared at Harry's side, dressed in somewhat tattered kitchen linens. Its large eyes dominating half its face, bat-like ears perked atop its head, and its hair notably more abundant than that of other elves. "Young Master Wizard, how may I assist you?" Dee-Dee inquired in a high-pitched voice. Harry gazed in astonishment at the young house elf before him, pondering the discrepancy in age. "Didico informed me that if needed, I could summon his child, Dee-Dee. Are you perhaps Didico's offspring?" Harry could not help but ask. The three portraits also leaned closer to the edge of their frames, having met Didico, but never his child. Dee-Dee appeared momentarily puzzled before a look of realization washed over its face, followed by excitement. "You are the esteemed Harry Potter, are you not? The legendary Harry Potter? If there is no other Harry Potter, then it must be me," Harry replied dryly. With a shriek, Dee-Dee promptly vanished. Harry looked bewilderedly at his friends. "What just happened? How should we know?" The three replied in unison. Before they could utter more, a loud crack echoed as Dee-Dee returned, this time accompanied by an elderly house elf. "Mr. Potter." Dee-Dee was taken aback with joy, exclaiming, "This is my father. His name is also Dee-Dee. He can tell you everything." The elder Dee-Dee trembled, his body wrinkled and seemingly unable to straighten his back. He appeared quite emotional, his hoarse voice beginning to narrate. It turned out that he was indeed the child Dico had mentioned, only he had waited until old age without ever meeting Harry. Feeling that time was running out, he chose to bestow his name upon his own child, allowing him to continue awaiting Harry Potter's return at Hogwarts. Harry was deeply moved. It was astonishing that a house elf, who did not belong to him, could pass down a legacy of waiting for him through generations. Regardless of his emotions, the pressing matters at hand needed resolution. Harry instructed the young Dee-Dee to escort the elder Dee-Dee back and to procure some food for himself. Dee-Dee, elated to have received a task, took his father away. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a tray laden with beef sandwiches and a large jug of hot milk. After finally enjoying a much-delayed dinner, Harry began to feel a wave of fatigue wash over him. At merely 11 years of age, his initial days at school had been rather tumultuous. Yet the presence of a familiar companion had alleviated his inner turmoil, leaving him drowsy. Glancing around, Harry decided against returning. Instead, he aligned the chairs in a row to create a makeshift bed and retrieved a blanket from his backpack. Collapsing into slumber, he drifted into a deep sleep, entirely unaware of the time in the windowless chamber. All he knew was that this sleep was the most restful he had experienced since his return to the age of 11, making him reluctant to rise from his cozy cocoon. Eventually, hunger compelled him to stir. He sluggishly got up, found his glasses beside his pillow, restored the chairs to their original arrangement, and called for Dee-Dee to bring him some food. The only sounds that filled the corridor were the subtle crackling of the burning brazier and the sounds of Harry eating. After Dee-Dee tidied up and departed, Harry glanced at the time, astonished to find it was already 2 p.m. on Thursday. He had slept for over 10 hours. No wonder his body felt a bit sore. "Harry, are you all right?" Omnis asked. Harry sauntered over to the painting, where only Omnis remained among the 3 portraits, the other 2 now vacant. "Where are they?" Harry couldn't help but inquire. Omnis chuckled lightly, explaining that both were restless spirits, having hung their portraits in various places and had now ventured elsewhere. Harry nodded, then realized Omnis could not see him, promptly adding, "That's good. I was worried you might be confined here. I was even contemplating how to take your portraits with me last night. There's no need for such trouble. We have portraits in other locations as well. The portraits here are usually concealed, and we don't often visit. If you ever find yourself unable to see us, you can activate the small snake at the edge of the frame with ancient magic, and we will be notified." Omnis stepped in with a calm demeanor, explaining the situation. "That's good." Harry sighed with slight relief, sitting idly before the portrait, his gaze drifting aimlessly, lost in thought. Was he still troubled by that professor? After a prolonged silence, Omnis could no longer remain quiet and inquired, "What weighs on your mind?" Harry exhaled deeply, expressing his frustration. It's all so complicated. My thoughts are in turmoil. What is this all about? No wonder Severus regarded me with such a complex expression on the first day of school. If I were in his shoes, I would have lost my composure long ago. Omnis began to dissect the matter systematically. Firstly, the professor's relationship with your father is evidently strained. Based on your description, it seems he is on the receiving end of suppression. After all, your father must have had a few commendable friends who would have lent him support. However, that is of no concern to you, so we may set that aside for now. Secondly, there's the issue of his connection to you. Due to his actions, your parents fell victim to Voldemort's malevolence, which is a debt he owes you. After a brief pause, Omnis continued. Lastly, consider his relationship with your mother. My personal belief is that he harbored feelings for her, which eventually morphed into guilt, a guilt that is gradually transferred onto you. As Omnis articulated his analysis with clarity, Harry's restless mind began to find clarity. Thank you. I now know how to proceed. A newfound determination glimmered in Harry's eyes. He was not one to linger unnecessarily. Having grasped the situation, he was ready to take action. However, before he could depart, Gareth burst onto the scene with exuberance. Harry, you will never guess what I discovered." Gareth hurriedly emerged from the edge of the portrait frame, nearly colliding with the long table. "What did you find out?" "Slow down. I'm not going anywhere," Harry replied, bemused by Gareth's ever-clumsy demeanor. With eyes wide in excitement, Gareth exclaimed, "You absolutely won't believe it. I told you that fostering good relations with everyone would pay off. What exactly did you discover?" Harry felt his curiosity piqued. Gareth grinned widely. "You know I have many friends. Well, I sent some portraits to a friend's house, and we agreed to visit each other in the future." "And then?" Harry prompted, eager for the next revelation. Gareth continued, "One of my friends, inspired by my actions, also sent a portrait to a friend's house. Are we not at the crux of the matter yet?" Harry rolled his eyes. "Now we are." Gareth chuckled. "That friend has a profound connection to the Potter family. He actually got in touch with Henry Potter." "Potter? My ancestor?" Harry's interest was piqued. "That is not all." Gareth perched himself on the edge of the portrait frame. "He has a son named Philemon Potter, and Philemon's son is named James." As realization dawned on Harry, he stood frozen in shock. "Are you saying you met my great-grandfather?" Gareth erupted in laughter. "Yes, I met your great-grandfather. The chaotic hair you all share is truly hereditary." Seeing him was like gazing into your older self. Harry sprang to his feet, spinning in excitement. "Where's he? Can I meet him? Wait, does Hogwarts have his portrait? What about my grandfather or father's portrait? When shall I have the pleasure of meeting them? What do they signify to me?" Gareth, feeling rather dizzy from the turn of events, hastily continued, "I reached out. Keep an eye on your recent correspondence. He will have the house elf from the Potter family write to you. As for the rest, I have yet to inquire further." Harry suppressed his excitement and earnestly thanked Gareth. Gareth appeared somewhat embarrassed, lamenting, "If only I could have gathered more precise information. This is already splendid. At least I now know I have other relatives." Harry replied with a broad smile. After exchanging a few more words, Harry resolved to step outside. He had lingered in the corridor for quite some time without informing Hermione and the others, and having not returned to the dormitory all night. He wondered if his classmates had grown anxious. Observing Dumbledore's unreliable demeanor, Harry doubted he would kindly explain matters to the first years. Before departing, Harry contemplated and summoned Diddy, requesting assistance in tidying the place and acquiring some essentials. With Omines and the others present, this chamber could serve as a cozy gathering spot. He penned a list of necessities on parchment and provided Diddy with some galleons to oversee the arrangements, prioritizing the illumination of the space. The dimness was detrimental to the eyes. Just before stepping out, Harry clenched his teeth and inquired, "By the way, do you know who the other Parselmouth is?" "The one who emptied my belongings." Gareth scratched his head, recalling, "I believe his name is Tom. I heard his companions refer to him as Riddle, perhaps a nickname? That must have been over 40 years ago, It's a bit hazy. Harry nodded, opened the grand door of the corridor, and stepped outside. Beyond the threshold lay a magnificent floor-to-ceiling window. Harry gazed upward to find the sky adorned with countless stars. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent the entire afternoon in the corridor, and now curfew had long since passed. After a moment of contemplation, Harry resolutely cast the disillusionment charm upon himself, and, having discerned his bearings, made his way toward the dungeons. The following day, he had inquired of Percy regarding the location of Snape's office, initially intending to foster a good relationship. However, it now seemed he might jeopardize any rapport with the potions master, so he resolved to seize the opportunity for his own benefit. Whatever resources were at his disposal would be fully utilized. Harry coldly mused that, after all, he had spent 5 years at Slytherin House, and he possessed some knowledge of what he should and should not know. Treading lightly down the staircase, the flickering candlelight on the stone walls began to dim. Harry listened intently to the sounds in the corridor, identifying each door. At last, he discovered the sign indicating the potions professor's office on the final floor. After scanning the vicinity to ensure the patrolling professor was absent, he lifted the disillusionment charm and, clenching his fist, struck the door before him with great force. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding noise echoed through the corridor, startling the figures in the portrait at the end, who scattered in fright. After waiting for a moment without response, he raised his fist again, preparing to knock a second time. However, just as his hand was elevated, it was seized. Harry turned around to find a shadowy figure clad entirely in black standing behind him, pale fingers gripping his arm tightly, nearly lifting him off the ground. What bad luck! Snape was on duty tonight, Harry thought to himself. Struggling free from the grip, he turned and looked up at the towering wizard before him. Snape glared ominously at Harry, but when their eyes met, he faltered in his breath and quickly averted his gaze, revealing a look of disdain. Look at this, the Gryffindor savior, daring to disturb his poor professor's door in the dead of night. Ah, yes, it was past curfew. So, a midnight stroll? Gryffindor points professor. I'm well aware. Headmaster Dumbledore has informed me. Harry decisively interrupted Snape's attempt to deduct points. He had no desire to suffer a significant loss before even reaping any benefits. Snape's expression darkened. He found Harry's words hard to believe. After all, to him, Harry was merely an 11-year-old child. How could Dumbledore, that old fox who constantly proclaimed his intent to provide Harry with a complete life, possibly divulge everything to him within the first week of school? It was utterly implausible. Ah, it seems the young savior intends to leverage Headmaster Dumbledore against his beleaguered professor. How unexpected indeed. Snape smirked coldly, leisurely seeking reasons to deduct Harry's points. Werewolf, prophecy. Mother, Harry calmly stated 3 words. Snape's face turned ashen, his eyes hollow, and his lips pressed tightly together as he glared down at Harry, as though attempting to bore a hole through him. Professor, are you certain we should discuss this here? Harry raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Damn that old bee. Snape cursed under his breath, roughly pulling the door open and brandishing his wand with force, causing the office door to swing violently open and slam against the wall. Chapter 21. The Deal. The door stood ajar, revealing a dark and dimly lit office behind it. Snape strode in purposefully, only turning to face Harry once he reached his desk. What are you standing there for? Do I need to invite you in? Harry rolled his eyes and stepped into the office. After taking a few steps forward, the door was abruptly slammed shut behind him, producing a thunderous noise that echoed for a considerable time before fading. What do you know? Snape inquired coldly. Harry surveyed the surroundings of the office, delaying his response as he walked over to a chair by the unlit fireplace and sat down. I have a general understanding, though the details are somewhat unclear. But that is of little importance, Harry said softly, facing away from Snape and gazing at the cold fireplace. Snape bit his lip, remaining silent, unsure of what to say or how to interact with the child before him. He had promised Dumbledore that, for Lily's sake, he would ensure Harry's safety. But that did not imply he could calmly coexist with the boy. What do you want? Why would Dumbledore tell you these things? After a prolonged silence, Snape finally asked in a hoarse voice. Harry did not turn to look back at him, as if the fireplace before him were adorned with flowers amidst the ashes. Why would he tell me? You may inquire of him. If he wishes to share, he will. If he chooses not to, that is of no concern to me. Pausing momentarily, Harry continued, I recognize the intricate relationship you share with my father and mother, yet that is irrelevant to me. You cannot transfer your animosity or feelings towards him onto me. This was a solution he had contemplated for quite some time. Since O'Meany's had stated that the grievances of their parents' generation belonged solely to them, he felt no need to intervene further. My visit today is merely to seek assistance, which you may also interpret as a transaction. Harry articulated his intent, rummaging through his satchel to retrieve items he had long prepared. A few sheets of parchment, some well-preserved potion ingredients. He placed these items upon the coffee table before him and said, "These constitute my remuneration. I wish to request your aid in brewing certain potions for health restoration. The apothecary informed me that only a master potion maker can concoct these elixirs." The office fell into another profound silence, with Snape standing rigidly in place, as if petrified by an unseen spell. Harry remained unperturbed, seated in his chair, staring vacantly at the fireplace. After a considerable interval, Snape gradually approached, examining the items on the table. He felt a surge of astonishment. While the potion recipes were somewhat acceptable, appearing to date back merely a century, they could still be unearthed with diligent searching. However, the well-preserved potion ingredients were a different matter entirely. Some had been confirmed extinct for over 30 years. After scrutinizing the contents, Snape suppressed his burgeoning questions, avoiding Harry's gaze, and instead focused on the items before him, asking, "Which potions do you require?" Harry named several potions before adding, "Some of these have been lost to time. There may be alternatives available, though I am uncertain. A check in the infirmary may provide clarity. This, of course, constitutes part of my remuneration. Should you agree to assist in brewing, I can cover the necessary materials and galleons." Snape remained silent, merely raising his wand. Harry hesitated for a moment, remaining still as Snape's spell struck him. Before long, an array of colorful auras began to swirl around Harry. The green representing health was alarmingly scant, with only 2 faint bands, while the rest were yellow, with several nearing a red hue. Snape's expression darkened. He was unaware of the life Lily's child had endured. Yet Dumbledore had always insisted he was thriving. Yet now, it seemed scarcely better than his own condition upon entering school. Gritting his teeth, Snape swallowed the curse that threatened to escape his lips, summoned a sheet of parchment, and began to write. The quill moved swiftly, the handwriting somewhat hasty yet still legible. In a short while, the parchment was filled to capacity. Snape placed the parchment on the desk, clearing away other items before stating, "I shall accept this deal. The parchment contains the preparations you need to undertake. Of course, if the esteemed savior is unwilling to trust me, he may seek validation elsewhere." Harry disregarded Snape's sardonic tone and picked up the parchment to examine it. It contained a series of stipulations, such as prohibited foods, the requisite amount of daily exercise, and even specifics regarding bedtime and wake-up time. Notably, it also detailed the schedule for potion consumption, which was not as Harry had initially presumed, merely to drink it. Instead, he was required to take a small amount daily, accompanied by various tonics and nutritious foods. Furthermore, the potion's formula needed to be altered periodically, a process that would extend over half a semester, demanding his adherence to the parchment's instructions daily, at least until Christmas. The silver lining was that it was a one-time endeavor, if it could endure a few months according to these standards. He would no longer need to worry about his health thereafter. "Thank you, I accept. How much do I need to provide for the materials and labor?" Harry inquired cautiously as he tucked the parchment away. After a moment of silence, Snape replied, "What you have offered is sufficient." Harry furrowed his brow, stating, "Since this is a transaction, I prefer that you harbor no other sentiments. Is the savior dissatisfied with my skills as a potions professor?" Snape's voice emerged, as though squeezed through clenched teeth. "Am I unaware of what is sufficient? Who do you think you are, for me to incur a loss to assist you? Truly, the savior lives up to his title, arrogant, haughty, and self-righteous." Harry's lips twitched, and his expression hardened. "Since you deem it sufficient, then let it be so. I have completed my part. May I inquire when we may commence?" "Next Monday," Snape replied tersely. "Very well, understood. Thank you, Professor. I shall take my leave now." Harry rose promptly and made his way toward the office door. Upon opening it, he paused and said, "Professor, from this moment onward, we are even. I will not concern myself with matters concerning you and my parents. However, should Dumbledore use my mother to coerce you, you need not heed him any longer. I believe I can handle that." With that, Harry opened the door and stepped out. Snape's cold voice echoed behind him. 50 points deducted for a Gryffindor student roaming at night and disrespecting a professor. Harry turned in shock, the door slamming shut before him with a loud thud, nearly striking his nose. "Damn it," Harry muttered under his breath, expertly casting the disillusionment charm as he sprinted towards Gryffindor Tower. Passing through the entrance hall, Harry couldn't help but glance at the jeweled hourglass. The already sparse red rubies in the Gryffindor hourglass had been entirely depleted, replaced by numerous black stones. It seemed the deducted points were insufficient, leaving a deficit in the hourglass. Clenching his teeth, Harry stormed up the stairs, feeling that this day had cost him more points than he had ever experienced in this life, or the previous one. He could scarcely imagine the expressions on the faces of the Gryffindor students upon seeing the hourglass tomorrow. However, adhering to Slytherin customs, any points deducted by oneself must be repaid in doubles. Otherwise, one must face internal penalties. It stands to reason that Gryffindor likely has similar regulations. He realized he must avoid any mistakes from now on and strive to accumulate an additional 100 points within the semester. What a way to invite trouble upon oneself. Harry, breathless, ascended the staircase, indeed sensing an aura at odds with Snape's. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found his roommates already ensconced in dreams. With quiet diligence, he washed up, barely managing to lower the bed curtains before collapsing into a deep slumber. The following morning, Ron roused him with a loud commotion, inquiring incessantly about Harry's whereabouts the previous day. He had missed class, and the dormitory was deserted. The library was also unfruitful. They had even sought out a professor, only to discover he was on leave. A warmth spread through Harry's heart. It was nothing serious, merely minor matters that were nearly resolved, and it wouldn't happen again. After changing his clothes, he exited the dormitory and spotted Hermione seated in the common room, poring over a thick tome, her gaze frequently drifting towards the staircase. Upon seeing Harry, she visibly sighed in relief, closing her book and striding over. "Are you all right?" she asked. "I'm fine, no need to worry," Harry replied with a smile. "Let us hurry. Don't we have class this morning?" It was Friday, and they had only one potions class that morning. The thought made Harry somewhat uneasy, recalling his late-night confrontation with Snape. This morning he would be at the mercy of the man, and he doubted it would bode well for him. Harry had meticulously memorized the parchment Snape had given him last night, selecting a few edible items he could tolerate, deliberately slowing his pace to savor them. Although the formal regimen would commence the following Monday, Harry thought there was no harm in starting a bit earlier, considering it a means of gradual adaptation. Despite his leisurely pace, he managed to finish his breakfast before the others departed. Following in their wake towards the dungeon, he heard heated arguments emanating from the entrance hall and instinctively shrank his neck, quickening his steps. Upon entering the potions classroom, there were still 10 minutes before the lesson began, and the room was enveloped in silence. Every Slytherin student was already seated, two to a table. Harry casually chose a desk to place his belongings, but when Ron attempted to join him, Harry declined. "Ron, you should sit with Hermione. Her grades are good, and if anything goes awry, she can assist you." "Potions can be somewhat perilous," Harry stated earnestly. Ron's face flushed crimson as he muttered under his breath. Tossing his backpack beside Hermione, she shot him an annoyed glare, standing tall and proud, clearly pleased by Harry's compliment. Harry felt a slight relief. He did not wish to endure Gareth's peculiar ideas and potions again. After beckoning Neville, who was standing awkwardly, to join him, Harry tidied up the books and notes on the desk. Based on past experiences, the first lesson would likely cover the potion for scabbers, a straightforward concoction ideal for novices to practice their skills. This particular potion was a staple in the first potions class for new students each year. Harry was quite familiar with it, as it was relatively simple. As long as one paid attention to a few key details, one could brew a commendable potion. Neville diligently followed Harry's lead, well aware of Harry's exceptional academic prowess. Learning alongside him was undoubtedly a wise choice. Before long, class time arrived. Snape strode into the classroom, his jet-black robes billowing behind him like the wings of a soaring bat. After delivering a stern address, he produced the attendance register and began to call out names. When he reached Harry's name, he paused momentarily, but offered no further comment. "Now, prepare your cauldrons. The ingredients are in the cupboard. The cabinet by the wall will open at your command. The steps are on the blackboard." At once, a flurry of words appeared on the blackboard, animated and alive. Harry instructed Neville to ignite the fire and pour in the water, while he himself hurried to the cupboard to gather the necessary ingredients. Upon returning, the water in the cauldron was at the perfect temperature. Harry skillfully processed the ingredients, quietly explaining each crucial step and point of caution to Neville. As Snape roamed the classroom, he occasionally lavished praise upon the Slytherin students or reprimanded those from Gryffindor, remaining perpetually occupied. Strangely, however, he did not approach Harry at all. Even Ron, seated directly in front of Harry, was not spared from Snape's caustic remarks. While Harry and Neville were completely ignored, as if their table were unoccupied, Harry merely shrugged, feeling no pressure whatsoever. Neville, too, felt relieved to be overlooked. He had been inexplicably intimidated by the professor from the very first moment he laid eyes on him, and being unnoticed was just fine. In merely half the allotted time, Harry successfully brewed a batch of the Scabbers potion. After carefully transferring it into a vial, he tidied up the cauldron, refilled it with water, and encouraged Neville to attempt the process himself, as they still had some ingredients left over. With Snape absent from his immediate vicinity, Neville surprisingly managed to follow his notes and successfully brew a potion that was reasonably satisfactory. Stammering with gratitude, Neville expressed his thanks to Harry. This was his first successful hands-on experience in class, aside from herbology. The two whispered amongst themselves when, suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Instinctively, Harry cast a protective charm, shielding the area around him. A swirling green gas filled the classroom as Snape bellowed in fury. "Fool! Can't you pay attention to the blackboard? Clear it away." The green mist vanished instantaneously, revealing the students in the front row, each of whom bore large, festering blisters on their exposed skin, including Draco. Crabbe was sobbing loudly, a sizable blister on his nose threatening to burst. Snape's countenance was dark as he instructed the students to assist one another towards the infirmary. Slytherin had suffered near annihilation, leaving only a few seated at a distance. He commanded the others to continue their tasks, finishing their potions for submission. Harry tidied his workspace, awaiting Hermione and Ron to complete their own preparations before the four ascended to the podium, placing their respective concoctions upon the table. In Chapter 22, Ignored Harry. Harry's potion shimmered with a pure light blue hue, indicating a successful brew. Neville's potion contained some impurities, yet it was not severely flawed. Hermione and Ron had collaborated on their potion, but an unknown misstep had resulted in a peculiar pink concoction, thick in texture. With Harry even observing bubbles rising within the bottle, Neville received an A, while Harry went ungraded, and Hermione and Ron earned AP. Hermione appeared furious, glaring at Ron with such intensity that it seemed she might snap his neck. However, she managed to restrain her temper, mindful of the professor's presence. "Professor, you have yet to grade Harry," Hermione exclaimed. Snape seemed oblivious, engrossed in his own affairs. Just as Hermione was about to voice further protest, Harry swiftly intervened, pulling her along with Ron and Neville out of the potions classroom. "It's all right, Hermione, this is fine. Don't worry. It's merely a personal grievance between the professor and me, and that suffices." Harry reassured her. Hermione appeared unconvinced, insisting, "But he is a professor. This is different. What personal grievance could Harry possibly have? He has only just returned to the magical world less than a week ago. If there is any grievance, it must pertain to that individual." As this thought crossed her mind, Hermione gasped, casting a scrutinizing glance towards the classroom door. Why had Dumbledore appointed him as a professor? Harry, feeling somewhat bewildered, wondered where her thoughts had wandered. "All right, let us hurry. If we dawdle any longer, lunch will be gone," Ron urged impatiently. Hermione, seething with frustration, retorted, "And you dare say that? How did you even concoct that potion? I distinctly told you to stir 5 times. What did you do?" Ron, evasive, replied, "I did stir 5 times, I should know. I absolutely did. It must be a mistake from earlier in the process." The two began to bicker fiercely over this matter, neither yielding to the other. Neville, caught in a dilemma, was certain it was Ron's mistake, having brewed potions on his own before. Yet the intensity of their argument rendered him unable to interject. Harry walked ahead, amused by their quarrel. As they passed through the entrance hall, Hermione inadvertently caught sight of the Gryffindor hourglass, its large black gemstones prominently displayed within. She erupted in a piercing scream. Who is responsible? "Harry and I have worked tirelessly to earn points for Gryffindor." Harry, feeling somewhat guilty, hurried a few steps and managed to garner points from Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Sprout, despite having skipped an entire day of classes. Such points certainly could not be attributed to him. Not to mention that these were points deducted from his own score. Observing Hermione's exuberance, Harry had no doubt that if she discovered the reason behind the deductions, she would undoubtedly twist his neck in fury. After much effort, he finally pried Hermione away from the hourglass and dragged her into the Great Hall, where the 3 boys couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their brows. What a terrifying experience. They vowed never to provoke her again. While enjoying lunch, Hedwig dropped a note at Harry's feet. Curiosity piqued, he pondered why an owl would deliver a message at this hour, as they typically did so in the morning. Unable to fathom the reason, he dismissed the thought and opened the note. The handwriting was hastily scrawled, as if penned in a rush. It was a letter from Hagrid. Hagrid invited Harry to visit him at his hut by the Forbidden Forest that afternoon. Contemplating for a moment, Harry turned to his friends and inquired, "Hagrid has invited me over. Are you coming? We have no classes this afternoon." Neville promptly declined, explaining that he had arranged to assist Professor Sprout in the greenhouse with some magical plants, which greatly intrigued him. However, Ron and Hermione expressed keen interest and declared their intention to join. Ron's motivation was purely for leisure, while Hermione's insatiable curiosity compelled her to see what awaited them. Harry scribbled on the back of the note that he would be accompanied by friends and sent Hedwig off with it. After a brief respite following lunch, the group set off towards the castle's exterior. They traversed the sunlit grass and followed a path leading to the edge of the forbidden forest. There stood a quaint wooden hut, small by Hagrid's standards. The door was surrounded by a fence enclosing patches of land where cabbages and pumpkins thrived. Approaching the closed door, Harry knocked. Excited barks erupted from behind the door, accompanied by Hagrid's voice, "Move aside! Move aside! Fong! Get out of the way!" Heavy footsteps approached, and the door swung open to reveal Hagrid's towering figure. "Harry, you've come. Are these your friends?" "Come." Hagrid joyfully ushered the three inside. The interior was overwhelmingly large, making Harry and his companions feel as though they had entered a realm of giants. Struggling to seat themselves on the somewhat elevated chairs, Hagrid brought over a kettle to brew tea, though the cups appeared rather oversized, resembling bowls of soup. "I just baked some rock cakes. Would you like a try?" Hagrid inquired enthusiastically. Having just eaten, Harry felt quite full, leaving only Ron to take a sample. "By the way, Hagrid, let me introduce you. This is Ron, and this is Hermione, both fellow Gryffindors and my good friends. Neville is also one of us, but he had prior commitments with Professor Sprout in the greenhouse, so he couldn't make it." Harry introduced his companions to Hagrid. Hagrid let out a hearty laugh as he looked at Ron. "Another Weasley, is it? I've spent half my life trying to keep his twin brothers out of the Forbidden Forest." Ron smiled awkwardly and reached for a rock cake. Stuffing it into his mouth, Harry swore he heard a crunch. Ron grimaced in agony and silently returned the rock cake to the plate. The group began chatting with the Weasley brothers when Hagrid, while pouring tea for Harry, accidentally dropped a clipping from his sleeve, which fluttered down before Harry's eyes. The clipping reported on the incident at Gringotts on July 31st, where dark wizards had invaded. Harry picked up the clipping and examined it closely. It stated that Vault 713 at Gringotts had been breached by dark wizards, yet the goblins insisted that nothing had been stolen, as the vault had been emptied prior to the intrusion. Harry recalled a distant memory. He vaguely remembered Hagrid taking something from another vault before they withdrew money, but he couldn't quite recall which vault it was. Could it be this one? Harry immediately turned to Hagrid for clarification, but Hagrid avoided his gaze, shoving a rock cake into his hands, seemingly eager to change the subject. "Hagrid, who asked you to invite me here?" Harry asked bluntly. "What? No one. I invited you myself," Hagrid replied hastily, his eyes darting, unable to meet Harry's stare. Harry nearly laughed in disbelief. "Was it Dumbledore? When did he contact you?" Hagrid paused, awkwardly refilling the teapot for everyone, only to forget he had just done so, causing tea to overflow and spill across the table. The others jumped up, the scalding tea not a pleasant experience upon their skin. Hagrid fumbled in his apologies while mopping up the mess, and once tidied, he began gruffly ushering everyone out. Harry, unfazed, prepared to leave with the clipping in hand. "Hagrid, if there's anything you need to discuss, feel free to speak to me directly. I will reach out to Dumbledore myself. You needn't worry." In his fluster, Hagrid knocked over a chair. "How do you know? I mean, don't worry. I don't blame you," Harry chuckled, bidding Hagrid farewell. As the three made their way back to the castle, Hermione and Ron dared not speak, having sensed something amiss. Yet Harry remained silent, leaving them uncertain. The next day was the weekend, and nearly everyone remained in bed, except for Harry, who rose promptly at dawn, had breakfast in the Great Hall, and took a leisurely stroll around the castle before finally standing before the headmaster's office. The gargoyle stood immobile, and Harry tentatively inquired, "Is Professor Dumbledore in?" Receiving no response, he waited silently for a few minutes, and, finding no movement, rolled his eyes and turned to leave. He sought out Professor McGonagall's office, knocked on the door, and promptly heard, "Come in." Harry entered to find Professor McGonagall seated behind her desk, her expression stern, with piles of parchment, some assignments, some documents, scattered across the surface. "Mr. Potter, what brings you here?" she asked, pausing her work to look up at him. "Might I inquire about the whereabouts of Professor Dumbledore? He arranged to meet me on Saturday, but neglected to provide me with a password." Harry, maintaining a composed demeanor, fabricated a response. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, inquiring, "Did you not visit last time?" "He did not inform me of any prior engagement with you." And the headmaster departed the school on Wednesday evening. "The specifics of his destination, I believe, are not for you to know. There was no password last time." The door opened as soon as I arrived, Harry thought to himself, gritting his teeth. The old man certainly moves swiftly. In that case, I shall await the headmaster's return to discuss this further. My apologies, Professor McGonagall. As Harry turned to leave, he was halted by Professor McGonagall's voice. "Wait, Mr. Potter." "Professor McGonagall?" Harry replied, puzzled. I would like to inquire how you have managed to provoke Professor Snape into deducting 50 points from Gryffindor at the start of the term. She asked with utmost seriousness. If this deduction exceeds any misdeeds on your part, I believe I could intervene. Harry inwardly cursed, realizing that Snape lacked scruples. He had assumed that this point deduction was a private matter between them, as Snape was not one to boast. Who could have anticipated that Professor McGonagall would inquire? To his astonishment, Snape had actually mentioned it. My apologies, Professor McGonagall. I shall endeavor to compensate for the lost 50 points and strive to earn an additional 50 before Christmas, Harry replied earnestly. Professor McGonagall tightened her brow. So, everything Professor Snape said is indeed true? You truly insulted your potions, Professor? Harry's lips twitched. The old bat. No sense of honor. Professor, I believe you are aware of my father's situation with Professor Snape, he stated. So, complaining is it? Who wouldn't? He left the rest to the imagination. Noticing Harry's discomfort, Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat irritated. Professor Snape, too, ought to resolve matters of the past with his own generation. To take out his frustrations on a child is quite unreasonable. Who informed you about your father's affairs? There's no need to elaborate, Professor. That was a debt my father incurred, and he is no longer here. It is only natural for me, as his son, to be targeted. All of this was disclosed to me by Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry expressed with a demeanor of restraint, indicating a desire not to delve further. Professor McGonagall deemed it best not to press further and handed Harry a document. Since you have stated it so, let us leave it at that. Could you deliver this to Professor Flitwick for me? Of course. Harry stepped forward to take the document, preparing to take his leave. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Potter. 20 points to Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall said, returning her attention to her papers. You may go. Harry could hardly contain his amusement, nearly laughing as he expressed his gratitude and hurriedly exited her office. After delivering the seemingly inconsequential document to Professor Flitwick, Harry departed. Wandering the castle for a while, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Standing by the railing of the corridor, he gazed at the frolicking students outside, feeling a sense of melancholy. After a lengthy moment of contemplation, Harry touched his forehead, aware that he would commence his physical conditioning the following Monday. Before that, he must eliminate any potential hazards affecting him. Having made up his mind, Harry resolutely set about his preparations. After reviewing the necessary items and glancing at the time, he decisively made his way to the Great Hall. After all, he could not afford to miss lunch. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, the long tables were already laden with food, and students eager for sustenance were seated around them. Harry located Hermione and the others, informing them that he had matters to attend to and might disappear for the afternoon, possibly not returning to the dormitory that evening, assuring them that there was no cause for concern. Ron did not voice any objections, recognizing that Harry had already spent a night away and was now present and well, indicating that there was likely nothing serious amiss. Hermione bit her lip, nodded with a solemn expression, and resolved to head to the library after lunch, vowing not to emerge until closing time, and intending to drag Ron and Neville along, for they were far too ineffectual to assist Harry. Watching Hermione tugging Ron by his collar toward the library, Harry could only shrug helplessly at Ron's bewildered expression, conveying his inability to intervene. The next step was to find a sufficiently safe locale, one abundant in magical elements. Harry's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the Forbidden Forest, the very place rich in magical energy, and he knew of a location within that was relatively secure. Chapter 23. Resolving the scar issue. The weather was clear and cloudless, even in September. The sunlight felt somewhat scorching against the skin. Harry navigated around the grassland in front of the castle, seeking a secluded corner adjacent to the Forbidden Forest. Just off the path leading into it, lush trees and thickets obscured visibility, rendering the area dim despite the bright sunshine outside. After carefully surveying the surroundings and confirming no one was present, Harry pulled a broomstick from his satchel. Though the broom appeared somewhat worn, it was well maintained. Placing the broom on the ground, he commanded it to rise. The broom obediently floated upward, colliding softly into Harry's outstretched palm. He swung his leg over the broom and gave it a gentle kick. It slowly ascended, circling a tree twice before he sighed in relief. Satisfied with its quality, remarkably intact after all these years, still fit for use. Determining his direction, Harry crouched low and began to accelerate. He swiftly darted past tree after tree, heading northward. After an intense half-hour of flying through the forest, he finally emerged above the treetops, soaring higher. He was now quite far from Hogwarts, minimizing the likelihood of being spotted. The speed of his straight flight exceeded that of his time in the woods, prompting Harry to further quicken his pace. After another 30 minutes, he paused beside a small pond, squinting at the scene below. A diminutive waterfall cascaded into the pond, its surface a vibrant green, unfathomably deep. The pond's edge was dotted with peculiar rocks, jutting into the water, obscuring the view beneath the surface. Harry circled the pond twice to ensure there was no danger before landing in a relatively flat area. This place had not seen human presence for many years, with vines sprawling everywhere, completely obscuring any trace of its past. Harry set to work clearing the vines, spending over 10 minutes before he finally uncovered what he sought: a stone fire pit, cleverly concealed among the rocks, almost impossible to detect without close inspection. Flames erupted vigorously. A spark precisely struck the fire pit, igniting the flames into existence. With a series of creaks and groans, the stone wall behind him began to open, dirt cascading down, and the vines were torn apart, revealing a dark entrance. Harry waited until a breeze wafted out before he ventured inside. He had been here once before, to assist Cedric Diggory in locating his remains and granting him peace. Walking cautiously along the passage, Harry was pleased to discover that since his departure, no one else had ventured here. After his last visit, no new magical creatures had occupied the area. The tunnel lay undisturbed save for a fine layer of dust. Continuing deeper, he arrived at a more spacious chamber, where a precipice allowed a glimpse of the sky above. He cleared a small area, retrieving a sleeping bag, an iron pot, and various containers from his satchel. The sleeping bag was set against the stone wall, with a makeshift awning of wood and tarpaulin erected for shelter, reinforced with protective charms. On the ground, he placed a stone platform, inserting a piece of dragon fire, and then sprinkled the surrounding area with the containers. These concoctions served as wards and alarms. While it had been ages since anyone had visited, preparation was prudent. Summoning a full pot of fresh water, Harry placed the pot on the platform and patiently awaited its boil. As the water began to bubble, he introduced a bottle of dark brown potion, the color somewhat peculiar. With a soft pop, grayish-brown mist ascended, causing the water to cool and transform into a refreshing silver hue. Satisfied with the scent, Harry prepared another potion, waiting for the liquid to boil once more before adding a bottle of deep green elixir. Another burst of smoke erupted, and the liquid shifted to a sky blue. This process was repeated, as Harry continuously added potions of varying colors, the resulting fumes gradually merging into a dense, white mist that enveloped the corner entirely. At this point, the liquid in the pot had reverted to its original clarity, with small bubbles gently rising to the surface. Harry retrieved an empty potion vial, positioning it aside, and carefully poured the liquid from the pot into the vial. Despite appearing to be filled to the brim, the contents barely filled the palm-sized vessel, leaving the pot completely empty. Harry cleaned the pot, lifting the potion vial and giving it a gentle shake, causing tiny bubbles to scatter. Raising a toast towards the half-empty sky, Harry lifted the vial to his lips and tilted his head back, the mysterious potion flowing into his mouth. With a sudden crash, the vial shattered upon hitting the ground. Harry fell back onto his sleeping bag, struggling to control his body, leaning against the stone wall before finally closing his eyes. Darkness enveloped him, his bones and flesh feeling as though they had been torn apart and then reassembled. The scar on his forehead began to throb painfully, a penetrating sensation as if it were trying to pierce through his skull and imprint itself upon his mind. Time lost meaning as silvery glimmers like bubbles began to swirl around Harry. His furrowed brow relaxed with the approach of these radiant lights. Increasingly, the brilliance surged from all directions, gradually enveloping him, an unseen current lifting him gently into the air. Harry seemed to lose consciousness, his body slack, limbs hanging limply, surrounded by the silvery glow. The darkness faded completely, transforming into a brightness akin to midday. Slowly, Harry opened his eyes to find himself before a grand edifice, reminiscent of Hogwarts' main castle. He reached out to push open the large doors, revealing an interior akin to a church, with rows of chairs and large stained glass windows adorning the walls. At the front stood an odd statue, resembling a flowing stream of water, emanating a silver-gray luminescence that contrasted starkly with its surroundings. As Harry walked forward, his attire morphed into a flowing white robe, albeit somewhat soiled. Suddenly, he halted, standing beside a row of chairs, lowering his gaze to the floor. Beneath the chairs curled a crimson shadow, resembling a skinned house elf, yet it was very much alive. It had faint breaths and a heartbeat, even emitting low moans. Disgusted, Harry regarded the curled-up creature. This was the entity hidden within his scar. He reached out towards the statue, and the silvery light obediently flowed to his palm. With a vigorous sweep, the light surged towards the creature on the ground. Like ropes, the luminous tendrils wrapped around the creature, tightening relentlessly as it let out a piercing scream. Harry grimaced in discomfort, refusing to relent, continuously summoning new light from the statue to join the assault. As more light converged, the tendrils embedded themselves into the creature's flesh, its agonized cries echoing throughout the grand hall. Yet Harry remained impassive, revealing no emotion. Ultimately, the creature was torn asunder by the light-formed ropes, its screams abruptly silenced. It exhaled its last breath, yet no blood emerged. Instead, it dissipated into a mist. Harry silently observed the images within the vapor, figures of his parents, along with shadowy figures clad in black robes, kneeling upon the ground. He grasped some luminous shards from the mist, standing there until the vapor faded away completely. The statue on the countertop shimmered with the brilliance summoned by Harry, now reduced to a mere fraction of its former self. With no time to linger, Harry began to wipe the stains from his white robe, using shards that glimmered with radiant light. Streaks of grime were swiftly covered, returning to a pristine state. As the final blemish vanished, only a trace of the pedestal remained. A smile graced Harry's face as he turned away, unhesitatingly making his way towards the grand hall's exit. Upon stepping outside, a deafening toll of a bell resonated from an unknown source. Compliantly, Harry closed his eyes, the blinding light fading, plunging him once more into darkness. Bang! Harry jolted awake, tumbling from midair straight onto his sleeping bag. Feeling the plushness beneath him, he could not suppress a chuckle. He was grateful for his thorough preparations. Lest he have fallen to the ground, the mist that had enveloped him had entirely dissipated, leaving the cave in complete darkness, save for the flickering light of the ancient Lumos flame, illuminating a small area. Harry attempted to rise, but was met with failure. His limbs seemed to possess minds of their own, intending to steady him, yet instead slapping against his left leg. Helplessly, he fell back, relieved that the wards and potion traps he had previously set were robust enough, for he now felt as incapacitated as a mere shell of himself. Unable to conjure even a whisper of magic, he wished to remain vigilant, but perhaps due to the softness of the sleeping bag and the warmth of the Lumos flame, he inadvertently succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the third-floor defense against the dark arts classroom, echoing through the corridors and startling passing students. In a flurry, they alerted the nearby professors, gathering anxiously as they watched the faculty burst through the classroom door. Although eager to follow, they were thwarted by Professor Flitwick's protective magic, left to huddle at the entrance, straining to overhear any tidbits of information. Unfortunately, Professor Flitwick was far too astute to reveal any hint of the unfolding chaos. Professor McGonagall ascended the staircase at the back of the classroom, hastening towards the office door. The screams continued, though now they were markedly less vigorous. Upon opening the door, she found Quirrell curled on the floor, drenched in sweat, emitting a foul stench, his exposed arms marred with signs of decay, in some areas revealing ghastly white bones. "Quirrell, what has happened to you?" Professor McGonagall gasped, immediately brandishing her wand to examine him. Quirrell's cries ceased abruptly as he struggled to open his eyes, filled with terror at the sight of her wand. "No, wait, don't," he stammered, trembling, resisting her examination. "I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall. I've been afflicted by a dark magical artifact and cannot withstand any magical probing, or it will reactivate the dark magic." Chilo elucidated rapidly, devoid of his usual stammer, yet he could not afford to linger on his discomfort. Should Professor McGonagall discover anything amiss, it would spell disaster. Professor McGonagall regarded Chilo's pallid visage with some hesitation, inquiring, "Are you certain? Do you require me to escort you to the hospital wing?" "No, it's unnecessary," he replied. "I have made preparations. I merely seek treatment for my stutter, and I've encountered a minor mishap. I shall be fine shortly." Chilo mustered the strength to rise from the ground, trembling as he spoke. Professor McGonagall scrutinized him skeptically, asking, "Are you certain you do not need assistance?" "Of course," Chilo asserted. Professor McGonagall, I may need to request leave for next week's classes." "Very well. I shall inform Dumbledore to adjust next week's schedule. Please take care of yourself," she acquiesced, noting Chilo's insistence. As she turned to leave, she could not help but advise, "Quirrell, I understand the student's demeanor towards you has been less than favorable, yet this is no justification for rash actions. Every dark artifact comes at a price. It will be prudent to refrain from such dealings in the future." Chilo's complexion paled further, a shudder coursing through him as he forced a smile that resembled a cry. "Thank you for the reminder, Professor McGonagall. I shall not engage in such matters again." With that, Professor McGonagall said no more and departed. She summoned Professor Flitwick outside, and together they dispersed the students lingering at the door and repaired the classroom's entrance before parting ways. Chilo collapsed once more onto the ground, trembling all over. In unseen places, his body bore the marks of decay, festering wounds with no blood to be found. "Master, master," he murmured, yearning for assistance. After a prolonged silence, a hoarse voice echoed, "Fool," Chilo whimpered, his gaze falling upon a locked cabinet in the corner. When he regained consciousness, the cave was illuminated by light filtering through the chasm. Harry attempted to stretch out his hand, gradually forming a fist, confirming that his body had fully recuperated. Cautiously, he rose from his sleeping bag, flexing his limbs as he assessed the potions scattered around him. The traps remained undisturbed, with only a few deceased mice and insects nearby. Harry tidied the area, organizing his belongings before glancing at the time. To his astonishment, it was already 3 p.m. on Sunday. He sighed in relief, thankful that his estimated time had been accurate, though he'd spent more time recovering than anticipated. Otherwise, everything else seemed unchanged from the last occasion. Chapter 24. Laud? As Harry walked towards the cave's exit, he pondered how to return to Hogwarts swiftly and unobtrusively. Midway through his journey, he found himself slightly breathless and retrieved some food from his satchel, sitting on the ground to eat. Once he had regained his breath, he rose to continue his trek, though his body felt weaker than before. After only a short distance, he began to struggle to maintain his pace. Harry could not resist casting a detection spell on himself, confirming that his body remained unchanged, attributing it solely to the fact that his magical energy had yet to fully restore. Striving to reach the cave's entrance, Harry paused for several minutes to gather his strength, eventually managing to open the great door. He inwardly rejoiced that he hadn't ventured too far, otherwise, re-emerging would have posed a considerable challenge. The chamber was imbued with magical suppression, rendering brooms useless, forcing him to rely solely on his own 2 legs. Outside, the sun shone brightly, prompting Harry to shield his eyes. Having grown accustomed to the dim surroundings, the sudden exposure to daylight felt overwhelmingly harsh. "Ah, you have finally emerged." "Harry," a voice called out. Instantly, Harry directed his wand toward the source, his gaze sharp and alert. Upon recognizing the figure, he slowly exhaled, leaning against the stone wall, the tension from moments ago leaving him somewhat drained. "Professor Dumbledore, how did you know I was here?" Harry inquired, arching an eyebrow. This old man, he hadn't yet settled accounts with him, and here he was, appearing once more. Dumbledore, standing by the edge of a pond, leisurely removed his glasses and began polishing them. "You may not realize it, but you have crossed beyond the boundaries of Hogwarts," he replied. Harry was taken aback, glancing around in confusion. He distinctly remembered this area being part of the Forbidden Forest, which had always been an integral part of Hogwarts. How could it no longer belong to Hogwarts? His expression shifted to one of astonishment. What had transpired in the past century? How had the school's grounds diminished so significantly? Observing Harry's shocked demeanor, Dumbledore momentarily faltered, awkwardly adjusting his glasses. Indeed, the rapid development of the Muggle world over the years had encroached upon regions once deemed magical, leaving even Hogwarts unable to escape its ramifications. "I have researched this matter. Over a century ago, there existed a purely magical village in this vicinity, which belonged to Hogwarts assets at that time. However, it has since transformed into a Muggle farmstead. To further safeguard the secrets of the magical realm, Hogwarts has had to continually retract its boundaries. While the Forbidden Forest possesses certain magical protections to prevent Muggles from inadvertently entering and causing incidents, it does indeed lie outside the limits of Hogwarts now." Harry felt a sense of helplessness. He had never anticipated being discovered for such a reason. When he heard on the first day of school that the Forbidden Forest was designated as off-limits, he assumed it was merely to prevent younger students from wandering in. Little did he know it had genuinely become a prohibitive area. Exceeding a certain boundary now equated to truancy. Given the circumstances, Harry felt powerless. He could not even contemplate fleeing, especially in Dumbledore's presence. "I apologize, Professor Dumbledore. This was indeed my oversight," Harry conceded candidly. "Then might you enlighten me as to your purpose for being here?" Dumbledore inquired. Harry pondered for a moment, then hastily removed the headband from his forehead, retrieving a vial of scar remedy potion from his bag. He poured it into his palm and pressed it firmly against the scar on his forehead. "Ow!" Harry winced, his face contorting in pain, suppressed cries escaping his lips as wisps of white smoke began to emanate from his forehead. As he lowered his hand, the lightning scar on his forehead visibly faded. Where it had once been distinctly visible, it now appeared as nothing more than a faint mark. "Have you resolved it?" Dumbledore gasped, momentarily forgetting everything else as he hurriedly approached, crouching down to examine Harry's forehead closely. Harry chuckled softly, "Of course. I would never allow such a glaring flaw to remain." Dumbledore's eyes flickered with confusion, He seemed to have underestimated Harry's abilities. Pondering what he had learned a century ago. Dumbledore, Harry interjected, interrupting the headmaster's thoughts. What is your plan? What is your objective? Can you share it with me? Do not involve innocent people, and do not use Hagrid to lure me in. You know he is not fit for such schemes. Harry's expression remained calm. Dumbledore smiled and, mirroring Harry's posture, sat on the ground, leaning against the stone wall. It seems you are quite aware of things. No, I only grasp a portion. Perhaps the shock from that day was too great, causing you to forget that Hagrid is not suited for remembering certain details. He can only hastily redeploy on Fridays. Doesn't the clipping and Hagrid's invitation indicate something? Harry remarked. Dumbledore continued to smile, appearing somewhat gratified. It seems I can no longer view you as a mere child. You certainly cannot regard me as such. After all, I have already celebrated my 16th birthday, and in just one more year, I will be of age. Harry could not resist saying. Dumbledore laughed heartily, observing the juxtaposition of Harry's youthful face with his unexpectedly mature demeanor, reflecting on his own aging. So, tell me, Professor Dumbledore, what must I face? What actions must I take? Harry asked earnestly. Dumbledore seemed hesitant, but his greatest concern had manifested today. Harry had dispelled it right before him. What else was there to fear? The sunlight gently cascaded upon the water's surface, casting shimmering reflections against the stone wall, while the forest echoed with the sounds of birds and the roars of unknown beasts. Patiently, Harry waited, taking out some food and drink to place on the relatively flat ground between them. After a lengthy pause, long enough for Harry to imagine what might be unfolding amidst the various sounds in the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore finally sighed and began to speak. 12 years ago, I received a letter of application. Leaning against the stone wall, Dumbledore gazed at the rugged mountainside, slowly recounting the origins of it all. Harry listened intently, his expression unchanged, though his fingers tightened to the point of whiteness, betraying the turmoil within. Dumbledore continued to speak, his aged voice intertwining with thrilling tales, reminiscent of a bard reciting an unknown epic. After a long while, he removed his glasses and wiped the damp corners of his eyes. And that is how it happened. I deeply regret, Harry, for I had envisioned a life for you that any ordinary child could relish, yet I have faltered. Magic is indeed wondrous. Perhaps Merlin has chosen to spare you from certain trials, granting you a relatively splendid school life, which may serve as a form of compensation. Harry fixed his gaze intently upon his hands, which clasped a teacup, summoning every ounce of strength within him to refrain from committing any act of violence against the professor. What constitutes a form of compensation? What defines a normal life? Is it considered normal to endure unfair treatment, bordering on abuse, in the home of your aunt? Is this what the marvels of magic have to offer? Surely, this is not the compensation devised by Dumbledore. Mr. Headmaster, have you given this sufficient thought? Might you share some information? Harry inquired through clenched teeth. This old man lacks integrity. Although he appears to have articulated much, it pertains only to events of the past. With a little diligence and time, Harry could uncover the truth himself. Yet, the headmaster has divulged not a single detail. Harry had resolved within himself that should this old man continue to be vague and reticent, he would not hesitate to turn the tables. By evading all of Dumbledore's machinations and refusing to follow his designs, Harry was determined to disrupt his plans. Convinced that the old man could not alter his subsequent arrangements at will, Dumbledore appeared somewhat abashed. He indeed harbored some rather dubious thoughts, though he had yet to voice them. Professor Quirinus Quirrell, you're aware of him, are you not? Dumbledore inquired. Harry rolled his eyes. The garlic spirit? What is his issue? Quirrell was originally a distinguished graduate of Ravenclaw, excelling in his studies. After graduation, he secured a position as a professor of Muggle studies and remained at the institution. He ventured into the Albanian forest last year, and upon his return, he had transformed into his current state. Dumbledore chose to speak candidly, recognizing that Harry had already sensed Quirrell's peculiarities. To prevent Harry from inadvertently leading Quirrell to his demise, he deemed it prudent to be forthright. There are rumors suggesting that Voldemort once appeared in the Albanian forest, hence my suspicion that Quirrell's transformation is linked to him. Yet you still permitted him to enter the school? To associate with a group of utterly defenseless young wizards? Harry exclaimed in astonishment, unable to comprehend. Even during Phineas Black's tenure, such irresponsible occurrences had never transpired at the school, despite the fact that most decisions were made by Professor Weasley. Dumbledore, somewhat weary, replied thus, I arranged for Severus to serve as a safeguard, ensuring he remains vigilant regarding Quirrell's movements. An unspoken tension filled the air, punctuated only by the sound of water cascading. Even though I do not always see eye to eye with Snape, I must concede that he is indeed in a dire predicament, Harry lamented. Is it truly that dreadful? After all, it's merely attending a class, while keeping an eye on a suspicious individual during one's spare time. Dumbledore's voice dwindled, as if he suddenly grasped the moral ambiguity of his actions. The seventh-year potions class, coupled with the burden of nonsensical essays, nightly patrols, and the additional tasks you assign, is quite the ordeal. Harry counted on his fingers and suddenly glanced at Dumbledore with a hint of wariness. How much are you paying him? You wouldn't treat me like that, would you? I must remind you, I am merely 11 years old. Just a child. But you just claim to be 16. Dumbledore argued, standing his ground. You can verify with the Ministry of Magic. I was born in 1980. I am indeed 11. Harry, now alert, realized this shameless old man truly had such thoughts. He refused to comply. As for Snape, that was a different matter. He had no intention of aligning himself with him and would settle for a share of wages, unlike the professor. The two engaged in yet another debate regarding their future arrangements, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, they finally reached a partial consensus. From now on, Harry was permitted to come and go from the headmaster's office freely, seeking Dumbledore's assistance on matters he found perplexing, which could not be refused. Should Dumbledore require Harry's assistance for any task, the minimum fee would be 100 galleons, with prices escalating according to the nature of the task, with no upper limit. Dumbledore was obliged to share any information he obtained regarding Voldemort with Harry, and vice versa. Harry, in turn, was expected to attend his classes punctually. While he could benefit from the professor's leniency, he had to keep pace with his classmates in terms of normal academic progress. Although somewhat dissatisfied, Harry looked at his small stature and ultimately acquiesced to this stipulation. As their negotiations drew to a close, both elder and youth were pleased, each wearing a gracious smile as they clasped hands. By the way, Headmaster, I have a query. Dumbledore, accompanied by Fawkes, took Harry back to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Just as they were about to depart, Harry suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, "Oh, what is it?" Dumbledore inquired. "Do you know of a student named Tom? He was a student around 40 years ago, also known as Riddle," Harry stated. Dumbledore's expression froze at the mention of Tom Riddle. It appeared he recognized the name. Harry, no longer in a hurry to leave, revealed a friendly smile, idly rubbing his wand. "Is he still alive? I have quite a debt to settle with him." Dumbledore appeared conflicted, uncertain how to respond. Was he alive or dead? It was unclear whether he could be considered alive now, but he was certainly not dead. And you know that well. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore conjured golden lines in the air, forming a sequence of words, Tom Marvolo Riddle, which then rearranged to reveal, "I am Lord Voldemort." Harry's teeth ground together, a heavy addition to the already substantial ledger in his mind. "How do you know that name?" "In the current magical community, I may be the only one who still recognizes Tom as Voldemort," Dumbledore inquired with curiosity. Harry, initially intending to leave, felt constrained by their recent agreement and reluctantly replied, "My friends, Gareth Weasley and Omini's Gaunt, left me a portrait and a gift in a hidden chamber at Hogwarts. But when I went to find it, everything was gone. They told me it was Tom who took it." The surname Gunter caught Dumbledore's attention, and he regarded Harry with a complex expression. "Is it the Gunter I am aware of? It seems there's only one Gunter family in the magical realm. Isn't there? But are there still members of that family?" Chapter 25, Side Effects. Harry's expression was one of malicious glee. He showed no sign of reverence for what was, after all, his friend's family. "The Gunter lineage has been extinct for decades," Dumbledore remarked. "That's truly splendid," Harry replied with a grin. Dumbledore, perplexed, asked, "Isn't your friend a Gunter?" "Ah, you see, Omini's has been blind since childhood. After acquiring a wand, he learned to perceive the world through it. However, the Gunter family took pleasure in tormenting muggles with dark magic, which he could not tolerate. Consequently, he was ostracized and abandoned by his family. Otherwise, he would not have attended Hogwarts, as the Gunter family has always upheld their familial education." At this point, Harry suddenly realized that Voldemort was indeed the Parseltongue who entered the Chamber of Secrets, a descendant of the Gunter family. What a revelation. Another score to settle. Ultimately, Harry, mentally cataloging his grievances, exited the headmaster's office. Patting his growling stomach, he lamented, "That old man didn't even offer me dinner." With curfew fast approaching, Harry resolutely sought out an empty classroom, summoned Dee Dee for some food, stuffed it into his backpack, and returned to the dormitory. In the common room, he swiftly consumed his delayed dinner while also assisting Hermione with some of her academic uncertainties. After enduring an uneventful evening, he prepared to embark on the second week of life at Hogwarts. When his specially set alarm clock rang, Harry yawned and rose from bed. After a hasty wash, he left the dormitory, traversed the deserted common room, and descended the stairs to the Great Hall. It was still before 8 o'clock, and, according to Snape's parchment, he had timed it perfectly. Satisfied, Harry took his seat and grabbed some scrambled eggs and bread. The bacon and ham were not on his menu, much to his dismay. After tapping his cup, the pumpkin juice transformed into warm milk. Harry gulped down the hot milk, leaving a ring of white foam around his mouth. Just as he set down the cup, a tiny potion bottle appeared at the edge of his plate, its transparent glass showcasing a lovely emerald green liquid within. Harry glanced towards the staff table, where the pallid Snape sat expressionless, methodically cutting something with his knife and fork. Opening the potion bottle, he inhaled its refreshing herbal aroma, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. Downing the potion in one gulp, Harry's face instantly turned green. Darkness clouded his vision, and he instinctively covered his mouth, fearing he might expel both the potion and his breakfast. An indescribable taste filled his mouth, and with every ounce of strength, he managed to swallow the potion, while golden stars danced before his eyes. Casting a disgruntled glance at the staff table, he caught Snape's false smile, prompting Harry to grit his teeth and lower his gaze. What else could he do? The potion had ruined Harry's appetite. He gazed at the remnants on his plate, utterly disinclined to eat. Fortunately, he had consumed some food prior to taking the potion. Otherwise, he would be compelled to force himself to eat at this moment. As he fished a candy from his pocket, intending to pop it into his mouth, he noticed a note on the table. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Upon unfolding the note, he read in hasty handwriting, "No sugar for 2 hours after taking the potion." Taking a deep breath, Harry gritted his teeth and reluctantly returned the candy to his pocket, vowing to wait and see. That said, Harry had no choice but to comply, constantly reassuring himself that it was merely a matter of months. Nothing to fear. Lifting his gaze to the staff table, he spotted Professor Snape, who was indeed watching him. Noticing Harry's sour expression, Snape revealed a toothy, insincere grin, which sent a shiver down the spines of the students who witnessed it. Harry adjusted his facial expression, offering a forced nod to Snape, while subtly indicating the potion bottle he held upside down, before promptly gathering his belongings and exiting the hall. He simply could not eat any longer. Upon reaching the classroom, Ron and a few others hurriedly rushed into the hall, just in time to snag the last remnants of breakfast, securing a few slices of bread. Dean complained, "Why didn't Harry call us?" Harry had already risen early, having set his own alarm. "If you wanted to, you could set an alarm too. Why should Harry be responsible for you?" Ron retorted, brandishing his bread without reservation. "We all share the same dorm." Dean's face flushed crimson. "So what if we do? If you want to wake up at the same time as Harry, I can ask him to call you every day. Just don't complain if he wakes you too early." Ron rolled his eyes. "He's not your father. He has no obligation to manage all that." With that, Ron turned away from Dean and dashed toward the classroom, with Neville hurriedly following, agreeing wholeheartedly with Ron's sentiments. Seamus hesitated for a moment, patting Dean on the shoulder. "Come on, mate, let us hurry, we're going to be late. Besides, Harry is several months younger than us. It's unreasonable to expect him to take care of us when we should be looking out for him." Dean muttered under his breath, quickly keeping pace with Seamus. In Transfiguration class, Harry submitted his special assignment, which Professor McGonagall graded on the spot, awarding him an O and an additional 10 points. At the end of class, both Draco and Hermione transformed matches into needles almost simultaneously, each earning 5 points for their respective houses. During lunchtime, Harry glumly eyed the pink potion before him, which bore a note stating it was to be taken before meals. Judging by the morning potion's flavor, Harry feared he would not be able to eat his lunch. However, the parchment from Snape clearly dictated that meals must be taken on schedule 3 times a day. Rolling his eyes, Harry chose not to glance at the staff table again, as looking would only exacerbate his frustration. He picked up the potion bottle, uncorked it, and gulped it down in one swift motion. Instantly, Harry's face contorted. His mouth involuntarily opened, nearly spilling saliva down his chin. It was sour, excruciatingly so. The extreme acidity felt as if it were scorching his mouth. Harry hastily covered his mouth, rummaging through his pockets until he retrieved a handkerchief to stifle his saliva from spilling in public. "What are you drinking?" Hermione couldn't help but inquire. After a brief pause, Harry replied, "It's a potion for body regulation." Hermione then regarded him with a hint of sympathy. No wonder he needed it, as he was still shorter than she was. Once the sourness subsided, a wave of hunger washed over Harry, as if the potion had burned a hole in his stomach, clamoring for him to devour all the food on the table. Eagerly, he grabbed some food and began to eat voraciously, only feeling satisfied after consuming twice his usual portion. By evening, the potion had turned a deep, rich black, looking rather ominous. Ron, in a state of panic, urged Harry not to drink it, insisting on taking it to Dumbledore for analysis. It took considerable effort for Harry to restrain him. Fortunately, this time there was no note, and Harry decisively chose to eat first. After reaching about 70% fullness, he bravely downed the pitch-black potion, wearing a face of heroic sacrifice. The onlookers held their breath, with Seamus and Dean nearly ready to leap into action, fearing that Harry might collapse at any moment. However, their concerns proved unfounded. Harry grimaced but experienced no further discomfort. The potion's bitterness was unparalleled, 10 times more acrid than the Eastern beverage he had encountered with Professor Umbridge. He felt as though he had swallowed a vial of bile. Thankfully, the bitter taste vanished with a simple rinse of his mouth. With no assignments to complete, Harry returned to the common room and offered guidance on his friend's homework before succumbing to a series of yawns. His friends urged him to rest early, and, overwhelmed by fatigue and teary-eyed from yawning, he accepted their kindness and headed straight to his dormitory. After a quick wash and changing into his pajamas, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. He awoke precisely 1 minute before his alarm went off, surprised by how revitalized he felt. Had the effects of the potion truly been so immediate? After just 1 day of consuming it, he felt significantly lighter, as though a great weight had been lifted from him. Days passed in this manner, with Harry enduring the potion's effects daily. The Gryffindor table became accustomed to his expressions. Documenting his reactions had become a regular spectacle. Every 2 weeks, he returned to Snape for re-evaluation, the potion's color gradually lightening. Snape continued to treat Harry with indifference, acknowledging his presence only when absolutely necessary, which also extended to Neville, Harry's partner. Fortunately, Harry's potion results were commendable, as it was merely first-year material, making it no trouble to instruct Neville. After all, the current potion classes consisted of Snape lecturing on material processes and writing the procedures on the board, allowing students to practice hands-on. As long as one paid attention, they could produce a potion of reasonable quality. In the absence of Snape's incessant surveillance and acerbic rebukes, Neville found that potions class was not as daunting as he had previously believed. After a fortnight of absence, Quirrell returned to the classroom, during which time Snape had filled in, successfully transforming the defense against the dark arts class into Hogwarts' most unpopular subject, usurping potions from its long-held top position. This predicament stemmed from Snape's unrelenting requests to teach defense against the dark arts, which had ultimately culminated in a delightful indulgence for him, as he assigned an abundance of challenging homework and unleashed his sharp tongue to its fullest extent. The students were left in utter despair, with some younger girls even shedding tears. When Quirrell resumed his teaching duties, he was met with a round of applause. The students no longer found his garlic-infused lessons objectionable, for the mass provided a simple solution. Moreover, Quirrell had managed to alleviate his stutter, allowing him to articulate his lessons with surprising fluidity, making them more palatable to the audience. The assignments from those 2 weeks were returned to Professor Quirrell, and to everyone's astonishment, they discovered they had received an O, while not a single student had earned an E. Ron, incredulous, clutched his paper filled with errors, nearly exclaiming that it deserved to be framed. During this time, Harry had several encounters with Draco, and he no longer indulged Draco's temper. If Draco was willing to play, they would play. If not, they would simply spend their time apart, especially since Ron had no objections. Regardless of how they divided their time, they still managed to spend more time together than with Draco. Eventually, Draco even lowered his guard enough to discuss academic matters with Hermione. The Slytherins voiced their discontent, but Draco swiftly silenced them, challenging them to confront the Chosen One and see who would prevail. If any first-year students had grievances, they were encouraged to surpass Granger. A group of purebloods, lacking the academic prowess of a Muggle-born, dared to voice their opinions, yet if it were up to him, they would have met a swift end to preserve Slytherin's pure-blood reputation. Upon hearing this, the Slytherins fell silent, and no one dared to object to Draco's camaraderie with Gryffindor. Gryffindor had its share of unflattering remarks, but those comments had yet to circulate beyond the common room, as those who gossiped found themselves unfortunate, either beaten senseless or afflicted with rashes and boils. Gradually, Gryffindor also quieted down. The Weasley twins, having quietly honed their skills, secured some funding for research from Harry and began to embark on their entrepreneurial journey. The atmosphere at Hogwarts grew increasingly harmonious, with students from various houses gathering to study or play together, as if the barriers between the houses had vanished entirely. On Halloween morning, Harry awoke to find the castle transformed. Bat and pumpkin decorations adorned every corner, and the armors lining the corridors had been whimsically decorated, providing an amusing sight. This morning, the potion he received had nearly lost its color, and Harry pondered that it was about time to acquire a new batch. After some contemplation, he resolved to venture into the Forbidden Forest in the coming days to procure venom from the acromantula and mucus from the trolls to present to Snape. These ingredients were quite costly and rare in the market, as the troll population was dwindling, with only a handful remaining in the Forbidden Forest. Rumor had it that the Ministry of Magic was even considering breeding a new group of trolls. As for the Acromantula, being classified as a 5x dangerous creature and notorious for its social behavior, any average wizard who encountered one would bid farewell to the world. Moreover, its native habitat was not in England. Thus, these two materials were traditionally scarce and valuable, making them suitable as compensation. Having made his decision, Harry chose to set aside these thoughts and quietly attended his classes, preparing for the evening feast. Today they had charms class, and Professor Flitwick finally allowed the students to practice the levitation charm. After a long period of theory, the prospect of practical application excited everyone. Although they had used wands in Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall insisted on repetitive practice of the switching spell, not concluding the segment until every student could transform a matchstick into a proper sewing needle. In their excitement, mistakes abounded. Seamus blew up his feather. Ron S. fell to the floor, nearly breaking his wand in the process. Hermione, however, succeeded on her first attempt, earning points and immediately began guiding those around her. Her peers were eager to listen, especially since Harry had often praised Hermione's academic abilities in the common room, making first-year students naturally inclined to follow his lead. Chapter 26, A Duel with a Troll. After class, the students rushed towards Gryffindor Tower, as tonight was the Halloween feast. Everyone was determined to dress as the most unique creature imaginable. Harry, however, had no particular ideas. He transformed his head into that of a griffin and conjured large wings on his back. To distinguish himself from Ravenclaw, he even enchanted his sleeves to resemble furry lion paws. Satisfied with his reflection, he turned around, only to be startled nearly into the sink by the chaotic spectacle behind him. Neville had wrapped himself in strips of cloth, pretending to be a devil's snare, while Seamus had painted his face ghostly white and donned a long wig. Ron, on the other hand, was wrapped haphazardly in a white sheet. After a moment of silence, Harry decided to avert his gaze. They still had dinner to attend. As they exited the dormitory, Harry's costume undeniably became the highlight of the room, garnering admiration from his peers. Laughing and chattering, they made their way to the Great Hall, and Harry couldn't help but lament that while Gryffindor had much to offer, its distance from the hall was rather inconvenient. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, it felt as though they had entered a peculiar realm. The students' costumes, largely handmade and fueled by their vivid imaginations, were indeed a spectacle. An array of bizarre and fantastical attire awaited them. As Dumbledore simply spoke, announcing the commencement of the feast, an array of delectable dishes instantaneously appeared upon the table, igniting a cacophony of excitement within the hall. Laughter and chatter filled the air as everyone indulged in the banquet. Harry, occupying 3 seats, selected his favorite delicacies from the long table, his wings taking up considerable space. Yet, with the festivities still in full swing, removing his costume would render him out of place, leaving him no choice but to remain as he was. Just as he stuffed a piece of roasted beef into his mouth, barely allowing time to savor it, the great doors of the hall burst open with a resounding bang. Quirrell stumbled in, breathless, shouting, "Troll! A troll is in the dungeons. I thought you all knew." A hush fell over the crowd for 2 seconds before a wave of terrified screams erupted, students dropping their food and scattering in panic, desperate to find a perceived safe haven. After Quirrell collapsed to the ground, unconscious, Dumbledore pointed his wand at his throat, producing a booming voice, "Silence." Once the hall quieted, he continued, "All students, follow your house prefects back to your common rooms." The once chaotic hall transformed into an organized retreat as the prefects rose, calling out to their respective students, guiding them orderly from the hall. Harry stood, glancing towards the staff table, where Dumbledore gave him a slight nod. Removing his wings and reverting his hat to its original form, he signaled to Hermione and, with a swift movement, vanished into the Gryffindor crowd. It was all remarkably effortless. Harry gleefully dashed towards the dungeons, initially contemplating a search for the troll's lair in the Forbidden Forest, but Quirrell had conveniently delivered one right to him, a true benefactor. As he exited the hall and descended the staircase, Harry was immediately assailed by the distinct, foul odor of the troll. Instinctively, he shifted into his true form, beginning to track the creature's position. In mere moments, the troll had already reached the first floor, prompting Harry to furrow his brow. The troll was surprisingly swift. He hurried toward the sound, casting various protective charms upon himself as he ran. Upon reaching a corner, he paused, leaning against the wall, aware that the troll would soon pass by this very spot. Sure enough, just as Harry's breathing steadied, the heavy footsteps of the troll reverberated through the air. Carefully discerning the sound and scent, he silently counted down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. With a burst of energy, he leaped forth, brandishing his wand, unleashing a flurry of spells with reckless abandon. The troll's club was the first to be sent flying, subsequently crashing back upon its own head, followed by 2 attacking spells that left shallow scars upon the troll's thick skin. Stunned by the blow, the troll shook its head and grasped its weapon once more, roaring in rage as it charged towards Harry. Frowning, Harry swiftly retreated behind the corner. Something about this troll felt off. Harry keenly observed that, based on the spell he had just cast and a magical energy expended, the troll, even if not rendered unconscious, should at least have been somewhat affected. However, witnessing its frenzied rampage down the corridor, it became evident that his enchantment had failed to achieve the desired effect. As he cast spells to slow the troll's advance, he remained vigilant. Soon, he discerned that the creature occasionally radiated a subtle glow. This troll had been enhanced by magic. Harry's caution heightened. Trolls possessed a formidable resistance to magic, not merely diminishing the damage from spells, but also rendering healing and enhancement charms largely ineffective. Yet, such pronounced augmentation suggested the application of more than ordinary enchantments. It likely involved runes as well. But how could one inscribe runes on a troll without it becoming unruly? It was clear that dark magic, such as the soul-draining curse, must have been employed. With this realization, Harry's eyes narrowed. Reaching the end of the corridor, where human presence was imminent, he halted. He retaliated with a spell that pushed the troll back several paces, then switched his wand to his left hand while extending his right toward the creature. A series of silvery luminescence began to swirl around him, concentrating around his outstretched hand. The troll, seeing its quarry stand still, charged recklessly toward the diminutive figure at the corridor's end, a grotesque expression contorting its features. Unmoved, Harry continued to channel ancient magical energy. Potter! A furious roar echoed behind him, but he had no time to glance back. With a sudden, forceful grip of his open hand, the troll froze mere steps away. Rendered immobile, Harry began to swing his arm vigorously, and the troll, akin to a basketball set in motion, was sent crashing against the walls, floor, and ceiling in a frenzied display. It was not until Harry felt the strain in his arm that he forcefully brought it down. The troll plummeted to the ground as if struck by an immense weight, smashing into the floor and scattering debris. The runes that had concealed its injuries flickered and vanished. The previously hidden damage erupted. The troll lay quietly in the shallow crater it had created, its breaths growing shallow. Harry exhaled slowly, retracting his arm and shaking off the tension, returning his wand to his right hand while tidying his somewhat disheveled attire. How dare you? How dare you? It dawned on Harry that someone had been behind him. He turned to find a pale-faced Snape, wand raised, glaring furiously. Professor, is there something amiss? Harry feigned innocence, realizing he had been careless. Potter, how dare you? You actually ventured out alone to confront Troll. Just like your father, arrogant, reckless, and utterly foolish. Snape's voice was hoarse as he unleashed a torrent of venomous words at Harry. Gryffindor points, Professor. Dumbledore sent me. Harry decisively interrupted Snape, thinking that if it was merely a matter of a few insults, he could overlook it due to Snape's concern for him. However, if it involved point deductions, it was better to interject. He still had not made up for the last deduction. What did you say? Merlin. Another voice chimed in, and both Harry and Snape turned to look. Professor McGonagall appeared pale, standing beside Professor Flitwick. Mr. Potter, is what you said true? You must understand that slandering the headmaster carries severe consequences. Harry's lips twitched. Was this a gathering of them all? Couldn't he, that old man Dumbledore, provide a cover? It was not his fault. Yes, I truly said it. Headmaster Dumbledore sent me. He wishes to assess my academic progress. Harry proclaimed earnestly, exuding a sense of righteousness. Dumbledore. Snape almost spat the name through clenched teeth. Professor McGonagall's hands began to tremble. How could he act in such a manner? A dead friend is better than a living enemy, Harry thought. Old man, may you find solace. Harry stood obediently, becoming more conspicuous against the chaotic backdrop of the corridor. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to unleash a torrent of reprimands, and spoke to Harry in a lowered tone. You did well, Mr. Potter. But do not let it happen again. It is best to leave such matters to the professors. If Dumbledore assigns you another task, you may come directly to me. With his hands clasped behind his back and fingers interlaced, Harry replied, Understood, Professor. Gryffindor gains 30 points for Mr. Potter's bravery and splendid magic. Professor McGonagall declared. Harry's eyes sparkled with delight. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. For over a month, he had been seeking opportunities to earn points. and the 100 points he owed had dwindled to merely 10. The points awarded by Professor McGonagall perfectly sufficed, even leaving him with an additional 20 points. What are you waiting for? Return to your dormitory. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Snape's expression returned to normal as he spoke to Harry in a cold tone. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Potter, hurry back. The food has already been delivered to the common rooms. You can return to partake in the Halloween feast. Thank you. Professor, I shall return at once. Harry responded obediently, but then reluctantly glanced back at the troll and asked, Professor McGonagall, since I defeated the troll, does that count as my prey? Snape scoffed, but remained silent under McGonagall's glare. Professor McGonagall pondered for a moment before saying to Harry, it can be considered yours. But this troll was reported to the Board of Governors by Professor Quirrell under the guise of teaching materials, so McGonagall trailed off, looking somewhat troubled. I understand. Professor McGonagall, I only need some materials from the troll, not the entirety, just a bit will suffice. Harry quickly replied. McGonagall smiled. Of course, that is acceptable. You may sell the remainder to the school. After all, it was you who hunted it. Pausing, she added, do you require assistance from the professors? Professor Snape is quite adept at gathering materials. Harry gazed at Snape's expression and quickly shook his head, retrieving a large glass jar from a satchel. No need, Professor. I can manage this on my own. It will be swift. With that, he dashed towards the troll, suppressing his disgust as he collected several valuable materials, carefully placing them into various containers before bidding farewell to the professors present. Snape had been intently watching Harry ever since he darted past, and upon witnessing Harry's adept movements, he furrowed his brow. Logically, such proficiency was impossible. One would need to have collected from hundreds of trolls to achieve that level of skill. Where did he learn this? Where could he have practiced on such a multitude of trolls? Coupled with Dumbledore's cryptic remarks about Harry, an ominous premonition surged within him. It seemed imperative to have a serious discussion with Dumbledore. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Harry discreetly blended into the crowd and found Hermione at a small round table. Seated with her were Ron and Neville, both wearing anxious expressions and leaning forward as if ready to spring into action at any moment. The table was laden with an array of food, much of it being Harry's favorite. Approaching them, Harry smiled and quietly recounted the events of the evening. He then quickly washed his hands and began his dinner, for he was quite ravenous after the evening's exertions. Ron and Neville fervently praised Harry's bravery, while Hermione busily searched through her book for the spells Harry had mentioned, though the tome she held was only for first years, and most of the spells Harry had used were not included. Frustration washed over her until Harry finished his meal and promised to help her with advanced training in commonly used spells when he had the time, at which point her spirits lifted once more. Neville, having overheard this, looked at Harry hesitantly, attempting several times to speak, but ultimately remaining silent, even becoming distracted while conversing with Ron. Noticing this, Ron's eyes sparkled with realization, and he grinned at Harry, saying, would you mind if we added 2 more members? Neville, and I would like to learn too. We're friends, after all, and I wouldn't want to fall too far behind. Harry pondered for a moment. Whether it was 1 sheep or 3, the task remained the same, so he had no objections. He did, however, make it clear that if they were to learn, they must commit fully. The courses he designed would have specific requirements, and dropping out midway would not be permissible. Ron, brimming with confidence, patted his chest and assured Harry he would certainly give his all. Neville remained silent, merely gazing at Harry with gratitude, his eyes reflecting a steadfast determination. Chapter 27. Snape must have poisoned it. Why don't we establish a small club? Hermione suggested. That way, we could also apply for a classroom from Professor McGonagall. Harry contemplated this, but realized it would be unfeasible. Forming a club required at least third-year students and a mentor 2 grades above them, along with a professor willing to act as a supervising instructor. Hermione had to concede, and she immediately began to contemplate the time and place for their studies. After some thought, Harry produced the class schedule. We may opt for Friday afternoon, as there are no classes, granting us a bit more time, which is perfectly suited for study and practice. As for the practice venue, leave that to me. I know of a suitable place that is unlikely to be frequented by others. A few of them wholeheartedly agreed with Harry's choice, and Ron even marked a golden star on the Friday afternoon of the schedule with his wand. Although clubs can only be established in the 3rd year, we can certainly decide on a name in advance. Ron exclaimed with enthusiasm. Hermione's eyes lit up indeed. We can choose a name ahead of time. What shall we call ourselves? The Gryffindor Squad, Ron immediately suggested. No way. What if Harry needs to teach students from other houses in the future? Hermione promptly rejected the idea. Regarding the naming issue, Harry decisively chose to abstain, acknowledging his ineptitude in naming matters, and decided it was best not to interfere. How about the Hogwarts team? Ron quickly proposed another idea. Why are you so fixated on team? Hermione was exasperated. Then what do you suggest we call it? Ron retorted, his tone growing increasingly confrontational. Neville looked anxiously at the two, urging, please don't argue. Aren't we merely discussing? Hermione suggested several names, all of which were swiftly dismissed by Ron. Though Hermione was reluctant to concede, she had to admit that Ron was quite adept at finding faults, and she could not counter his objections. Harry paid little attention to their debate, instead furrowing his brow at the now spotless dishes. Logically, the potion should have been placed on the table by now, yet it had not arrived. Had Snape forgotten? If this preparation were interrupted midway, they would need to start over, and Harry was not keen on consuming another month's worth of potion before the two could reach a resolution in their noisy argument. A familiar small vial appeared before Harry. However, this vial was unlike those from before. The potion he was supposed to drink that evening should have been black, gradually lightening in color. The one he had consumed yesterday was already a translucent gray, whereas tonight's was a striking peacock blue, bubbling with peculiar effervescence. Hermione and Ron had ceased their debate, staring in horror at the potion before Harry. What is this? Ron inquired. Harry picked up the note that had appeared alongside the vial and glanced at it. It simply stated, change of potion. After carefully scrutinizing the handwriting, which was identical to previous notes, Harry tucked it away and prepared to drink from the vial. Wait! Hermione grasped Harry's arm, exclaiming, how can you drink it directly? This is entirely different from what you had before. Are you certain? Harry chuckled lightly. Of course I'm sure. Rest assured, I value my life. Interestingly, aside from Hermione, neither Ron nor Neville had noticed that Harry's potion was different. After all, the previous potion vials were only thumb-sized, and with so many people at the long table, no one truly paid attention to what Harry was drinking. However, they were certain it did not resemble the current vial of poison. Harry felt a sense of helplessness, having to reiterate that he was well aware of what he was doing. Neville, feeling restless, insisted on seeking Professor McGonagall to confirm the situation. After all, Snape harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Gryffindor. It was hard to believe he would show any kindness. Harry rolled his eyes, fully aware that Snape's demeanor was hardly benevolent. Yet this was a transaction. Do you understand? I have paid for this. Although the cost far outweighed the benefit, wasn't he attempting to make amends? It was rumored that Harry had been consuming the potion for over a month now, and Ron and Neville no longer tried to stop him. Harry closed his eyes and poured the potion directly into his mouth. Remarkably, this time the concoction bore none of the usual revolting taste. Instead, it exuded a faintly herbal fragrance. Harry opened his eyes in disbelief, wondering if Snape had truly changed his ways. Ron scrutinized Harry's every move, poised to rush him to safety at a moment's notice. However, even after 5 minutes had passed since Harry ingested the potion, nothing untoward occurred. Puzzled, Harry speculated whether Snape had indeed found his conscience. It wasn't he until he began to feel the familiar drowsiness creeping in that he realized nothing was amiss. After observing for a while, Ron concluded there was no cause for concern and decided to relent. Harry waved them off, urging them to continue their discussion while he retreated to bed. Yet, as soon as he stood, he sensed something was off. His legs felt as if they had lost all sensation. Struggling to keep himself upright, he found walking even a few steps impossible. With a sigh, Harry lamented that a potion with such a pleasant flavor was not as easy to consume as it seemed. I knew it. Snape must have poisoned it. I'm going to find Professor McGonagall. Ron, it's Professor Snape. Wait a moment. Listen to what Harry has to say. Hermione grabbed Ron, who was about to dash out, and turned her attention to Harry. A piece of parchment appeared on the table just in time, and Harry laboriously reached for it to read. Drink before bed, of course. If the Savior prefers to drink after a meal, that is acceptable as well. Harry rolled his eyes, recognizing Snape as petty nature. It's fine. This is merely a side effect of the potion. I'll need you two to help me to bed, Harry said resignedly. Ron and Neville, each taking one of Harry's arms, hoisted him up, stumbling as they made their way back to the dormitory. Hermione, trailing behind, gathered their belongings, carrying 4 bags as she followed, only setting them down once Harry was comfortably in bed. The following morning, Harry moved his legs and was relieved to find that sensation had returned. Upon further inspection, he noted that the reaction was not as pronounced as the first time he had consumed the potion, but he paid it no mind. Climbing out of bed, he tossed everything from the bed onto the floor, discarding it into the laundry basket. Having fought a troll the previous day and taken the potion at an inappropriate time, he had to endure a night of discomfort. The smell emanating from the bed was indescribable. Thankfully, his roommates had good temperaments, or he would likely have awakened in the common room. Subsequently, Harry was on the brink of madness. The morning potion rendered his mouth numb. making it impossible to speak without drooling, entirely thwarting his attempts to earn points in class. At noon, Harry's stomach transformed, not into a state of unconsciousness, but rather into a cavernous void, capable of consuming at least 3 times the usual amount of food. The astonished occupants at the Gryffindor table were left aghast, almost wishing to bundle Harry off to the infirmary, fearing he might burst at the table. Fortunately, the side effects of this peculiar condition were gradually diminishing, and Harry had no choice but to endure it. Since Halloween, Quirrell had reverted to his earlier stammering self, much to the discontent of the entire student body. Rumor had it that the Weasley twins had begun to seek out dark magical items to slip to Quirrell, hoping to provoke another episode that might cure his stutter. Upon hearing this, Harry sought out the twins, urging them to refrain from such reckless endeavors, setting aside the perilous nature of dark artifacts. Harry was well aware of Quirrell's unpredictable temperament. If he were to suddenly lash out, Harry would not be surprised. Contemplating this, Harry's brow furrowed. Dumbledore had yet to decipher the mystery of Quirrell's affliction. Following the troll incident on Halloween, he had taken no action, which seemed rather excessive. What if Quirrell, pushed to his limits, decided to act? Thus, in the second week following Halloween, Harry once again ventured into the headmaster's office. This time, fortune smiled upon him, as Dumbledore happened to be present, weary and seated behind his desk, rubbing his temples. When will the situation with Quirrell be resolved? Harry inquired directly. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, remaining silent. You cannot place the safety of the entire student body in the hands of Quirrell's potential goodwill. Harry pulled out a chair and sat across from Dumbledore's desk. I understand, but Harry, I sense something amiss, Dumbledore replied after a moment of contemplation. Harry pondered this carefully, his eyes widening in realization. Are you suggesting that he is signaling for help? Dumbledore regarded him with approval. Indeed, I believe so. The troll, if Quirrell truly intended harm upon the students, why would he choose a moment when all faculty and students were gathered together? Moreover, Dumbledore continued, do you recall? He said, I should know this. What should he know? Is it his peculiar behavior, or the troll's entry into the castle? Harry exhaled sharply. This posed a significant dilemma. If Quirrell was indeed seeking assistance, it indicated he had exhausted all other means and could only resort to this subtle, nearly imperceptible method. What was the nature of his threat? An oath? A curse? Something else entirely? Harry found himself yearning for a book to peruse. His knowledge was still too limited, and he had never encountered a situation quite like this. Dumbledore sighed. I too wish to uncover the truth. I have been investigating his activities in the Albanian forest during this time, and I have gathered some insights, but it seems he is nearing his breaking point. Must we merely stand by and watch? Harry furrowed his brow. What if he loses control and turns against the students? I have instructed Severus to keep a close watch on him. He will not have the opportunity to harm the students. If he truly, Dumbledore's words trailed off, a flicker of cold light passing through his eyes. Harry's hair stood on end as he suddenly grasped why this venerable man was so renowned. So, are we left with no choice but to passively accept this fate? Is there truly no other way? Harry inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Dumbledore fell silent once more, and after a considerable pause, he replied, there exists another method. What is it? Harry pressed on. Are you aware of his objective? Dumbledore queried. Harry grimaced. He detested riddles. Was it not tiresome to dance around the subject? Could one not simply speak plainly? I do not know. Then, do you know of Nicholas Flamel? Dumbledore asked again. Harry pondered for a moment before recalling. You mean the famed alchemist from France? The one who created the Philosopher's Stone? His goal is the stone. The stone is a Hogwarts. Wait a moment. The Gringotts heist occurred on my birthday, and you intentionally allowed Hagrid to leak this information, which means he acquired the stone that day. Nicholas Flamel entrusted the stone to you? Percy mentioned that the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor was newly established this year. The stone resides there? Dumbledore appeared somewhat embarrassed and cleared his throat gently. Ahem. Let's not dwell on past events. Since then, I have not had Hagrid undertake any tasks. Let us not stray from the topic at hand. The Philosopher's Stone. The stone has properties, aside from transmuting base metals into gold, grant immortality. The one behind Quirrell surely does not seek gold. It must be the elixir of life? Harry furrowed his brow. But has he not already vanished? What use is the elixir of life now? Thus, I am conducting an investigation, seeking to ascertain his current status. Dumbledore elucidated. Are we to merely stand by and watch? Harry expressed his dissatisfaction. Dumbledore contemplated for a moment. Should we attempt to lure him out? Harry rolled his eyes in exasperation. Present a feasible plan, make it clear and straightforward. I have no desire to be stabbed in the back by my own. Dumbledore retorted. How could that be? I have always been sincere. As he spoke, Dumbledore placed a crimson stone upon his desk. Harry instantly recognized its significance, holding his breath as he scrutinized the Philosopher's Stone before him. Its irregular shape resembled a gem formed from blood, no larger than the palm of his hand, radiating an inexplicable light, enveloped by a potent magical aura. I am considering using this as bait. Do you think the one behind Quirrell will reveal himself? Dumbledore pondered, albeit hesitantly. He will certainly appear, but I believe it wise to refrain from exposing it too soon. What if Voldemort resorts to murder to silence us? Our efforts would be in vain, Harry cautioned. Dumbledore fell silent, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk, before his gaze shifted to Harry. Harry felt a shiver of discomfort run through him. What are you planning? Dumbledore chuckled awkwardly and abruptly changed the subject. Your flying skills appear to be quite proficient. Do they not? Harry felt an ominous premonition. What exactly do you intend? Voldemort has 2 targets within this school, at least 2. One is the Philosopher's Stone, and the other. Dumbledore fixed a serious gaze upon Harry. Harry's lips twitched. What do you wish for me to do? Give him an opportunity, the chance to strike at you, Dumbledore replied. Harry leaned back, crossing one leg over the other, his fingers drumming on the armrest. Headmaster Dumbledore, may I consider this a commission? Harry inquired, a hint of mischief in his tone. If you are amenable, then indeed it constitutes a commission. However, it is a perilous endeavor. Although I am confident in my ability to safeguard you from harm, should you be reluctant, I can devise a more prudent approach, Dumbledore replied earnestly. Chapter 28. No bargaining. Harry chuckled softly, summoning his wizarding combat guide with a flick of his hand, swiftly turning the pages until he extracted a densely written parchment, which he slid across the table toward Dumbledore. I accept this commission. This is a contract. I would appreciate it if you could take a moment to review it. If all is in order, please leave your magical signature as consent. His movements were deft, as though he had performed this ritual countless times before. This was a habit he had cultivated after fulfilling numerous commissions. Always secure a contract first to avoid any potential reneging. Dumbledore cast a curious glance at the tome in Harry's possession before reaching for the parchment on the table, scrutinizing it closely. The document clearly delineated the terms to be upheld by both the contractor and the contracted, alongside the stipulated remuneration. Dumbledore winced slightly at the compensation outlined. 500 galleons. Harry. No bargaining, Headmaster. After all, I am putting my life at risk. Harry interjected with precision. Very well, Dumbledore conceded, retrieving his wand to inscribe his mark upon the parchment. Harry joyfully reclaimed the commission document, gazing with satisfaction at the signature that had materialized, before returning it to his wizarding combat guide. He then turned his attention to Dumbledore, inquiring, So, what is the plan? What must I do? Dumbledore, somewhat pained at the thought of parting with his funds, contemplated how he might allocate a sum to compensate Harry. I wish for you to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. I have witnessed your flying skills. You are quite adept, are you not? But isn't broomstick possession prohibited for first years? Moreover, is it truly so easy to join the team? They have already trained and played a match, haven't they? Can a latecomer like me really take to the field? Harry replied, beginning to grasp Dumbledore's intentions. As the headmaster spoke, Harry realized the implication of his plan. Aside from the library, dormitory, and classrooms, he had seldom ventured out alone. In order to provide Quirrell with a target, he needed to contrive an opportunity. His movements could not be haphazard. What better opportunity existed than a Quidditch match? Within the school, none were more suitable. The chaotic nature of a Quidditch game would provide ample cover for Quirrell to strike at Harry. Should Harry find himself in the vulnerable position of a lone keeper or seeker, the situation would be even more advantageous. I will arrange for you to showcase your flying prowess in front of an audience. I will ensure Professor McGonagall witnesses your performance. She will not overlook it. Especially since Gryffindor has been in dire need of a competent seeker for quite some time, Dumbledore stated. Harry snorted softly. You must have planned all this in advance, hadn't you? Had it not been for the revelation of my newfound identity at the commencement of the school year, I would likely have already secured my place on the Quidditch team, wouldn't I? Dumbledore, stroking his nose, interjected, Such statements are unnecessary. This is a matter we are deliberating upon, is it not? Very well then, since a pact has been established, I shall refrain from further commentary. I kindly request the headmaster to share the details of the plan with me. I shall cooperate accordingly. However, should you choose to withhold information, and I fail to comply in a timely manner, that shall not be my concern. Harry offered a feigned smile. Dumbledore chuckled lightly, choosing not to dwell on Harry's sarcasm, and expounded upon his strategy, even meticulously detailing the timing of Harry's actions. This left Harry somewhat admiring of Dumbledore, according to his arrangement. Even without prior knowledge of the circumstances, his inherent nature would have compelled him to charge in and intervene, demonstrating a remarkable foresight in planning. With all matters elucidated, Harry decided it was time to depart, turning away from the headmaster's office. His hand delved into his satchel, absently caressing the handle of his broomstick. A hint of worry clouding his brow. The flying broomsticks of today, having undergone a century of advancements, were far superior to those of yesteryears. Rumor had it that the Nimbus 2000 model was now available. He wondered if his antiquated broom could keep pace with the modern marvels. Yet for the time being, he had no alternative but to take one step at a time, trusting that Dumbledore's plan would provide him with a suitable broom when the time came. Standing in the corridor, Harry glanced outside. The sun hung high in the sky, its rays still bright even in the depths of winter. At this hour, a brisk run could still allow him to catch up with lunch. Hurriedly, he dashed toward the Great Hall, only to encounter Hermione and her companions midway, including Draco. Without Crabbe and Goyle in tow, "Where you all headed?" he inquired. "Where you been?" Harry and Hermione asked in unison. Harry chuckled lightly. "I just visited the headmaster's office. What about you?" "We were on our way to the Gryffindor common room to find you. I brought your lunch. And I also have your potion," Hermione replied, unstrapping her backpack and retrieving a familiar lunchbox, along with a tightly wrapped potion bottle ensconced in a handkerchief. After expressing his gratitude and accepting the lunchbox, Harry settled into a chair by the window, first consuming the potion necessary before promptly opening the lunchbox to eat. This lunchbox was a gift from Hermione's mother, filled to the brim, yet was insufficient for Harry's current appetite. Rubbing his belly, he gazed at the empty lunchbox. Swallowing hard, the midday potion was delightful, yet left a gnawing sensation when one was still hungry. To his surprise, Ron and Neville also produced their own packed meals from their pockets, and even Draco unveiled a beautifully wrapped packet of cookies. With the support of his friends, Harry graciously accepted their offerings and finally satiated his hunger. "I feel revitalized," Harry exclaimed with satisfaction, letting out a belch. "What did you all want to discuss with me?" Hermione skillfully employed magic to tidy up the lunchbox. "Had you forgotten? Today is Friday." Harry, initially perplexed, quickly realized his oversight, patting his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, almost forgot. I've been a bit forgetful lately due to the side effects of potions. My apologies." "No worries. Where shall we head next?" Hermione inquired as she stowed away the lunchbox. Upon hearing Ron's words, Draco, eager to join, asked for their agreement. "Of course, no problem," Harry replied with a cheerful smile. Ron muttered under his breath. Reluctant to participate in the club alongside Draco, yet with Harry's approval, he found himself without recourse. After all, it was his own loud voice that drew Draco's attention. He could hardly blame anyone else. Harry stood up, disregarding Ron, and led the group upstairs. "Come along. I shall take you to my secret hideout." Ron immediately cast aside his discontent towards Draco, chattering incessantly with inquiries about the secret place. Hermione firmly silenced Ron, urging him to refrain from excessive chatter to avoid attracting more unwanted company before they even arrived. Ron, feeling stifled, closed his mouth, not daring to utter a sound. Ascending to the 8th floor and reaching the end of the corridor, Harry halted, gazing at the portrait of the giant troll brandishing a club at the figure of Barnabas. "This is it." The others exchanged bewildered glances, following Harry's gaze at the painting. Could the secret passage lie behind it? Ron even approached, inching closer to touch the portrait, provoking the troll to swing its club at him, causing Barnabas to be forgotten. This familiarity astonished Hermione and the others, prompting them to join Ron in exploring the painting. Ron confidently declared, "Fred and George told me about this. They said if you look closely enough, you could discover secret passages behind tapestries and portraits, some even leading to Hogsmeade." Inspired by Ron's words, they scrutinized the painting for any irregularities, even rubbing their fingers over stains that had accumulated over time, pondering if they might be mechanisms. After Harry circled 3 times and opened the door to the room of requirement, he noticed that the others had not followed. Confused, he turned around, bemused. "What are you all doing?" The door is open. The individuals practically glued to the portrait turned to face him, their expressions blank. Opposite the painting stood an ordinary double wooden door, with Harry at the threshold, one hand resting on the doorknob. Draco swiftly stepped away from the painting, brushing off non-existent dust, and cleared his throat, stating, "Oh, nothing. We were merely examining this painting. I believe it was mentioned in the history of magic." "Yes, indeed." Ron quickly chimed in, momentarily setting aside any concerns about Draco's Slytherin affiliation to navigate the immediate awkwardness. Hermione scoffed lightly. "I believe Draco remembers what was written in the history of magic, but Ron, have you ever truly opened your textbook?" I definitely have." Ron's face rapidly flushed crimson, nearly matching the hue of his hair. All right, All right, can we hurry up? Are you all going to waste more time? Harry had to interject, lest Hermione and Ron continue their bickering indefinitely. Upon hearing Harry's voice, they promptly fell silent and gathered around him. Welcome to the secret lair of Harry Potter, Harry exclaimed with a smile as he swung open the grand door. Beyond it lay a brief corridor, and once everyone had entered, Harry followed last, shutting the door behind him with a casual motion. The 8th floor corridor fell silent once more, the troll clubbing the portrait of Barnabas returning to its original state, and the opposing wall became devoid of any adornments. Traversing the short hallway, they were greeted by a magnificent vaulted chamber, illuminated by light streaming from above, reminiscent of sunlight yet devoid of its heat. The circular room's walls were adorned with cream-colored wallpaper, embellished with elegant patterns. 3 walls were lined with an array of books, while one wall showcased a potion-making station and an odd loom. In the center of the room stood a grand long table, surrounded by several benches, capable of accommodating a dozen individuals with ease, and a marble staircase at the periphery led to a peculiar circular entrance. There was another door at the far end of the room, yet both grand entrances remained closed. Wow, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the towering bookshelves, eager to seize a book at that very moment. What is this place? Why has my father never mentioned that Hogwarts has such a location? Draco marveled at the ornate decorations within the vaulted chamber, feeling quite pleased. This is the room of requirement. If you walk 3 times around the 8th floor corridor while concentrating on the room you need, it will transform into your desired space. However, only those in dire need will discover its existence. Once the thought of entering fades, returning to this room becomes impossible, which is why it is often forgotten, Harry elaborated. Did you arrange this? Draco inquired thoughtfully, eyeing the potion-making station, which bore the style of century past, unlike the modern stations. Harry chuckled, appreciating Draco's keen observation. Indeed, Draco regarded Harry with a profound gaze, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Shall we read, or do something else? Hermione, having somehow procured a thick tome, clutched it eagerly, her eyes fixed on Harry. We don't have much time. Let us focus on learning some spells first. The books cannot be taken outside. I'll share the incantation to enter later, and you can come back when you have time, Harry replied. Reluctantly, Hermione returned the book to its place, a look of disappointment clouding her expression. This place doesn't seem suitable for practicing magic, does it? Draco inquired, surveying the library-like circular room. Harry nodded. Certainly not here, but rather. He then pushed open the grand door at the far end of the room, revealing a lush outdoor lawn, beneath the azure sky adorned with wispy clouds. Vast expanses of fragrant grass stretched out, while a gentle brook meandered past, and in the distance, a faint silhouette of a mountain could be discerned. Where's this? Ron inquired in astonishment, already feeling the soft caress of the grass beneath his feet, the ticklish sensation of the blades against his ankles affirming the reality of his surroundings. Neville hurried over to a rocky outcrop, clearing away the soil with his hands to unearth a fragrant marshmallow plant. There are herbs here. They genuinely grow in this place. Neville exclaimed in surprise. Is this outside Hogwarts? Is it the Forbidden Forest? Ron's excitement was palpable. Harry shook his head. This is still Hogwarts. As for why it appears this way, I can only attribute it to wondrous magic. A chorus of awe escaped their lips, and they dispersed to explore the wonders of the grassy expanse. Ignoring their antics, Harry summoned Dobby, the house elf whose family served the house elf of requests. Everything here could be resolved with his assistance. Soon, a level patch of ground was cleared not far from the riverside, enclosed by a wooden fence, within which stood several human-shaped magical targets. A few chairs were arranged at a distance from the targets, and even a small table was placed nearby. Once everything was set, Dobby hesitated, casting a glance at Harry, but ultimately refrained from speaking, snapping his fingers before vanishing. Chapter 29. The Dread of Hair Loss. Harry pursed his lips. It seemed the expedition into the Forbidden Forest needed to be expedited. Not only did he have to secure a reward for Snape, but he also needed to introduce some magical creatures to this area to prevent Dobby from languishing here idly. However, he wondered if, now that the Ashwinder gang had been eliminated, there were still magical creatures in need of rescue within the Forbidden Forest. If not, he might have to venture into the gathering grounds of dark wizards to save a few. Enough playing around. Come over here. We are here for serious business. Harry called out loudly to the scattered group. They quickly regrouped around Harry, their gazes fixed on the cleared space, and once again they expressed their astonishment. Harry pushed open the gate of the wooden fence, which was merely a plank, leading everyone to the seating area. He retrieved parchment and a quill from his bag, placing them on the table, urging them to take their seats. You may write down the spells you wish to learn on the parchment, and I will select those with the highest overlap to teach you, Harry announced. He had no desire to prepare lessons like the professors. Learning what piqued their interest would surely accelerate their progress. Draco swiftly grabbed a sheet of parchment, seizing the quill to scribble furiously, regardless of whether he would grasp the spells or not. Observing Draco's fervor, Hermione and the others felt utterly bewildered. Hermione, hailing from the Muggle world, had little exposure beyond the spells in her textbooks, making her inability to write anything quite understandable. However, Neville and Ron's struggle was somewhat excessive. After much effort, they had not managed to jot down a single spell, starkly contrasting with Draco's industriousness. Harry could not help but smack his forehead in exasperation. He had miscalculated. After what felt like an eternity, Neville finally shyly produced a piece of parchment, tentatively pinning down a few thoughts. Hermione furrowed her brow as she scribbled on paper. Although she was unfamiliar with the specific incantations, she had a clear vision of the spell she wished to learn. If she could merely articulate her desires, Harry would undoubtedly know which spells were appropriate. With this thought in mind, Hermione began to write fervently. Meanwhile, Ron sat with a grimace of frustration, unable to conjure a single word and unable to resist peering at the work of others. After about 10 minutes, Harry called for a halt, collecting everyone's papers and arranging them in a row for inspection. Draco's parchment was filled with a multitude of spells, some familiar to him. Others gleaned from books, ranging from the armor charm to the exploding charm, as well as various prank spells, all densely packed onto a single sheet. Hermione's paper contained even more scribbles. Lacking the precise spell names, she resorted to jotting down the desired effects in small letters, astonishingly surpassing Draco in volume. Neville's parchment bore only a single incantation, which caused Harry to frown, though he said nothing, placing it quietly at the bottom of the stack. Ron submitted a sheet marred by a few ink blots, dejectedly slumping in his seat. Not only was he outdone by Hermione, but even Draco, whom he typically found insufferable, had outperformed him, leaving Ron feeling thoroughly disheartened. Well, Draco's is quite detailed, and Hermione's is commendable as well. The two of you have some overlap, so let us use Draco's as the standard, Harry proposed. Sound good? The four chimed in unison. Harry collected the other parchments, retaining only Draco's, then tapped it with his wand, rearranging the text according to what he deemed necessary. Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. This spell was incredibly practical. She too yearned to learn it. After organizing the parchment, Harry summoned a wooden blackboard and pinned the parchment to it. With a decisive strike on the board, a line of incantations appeared. Armor protection. This spell is remarkably useful. Before we delve into offensive charms, our foremost task is to safeguard ourselves. This incantation can defend against most dark curses. Throughout your time at Hogwarts, and even after graduation, this spell may well become your most frequently employed means of self-defense. Of course, if you possess protective alchemical gear, that changes the equation, but I believe that no matter how effective the protective equipment, it cannot compare to the ability to cast spells yourself. With this in mind, Harry cast a meaningful glance at Draco, who was adorned with various protective items. The Malfoy family indeed lived up to their reputation as long-established, affluent individuals. I require each of you to master this spell and wield it proficiently. Otherwise, you may as well discontinue your studies here, Harry stated firmly, hoping to impress upon his companions the importance of this spell. When employed correctly, it could prove to be a lifesaver. Upon hearing Harry's words, the previously languid Ron straightened in his seat, unwilling to be left behind by his friends, or to lag behind Malfoy. Even Neville, who typically took his studies seriously, couldn't help but furrow his brow, straining to commit every word of Harry's to memory. Harry distributed a notebook to each of them, and Neville accepted his with a sense of relief, swiftly jotting down notes. Subsequently, Harry began to demonstrate the wand movements and gestures associated with the shield charm, explaining that once they had achieved sufficient proficiency, they could forego the gestures, though they were not yet at that stage. After everyone had memorized the key points and gestures for casting the spell, Harry approached a human-shaped target. Now, allow me to demonstrate, Harry declared, raising his wand. In the next moment, each target brandished a wand-like stick and began to move erratically, simultaneously launching an array of colorful sparks toward Harry. He stood resolutely, reciting the incantation in slow motion while flawlessly executing the gestures, deflecting all sparks, even those coming from behind, creating a magnificent display as the sparks exploded into vibrant fireworks against a translucent shield. After merely 5 minutes of demonstration, Harry halted, remaining impeccably pristine, not even a hint of breathlessness. Draco watched, envious, wishing he could emulate Harry. This was the wizard he aspired to be, powerful, confident, and exuding elegance. As they commenced their practice, Harry emphasized the necessity of successfully casting the shield charm. Once they had attained sufficient skill, he would assign each of them a dummy, and only when they could manage 5 dummies, sustaining fewer than 2 sparks upon them, would he proceed to teach the next spell. Moreover, if you possess the agility to evade the sparks while casting the shield charm, that too will count as success. Harry explained, remember, in wizard duels, it is not merely a matter of standing still and exchanging spells. Physical agility should not be neglected. Sometimes, being a step ahead can help you dodge a few spells. Neville's eyes lit up. He felt emboldened to give a try. He thought he might struggle to keep pace with his friends in spellcasting. But he had strength and was not afraid of hard work, deeming it entirely feasible to combine the two. Harry instructed the 4 of them to spread out and form a circle to practice casting the shield charm. Draco was the first to succeed, immediately eager to request a dummy for further practice. Harry remained non-committal, summoned a dummy, and adjusted it to the slowest speed, instructing Draco to remove his protective gear and set it aside before commencing the test. As Hermione and the others practiced, they occasionally glanced over. Draco, who had initially felt quite accomplished, failed to defend against even a single spark. He was immediately struck by a myriad of colorful sparks, leaving vibrant marks on his body. Dejected, he looked down at his wand, bewildered that he had just succeeded moments earlier. This is the consequence of inexperience. Do you understand? Harry said gently. We all share the same journey. Learning the spell is not the challenge, but applying what we have learned in practice. The professors continuously urge us to practice for this very reason. Succeeding once is insignificant. True mastery is achieved through consistent success. Draco nodded silently, resolutely beginning to wave his wand, as barriers appeared and vanished in succession. With Draco's erroneous demonstration, the other 3 displayed remarkable diligence, successfully casting the shield charm. Yet their momentary joy quickly transformed into relentless practice. Harry took great satisfaction in his friend's earnestness, continuously imparting his wisdom to guide them. They practiced tirelessly until around 4 in the afternoon, at which point Hermione, Ron, and Draco lay exhausted on the ground, indifferent to the dust that clung to them. Only Neville, drenched in sweat, persisted in his practice, diligently coordinating his wand movements with precise gestures. Even Draco had to concede that his usually scorned peer, Longbottom, was indeed a remarkable individual. After a brief respite, Harry roused them, urging Neville to seize the opportunity for a moment of rest, before adjusting the humanoid target that had been dyed for Draco, prompting the others to line up for practical application. Draco gallantly stepped forward, eager to redeem himself. Harry manipulated the target, launching sparks at varying speeds. At last, Draco had learned from his earlier mistakes. After an entire afternoon of practicing the shield charm, he expertly timed his incantations, managing to avoid any hits. However, before he could bask in his success, Harry altered the speed, increasing the frequency of the sparks. Draco's expression shifted as he found himself struggling. Yet, within 2 minutes, he adapted once more, sustaining only a single hit. Once he fully acclimated to the new rhythm, Harry began to toy with him, alternating between rapid and slow sparks, leaving Draco no choice but to twist and turn, narrowly avoiding further hits, though he emerged quite disheveled. After several minutes, Harry halted the target, and Draco collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. His usually immaculate hair, now soaked with sweat, hung in disarray, surprisingly appearing more agreeable than his prior coiffure. Harry couldn't resist commenting, prompting Draco to nervously summon a water mirror to inspect his appearance, which erupted with a sharp crackle. Rubbing his ears, Harry turned to the remaining trio, calling out, "Next!" Hermione stepped forward immediately, having navigated the initial phases flawlessly, but when faced with a random stage, she became overwhelmed, stumbling and rolling to evade, unable to find a moment to cast a spell. Harry paused to explain the nuances, and soon it was Ron's turn. Well, what can be said of Ron? He managed each phase admirably, even thriving during the random stage that had confounded Hermione. However, his spells proved inconsistent. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have been riddled with sparks. Lastly, there was Neville, astonishingly steady. Although his casting speed and reactions paled in comparison to the others, he possessed a firm grasp of his spells, occasionally exploiting openings to counter 2 sparks with a single charm. Nevertheless, by the end, he too succumbed to a few hits due to delayed reactions. Very well, let us conclude for today. We shall tidy ourselves, as it is nearly dinner time. Harry clapped his hands, expressing his delight in everyone's progress today. Each of you has met the anticipated outcomes. In the coming week, you may practice independently. We shall reconvene on the 8th floor next Friday, after lunch. If anyone is unable to attend, please inform me in advance. Next week, the number of puppets will increase to 2, so do not let your guard down. Understood. Neville responded with a determined expression, having already recognized his strengths and weaknesses thanks to Harry's guidance. He assured himself that next week would be markedly different from this one. Draco continued to fuss over his hair and clothing, his brow furrowed tightly. Are you certain that letting my hair down would be more appealing? Harry nodded decisively, of course. That slick-back style surely requires a copious amount of hair gel, which, if overused, can lead to hair loss. Draco appeared horrified. Really? Why has no one informed me? Harry shrugged. Well, who could possibly know? By the way, Ron, could you come here for a moment? Harry called out to Ron, who lay motionless on the ground. He pulled Hermione up from the floor and magically removed the sparkles adorning her. May I have a look at your wand? Harry inquired. Ron casually handed over his wand. See, this is Charlie's old wand. My family cannot afford to give me a new one. His voice trailed off to an almost inaudible whisper by the end. Harry examined the wand, noting its white wood and significant wear, with the tip nearly exposing the unicorn hair within. You need to replace this wand. It is ill-suited for you and far too antiquated. Your inconsistent magic is due to this, Harry remarked. So, will you be going home for Christmas? I probably won't be going back. My parents have already mentioned that we will be visiting Charlie in Rome, Ron replied. Harry nodded. In that case, speak to Professor McGonagall about your situation, and she can take you to purchase a new wand. But I have no money, Ron said, his face turning crimson. Harry chuckled. Would you be willing to advance your Christmas gifts for the next 7 years? Ron abruptly looked up at Harry. Are you serious? That would be quite a sum. Chapter 30. You are not foolish. Nearby, Draco scoffed but was swiftly silenced by Harry's stern gaze, leaving him to continue his hair dilemma in silence. Yes, precisely what you think it means. You see, I have inherited a considerable fortune and possess other lucrative avenues, so it is no burden. However, should you choose to advance your Christmas gifts, I shall refrain from giving you any presents during the school year, Harry said with a smile. Ron nodded vigorously. I agree. I don't want gifts. If it's truly possible, I would gladly exchange gifts for a new wand. Then it is settled. Come with me to find Professor McGonagall. The next 2 days are the weekend, so you might not even have to wait until Christmas. Harry patted Ron on the shoulder, signaling for them to head to the Great Hall. He held back Neville, saying, I have some matters to discuss with Neville. You all go ahead. We shall meet in the hall. Hermione nodded, grasping Ron, who sought clarity, and strode purposefully outside. Draco dismissed the water mirror, ran his fingers through his hair, and, choosing to trust Harry's judgment, nodded at him before following Hermione and Ron. Once the trio departed, the world fell into a tranquil silence, broken only by the distant babbling of a stream. Harry retrieved Neville's parchment from his pocket. Are you certain you wish to learn the Cruciatus Curse? Neville flinched, quickly lifting his gaze to meet Harry's. Harry maintained a calm demeanor, the parchment unfurling before him, revealing a single, clear line that seemed to pierce through the paper. Cruciatus Curse. Neville discerned no disdain or revulsion on Harry's face, only tranquility, prompting him to lower his head once more. My parents, they were driven mad by this curse, and now reside in St. Mungo's. They no longer recognize me. It was the Death Eaters, Bellatrix Lestrange, specifically. I want revenge. Excellent. Then our objectives align. Harry folded the parchment and ignited it with his wand. The two watched as it turned to ashes, the wind whisking away every remnant. However, this curse can affect one's mind. Once you reach your 5th year and pass my trials, I shall teach you this spell. Harry dusted off the remnants of ash from his hands. Not only do you seek vengeance against the Death Eaters, but I too desire retribution against Voldemort. Our goals are united. Let us grow stronger together, Harry declared. Neville gazed intently at Harry, whose calmness rendered him momentarily speechless. Time elapsed, and beads of sweat trickled down Neville's forehead. Nervously, he fidgeted with his clothing, attempting to wipe away the perspiration from his palms, yet to no avail. His hands remained clammy. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged, only a dry lick of his parched lips as he attempted to speak again. His voice raspy and unfamiliar, startling even him. Do you not think me foolish? You are not foolish. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. How could someone learn the shield charm in a single day be considered foolish? Truth be told, this spell is regarded as advanced magic, one that even many graduated wizards and ministry officials struggle to master. You are merely in your 1st year and accomplished it in a day, outshining even those adult wizards. Your only challenge is a slight delay in reaction. Ever since Hermione and the others expressed their desire to learn spells from him, Harry had conducted some research. He was astounded to discover how inept the current magical community had become. The foundational shield charm had been elevated to a level only Aurors could wield. Neville swallowed hard. His fist clenched in anxiety. When he spoke, tears erupted from his eyes. He pressed his hand firmly against his mouth, exerting enough pressure to nearly draw blood from his teeth. Stifled sobs escaped him, tears cascading down his cheeks while he struggled to maintain composure, nearly collapsing under the weight of his emotions. Harry reached out to steady him. "We will undoubtedly succeed. No matter how powerful they may seem, they are merely human. Why should we fear them? As long as we are diligent and persistent, we will achieve our goals. When the time comes, slaying one will balance the scales. Two will yield a profit. It shall be no loss." As Harry spoke, his gaze hardened, revealing a fierce determination. Killing was a familiar endeavor for him. Setting aside the grotesque creatures like the eight-eyed spiders and the ghastly corpses, he had slain no fewer than 80 fairies, if not 100, even among dark wizards. Many of the followers of the Fire Ash Serpent had met their demise at his hands. In fact, if one were to measure the lives taken, it could be argued that Harry had claimed as many, if not more, than Voldemort himself. After a considerable while, Neville managed to stifle his sobs, his eyes swollen to mere slits. Gripping his father's wand tightly, he resolved to avenge them using that very wand. Suddenly, a flicker of red light emanated from the wand, unnoticed by both boys. Once Neville had fully composed himself, Harry presented him with an ice pack wrapped in a handkerchief, which he applied to his eyes in a bid to reduce the swelling before they reached the Great Hall. The Great Hall buzzed with lively chatter as the trio, having practiced magic all afternoon, returned to their respective house tables. They eagerly helped themselves to food, devouring it rapidly. Even Draco struggled to contain himself. And with his new hairstyle, many at the Slytherin table nearly mistook him for an imposter. It was only when Hermione and Ron had filled their stomachs that they noticed Harry and Neville approaching, silently taking their seats on the bench to eat. They had to hurry, otherwise dinner would vanish before them. After managing to sate their hunger just in time, Harry exhaled in relief and reached for a potion on the table, glancing up at the staff table. Professor McGonagall was still there, perusing a newspaper. Harry quickly beckoned Ron, and they made their way toward Professor McGonagall. Navigating against the flow of people, they soon caught her attention. Seeing them approach, she folded the newspaper and rose from her seat, standing by the staff table to await them. "Professor McGonagall, do you have a moment?" "We have a matter on which we seek your assistance," Harry inquired. With a stern glance, Professor McGonagall nodded, indicating for them to follow her. She turned and walked toward the small door next to the staff table, with Harry and Ron close behind. Upon entering the small room, they discovered it was dimly lit by just a few flickering candles. "It is like this, Professor McGonagall," Harry began to explain, motioning for Ron to display his wand. "This is the situation." After detailing the circumstances, Harry retrieved a small pouch from his pocket containing 7 gold galleons, which he had prepared in advance. "I recall that Ollivander offers discount for first years, does he not? Ron hasn't had the chance to purchase a new wand yet. The first-year discount should still apply, right?" Harry asked with a smile. "If not, Ron may have to wait several more years for a Christmas gift." Upon hearing this, even Professor McGonagall could not suppress a smile. "Rest assured, Mr. Potter, Ollivander's first-year discount is always available. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I happen to be visiting Diagon Alley. Will you come to my office at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Mr. Weasley?" Ron nodded vigorously, fearing that any delay might result in rejection. "Excellent, then leave it to me. If all goes as planned, you shall see Mr. Weasley's new wand by tomorrow afternoon." Professor McGonagall, speaking as she took the pouch of money from Harry, gestured for them to leave. With excitement coursing through him, Ron exited the small room, though the diminishing crowd outside made even his exuberant spirit feel a touch weary. Noticing this, Harry decided against lingering and made his way directly to the Gryffindor common room. After indulging in a refreshing slumber, Harry awoke to find Neville's bed across from him empty. Checking the time, he swiftly roused the still dreaming Ron, urging him to prepare and seek out Professor McGonagall lest they be left behind. Standing by the window, Harry caught a fleeting glimpse of a small figure jogging slowly by the Black Lake. With most still enveloped in slumber, it was likely Neville. Harry sighed softly, retrieving his copy of the Wizarding Combat Handbook, for which he extracted an exercise guide for Aurors authored by Professor Sharp. He made a copy and placed it on Neville's bed, weighing it down to prevent it from being mistaken for refuse. After freshening up, Harry proceeded to the Great Hall for breakfast, reminding Ron that time was of the essence. They would miss the meal if they did not hurry. After a modest repast of bread and scrambled eggs, Harry consumed his morning potion, occupying a space at the table devoid of a plate, and began to work on his assignments, patiently awaiting the subsiding of the potion's side effects. Based on past experience, he anticipated it would take about an hour. In a hurried frenzy, Ron hastily snatched several pieces of bread, forgoing even the opportunity to spread jam, and dashed out as if pursued by a specter. Observing the time, Harry noted with a resigned shake of his head that they were merely 10 minutes shy of 9 o'clock. It seemed imperative to find a moment to address Ron's chronic tardiness. Oblivious to the impending chaos, Ron arrived breathlessly at Professor McGonagall's office, quickly downing the remnants of his bread before knocking on the door. Professor McGonagall promptly opened it, allowing him entry. They then approached the fireplace, utilizing the Floo network to travel to Diagon Alley. Ron's complexion paled. Had he known, he would have abstained from the bread. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, Harry covered his mouth with a handkerchief, testing to see if the numbness in his lips had subsided. He beckoned Hedwig, who had been waiting patiently, and handed her a pre-written note to deliver to Professor Dumbledore. With a gentle nip on Harry's finger, Hedwig accepted the jerky he offered and took flight. Moments later, a flicker of flames heralded the arrival of a singed note that materialized beside Harry. Satisfied after reading its contents, he tucked it away and made his way outside the castle. Finding a secluded corner, Harry once again retrieved his old broomstick and mounted it, soaring toward the forbidden forest. With purpose, he swiftly located a nest of acromantulas, effortlessly dispatching a few and collecting several vials of venom. Feeling his task nearly complete, Harry prepared to depart when rustling sounds emerged from the nearby thicket. Instantly, he concealed himself, pointing his wand toward the source of the disturbance. Before long, a golden unicorn stumbled out from the thicket, its pure eyes curiously surveying the surroundings, emitting soft, juvenile sounds. Harry let out a sigh of relief and stepped out from behind the tree. The golden unicorn foal was startled at the sight of Harry, turning to flee but inadvertently crashing into the underbrush, becoming ensnared. "Hush, dear one, do not be afraid. Hush." Harry stood still, clearing his mind of distractions, and gazed sincerely at the unicorn foal, holding out a piece of honey candy. The foal ceased its struggles, cautiously glancing back at Harry, and after a moment of hesitation, it approached him. Lowering its head to accept the honey candy from Harry's palm, the foal joyfully let out a gentle snort, prompting Harry to smile warmly. Carefully reaching out to stroke the smooth back of the unicorn foal. "Little one, where are your parents? This is not a safe place for you. There are acromantulas nearby. It is quite perilous. Shall I help you find your parents?" Harry whispered to the foal. The unicorn foal regarded Harry for a moment before nodding in agreement. Harry lifted the small creature, about the size of a lamb, fashioned a pouch from blades of grass to carry it, and then mounted his broom, flying slowly in the direction from which the foal had come. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, Harry suddenly halted at the treetops. There were people nearby. Immediately, he cast the disillusionment charm upon himself, ensuring that both the unicorn and the broom were cloaked as well. He stealthily approached, witnessing a shocking scene. A hooded figure was crouched at the neck of the unicorn, greedily drinking its blood. The mournful cries of another unicorn echoed not far off. Harry's hair stood on end. Someone was daring enough to hunt unicorns near Hogwarts. In an instant, Harry recognized the identity of the figure below. The unicorn foal, unable to contain its distress, let out a sorrowful cry, causing the shadowy figure to look up, revealing a face smeared with silver blood. Indeed, it was O.W.L. Harry swiftly descended closer to the ground. The treetop he had just vacated was immediately struck by a curse, emitting dark smoke. Once on the ground, he rolled away, hiding behind a large rock, where he gently set down the unicorn foal and cast protective charms around them before darting in another direction. Along the way, he found the opportunity to launch a few spells at O.W.L. However, amidst the movement and the cover of trees, his aim was not particularly precise. Fortunately, O.W.L's attention was diverted, allowing Harry to breathe a slight sigh of relief as he found another hiding spot, continuously unleashing spells. O.W.L could only perceive vague shadows, uncertain of the identity of his assailant, but judging by the relentless curses, he concluded that it could not possibly be a student. Realizing this, O.W.L became flustered, clumsily deflecting a few spells before transforming into a wisp of black smoke and vanishing swiftly. Harry squinted, refraining from pursuit, and waited a moment longer, ensuring O.W.L had indeed fled before rapidly making his way to the side of the fallen unicorn. After a meticulous examination, Harry sorrowfully brushed against the unicorn's eyes, excavating a deep pit in the clearing to lay the unicorn to rest. He summoned the earth to cover it and scattered a handful of moonflower seeds before he ventured behind the boulder to locate the foal. Chapter 31. Clarity. It seemed that the deceased unicorn was the parent of this little creature. Harry observed the unicorn foal wandering before the freshly filled grave, tears streaming down its face. With a sigh, he gently placed it back into his bag and proceeded towards the source of the mournful cries. Minutes later, Harry encountered another unicorn, lying on a patch of grass, its wounds so severe that bones were nearly visible. It cried out in distress, its elongated limbs straining to rise, only to collapse repeatedly. As Harry revealed himself, the unicorn emitted a wary whinny. He stood still, setting the foal down, watching it stumble towards the fallen unicorn, tears cascading as it tenderly licked its parents' wounds. Upon seeing its foal, the injured unicorn relaxed its guard, casting a gentle gaze towards Harry. Only then did Harry approach to assess its injuries, retrieving various healing potions from his satchel and pouring them liberally onto the wounds. He watched as they began to mend, allowing a sigh of relief to escape him. After administering a blood-replenishing potion, Harry hesitated before asking, "Would you come with me? I have a place where you can recuperate safely. It may not be safe for you and your child here." The unicorn attempted to rise, slowly standing, but its wounds reopened, causing it to fall once more. Harry quickly cast spells to heal the injuries, watching with concern. After some time, the wounds appeared to heal. But Harry knew this was merely superficial. Further exertion could cause them to rupture again. The unicorn finally nodded at Harry, prompting him to smile. He hissed a few words to his bag, which transformed into a pouch that effortlessly contained both the unicorn and its foal. With the bag secured, Harry retrieved his discarded broom and swiftly took flight toward Hogwarts. Upon exiting the Forbidden Forest, he tidied himself and hurried towards the castle. Passing the Great Hall, he noted the lunchtime bustle but had no time to eat, seizing a potion bottle and racing up to the 8th floor. Arriving at the room of requirement, he made several quick passes before the door swung open. Without glancing back, he rushed to the far end of the grassy area, promptly releasing the unicorns from the pouch. The larger and smaller unicorns looked around in confusion, but sensed no danger, both appearing quite pleased. The injured unicorn was unable to move just yet, so Harry chose a location for them not far from a brook, nestled in a sheltered hollow separated by boulders, ensuring they would remain dry without needing a shelter. He instructed Diddy to gather some soft straw to lay on the ground, marking the end of this chapter. Diddy, delighted to see the two unicorns, busily scurried about, preparing their temporary abode. Harry caressed his grumbling stomach and called out, "Didi, please fetch me something to eat. Make haste and bring plenty." "No problem, sir," Didi replied in a high-pitched voice before vanishing. Harry opened a potion bottle and drank its contents, conjuring a set of tables and chairs to sit beside the unicorn nest. What could possibly be more enchanting than a delightful meal accompanied by the sight of unicorns? As the effects of the potion began to manifest, Didi returned. But Harry couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the food in Didi's hands. It was all magical creature feed, complete with an assortment of flavors and age ranges. "Didi, I was hoping for my own food. Could you please hurry?" Harry asked with a hint of exasperation. Didi awkwardly placed the magical creature feed on the ground and, feeling embarrassed, prepared to dash into the stone wall, only to be stopped by Harry's swift grip on the tablecloth. "Just be quick, and try to bring more." Didi instantly vanished again, leaving Harry in silence, gazing at the heap of magical creature feed. Perhaps I should give it a try? I've heard humans can consume this as well. Fortunately, Harry did not dwell on this thought for too long, as his hunger was becoming unbearable. At last, he received his lunch. The table he conjured was barely large enough, requiring an expansion to accommodate all the food laid before him. With no one else around, Harry began to devour the meal ravenously, the food soothing his aching stomach. As he continued to eat, he slowed his pace, observing Didi tending to the unicorns, providing them with food and water, fluffing their straw, and using the house elf's unique magic to conduct health checks, compiling a list of necessary potions. Once Harry finished his meal, Didi presented the list to him. After reviewing the items, Harry sighed with relief. None were particularly rare and could easily be ordered from the apothecary. He promptly penned an order letter and handed the list to Didi, instructing him to send it via owl. Approaching a unicorn resting on the straw, Harry tentatively reached out his hand. The unicorn gently rested its head against Harry's palm, prompting a smile to spread across his face. "You are safe here, and you will receive the care you need. Didi will take good care of you, and when you are healed and wish to return, he will see you home without worry," Harry reassured, his voice soothing. The unicorn gazed at him with a tender expression, filling Harry's heart with warmth and joy. After a moment, the unicorn beckoned Harry to look at its tail. It took Harry a while to understand, but he quickly turned to see the unicorn flick its tail, causing a single strand of its tail hair to fall. Harry's eyes lit up. "Is this for me?" he asked, and the unicorn nodded. He carefully picked up the precious strand, knowing it was worth a fortune. Not only would this allow the two unicorns to heal and stay comfortably, but it could also bring Harry a tidy profit. Harry beamed with joy as he expressed his gratitude to the unicorn, carefully storing away the strand of unicorn hair. If not preserved properly, the magical elements within would gradually dissipate, rendering it mere ordinary hair, albeit somewhat visually appealing. Fortunately, Harry possessed the skills to handle such materials. Lacking the necessary items for a thorough preservation, he performed a simple magical treatment, intending to complete the remaining processes at a later time. Even so, he could fetch a handsome price for it if he were to sell it right away. Just as he secured the unicorn's tail hair, Harry noticed the unicorn attempting to rise, vigorously kicking its legs. Alarmed, he rushed to intervene. "Wait, please don't get up just yet. Your wounds haven't healed properly. If you stand, the injury will reopen." Regrettably, Harry's attempts to stop the unicorn were in vain. He could not muster the strength to restrain it forcefully, and he could only watch helplessly as the unicorn's leg wound tore open once more. With his wand in hand, Harry, filled with concern, was about to heal the unicorn when it seized his sleeve, causing him to stumble and miscast the spell. After a moment of confusion, Harry finally comprehended the unicorn's intent. It wished to offer him a small amount of its blood. The unicorn's voluntary gift of blood sent a thrill through Harry, causing his hands to tremble. He quickly retrieved a small crystal vial and positioned it beneath the unicorn's minor wound, from which a few drops of blood began to seep, sufficient to fill the vial. Corking the vial, Harry hurriedly treated the unicorn's injury. This time, the unicorn did not resist. The small wound rapidly vanished. Only then did Harry stow away the precious blood, gazing at the unicorn with heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you." The unicorn lay back down peacefully, choosing to ignore Harry, a clear sign that it considered their debt settled. This did not surprise Harry. He gently reached out, and the unicorn shifted slightly, neither fully accepting nor entirely rejecting his touch. This was a positive sign. Harry was not greedy. He recognized that in a few years, as he matured, he might not be able to touch the unicorn at all. Thankfully, the young unicorn did not shy away from him, and after playing with it for a while, Harry reluctantly took his leave. Upon returning to the 8th floor corridor, Harry savored the moment before making his way to the headmaster's office. He needed to inform Dumbledore about Quirrell's attempt to hunt unicorns. It was imperative that he devise a plan, lest the other unicorns in the Forbidden Forest suffer a similar fate. After explaining the situation, Harry did not linger and made his way back to the Gryffindor common room. Eager to rest after a thrilling morning and afternoon, entering through the round opening of the Gryffindor common room, Harry spotted Ron and the others seated in their usual corner. Ron was animatedly showcasing his new wand, which was 14 inches long, crafted from willow, and featuring a core of unicorn hair. "Look, it has excellent flexibility," Ron exclaimed as soon as he spotted Harry, eager to share his excitement. Hermione, sitting nearby, rolled her eyes, having heard Ron's incessant chatter about his new wand since he returned from lunch. Upon seeing Ron's expression, Harry felt compelled to temper his enthusiasm. "Now that you possess a suitable wand, I trust that at our next gathering, you shall no longer resort to dodging the sparks, correct?" Ron momentarily faltered, his mouth opening and closing in surprise, the joy on his face swiftly replaced by a look of dismay. Harry, unwilling to grant him the opportunity to lament, exchanged greetings with Hermione and Neville before turning back to the dormitory. He needed to freshen up. His attire was marred by either blood or dirt, and although he had attempted to clean himself, a thorough wash would be far more refreshing. Before Ron could utter a word to Hermione, she swiftly gathered her belongings. "I am off to the library. You should really focus on your practice. Don't let yourself fall behind Malfoy, or Harry might abandon you." "I would never," Ron exclaimed angrily, raking his fingers through his hair as he clutched his wand and departed in search of an empty classroom to practice. After thoroughly cleansing himself from head to toe, Harry returned to his bed, first carefully placing the vial of blood in a secure spot. Such a rare substance could yield remarkable results, whether for inscribing magical runes or brewing potions. Harry had no intention of using it himself. He was well aware of his own limitations, slightly more adept than the average wizard, yet significantly lacking compared to a master. He resolved to offer this transaction to Snape, suggesting that Snape could take half of the final product, while Harry would provide the craftsmanship and materials, a most agreeable arrangement. Of course, if need be, he would find a third of the yield acceptable as well. He examined the neatly processed unicorn hair before returning it to its place and picked up a piece of parchment to write to Ollivander. The demand for such materials at his shop was considerable, and he was certain he could negotiate a favorable price. He then opened his bag to inspect the giant troll materials and the venom of the eight-eyed spider. deciding that this would suffice for the day. After dinner, he would deliver these items to Snape, as he had no desire to handle them any longer. Having just bathed, he wished to avoid any peculiar odors. Collapsing onto his bed, Harry removed his glasses and placed them on the bedside, waving his wand to draw the curtains, which immediately dimmed the light. He yawned widely, turned over, and fell into a deep slumber. After an undetermined period, Harry awoke, feeling somewhat dazed. Rubbing his eyes, he managed to don his glasses and pulled back the curtains to gaze outside. The setting sun had painted half the sky with a crimson hue, and the distant sounds of revelry from the common room were faintly audible. With a great yawn and a stretch, he climbed out of bed, donned a clean set of clothes, and combed his hair as best as he could before venturing out of the dormitory. Mingling with the crowd, he scanned for Hermione and the others, but, finding them absent, he decisively exited the common room, intent on heading directly to the Great Hall. Upon arrival, he discovered his friends seated on the long benches, their faces etched with fatigue. "What happened to you all?" Harry inquired, perplexed. In this regard, Ron possesses considerable authority. "I must say, I found an empty classroom to practice the shield charm, only to be discovered by Peeves. He incessantly hurled objects at me, but thankfully, the charm held strong, allowing me to escape. Just as I encountered Hermione and began to voice my grievances, she promptly sent Neville and me to confront Peeves. Enduring a relentless barrage of thrown items and the prospect of being struck, Hermione, unfazed, continued to peruse her book, remarking on how conveniently Peeves served as a practice dummy. The dummies on the 8th floor were beyond our control, yet Peeves, ever willing, facilitated our magical training. What more could one desire? Neville sat there, staring blankly at an empty plate, utterly speechless. "Well, you have a point. Good luck to you both." Harry's lips twitched. Hermione truly knew how to utilize resources to their fullest. As they spoke, dinner suddenly materialized on the long table. Neville's eyes sparkled as he swiftly seized a chicken leg, shoving it into his mouth, quickly reaching for a second. He was ravenous. Hermione and Harry were not far behind, consuming their meals with the fervor of the starved. Though Hermione's manner was slightly more refined, Harry too indulged in his favorite dishes, glancing up at the head table to find Dumbledore occupying his usual position, with the pale and distracted Quirrell seated at the far end, nervously cutting into his steak while stealing glances at the other professors. Chapter 32. Investment. Harry chuckled softly, returning to his meal, seemingly unaware of who had attacked him in the Forbidden Forest, his thoughts solely fixated on the professors, a most fortuitous distraction. After dinner, Harry grabbed the potion bottle that habitually appeared beside his plate and glanced back at the head table, only to discover that Snape had vacated his seat. He exchanged a few words with Ron, who was still eating heartily, before turning to leave. Descending the staircase, Harry made his way to Snape's office, familiar with the route. He softly inquired in Parseltongue to the portrait of Medusa. "Is Professor Snape in?" Medusa's eyes widened in surprise. "You can speak Parseltongue?" "Goodness, he is here. Would you like me to let you in?" "No, thank you. I can knock myself." Harry quickly declined, aware that Snape already held a disdain for him. To enter without knocking would surely invite trouble. "Very well, Parselmouth. If you have time, will you come to see me?" Medusa asked, a hint of regret in her tone, followed by eager curiosity. "Why?" Harry queried, perplexed. "I wish to converse with someone. Professor Snape is dreadfully dull. He speaks not a word to me." Medusa lamented. Harry raised an eyebrow. "That sounds rather challenging for you. Surely, you could speak with others." "I only enjoy chatting with Parselmouths." Medusa hissed, casting Harry a flirtatious glance. Harry diverted his gaze, rapping 3 times upon the door, no longer regarding Medusa. The door swung open, revealing a shadowy Snape, who looked down at Harry with an icy indifference. "I come bearing a gift, Professor," Harry stated. Snape's fingers tightened, and in that moment, he seemed poised to slam the door shut. Harry hastily propped the door open, exclaiming about the blood willingly offered by the unicorn. Snape's hand froze, and he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Harry as if searching for any hint of deceit. After a prolonged silence, during which Harry's arm began to ache, Snape finally released the door and stepped aside. Gratefully, Harry withdrew his hand and entered Snape's office. He walked directly to the sofa and laid his prepared items one by one upon the coffee table. Snape remained silent, picking up the most conspicuous crystal vial to inspect it, only confirming its contents before he spoke. "The cost. I want half of the finished product." Harry countered. "Impossible. 1/3. Snape ceased his words, merely turning with the crystal vial and walking away, carefully placing it down before returning to stand silently. Harry shifted the items on the table. These were his compensations. The previous nutritional potions would be better if their side effects were milder. Snape scoffed quietly, not uttering a word. Harry shrugged and chose not to press further, rising to head towards the door. Just as he was about to step outside, Snape's voice floated softly through the air. 2 weeks remain. Harry paused, nodded, and exited without another word. Upon returning to the common room, Harry was intercepted by the Weasley twins. I heard you bought Ron a new wand? He said it was exchanged for 7 years' worth of Christmas gifts. Harry nodded, affirming the truth. Charlie's old wand was not quite suitable and had a considerable impact on him. The twins exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Do you have a substantial amount of money to spend? Harry modestly replied, it should be quite a bit. The Weasley family had left a positive impression on him, and he paid little mind to their probing. Come, over here. The twins guided Harry to a corner. They pulled out a plethora of peculiar items from their pockets and began to introduce them excitedly, each taking turns. This is a skipping class candy. Just eat it, and you'll manifest various ailments to escape the classroom, though we're currently stuck at a critical juncture. This is a canary cookie. Eat it, and you'll transform into a canary. But again, we are hindered at a vital step. And this, extendable ears. Of course, it's merely a concept at this stage. Harry stroked his chin. Are you developing prank products? The twins high-fived in celebration. Indeed, lacking investment? Their eyes sparkled with excitement, yes. Harry chuckled, so, how much of a share are you willing to offer me? The twins seemed to have anticipated this, half. No, that's not feasible. You both possess great ideas and commendable skills. I believe you can succeed. Half is too much. I'm not inclined to manage affairs. So the development and sales should be entirely yours. I only require 20%, Harry stated. No way. That won't do. Fred immediately objected. We can't take advantage of you. George chimed in. If Mum finds out, we'll be in serious trouble. Observing the frantic refusals of the twins, Harry felt a sense of helplessness. It was always others who eagerly sought to secure more investment and relinquish less of their share. Yet in the case of these twins, the roles were entirely reversed. Did the energy expended on their research not equate to financial value? Did the labor involved in their sales efforts not hold significance? Should they establish a retail outlet in the future, these responsibilities would fall solely on their shoulders. Thus, he truly wished to assume the role of a purely profit-sharing investor, asserting that 20 would suffice. The twins hesitated, conferring with one another before ultimately acquiescing to Harry's request. However, they resolved to retain 35 each, reserving the remaining 10 for Harry's future needs, should the occasion arise. This decision, however, was one they did not intend to disclose to Harry, believing it best to address the matter when necessary. After perusing the semi-finished products laid out before him, Harry decided to invest 100 galleons in them. At present, their need was not for product development, but rather for the expansion of their knowledge base. Although the twins' ideas were commendable, the alchemy and magic involved were rather rudimentary, easily discernible to the discerning eye. Should their creations be revealed, their business could face insurmountable challenges. Harry possessed the gold, promptly placing 100 galleons into a cloth pouch for them. The twins were taken aback, at a loss for words, and immediately resolved to write to their father to request books on alchemy, as their family had a considerable collection of such knowledge. This prompted Harry to recall Gareth. The twins bore resemblance to him in character, and Gareth, being their senior, might prove beneficial. His recollections of Gareth's prowess in alchemy were favorable, leading Harry to consider introducing the twins to Gareth. After all, the twins' experiments carried inherent risks, and having Gareth's guidance would render their research significantly safer. In the event of peril, Gareth could always seek Harry's assistance. With this thought in mind, Harry spoke up, suggesting, You might want to seek out the portrait of your ancestor. I once read about a Gareth Weasley, an adept in alchemy. You could solicit his assistance. It is said that he left behind numerous portraits. Fred pondered this, recalling that their ancestral home had long fallen into disrepair due to financial constraints, with their ancestors' portraits residing at Aunt Muriel's house. However, they were not fond of Aunt Muriel, who visited their home for the holidays, and thus had seldom ventured to her residence, leaving them unfamiliar with their ancestor Gareth. Yet this was a simple matter. Their father, Arthur Weasley, maintained a good relationship with Aunt Muriel and could be asked to investigate. Nodding in agreement, Fred remarked, I'll have the family keep an eye out. If it's Gareth, or perhaps a great-grandfather, regardless, if he is willing, we will locate his portrait. George nodded in agreement, realizing that if the Weasley family indeed had such an ancestor, they could save considerable time in their own explorations. Seeing the twins eager to pen their letters, Harry tactfully took his leave. Turning his head to glance around, Harry noticed that Ron and the others were nowhere in sight. Just as he was about to return to the dormitory, he was intercepted by the twins. Tomorrow is the training session for our Quidditch team. Would you care to join us? If you are willing, we can even lend you one of our brooms. After all, the brooms used in the school's flying lessons pale in comparison to ours. Although our brooms are not the finest, they are certainly fit for competition. Harry paused, casting a skeptical look at the two. Could this be a scheme orchestrated by Dumbledore? Otherwise, why would they be inviting him at this hour? We are the team's beaters, and you are Harry Potter. It's perfectly acceptable for you to observe our training, George exclaimed with a grin, and he even called out to a fifth-year student, Wood. Can Harry come watch our training tomorrow? A dark-haired boy turned to regard Harry, sizing him up before breaking into a broad smile. Of course. Look at that. He agreed. He asked the captain of the Quidditch team, and if he says it's fine, then it is certainly fine. Are you coming? Fred inquired as he tidied up the table. Harry could only nod. I will be there. What time does practice begin? He had already made arrangements with Dumbledore to visit the Quidditch pitch, and the twins' invitation was too enticing to decline. 7 o'clock. Of course. You can arrive a bit later. After all, you don't need to train, George complained. Wood hardly treats us like human beings. It's bad enough we have practice on Sunday, but we have to rise early too. Fred nodded in agreement, sharing his dismay. Even if practice were at 8, it would be more bearable than 7 o'clock. We have to wake up at 6. The two wore expressions of exaggerated despair, which amused Harry. Offering a half-hearted consolation, he returned to the dormitory. Upon closing the door, the clamor of the common room faded, leaving only the faintest sounds. Ron and Neville emerged from the bathroom, yawning and supporting each other. Hey Harry, you're back. Ron greeted with a long yawn. Yes, if you're tired, you should rest quickly. I'm going to watch the Gryffindor Quidditch team practice in the morning. Are you two coming? Harry asked, somewhat resigned. I'll pass. I need to practice more, Neville said, fighting off another yawn, tears welling in his eyes. I don't know what is wrong, but my wand feels different today. Ron perked up, eager to say he would join, but upon hearing Neville's words, he swallowed his words. Harry placed his coat on the back of a chair by his bed, turning back in confusion. What did you say? I'm not going either. I need to make the most of my time. I refuse to be outdone by Malfoy, Ron declared resolutely. Harry chuckled. All right then, I'll tell you all about the team as practice when I return. Okay, both Neville and Ron replied in unison. And soon thereafter, they began yawning again, mumbling their goodnights before collapsing into their beds. Harry shook his head and went over to lower the curtains for both of them, dimming the lights in the dormitory before gathering his belongings to wash up. The following morning, before the alarm clock had a chance to ring, Harry opened his eyes, reached out to silence it, and glanced at the time. Only 5 minutes remained until 7. He pulled back the bed curtains and sat up, astonished to find Ron's bed already vacant. A glance across the room revealed that Neville's bed was also unoccupied. Slipping on his slippers, he approached the window, and, much like the previous day, he spotted 2 small figures in the distance. A smile of contentment crept across Harry's face as he adjusted the headband on his forehead. With such companions by his side, Voldemort stood no chance. In truth, Harry's scar had long since faded, but Dumbledore, wishing to avoid any uproar, insisted that Harry wear the headband daily. To further this ruse, Dumbledore employed a transformation spell to conjure a false scar on Harry's forehead, a gesture that cost him a notebook from his own school days. Cheerfully attending to his personal hygiene, Harry selected his attire for the day, mindful that he would need to remain active. The chosen garments had to facilitate movement while also providing a degree of protection. Although Dumbledore had assured him of safety, Harry was unwilling to entrust his well-being to anyone, even the esteemed headmaster. However, the clothes he wore now were custom-made by Madame Malkins and differed from those he had donned during his previous escapades. After some searching, he managed to assemble a suitable outfit for movement, and rummaging through his bag, he unearthed a scarf adorned with runes designed to mitigate damage from magical attacks, which remained relatively intact. Gazing outside, he noted the overcast skies and decisively wrapped the scarf around his neck. Every little bit helped. He then glanced towards the forbidden forest. He would need to seize the opportunity to venture there and gather more materials, as lacking runes on his clothing left him feeling quite vulnerable. Checking the time, Harry swiftly made his way outside. As customary, he arrived in the Great Hall. One mustn't forget breakfast. After finishing his meal, Harry remained seated, but to his dismay, the usual potions had not appeared beside his plate today. Frowning, he recalled Snape's words from the previous evening, stating that he had 2 weeks' worth of potions to consume. Why were they absent now? Could it be that Snape was deliberately punishing him for his attitude last night? The thought made Harry restless. He contemplated heading to the dungeons to inquire, but hesitated, as he had tasks to attend to today. Just as Harry began to feel anxious, a vial of potion materialized before him. This potion, a pale, golden hue, was unlike any he had encountered before. Alongside, it was a piece of parchment that seemed to contain more than just a few words. Harry picked up the parchment and scanned the professor's table. Snape was nowhere to be seen, but Professor McGonagall was present. Relieved, Harry took a moment to breathe easier, knowing he still had time. Unfolding the parchment, he read the text inscribed upon it. Reward, 1/3 of the potion, the blessing of the goddess of life. If you are aware of the potion's effects, you should know what to do. Should the esteemed savior be unwilling to partake, he may collect the potion from the potion's classroom before 8:30. Harry shuddered, completely taken aback by the immense significance of the potion before him. My sincerest apologies, Professor Snape. Harry was indeed acquainted with this potion, having stumbled upon fragments of information in the restricted section. The ingredients required were exceedingly rare, and even a master potion maker might struggle to concoct such a brew. Beyond the willingly offered blood of a unicorn, it also demanded the tears of a phoenix weeping with joy, the moonlight flower that blooms on snowy nights, along with various peculiar materials, which are typically challenging to gather in their entirety. Astonishingly, Snape possessed all the necessary ingredients and had successfully brewed it. Without hesitation, Harry incinerated the parchment in his hand, seized the potion bottle before him, uncorked it, and drank deeply. An indescribable sensation surged down his throat, a strange blend of coolness and warmth. Harry covered his mouth in surprise, feeling as if he had consumed something extraordinary, yet simultaneously as if he had ingested nothing at all. The bottle was now empty, devoid of any remnants. Almost immediately, Harry shivered as a wave of dizziness washed over him, his vision blurring. Unable to resist, he removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. Just as he was about to put them back on, he was astounded to find that everything was remarkably clear. When he raised his glasses to his eyes, however, the world became a haze once more. The blessing of the goddess of life truly lived up to its reputation. Filled with excitement, Harry placed his glasses on the table and gazed around. Never before had the world appeared so vividly. He could even discern the intricate patterns on the great hall doors with perfect clarity. Previously, even with his glasses, he could only make out vague shapes. But now everything was crystal clear. According to what he had read, this potion would adjust a person's body to its optimal state. Just a single sip was sufficient, and a person could only partake once in a lifetime. Any more would turn it into a poison, a toxic elixir that affected one's very soul. Furthermore, it could merge with any liquid, evading detection from even the most sophisticated magic. With this thought, Harry shivered, casting a dubious glance at the professor's table. Surely Snape wouldn't be so reckless. However, he noticed Professor McGonagall rising and making her way outside, leaving him little time to ponder as he hastily followed suit. He needed to reach the Quidditch pitch before Professor McGonagall, for she was the primary spectator. It would not do for the audience to be seated while the performers were absent. As he sprinted down the corridor, Harry was astonished to discover that he did not feel fatigued in the slightest. Even his breathing was not as labored as he expected. It seemed the potion was indeed working its wonders, and Harry couldn't help but express gratitude towards Snape. No longer would he be tormented by various peculiar side effects. He also felt a twinge of thanks for the unicorn on the 8th floor. Entering the Quidditch pitch through the entrance beneath the stands, Harry looked up to see the Gryffindor players soaring through the sky, appearing to form a sort of formation. He refrained from calling out to them, opting instead to find a spot to sit and observe their practice with keen interest. A few minutes later, he caught sight of Professor McGonagall entering the pitch. Yet she made no sound as she proceeded toward the elevated spectators area. No one on the field paid her any heed, and Harry pretended not to notice as he carefully scrutinized the players in the sky, diligently searching for his opportunity. After a short while, Wood shouted a few words into the air, and the team members began to descend, gathering on the grassy expanse in the center of the pitch. Harry blinked, leaped down from the stands, and rushed over. The expressions on everyone's faces were grim, the twins resembling individuals who had just tasted a foul-flavored jelly bean. "What's the matter?" Harry inquired softly as he approached. Fred, looking particularly pale, exclaimed, "It's that McLaggen. He has nothing but a disaster." George quickly chimed in with his own critique. Before Harry could voice his thoughts, the two of them launched into a tirade of complaints. This McLaggen was a second-year student from Gryffindor, a tall and lanky boy whose uncle worked at the Ministry of Magic. Ever since he joined the team, he had incessantly offered his unsolicited advice to Wood, completely disregarding orders and causing mishaps in every match. As a result, Gryffindor now languished at the bottom of the four houses. If it weren't for the sheer inability to find a replacement, Wood would have expelled him long ago. For despite everything, his flying skills were commendable. Harry offered George a comforting pat on the shoulder, shrugging in sympathy as he was not yet a member of the team. Observing Wood shouting at McLaggen, Harry shifted his gaze to Fred S. Broom. "Do you want to take a ride for a bit? It seems we want to be resuming training anytime soon. We can watch while you fly a little," Fred suggested. Harry nodded eagerly. "Absolutely. Have you ever played Quidditch?" George asked. Harry immediately shook his head. "No, you see, I grew up in the Muggle world, and there's no Quidditch there. This was not a lie, as Harry had focused solely on the prospect of venturing out to seek Hagrid, with his knowledge of Quidditch limited to scoring goals and catching the golden snitch. Should I find someone to join you for a bit of practice? Fred proposed. Harry grinned widely. That would be splendid. What better way to showcase one's flying skills than through Quidditch? Professor McGonagall is waiting for a performance. I'll take the broom for a test flight first, and if you think I'm doing well, we can all play together. How's that sound? Harry suggested. Fred handed over his broom without hesitation. No problem. George, you fly with Harry and keep an eye on him. Fred instructed. George mounted his broom. Absolutely, just get ready, boss. Harry chuckled, leaping onto the broom and pushing off with force, soaring into the sky. The wind tousled his hair, and without the need for glasses. Harry marveled at the breathtaking scenery before him. The grass, the black lake, the castle. Everything appeared to unveil itself with astonishing clarity. Unable to contain his joy, Harry erupted into laughter, joyously spiraling through the air. The new broom was undeniably superior to his old one. With a gentle exertion, the broom would change its course. Unlike the old broom that sometimes required one's own weight to alter its trajectory. As Harry spiraled through the air, he suddenly recalled the flying trials he had previously undertaken. He elevated his broom to survey the surroundings, but was met with disappointment. For there were no prominent smoke rings or balloons in sight. It seemed this activity had ceased to exist. However, reminiscing about the exhilarating sensations from those trials compelled him to lower his body and accelerate. As he sped up and dove, the broom felt as if it had melded with Harry, responding to his commands as seamlessly as his own limbs. He twisted into an S shape, spiraled, halted abruptly, and surged forward, reveling in the joy of flight, almost forgetting the purpose of his journey. Suddenly, a startled cry pierced the air, prompting Harry to glance back. A black, spherical object, roughly the size of a human head, was hurtling toward him. Harry's pupils dilated. At this velocity, a collision would surely result in shattered bones. Almost instinctively, he pressed down hard on the broomstick, plummeting toward the ground like a kite with severed strings. The black sphere zipped past the tail of his broom, soaring upward and even dislodging a few branches in its wake. With a serious expression, Harry maneuvered the broom, having flown at a low altitude to avoid trouble. In his instinctive attempt to evade the black sphere, he found himself dangerously close to the ground. From afar, gasps and screams echoed, but Harry paid them no heed. Gripping the broomstick firmly, with a forceful lift, he shifted his weight backward, halting his descent just under a meter from the ground, transitioning into a horizontal flight. The tips of his shoes grazed the grass of the pitch as he looked up at the black sphere, which was now recharging and barreling towards him once more. A grin broke across Harry's face, evoking a nostalgic thrill, reminiscent of evading the pursuit of the Ashwinder serpents in the Forbidden Forest. With a cheer, he had no intention of landing, but instead soared higher, engaging in a playful game of hide and seek with the black sphere, which was unable to even graze the hem of his robes. Just as Harry felt the thrill waning, another black sphere joined the fray, and the two began to surround him. This rekindled his enthusiasm, and he played with abandon until George soared up, knocking the spheres to the ground with powerful strikes. Reluctantly, Harry followed George down, landing with a sense of lingering exhilaration. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he was seized by Wood, who scrutinized him with gleaming eyes. Have you played before? He inquired. No, Harry played, bewildered. Small and agile, perfectly suited, Wood circled Harry, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Harry grimaced at the description of his stature. Wood, Potter. A furious shout erupted as Professor McGonagall hurriedly approached from the sidelines. What is going on? Why was Mr. Potter in the air and being pursued by a bludger? In an instant, Wood's mind cleared, and he grabbed the escaping comet. Professor, ask him. I'm certain, even without players, I no longer require such a teammate. While Harry was joyfully soaring through the air, Wood, who was watching from the ground, could not help but express his admiration. However, the reprimanded McLaggen could no longer contain his indignation and asserted that he too could perform such flying, claiming it lacked any difficulty. Following that, in a fit of misguided ambition, he insisted on challenging Harry to a flight contest. Yet he believed that mere flying would not adequately showcase his skills. Thus, he released a bludger, striking it fiercely. The ball seemed to possess a will of its own as it hurtled directly towards Harry. What ensued was a dazzling display of Harry's prowess. McLaggen, feeling challenged, attempted to mount his broom, but Wood promptly restrained him, forbidding any further movement. Witnessing Harry's effortless flight, Wood was unable to hold back. He initially intended to release the golden snitch to test Harry, but was interrupted by McLaggen, who seized the opportunity to unleash another bludger. This act incited Wood's fury, and he declared his intention to expel McLaggen on the spot. Professor McGonagall had rushed to the pitch the moment the first bludger appeared, unaware of the unfolding events. Yet she too was incensed and immediately concurred with Wood, deducting a full 20 points from McLaggen. This left Harry somewhat dismayed, as the points he had laboriously earned vanished so easily. After chastising McLaggen and ordering him to leave the field, Professor McGonagall began to circle around Harry, mirroring Wood's actions. "Would you like to join the team, Mr. Potter?" she inquired directly. Harry blinked, realizing that this was not the plan he had anticipated, though the objective seemed unchanged. "Is it permissible for me? I mean, can first years join the team?" Harry feigned ignorance, asking. McGonagall pursed her lips, stating, "That is not for you to worry about. You need only answer me. Are you willing to join the Quidditch team?" Harry smiled, scratching the back of his head. "I would love to. By the way, where are your glasses?" Professor McGonagall suddenly noticed Harry's peculiar absence. Harry instinctively touched his pocket where his glasses should have been, realizing with dread that in his excitement, he had forgotten to find a suitable pair to disguise himself. As Harry racked his brain for an excuse, Professor McGonagall, with a serious demeanor, stated, "You must understand that the use of the eye enhancement potion should not be frequent. You are still young, and excessive reliance on such potions can adversely affect your eye development, leading to increased dependency as time passes. This is not acceptable." Harry was taken aback, then filled with joy, grateful to Professor McGonagall for providing him with an excellent excuse. "Thank you for the reminder, Professor. I promise I won't partake again." Harry dutifully bowed his head in acknowledgement. Professor McGonagall was pleased with Harry's compliance and instructed the team to maintain confidentiality before hastily departing. No sooner had her figure vanished through the door than the twins rushed over, enthusiastically throwing their arms around Harry's neck, eager to take to the skies with him. However, they were quickly quelled by Wood, for the stands had filled considerably, with McGonagall just having insisted on secrecy. Revealing Harry now would be a grave faux pas. Furthermore, Harry's flying skills were evident to all present. He surpassed even the capabilities of Cormac by a significant margin. With a few days of dedicated, clandestine training, he could spring into action at the next match, undoubtedly catching their opponents off guard. After Wood's declaration, the topic was swiftly abandoned. Calling Harry aside, Wood produced a small notebook from his pocket and handed it to him. "Harry, we need to continue our training. Your position is that of a seeker. Do you understand what that entails?" "Yes." "Excellent. This notebook contains a comprehensive guide to broomsticks. Peruse it and see which model appeals to you. Remember to report your choice to Professor McGonagall, as you are only a first year and cannot bring your own broom." Bending slightly, Wood whispered to Harry, tucking the notebook into his hands. "I'll inform you of the specific training schedule later. For now, you can only train with me. I must manage the time accordingly." "Thank you so much, upperclassman Wood," Harry said, flipping through the notebook, which was filled with detailed specifications of various broomsticks, complete with illustrations cut from magazines. "Just call me Oliver," Wood replied with a broad smile, patting Harry on the shoulder. "You can either study the broomsticks now or watch us train. We will be practicing until noon." Harry, eager to show his appreciation, replied, "Then I shall remain here to observe. Since I cannot join the team training, I ought to at least familiarize myself with the players' dynamics." Wood laughed heartily, personally escorting Harry to the players' bench, the closest vantage point to the pitch. After ensuring Harry was comfortably seated, he turned and vocally directed his teammates, a stark contrast to his demeanor with Harry. Harry was momentarily taken aback, marveling at Wood's remarkable ability to switch personas. As he observed the team's flying drills, he noted a harmonious improvement since his initial arrival. Could it truly be that Cormac was unreliable? Having gained insight into the players' flying styles, Harry returned his focus to the notebook in his hands. It detailed the Nimbus series, Comet series, and Firebolt series, complete with thorough comparisons of pros and cons, and even included Oliver's personal flight experiences. Each broomstick's image was accompanied by its price. After flipping through several pages, Harry bypassed the older models and landed on the more recent offerings from the past 2 years, the Nimbus 2000 and the Firebolt 2000. He meticulously compared the advantages and disadvantages of both models, feeling somewhat indecisive, as their fundamental specifications were quite similar. The only distinctions lay in aesthetics and price. The Nimbus series had a rugged appearance, whereas the Firebolt series maintained a sleek, aerodynamic design, exuding elegance and beauty. After considerable contemplation, Harry resolved to choose the Firebolt 2000. For while performance could be fleeting, style was everlasting. Having made his decision, Harry carefully set aside the page on the Firebolt 2000 and turned his full attention to observing his future teammates as they trained. Harry remained seated by the edge of the field until the practice concluded, at which point he returned Wood's booklet as requested. keeping his distance from the team members before making his solitary way back to the castle. After partaking in lunch, he presented the copied page to Professor McGonagall and handed her the key to his vault. Professor McGonagall scrutinized Harry for a considerable time before returning the key, proclaiming that if Gryffindor were to win the Quidditch Cup at the end of the term, the broom would serve as a reward for him. However, should Gryffindor fail to clinch the championship, he could reimburse himself later. Harry, feeling somewhat embarrassed, accepted this arrangement. With this sum temporarily saved, a weight pressed upon him. It seemed that Gryffindor truly needed to strive harder, lest Professor McGonagall's generosity be squandered. Pondering thoughtfully while stroking his chin, Harry concluded that he indeed needed to venture out, if only to address his spectacles. With the excuse of the vision-enhancing potion, he pondered what his next justification would be. He certainly could not claim to have consumed it daily. Assessing his inventory, Harry resolved to make a trip to Hogsmeade. Recalling his prior promise to Dumbledore, he resigned himself to the path leading to the headmaster's office. Just before entering, Harry quietly transformed his glasses, altering his nearsighted lenses into plain glass. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt averse to revealing to Dumbledore that Snape still possessed the blessing of the Goddess of Life. After adjusting his glasses, Harry shook his head slightly, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face. After more than a decade of wearing spectacles, he found himself discomfited by their absence after merely one day without them. He uttered the password, and the gargoyle spun aside, revealing the staircase. Ascending, he knocked perfunctorily on the door before pushing it open, declaring, "Dumbledore." He halted at the threshold, astonished to find Professor McGonagall confronting Dumbledore, her hands striking the table. "I apologize for the interruption," Harry exclaimed, grabbing the door handle and retreating hastily, slamming the door behind him. Just as he was about to turn and flee, the door swung open once more. Professor McGonagall, her expression grave, addressed him. "Mr. Potter, are you seeking the headmaster? He is here, but I must attend to matters, so I shall take my leave." With that, she sidestepped him and descended the stairs briskly. Harry bit his lip, not daring to utter a sound. It was only upon hearing the movement of the gargoyle that he exhaled in relief and stepped into the office. What transpired? What was Professor McGonagall discussing? He asked, visibly anxious. Dumbledore sat in his chair, his eyelids drooping as he endeavored to maintain his composure. "It is nothing. Could you not have knocked before entering?" Harry feigned innocence. "I did knock." Dumbledore shot Harry a glance, realizing that indeed, Harry had knocked, albeit half-heartedly. Wiping his face, Dumbledore decisively changed the subject. "What brings you here today?" "I need to go to Hogsmeade," Harry stated plainly, avoiding any gossip. Dumbledore reclined in his chair, seemingly disinclined to rise. "Surely you must be aware of a few secret passages?" he inquired. "It was you who mentioned that I should inform you before leaving the school." "I had intended to do so, but judging by Professor McGonagall's demeanor, it appears my interjection is unnecessary." Harry feigned innocence, embodying the very essence of compliance. Dumbledore's lips twitched slightly as he waved his hand dismissively. "Go on, off you go. Duri." "I have no intention of traversing the secret passage," Harry replied defiantly. The two exchanged glances, neither willing to break the silence. Ultimately, it was Dumbledore who relented, picking up a quill and scribbling on a piece of parchment. Before long, he tore off the parchment, rolled it up, and handed it to Harry. "Take this. Present it to the statue at the school gates," he instructed. "Surely you don't require someone to escort you to Hogsmeade?" Harry accepted the parchment with a grin. No, I know the way. Remember, you must return before dinner. Otherwise, you shall have no further opportunities to venture out," Dumbledore warned sternly. Harry nodded earnestly. "Of course. Dining out costs money, after all. Every little bit helps. My parents didn't leave me a fortune." With that, Harry dashed away, too quickly to notice the fleeting hint of guilt that crossed Dumbledore's face. Dumbledore placed a hand on his chest, pondering whether he ought to replenish Harry's vault with a few more galleons. After all, the Potter family estate remained in his care, entrusted to him by James until Harry came of age. But Harry was hardly a child anymore. What if he were to uncover the truth? Dumbledore shuddered at the thought, choosing to dismiss it. Those funds had been allocated to the Order of the Phoenix. After all, it wasn't as if he were pocketing them. And with the post-war compensations and pensions in mind, Dumbledore felt an unusual pang of guilt. However, upon assessing his remaining resources, he resolutely cast aside the notion. Perhaps he would reconsider when he grew old and forgetful. As Harry ambled along the edge of the Black Lake, he couldn't suppress a couple of sneezes, touching his slightly warm ears. "Who is speaking ill of me?" A brisk wind swept across the lake, carrying with it a chilling spray, causing Harry to tighten his coat. Surely he wouldn't catch cold? It seemed impossible. His health had only just returned to perfection that very morning. How could he fall ill so swiftly? If a mere gust could induce a cold, he would have to inquire with Snape about the quality of his potions. With this thought, Harry quickened his pace. The lakeside was undoubtedly too frigid. Upon reaching the school gates, he instinctively glanced towards the entrance, where Sebastian would typically await him. Alas, there was no one to accompany him today. As he shook his head and sighed, preparing to approach the statue guarding the gates, a tall, slender figure suddenly emerged from the entrance. Harry startled, his heart racing. Who are you? You are Harry Potter, are you not? The little Gryffindor cub. So, you dare attempt to escape school. I caught you. A hoarse voice resonated as a shadow emerged from the doorway, revealing the castle's caretaker, Filch. Harry, feeling a twinge of disappointment, exhaled in relief, amused by his own reaction. It was merely Mr. Filch. My apologies for not noticing you. Here is a note from the headmaster. I need to make a trip to Hogsmeade. Will you assist me in opening the door? Or should I seek verification from the guard? Harry inquired politely, retrieving the note that Dumbledore had given him. Filch, seemingly indifferent to the authenticity of the note in Harry's possession, was singularly focused on bringing him before a professor. Harry couldn't help but roll his eyes. How could Filch be more troublesome than Mr. Mooney? At least Mr. Mooney had only asked him to help collect the invisible beast statues, whereas Filch was entirely unyielding. Sir, I truly possess a note. Would you care to take a look? Harry waved the parchment, almost wishing to thrust it into Filch's face. This must be a forgery. Filch sneered, reaching for Harry's arm, declaring he'd seen many Gryffindor tricks before. You lot are just like the Weasley twins. Harry grimaced. Splendid. It was undoubtedly the twins' fault. How about this? The headmaster said this would verify with the guard statue to open the gate. If it's false, the statue, certainly 1T, grant me passage. Would you agree? I am but a first year. I cannot possibly forge the headmaster's seal. Harry deftly evaded Filch's grasp, raising his voice. Filch hesitated for a moment, then stood beside the gate, coldly regarding Harry. You go verify. I'm eager to see if it's a forgery, for if it is, I shall have you suspended in the dungeon. Relieved that Filch had finally ceased his advance, Harry approached the guard statue, unfurling the parchment with a gesture. The stone-carved guardian creaked as it raised its long spear, and the gates of Hogwarts opened in response. Filch regarded Harry with a hint of astonishment. Was this the privilege of the chosen one? Had the headmaster truly issued him a note to leave? Having validated his claim, Harry chose not to mock Filch, recognizing that it was merely part of his duty, albeit a bit excessive. Still, Harry understood that caretakers often possessed a rather brusque demeanor, and such personality flaws were not uncommon. Mr. Filch, may I now exit? Harry maintained his courtesy, patiently inquiring. Filch glanced at Harry, then at the open gate, snorted disdainfully, and turned to leave. Harry, unfazed, bid farewell and stepped outside, contemplating Filch's coldness and foul temper as he walked. Harry realized it was essential to foster a good relationship with the castle's caretaker, who had spent nearly his entire life at Hogwarts and harbored knowledge of secret passages and whispers that even the headmaster might not possess. Harry gazed towards the distant village of Hogsmeade, then glanced down at his short legs, silently retrieving his old broomstick to mount. As Harry soared directly towards Hogsmeade, lost in thought, he recalled the rumor that Felix had a cat named Lady Loris, treating it almost as a companion. Surely, it would be far easier to charm a cat than to appease a cantankerous old man. With this notion uplifting his spirits, Harry decided he would visit the 3 broomsticks later to order a batch of fish treats, having heard that the current proprietor possessed remarkable skills in the kitchen. Upon reaching the outskirts of Hogsmeade, Harry dismounted from his broom, stowing it in his satchel before surveying the village before him. Remarkably, it appeared as though Hogsmeade had not aged a day in the past century, with its cobblestone streets, the flowing water beneath the bridge, and the surrounding hills remaining unchanged. A broad smile spread across Harry's face. It was a relief to encounter a familiar place once more. He hurried into Hogsmeade, making his first stop at the robes for all occasions shop, for he needed to tailor some winter garments. He had grown taller recently, causing the trousers he had ordered from Madame Malkin to feel uncomfortably short, with the cold wind seeping in around his ankles. The shopkeeper was momentarily surprised to see Harry, but upon seeing him produce a bag of galleons, any uncertainty vanished. The shopkeeper promptly began taking Harry's measurements, recommending styles and suitable accessories. Chapter 35. Essentially free of charge. Harry reclined on the shop sofa like a young lord from a grand family. A delightful cup of tea and exquisite pastries laid out before him. This set, that set, and another set. With his wand, Harry flipped through the floating catalog, occasionally tapping on the styles that caught his eye. The shopkeeper swiftly noted down the numbers of Harry's selections, dispatching each completed note to the production room without delay. Let us change the pattern to a griffin or a lily in twine motif. What? You're unfamiliar with the lily in twine pattern? I suggest you check your inventory. I recall from my readings that it was a trend from a century ago, originating from an ancient Eastern nation. The shopkeeper diligently recorded Harry's requests, even calling over another staff member to search through their extensive records for the lily motif Harry mentioned. To their astonishment, they indeed found it among designs from over 100 years ago. The intricate, archaic pattern, adorned with gold and silver threads at the collar, cuffs, or hem, exuded a quiet elegance without sacrificing luxury. The shopkeeper promptly wrote to the head of the main store, requesting that this design be reintroduced into the catalog for customers to select from. As a result, this staff member received commendation from the main office and was transferred to the Paris branch as a catalog design specialist. But that was a tale for another day. After a fruitful shopping spree, Harry had commissioned 4 winter outfits and 2 sets of dueling robes, along with an array of corresponding cufflinks, bow ties, and handkerchiefs, all to be shipped once completed. He strolled through the accessories section, selecting a pair of gold-framed, non-prescription decorative glasses. After admiring his reflection, he purchased them without hesitation. Having spent nearly 100 galleons, Harry exited the shop, feeling quite satisfied as the shopkeeper bade him farewell. Glancing at the time, Harry hastened to the 3 broomsticks, where he ordered some dried fish from the enchanting Madame Rosmerta. He sampled a few pieces, and the crisp morsels had no fishy taste. Instead, they became increasingly flavorful with each chew. Harry thought they could easily serve as a delightful snack. He placed an order for 10 galleons worth, filling 2 large jars to the brim. Politely declining Madame Rosmerta's invitation for dinner, Harry turned and entered the J. Pippin's potion shop. He paused at the entrance, marveling for an extended moment that this apothecary had not gone out of business. Inside the shop, he encountered a middle-aged shopkeeper whose face bore no familiar resemblance to Harry. After some contemplation, he finally produced a large vial of acromantula venom. Following verification and a round of haggling, Harry successfully recouped the money he had just spent. Although the market price for a pint of acromantula venom was 100 galleons, this substance was perpetually in high demand and often hard to come by, allowing Harry to sell his large vial of fresh venom for an impressive 120 galleons. Satisfied, he exited the potion shop, effectively rendering his earlier expenditures null and void. Perfect. Noticing the dimming sky, Harry hurried down the winding path towards Honeyduke's, where he purchased an assortment of sweets as rewards for the following week's practice. Those who performed well would receive delectable Honeyduke's honey candies or bubblegum blowers, while those who faltered would be subject to his mischievous intent of making them consume a small vial of cockroach clusters. Remarkably, he spent more time selecting candies than he did choosing his own attire. Upon leaving Honeyduke's, a sense of urgency washed over him as he realized that dusk had already begun to settle. He sprinted toward the village's edge, for under normal circumstances, flying was prohibited in Hogsmeade. Only once at the village's outskirts could he mount his broom to return to school. As soon as he exited Hogsmeade's boundaries, he swiftly hopped on his broom and soared straight towards the school gates. It wasn't that he wished to bypass the walls. Rather, Hogwarts was surrounded by protective enchantments, and attempting to cross over without permission would activate all the guardian statues along the walls. The only area without a wall was near the Forbidden Forest. Yet even there lay concealed boundaries, crossing which would alert Dumbledore. Harry had learned this the hard way before. Racing back towards the gates of Hogwarts, he noticed them beginning to close slowly. In a moment of desperation, Harry stayed on his broom, hunched low, and zipped through the narrow opening just as the doors shut behind him. Once inside the school, he exhaled in relief, bringing his broom to a halt and leaping off. He patted his chest, grateful to have made it in time. Otherwise, he would have surely been met with a deduction in points. With a light step, he made his way towards the castle, stowing his broom into his satchel, feeling unencumbered with his hands free. The night breeze was notably cooler than it had been in the afternoon, prompting Harry to tighten his coat once more, sincerely wishing that the tailoring shop would hasten its pace. Upon reaching the castle gates, Harry's keen eyes spotted a Maine Coon cat crouched at the entrance, its ears twitching and a mischievous glint in its gaze as it regarded Harry's return. He paused, displaying a warm smile, and rummaged through his bag to retrieve a delicately crafted fish treat from Madame Rosmerta. Fortunately, he had found them delightful enough to pack a few for himself. Otherwise, it would have been too late by the time they were all prepared and shipped. "Madame Loris, look what I brought for you," Harry exclaimed with a beaming smile, extending the fish treat towards her and squatting motionless at the doorway, allowing Madame Loris to circle around him twice before she snatched the treat from his hand. Watching her relish the treat brought a chuckle to Harry's lips, prompting him to produce another one, waiting patiently for her to finish before offering it. "Young man, what do you think you're doing? What are your intentions towards my Madame Loris?" A thunderous voice startled Harry, nearly causing him to drop the fish treat he held. Madame Loris let out a displeased meow, prompting Filch to lower his tone immediately. "My dear, I apologize for frightening you." He hobbled over, cradling Madame Loris and inspecting her closely, then turned a wary gaze towards Harry. "What do you intend to do with Madame Loris?" Harry blinked innocently, crunching on the fish treat he had just bitten into. "Oh, it's nothing. I bought these snacks this afternoon. I thought she might enjoy some when I saw her," he explained. Upon hearing Harry refer to Madame Loris as she, Filch's demeanor softened unexpectedly. He said nothing further, merely cradling Madame Loris as he prepared to depart. "Wait, Mr. Filch," Harry called out, retrieving an open paper bag from his satchel and handing it to Filch. "Here are the remaining fish treats made by Madame Rosmerda. Madame Loris seemed to enjoy them, so I wanted her to have them." With a smile, Harry concluded, ignoring Filch's reaction as he strode quickly towards the Great Hall. He needed to hurry, otherwise he would miss dinner. After chewing on a fish treat, his hunger only intensified. As he entered the bustling Great Hall, Harry immediately spotted his weary friends. As he approached them, he nodded towards Dumbledore, who was seldom seen at the staff table, signaling that he had returned on time. Noticing Hermione nearly dozing off during dinner, Harry couldn't help but reflect on whether he had been too harsh on them during class. This level of diligence seemed excessive. After all, everything in moderation. Harry resolved to have a conversation with them tomorrow. He couldn't allow them to continue this way, especially since they were only in their first year. Clearly, this was not an opportune moment. He reached out to catch Neville, who was about to tumble into his plate, earning a muffled thanks in response. Scanning the hall, he spotted the twins, who were whispering to Lee Jordan, and asked them to assist in escorting Ron and Neville back to their dormitory later. He then located Lavender and, with a small bag of sweets as a reward, enlisted her help to ensure Hermione was settled before he finally sat down to enjoy his own dinner in peace. Having satisfied his hunger, Harry contentedly patted his slightly protruding abdomen and rose to return to the dormitory. The subsequent week unfolded serenely. With the exception of Wood's mounting anxiety concerning the match scheduled in 2 weeks, the others enjoyed a leisurely pace. Harry took the opportunity to converse with his friends, urging them not to be overly tense, reminding them that their studies and rest were equally important. He even made a point to speak with Draco Malfoy from Slytherin. However, while Draco dedicated himself to training, he did not exert himself to the same extent as Hermione and the others. He was well aware of the importance of balancing work with rest. Harry was at a loss for words. Should he feel relieved? On a typical Friday morning, several owls descended simultaneously, clutching a long, narrow package that nearly toppled the breakfast spread. Fortunately, Harry's quick reflexes allowed him to leap up and catch it. "What is this?" Ron inquired with curiosity. "What have you bought this time? It seems much larger than the clothes and dried fish from a few days ago." Harry grinned. "Well, it's not the same thing. Clothes and dried fish can be shrunk with the shrinking charm. Although there were many, they were not so large. A finely crafted broomstick cannot be shrunk. It must be sent in its original form." Without even unwrapping the package, Harry grabbed the letter that accompanied it, stuffed the package into his satchel, and then sat down to open Professor McGonagall's correspondence. "It is best not to open packages in public, lest everyone come asking me for something. I cannot afford that. Minerva McGonagall." Harry casually tucked the letter into his pocket, disregarding Ron's inquiries, and made his way cheerfully towards the dungeon, undeterred even by the prospect of Snape's class. As per usual, he endured Potions class while being largely ignored. He exchanged a knowing glance with Draco in the front row, beckoned Hermione and the others, and bypassed the Great Hall, heading directly for the 8th floor. Draco instantly grasped Harry's intention. As soon as they exited the classroom, he tossed his backpack to Crabbe, instructing him and Goyle to dine without him and to bring his bag back to the dormitory while he discreetly made his way to the 8th floor via a hidden pathway. The two groups eventually converged before the portrait of the troll, with Ron unable to suppress an eye roll, while Draco elevated his chin, emitting an ambiguous scoff. Harry opened the door, turning to find them glaring at each other like roosters, with Hermione and Neville watching with great interest. "What are you waiting for?" Harry interjected, exasperated. "Come, I reserved a new dish with the kitchen a few days ago. You must try it." "A new dish? What is it? Is it tastier than fried chicken?" Ron exclaimed, turning to Harry and blinking to ease his stinging eyes. Draco also tilted his head, rubbing the corners of his eyes, thinking how remarkably intense this Weasley could be. "You'll find out once you come in," Harry replied with a smile, urging everyone to hurry before they were spotted. The group filed inside, where the long table in the hall was already laden with plates. Harry seated them at the edge of the table and began instructing them on how to use chopsticks. Initially, Draco was somewhat reluctant to learn to use chopsticks, having heard that they were the utensils employed by the people of the ancient Eastern nation. However, his attitude shifted instantly when Harry mentioned that utilizing chopsticks would enhance finger dexterity and mastery over the wand. Hermione, having accompanied her parents to Chinatown and sampled a few dishes from the ancient country, could manage them with some effort. Observing Draco's earnestness, she quietly inquired of Harry, "Is that true?" Harry chuckled softly, "Perhaps." Hermione immediately grasped the implication and couldn't help but lower her head, stifling laughter. Once everyone had awkwardly learned the use of chopsticks, Harry rapped on the table. Instantly, the empty plates were filled with a plethora of dishes, and an array of delightful aromas wafted through the air. There were sweet and sour ribs, black pepper beef strips, hand-torn cabbage, charcoal-grilled lamb chops, salt-baked chicken, and of course the poached fish. Harry cautioned, "This one is spicy. You may find it challenging." He introduced each dish in turn and then took a rice scoop, serving everyone a generous bowl of white rice. Draco gazed in astonishment at the unfamiliar array of dishes, pondering, "Are these Eastern cuisines? Why have I never encountered them at the long table? My father has never mentioned them." Harry explained, "Over a century ago, Hogwarts had a professor from the East who found the food here somewhat unpalatable, so she provided guidance to the kitchen. Consequently, these dishes have been part of the menu since, though the Eastern spices are difficult to procure, requiring advance orders. Over time, students gradually forgot about them." "How do you know this?" Ron asked, awkwardly picking up a piece of lamb chop. Harry opened his mouth air. "Dumbledore treated me to it once." Although this knowledge was over a century old, he was not lying. Dumbledore had indeed invited him to taste it in the headmaster's office. "Now it makes sense." Draco observed the table laden with dishes, casting a disdainful glance at Ron, who was starting to dig in. Hesitantly, he picked up a piece of sweet and sour rib, thinking to himself, he enjoys sweets, and this dish contains sugar. It must be dessert, right? Though he was uncertain about the taste of sweetmeat, he placed the reddish-brown, slightly glistening rib into his mouth. The tangy sweetness instantly filled his palate. Draco's eyes brightened. It was deliciously tart, with tender meat that effortlessly separated from a bone, revealing a rich complexity and delicate flavor unlike anything he had ever tasted before. Chapter 36. Test completed. Satisfied, Draco swallowed the meat, discreetly spitting out a smooth bone while his eyes gleamed at the assortment of dishes on the table. After careful consideration, he selected the similarly red poached fish. Sweet fish. That should be delightful. Draco completely forgot Harry's earlier warning and cautiously picked up a piece of pristine white fish, inadvertently coating it with the crimson oil on the surface. As he placed it into his mouth, with a gentle bite, the succulent fish flaked apart, followed by a sudden sharpness, a fiery sensation as if he had fallen victim to a malevolent curse. Draco's face flushed instantly, beads of sweat erupting on his forehead. With a sudden splutter, he expelled a morsel of fish from his mouth onto his plate, his jaw agape as he gasped for air. "There is a curse on this dish. This dish is cursed," Draco exclaimed loudly, even rising from his seat, frantically waving his hands in front of his mouth as if that could alleviate the burning sensation. In mere moments, his lips began to swell and redden. Ron's chopsticks clattered to the table, while Neville, bewildered, nibbled on a piece of lamb chop. Hermione trembled with suppressed laughter, and Harry, momentarily stunned, hurriedly filled a cup with milk and offered it to Draco. "Calm down, Draco. You must drink this quickly. It will help." Draco felt as though his mouth was no longer his own and grasped the milk from Harry's hands, gulping it down eagerly. "I'm sorry," Harry stifled his laughter, observing Draco's swollen lips. "I mentioned earlier, perhaps you didn't notice, that this dish is quite spicy. I wanted you all to experience authentic Eastern cuisine, so I didn't ask the kitchen to tone down the flavor. I didn't realize you couldn't handle the spice. My apologies." Draco's face reddened further as he realized he had made a fool of himself, and in front of a group of Gryffindors no less. The fiery pain in his mouth had subsided, yet he felt an intensity of heat in his cheeks. "Please sit down and try something else. Only that dish is spicy," Harry urged, giving a firm kick to Ron, who was already grinning broadly. Draco lowered his head in silence, returning to his seat and picking up the ribs he had previously tasted, eating quietly with his rice. The atmosphere at the table grew tense. Neville glanced around, noting the silence. After a moment's hesitation, he reached for the bowl of bright red boiled fish. As a piece of fish entered his mouth, beads of sweat appeared on Neville's forehead, his brow furrowing tightly. "Ron, look out. Spit it out. If you can't handle it, there are plenty of other dishes." Ron exclaimed, aghast. Yet Neville ignored Ron, resolutely swallowing the fish, blinking back tears as he gasped for cool air to soothe the sting in his mouth. He took 2 hearty gulps of milk, wiping the sweat from his brow as he declared, "It is indeed very spicy. Truly not for the faint-hearted." Draco's expression brightened slightly. It seemed he was not alone in his suffering. With a doubtful look, Ron glanced at the two of them. "Is it really that spicy?" "You'll find out for yourself," Hermione replied impatiently, her chopsticks deftly moving towards the salt-baked chicken, completely avoiding the boiled fish. Ron pondered for a moment before hastily finishing his rice with cabbage, then finally picked up a piece of fish. Draco and Neville slowed their movements, watching Ron intently. As Ron inhaled the slightly pungent aroma of spice, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Though the flavor was peculiar, there was an oddly enticing quality to it. Hesitantly, he placed it into his mouth, chewed, and in the next moment his face turned the same hue as his hair. Struggling to suppress the urge to regurgitate, Ron swallowed the food in his mouth with a grimace, feeling as though his throat and esophagus had been scorched by flames. Suddenly rising to his feet, he gasped for air, seizing Neville's cup and gulping down a couple of mouthfuls, which allowed him to regain some composure. Embarrassed, Ron scratched his head, acknowledging the thrill of the experience. Hermione burst into laughter, and even Draco couldn't contain his amusement, the atmosphere lightening considerably. Harry wore a satisfied smile. He had deliberately remained silent to observe Ron and Neville's reactions. The biases within the house had become deeply entrenched, but he did not wish for such inexplicable notions to linger within his close-knit circle. Fortunately, neither of them disappointed him, especially Neville, who perceptively sensed the awkwardness and took the initiative to ease the tension. Should anyone dare to call Neville foolish or slow-witted again, Harry would certainly retaliate. Eventually, most of the food on the table had been consumed, and Harry began to serve himself slices of fish alongside rice, inhaling deeply while devouring his meal. Sweat dripped from his brow, but he carelessly wiped it away with his hand. The enjoyment of the meal was immense. Harry's fervent appetite made the other three, who had just sampled the dish, question whether it was their own ineptitude or Harry's remarkable endurance that was at play. Ron, unable to contain himself any longer, mimicked Harry's fervor, pairing the spicy fish with rice. Initially, he found the searing sensation uncomfortable, but with each bite, he became increasingly addicted. The more it burned, the more exhilarating it felt. It wasn't until his bowl was empty that Ron looked begrudgingly at the still half-full platter of fish. Even Draco, who had reacted most dramatically, couldn't resist trying it again, though ultimately he too found the flavor too challenging to embrace. After lunch, Harry didn't immediately usher them outside to test their proficiency with the shield charm. Instead, he selected a book from the shelf for each of them, suggesting they read for a while and take a moment to relax. For Ron, the prospect of reading after a hearty meal felt akin to torture. Even a book on Quidditch, his favorite subject, could not redeem the situation. Harry, exasperated, instructed Ron to walk in circles around the table to aid digestion, having consumed a fair amount. Vigorous activity, too, soon might lead to discomfort. After reading for about half an hour, Harry clapped his hands together, proclaiming it was time to move on. He returned the books to the shelf and led them toward the training grounds. "Oh, and there are 2 guests in there, so it would be best not to disturb them. If anyone gets hurt, I won't take responsibility." Harry suddenly recalled the unicorns and hastily reminded them. Though curious about Harry's so-called guests, the others followed his lead without asking questions, trailing behind him. As they stepped outside, the refreshing scent of grass and foliage invigorated their spirits. Harry led them toward the training area, clearly not inclined to show them the unicorns. Ron glanced around, unable to spot the guest Harry had mentioned, his curiosity piqued yet unvoiced. He opened the gate and stepped inside, summoning a wooden puppet. "Who'll go first?" Neville stepped forward without uttering a word. Harry nodded affirmatively. "Let us commence." With that, he tapped the puppet with his wand, and it sprang to life. The onlookers stepped back, granting Neville the necessary space. This puppet was markedly different from the last. It not only moved autonomously, but also emitted sparks that became increasingly erratic. Harry watched the puppet's agility with satisfaction, pleased that he had sought out Dumbledore for its modifications. In the arena, Neville was momentarily taken aback. Nearly struck by the first spark, he lunged forward, rolling to evade it just in time. Before he could catch his breath, a second spark appeared before him. Adjusting his stance with utmost precision, he narrowly avoided the spark, now fully prepared. The puppet's wooden stick began to glow, and with a flick of his wand, Neville conjured a translucent shield that perfectly blocked the third spark. For the duration that followed, Neville maintained his composure, casting the shield charm with impressive accuracy, successfully defending against every spark, whether swift or slow, with nary a trace of the initial dust settling on him. After observing for a while, Harry waved his wand, halting the puppet's movements. Excellent. Neville has mastered this spell sufficiently. Facing combat should pose no problem. The next step is to internalize this spell, a feat not easily achieved. But it is premature to dwell on that now. Effort is what is required. Harry was thoroughly pleased with Neville's performance. Even he had taken nearly a week to reach Neville's current level of proficiency, indicating that Neville's talent was hardly inferior to his own, perhaps even surpassing Harry in terms of dedication. Neville's cheeks flushed slightly. He was elated by the recognition, yet his demeanor grew more composed. Next, Harry gestured for Neville to rest and immediately called for the next participant. After nearly an hour, Harry had completed testing all of them. He expressed his satisfaction with the results. Truly, they were exceptional companions. Even Ron, the indolent one, had managed to withstand all the sparks, demonstrating his earnest practice. Harry instructed everyone to return to their seats at the table by the fence as he prepared to introduce the second spell. However, before he could begin, a loud gasp erupted from the group. Confused, Harry looked at the astonished faces of his friends. "What is the matter?" Suddenly realizing something was amiss, he turned to see what they were gazing at behind him. In the distance, a silvery figure was frolicking at the mountain's edge, accompanied by a small, golden figure dancing joyfully. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted from Draco, almost shattering Harry's eardrums. Harry was momentarily dazed. Did the Malfoy family possess a mermaid lineage? Was it truly so? Even Hermione wore a dreamy expression, her voice nearly drowned beneath Draco's cries. Rubbing his ears, Harry fought the urge to silence Draco with a spell. It was indeed true. They had discovered it in the Forbidden Forest not long ago. They were injured then, and the forest held other perilous creatures, making it unsuitable for recovery, so he had brought them back. Now, it seemed their wounds had healed sufficiently, allowing them to run. Yes, it was them. Dee informed Harry that they were a father and son duo, the deceased unicorn presumably the mother of the young unicorn. The unicorn had also spotted Harry, galloping towards him before halting by the riverbank, hesitantly pawing the ground. Observing the group behind him, who appeared as if pricked by thorns, Harry sternly instructed them to remain within the confines of the fence, forbidding any venture beyond its bounds, else he would not hesitate to take action. After issuing his warnings, Harry stepped out of the enclosure, casting a protection spell around it for good measure. Should anyone cross the threshold, they would find themselves ensnared, suspended in midair by their ankles. This spell was quite effective, though its use was limited to a fixed area. He wondered if it had been updated since. Approaching the unicorn, Harry halted 2 meters away, remaining still in anticipation. Being male, he recognized that unicorns typically shunned human boys, so caution was warranted for his own safety. The unicorn's horn was not merely a component for wands. The young unicorn, however, was untroubled, bounding joyfully towards Harry, circling him in glee, much to his delight. Eagerly, he retrieved a piece of candy he had purchased days earlier and offered it to the young creature, whose eyes narrowed in delight. After a moment's hesitation, the unicorn approached Harry cautiously. He crouched down, gently stroking the young unicorn's back. "Is there something you wish to convey?" The unicorn gazed intently into Harry's eyes. Though it uttered no sound, Harry inexplicably grasped its unspoken words. "You wish to return, yet you wish him to remain? Why?" Harry furrowed his brow. Although this place was safe, it was also lonely. Apart from the young unicorn, no other creatures inhabited the area. Harry could not visit daily. Only Dee came each day to replenish food and water. Was that truly sufficient for the young unicorn's well-being? Moreover, Harry was not keen on the unicorn's desire to return to the Forbidden Forest, particularly with Quirrell still at the school. What if it encountered him again? After a lengthy discourse, the unicorn remained steadfast, simply watching Harry with unwavering focus. Frustrated, Harry conceded, "Very well, I shall have Dee escort you back. But you must exercise caution. Do not allow that dark wizard to capture you again." After a long pause, the unicorn slowly nodded, casting a gentle glance at the frolicking young unicorn. Harry turned to see his companions already climbing over the fence, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. "Would you like to go over and take a look? Those are my classmates. They hold you in great affection," Harry remarked. The unicorn glanced towards the fence, letting out an unwilling snort before taking a few steps in that direction and halting. In that instant, Harry understood, a sly grin spreading across his face as he dashed over to the little unicorn, disarming the trap, and gently lifted the creature into the enclosure, beckoning Hermione to join them. Chapter 37. The Wrong Persuasion. "Why?" Draco stared incredulously at Harry. "Why is Granger allowed to go out?" The little unicorn, startled by Draco's voice, instinctively recoiled and sniffed at Neville's scent, quietly inching closer to him. Unicorns are drawn to pure-hearted females. Girls are preferable. And you certainly do not qualify, Harry retorted, rolling his eyes in disdain. You're far too late for a transformation. Draco's face flushed crimson as he pouted in acknowledgement, realizing he had read too few books. If only he were better informed, he wouldn't have faced such ridicule. Meanwhile, Ron was nearly rolling on the ground with laughter. Quickly, Hermione had already begun to climb over the railing, unable to contain her excitement. Harry could only admonish them to avoid frightening the little unicorn before hastening to follow Hermione, cautioning against any actions that might offend the delicate creature and risk harm. Grabbing Hermione's arm, Harry urged her to slow down, guiding her gently toward the unicorn, advising her to conceal her eagerness. During this brief journey, he recounted the unicorn's origins, but upon mentioning their imminent departure that evening, Hermione's expression soured with disapproval. The Forbidden Forest is fraught with danger, and dark wizards hunt here. Why can't he remain in this vast sanctuary? Surely the mountains in the distance are real? She questioned. Harry shrugged, explaining that it was the unicorn's own desire to return. This place is indeed suitable for their survival, yet one must respect their wishes. Otherwise, how am I any different from those poachers? Hermione, though eager to lecture, found herself speechless upon the unicorn's proximity, her face breaking into a dreamy smile. The unicorn gently nudged Harry aside, submissively lowering its head to rest against Hermione's shoulder, allowing her to stroke its mane. Harry rubbed his nose in disbelief. Stepping back a few paces, this unicorn truly favored females over males. After all, he was its savior. It seemed Hermione would remain unharmed. So Harry merely shrugged and returned to the fence to keep an eye on the trio of boys, ensuring they wouldn't harm the unicorn. Upon his return, Harry could hardly contain his laughter. Draco had startled the little unicorn earlier, and now it absolutely refused to approach him. Even Ron managed to barter with honey candies for the chance to pet the unicorn. Yet Draco was left out. Whenever he drew near, the unicorn would leap away, seeking refuge behind the others. Not even Draco's mother's special sweets could sway the unicorn. He could only watch enviously as Ron and Neville frolicked with the unicorn. Unable to approach at all, Harry approached, stifling a laugh. You see, you ought to remain calm. After all, you are a Slytherin and the heir of the Malfoy family. Didn't your father teach you how to control your emotions? Draco's expression froze, and he became utterly composed, quietly squatting there, lost in thought. Harry chose not to disturb him and instead gazed at the unicorns. After a while, Hermione waved goodbye to the unicorns and approached with a beaming smile. One of the unicorns whinnied, and the young unicorn echoed, running to the fence, eager to leap over. Unfortunately, its small stature hindered its ability to jump. The little unicorn paced anxiously at the fence, nudging Harry gently with its tender horn. Harry chuckled and patted Draco's shoulder, signaling him to climb over first. He then lifted the young unicorn and handed it to Draco over the fence. The little unicorn, full of trust in Harry, did not struggle as it was passed to another, instead curling its hooves in a gentle manner. Draco hesitated briefly before wiping his hands on his robe and extending them to securely receive the young unicorn, gently setting it down on the ground. Watching the little unicorn dash joyfully towards his father, Draco couldn't help but rub his fingers together, the sensation of the unicorn's golden, soft fur lingering on his fingertips. Harry! Hermione called from the fence. Harry turned towards her, inquiring, What is it? I persuaded the unicorn. It has agreed to stay here until the dark wizard in the Forbidden Forest is captured and can return. Hermione exclaimed with joy. As long as I come to see him once a week, it's all good. Harry wore an expression difficult to describe. It seemed the unicorn was not unwilling, but rather that the one persuading it was not the right person. He felt an urge to bring the unicorn back and reason with it. However, he merely entertained the thought, for it appeared that the unicorn had indeed bestowed a favor upon him, else it would have already made its escape. Once Hermione returned to the fence, she sat there with a dreamy expression, as if still enchanted by her encounter with the unicorn. Harry did not rush her. He allowed them to fully regain their composure before commencing the conversation. The lesson on the disarming charm concluded, and the next topic was a commonly used spell in dueling, the disarming spell, with the incantation being Expelliarmus. He explained the specific movements required. The 4 students seated at the table diligently took notes, not allowing themselves to relax. The key points and challenges of the spell were swiftly elucidated, after which Harry demonstrated the charm, guiding them to practice until they could successfully cast it. Following this, Harry provided another demonstration, this time without any embellishments, instructing a dummy to stand still while he cast the disarming spell. If performed correctly, the wand would be knocked from the dummy's hand, only to fly back into its grasp 5 seconds later. He arranged 4 dummies, one for each student, allowing them to practice individually. They continued their drills until just before dinner, at which point Harry called halt. This time, they were not as disheveled as before, covered in dust and sparks. However, they were far from unperturbed, each one visibly soaked in sweat. This concludes our session for now. Continue your independent practice throughout the week, but bear in mind that excess in any endeavor can be detrimental. Harry cast a glance at Neville before continuing, stating that the new spells require familiarization, and those previously learned should not be forgotten. During our next gathering, you'll be randomly divided into 2 groups, with pairs engaging in duels using only 2 spells, the Shield Charm and the Disarming Charm. The victors shall receive a reward, while the vanquished will face consequences. As for the nature of the rewards and penalties, you shall discover in due course. Harry's mischievous smile suggested ulterior motives. Ron's eyes sparkled at the mention of rewards, his gaze darting eagerly from side to side, brimming with confidence in his abilities. The weather outside remained somewhat chilly, prompting Harry to keep the group indoors a little longer. They lingered in the hall, sipping tea until their sweat had cooled, before he finally opened the door to the outside. After dinner, as Harry prepared to return to the common room, he was called over by Wood. "Harry, do you have a moment?" Wood rushed over from the long table. Harry shook his head, inquiring if there was something he needed to do. "Tomorrow is the match. How prepared are you?" Wood asked in a hushed tone. Harry paused, taken aback. "Didn't Tiwi say our match was next week?" Wood's expression turned disdainful and slightly irritated. "Tomorrow is supposed to be the match between Slytherin and Hufflepuff, but with snow forecasted, they've concocted an excuse about player injuries to postpone it. Since they currently have the highest score, the professors acquiesced to their request, swapping us in, as Gryffindor has the lowest score and desperately needs a match to boost our points. Of course, if you feel unprepared, I could explain it to the professors." Though Wood stated this, his reluctance was palpable. Harry grinned. "Don't worry, Oliver, I'm ready to play at any time." "Really? That is splendid. Make sure to have a hearty breakfast. We meet at the Players' Lounge at 8:30, Wood exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement, enthusiastically patting Harry on the shoulder, causing him to wince. Although Wood intended to take Harry to the pitch for further familiarization, Harry glanced at the darkening sky and decisively declined. Despite the forecast of snow, he sensed it could commence at any moment. Ominous clouds loomed over the castle, threatening to descend. Harry was unwilling to venture out into potential misery. A cold could jeopardize the match, rendering the effort futile. This reasoning dissuaded Wood from his original plan, and he clapped Harry on the shoulder once more before hastily running toward the other players, calling out to convene in the lounge. The already listless twins appeared even more dejected. They had been exceedingly busy, juggling lessons in alchemy from their ancestors while contending with Wood's increasingly grueling training sessions, leaving them no time to develop new products. Nevertheless, despite their reluctance, the twins could not evade the impending meeting, trailing begrudgingly at the rear of the group as they made their way to the lounge. Harry could only shrug, indicating his inability to assist, and turned towards the library, where he had a few matters to investigate. He emerged from the library only before curfew. Peering out of the corridor window, he realized, as he had suspected, that it had indeed begun to snow. In less than 2 hours, the world outside had transformed into a blanket of white. Exiting the school was proving to be quite a challenge. Frowning, Harry pondered as he walked. He had uncovered some information, albeit vaguely mentioned in the notes of students from years past, lacking in detail. To learn more, he would have to conduct his own research. If he could not leave the school, his interactions would be limited to those within its walls. Harry did not believe he could glean much from his classmates, many of whom were likely the children of his parents' contemporaries. Adults tended to share a common belief. It was not beneficial for children to know too much. This left Harry feeling somewhat helpless. He considered himself on the brink of adulthood, yet his physical age was merely 11, which was quite vexing. After some contemplation, Harry resolved to keep everything bottled up until the Christmas holidays, when he would seek a few days of freedom from Dumbledore to pursue his inquiries independently. Whether Dumbledore would acquiesce was beyond Harry's concern. After all, he was not his guardian, and he was confident that the Dursleys would not object. As he walked through the deserted corridor, the lights on the walls suddenly dimmed. Harry paused, realizing with dismay that curfew had arrived and he was still outside. Shaking off his distraction, he quickened his pace. He was currently on the 4th floor and needed to reach the 8th. He pushed forward, taking 2 steps at a time while striving to keep his footsteps quiet, lest he attract the attention of patrolling professors. While most professors would be manageable, encountering Snape would likely result in a loss of 50 points, a fate he wished to avoid. With this thought spurring him on, Harry hastened his steps and, slightly out of breath, finally reached the 8th floor, letting out a sigh of relief. Just one more step to go. Meow. Harry froze, glancing towards the stairway entrance. Where a cat was curled up? Mrs. Norris. Her presence signified that Filch was nearby. Indeed, before Harry could react, the distinctive sound of Filch's footsteps echoed from the opposite end of the corridor. Resigned, Harry scratched his head and retrieved a small fish treat from his pocket, crouching down to offer it to Mrs. Norris. Here you go, madam. I assure you, I did not intend to linger outside. Mrs. Norris rubbed her fluffy head against Harry's fingertips, taking the treat and crunching it delightedly while purring. Who is there? It's me, Mr. Filch. Harry responded as he stood up. I apologize, Mr. Filch. I lost track of time in the library and was caught outside when curfew struck. Filch limped over, candle in hand, glancing at Mrs. Norris, who was enjoying her treat, without uttering a word. He merely shifted slightly to allow Harry passage down the corridor. Thank you, Mr. Filch. Mrs. Norris seems to relish these fish treats. I would appreciate it if you could pass this along to her. Harry handed over a small pouch of fish jerky and safely traversed the corridor. He smoothly passed the portrait of the fat lady and returned to the Gryffindor common room unscathed. He patted his chest, realizing that charming Madame Loris was indeed the right move. The common room was deserted, the lights extinguished, with only the flickering embers remaining in the fireplace. Yawning, Harry turned to ascend the staircase back to his dormitory. The following morning, Wood seized all the players in the common room, hastily convening another meeting, much to the twins' chagrin, who nearly fainted from the commotion. By the way, have you seen Harry? Wood was enthusiastically discussing tactics when he suddenly sensed something amiss and immediately inquired. Angelina, rubbing her sleepy eyes, replied, Huh? Harry? I was the first one down. I didn't see anyone in the common room. Wood slapped his forehead. Oh no. You and T have overslept, would he? I'll go fetch him. With that, Wood dashed towards the staircase. Hey, Wood, aren't you guys going to have breakfast? The match is almost upon us. Ron and Neville, returning from outside, nearly collided with the hurried Wood, inquiring with curiosity. Are you Harry's friends? Have you seen Harry? Wood, recognizing the newcomers, immediately asked. Harry? He left ages ago. Didn't you run into him? Ron wiped sweat from his brow. Having worked out with Neville in the chilly weather, which had left him uncharacteristically warm. Would pause. What time? About a little past 5. He must be warming up. Ron recalled. I came out just before 7, and the common room was empty. I thought I was the earliest. Angelina shrugged. Let us go, Oliver. You and T want us to play on an empty stomach, would you? Indeed. If I'm hungry, my reaction slowed down, and I could end up being trounced. If we lose because of that, it'll be on you. Shut it, Weasley's. Wood massaged his temples in exasperation. Hurry up and eat. Look at you. Even the first years are more diligent. As we continued to ramble, no one paid heed. George and Fred cheered and bolted for the door, followed closely by Katie and Angelina. The group rushed past Wood, all as if fleeing from a ghost. Wood opened his mouth, his hand suspended in midair, bewildered. Had he truly been too verbose? The snow that had fallen all night ceased with the dawn, blanketing the ground thick enough to reach the calves. Yet, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of Hogwarts students, who, supporting one another, trudged toward the Quidditch pitch, stepping unevenly through the snow. Although house elves had cleared a path, students voiced their dissatisfaction with its narrowness, preferring to trudge through the snow rather than queue in single file. At the Quidditch pitch, in the players' room beneath the stands, Wood paced anxiously. The match was to commence in 10 minutes. Yet their key player, Seeker Harry, had yet to arrive. Stop pacing, Oliver. George rubbed his slightly dizzy eyes, leaning on a broom for support. Fred mirrored his stance, yawning widely. Harry surely wouldn't forget. He was probably waiting just outside the door. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a knock echoed through the players' room. Wood dashed over to open the wooden door, revealing Harry, who stood outside, slightly out of breath with his broom in hand. I hope I'm not late. Sorry, something held me up this morning. Not all. Come in, Wood exclaimed, pulling Harry inside and swiftly shutting the door behind him. He retrieved a maroon and gold Quidditch uniform from the cupboard and handed it to Harry. Quick change. Don't worry, this is freshly tailored, not one of Crumb's old outfits. Harry chuckled, leaning his broom against the wall, taking the uniform and heading to the changing room. Wow, brother, when did you acquire the gift of prophecy? George exclaimed dramatically, covering his mouth. Fred immediately crossed his arms, declaring, from now on, call me Mr. Seer. Well, Mr. Seer, will we win today's match? Angelina chimed in teasingly. Fred pretended to wave his arms. Let me open my third eye and see. All right, enough with the theatrics. Everyone's here. Wood interrupted Fred's performance, earning him a few playful eye rolls from the players. While this match presents a great opportunity for us, remember, We can only truly contend for the championship if we win by a margin of 210 points. Wood stated seriously. Harry, fastening the buttons of his uniform as he emerged from the changing room, responded, So, I need to catch the golden snitch only after you've led by over 60 points? Precisely, Harry. Can you manage that? Wood asked, concern etched on his face. Cedric Diggory, the Hufflepuff Seeker, is no easy opponent. A whistle blew from outside, interrupting their conversation. Fred slapped Wood on the shoulder, urging, Let us go. Time us up. Don't put pressure on Harry. I've foreseen our victory. Absolutely right. George chimed in loudly, grabbing Wood's other arm as they half pulled, half dragged him out. The remaining players followed suit, each giving Harry an encouraging pat on the shoulder, their faces beaming with smiles. Harry fastened the last button, grasped his broom, and hung a peculiar whistle around his neck, trailing at the back of the group as they exited the players' room. Outside, the field was blanketed in thick snow, the sun casting a cold, brilliant light across the white expanse. Harry squinted against the brightness, lifting his gaze to the sky. The recently snow-covered heavens were cloudless, a deep blue reminiscent of a tranquil sea. The late November sun shone coldly, akin to a vast bulb devoid of warmth. The dazzling snow and sunlight slightly hindered visibility, but it was manageable. He simply needed to avoid staring at the snow for too long. Harry turned his gaze to the elevated professor stand, where all the professors were already seated, quietly occupying their places. He smiled in their direction before shifting his focus to his opponents. Severus Snape occupied the foremost row, disdainfully observing the Gryffindor players as they made their entrance, until the last diminutive figure appeared, causing his concealed hand to clench tightly within his sleeve. Upon catching sight of Harry's smile directed towards him, Snape's expression darkened instantly. Damn that Potter boy. Was he attempting to provoke him? Albus Dumbledore sat centrally, glancing with mild curiosity at the timid quarrel, while he self-satisfactorily returned Harry's smile. However, unbeknownst to him, Harry had completely averted his gaze. Dumbledore, undeterred by the slight, stroked his beard and beamed at the players as they shook hands. Hello, I hope we have a splendid match. I'm Cedric Diggory. The handsome young man with chestnut hair greeted warmly. Harry reciprocated with a smile, shaking his hand firmly. I'm Harry Potter, and I hope you won't hold back. Naturally, Cedric's grin was radiant. Harry swore he heard the shrieks of girls from the stands. Mount your brooms. Madame Hooch stood between the two teams, holding a vivid red Quidditch ball. Instantly, all players mounted their brooms, the Seekers fixated on Madame Hooch's hand. The beaters gripped their brooms with one hand while wielding stout bats in the other, crouching low in anticipation. Harry and Cedric exchanged determined glances, both ignited with competitive spirit. With a sharp whistle, they were airborne. Harry's broom was the finest among them, soaring to the highest point above the stands, his eyes scanning the entire pitch. Madame Hooch kicked open the box, and two bludgers hurtled towards the nearest players, while the golden snitch barely made an appearance before vanishing from sight. With a vigorous throw, the bright red quaffle ascended into the air, and the chasers crouched low, ready to accelerate, as the players launched into action from their highest point. The commentator Lee Jordan commenced an impassioned narration, as the chasers became embroiled in a chaotic tussle. Fred and George, in perfect synchrony, struck the bludgers away, their accuracy consistently disrupting the movements of the Hufflepuff players. Harry circled in the air, simultaneously searching for the snitch and monitoring Cedric's maneuvers. He needed to wait for the score to reach a certain threshold while also obstructing Cedric's flight, preventing him from seizing the snitch and concluding the match. Merely 10 minutes into the game, Harry caught sight of the elusive snitch. He glanced at the score, 30-10, with Gryffindor currently in the lead. But it was not sufficient. Cedric, too, spotted the snitch. Harry immediately lowered his broom, closely trailing behind him, utilizing the agility of his Nimbus 2000. Harry pressured Cedric's flying space, compelling him to relinquish the pursuit of the snitch. That brief hesitation allowed the snitch to once again vanish within the arena. Cedric raised an eyebrow, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips as he resumed the search for the golden prize, beginning to interfere with Harry's flight. The two individuals commenced an array of contests, akin to a flying competition rather than a game of Quidditch. They accelerated, maneuvered, and spiraled upwards, their flight skills perfectly matched, as though they were two chess grandmasters locked in a fierce battle. Harry had not experienced such exhilaration in quite some time, his spirits soaring despite the biting cold wind that swept around him. Alas, it would have been even more splendid had there been no interruptions. Harry's expression darkened as his broomstick suddenly trembled violently. The current score stood at 60-10, a mere 10 points from victory. To his dismay, the golden snitch made its appearance at that very moment. Harry struggled to maintain control of his broom, determined to impede Cedric. He cannot allow him to seize the snitch so easily. The broom's tremors intensified, and Cedric noticed something amiss, hesitating momentarily. In that fleeting moment, Harry surged past him, continuing onward with unwavering resolve towards the distant stands. Cedric, startled, realized something was awry with Harry. He accelerated, intent on catching up. But the broom seemed to have lost its sanity, shaking violently as if attempting to dislodge Harry while propelling him skyward. This chaotic motion effectively hindered Cedric's pursuit. He furrowed his brow and called out, "Harry, what is wrong with your broom?" Harry had no time to respond, grappling to control the wild broomstick. "Harry, the score!" came with urgent shout from afar. Harry's eyes brightened as he scanned the surroundings, instantly spotting the shadow of the snitch. It hovered just beneath him, also beneath Cedric. With great effort, he freed one hand, placing the whistle in his mouth. Glancing toward the professor's box, he found Quirrell intently watching him. With a grin, Harry bit down on the whistle and relaxed his grip. In that instant, he was flung from the broom, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Everyone in the professor's box stood in alarm, their faces etched with fear. The moment Harry relinquished his hold, he blew the whistle, which emitted no sound. Yet a satisfied smile graced his face as he extended his hand. His plummeting form brushed past Cedric, narrowly evading his outstretched hand. With his palm clenched tightly, Harry landed in the void, coughing a few times before raising his hand triumphantly. A beam of golden light filtered through his fingers. A whistle pierced the air. The match had concluded. Gryffindor triumphed over Hufflepuff with a score of 220-10. Harry bent down to pat Night Fury's neck. "Good boy, let us descend." Unseen by others, Night Fury fluttered its wings gently, gradually descending to the ground. To the spectators, it appeared as though Harry was gliding down from the sky, leading them to believe it was the professor's magic at work. No one paid it any mind. All eyes were captivated by Harry's audacity. He had dared to leap from his broom mid-air. As he neared the ground, Harry signaled Night Fury to halt, sliding off its back and giving its hooves a gentle pat, instructing it to return to the Forbidden Forest. In the next moment, Harry found himself surrounded by everyone. A cacophony of concern and excitement erupting all around him. Peering through the crowd, he caught the gaze of Professor Dumbledore, who nodded slightly. Quirrell was no longer present in the stands. Grateful for their concern, Harry accepted the broom that Cedric had retrieved, relieved to find it undamaged after only one day's use. Emerging from the throng, he sprinted towards the castle, heading straight for the headmaster's office where Dumbledore awaited him. A steaming pot of red tea and an assortment of snacks on the table. Harry plopped down in a chair, took a sip of the tea, and felt warmth spread from his mouth to his stomach, enveloping him in comfort. "How is it?" Harry inquired. Dumbledore was fiddling with a silver object, his eyes fixed intently on the intertwining black and white lines upon it. "The situation is not very favorable. By the way, what prompted you to use a thestral?" Dumbledore asked, a frown creasing his brow. Harry leaned back in his chair, utterly disregarding the snow and grime that soiled the cushion. "I knew you would intervene, or that Professor Snape would, but I still felt that my life was safest in my own hands." Dumbledore raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of resignation in his expression. Yet he chose not to argue. Harry was indeed correct, and being prepared was hardly a fault. "Where did you acquire the thestral?" Dumbledore continued. "This morning I visited Hagrid, who provided me with a whistle. I summoned the thestral to wait by the pitch. You see, its speed is remarkable. What better way to ensure my demise without drawing attention than a plummet from the sky? As long as I manage the height, I can be caught by the thestral safely," Harry explained with a hint of pride in his eyes. Dumbledore noticed this and, setting aside the silver object, waved his wand. A puff of white smoke enveloped Harry, and his damp clothes transformed into a dry and warm state. "Thank you. In my haste to arrive, I completely forgot," Harry exclaimed, smiling. Dumbledore chuckled at Harry's carefree demeanor. "Since you were so grateful, might there be some token of appreciation?" Chapter 39. The Reckless Trait. Harry, taken aback, swiftly drew his wand. "Here, let me return the favor." Pure water. A column of water surged toward Dumbledore, who deftly dodged it. Unfortunately, the portrait behind him was not so fortunate, receiving a faceful of water. Had it not been for the protective magic inherent to the school's portraits, it would have been thoroughly drenched by now. "Hey, you disrespectful lad. Points deducted. Points deducted." Dumbledore, quickly deduct points from him. Phineas shouted in exasperation, wishing he could leap from the frame and reprimand Harry himself. "Oh dear, my apologies," Harry said dismissively, waving his wand to dry the remnants of water from the portrait. "You truly are incorrigible. Can't you take a joke?" Dumbledore remarked, moving his chair back to shield himself from Phineas' reprimands, simultaneously rapping the table to muffle the sound. Harry shrugged, embodying the youthful exuberance of a spirited student from Gryffindor. Of course, it was in his reckless nature to resort to physical confrontation when disagreements arose. Was it not? Who told you that recklessness is a trait of Gryffindor? Dumbledore furrowed his brow. Harry scoffed. Isn't that precisely the essence of modern-day Gryffindor? Dumbledore fell silent, toying with the silverware in his hands, before finally admitting, "It is my fault. I am not a competent educator, as my friends have often remarked. I am better suited to the role of a politician." "Then why haven't you pursued a position in the Ministry of Magic?" Harry inquired. Dumbledore relaxed, mimicking Harry's earlier gesture of shrugging. "Hogwarts needs me, and, if I may be so bold, I am far too formidable. My position as headmaster is of greater significance to the magical community than that of the minister." Harry pondered this for a moment before continuing. "What I mean is, since you are the headmaster, shouldn't you undertake the responsibilities that come with the role? The atmosphere within the school, surely you cannot claim ignorance of it. Gryffindors are brash and arrogant. Ravenclaws are self-preserving. Hufflepuffs are content to remain in the shadows, and Slytherins look down upon everyone. This institution is less admirable than it was under Headmaster Black's tenure. At least then, there was merely a division between houses, devoid of house prejudices." Dumbledore felt a chill run down his spine, as if being scrutinized by Phineas. "I understand," he replied after a prolonged silence, rubbing his brow. "I shall take heed. I apologize for being an inadequate headmaster." Harry gazed intently at him, and after a moment he suddenly smiled. "No, that is not entirely fair. You are indeed a competent headmaster. I recognize your greatness. Your vision extends beyond this school to the entire magical world. The contributions you have made cannot be dismissed. Yet you must realize that 90% of the wizards in the magical community hail from this very institution. This is the future of our world, and I hope you will regard it with the seriousness it deserves. My friend once said that having more friends than enemies is preferable. I know you are concerned about those pureblood families from Slytherin who may continue to ally with Voldemort, but he has yet to make his return. Why not convert those individuals into allies?" Harry's gaze burned with a hint of ambition. "Not all of them, just a portion. Even if Voldemort finds a way to return, our chances of success would be significantly enhanced, would they not?" Dumbledore regarded Harry with a penetrating gaze. "And what are your own ambitions? After you vanquish Voldemort, what will you do with such power?" He found it difficult to decipher the Harry before him, and felt an unsettling familiarity with this version of Harry. "My ambitions? All I desire is revenge." Harry reverted to his languid demeanor, reclining in his chair and gazing up at the vaulted ceiling. Dumbledore frowned. "And what lies beyond that revenge? Who can predict such distant matters?" Harry replied, "After avenging myself, I might choose to embark on adventures. The world is vast, and I have yet to truly explore it." He grinned, suddenly filled with enthusiasm. "Did you know? My professors hail from India, the East, and Africa. Each region possesses its own unique magic, and I am genuinely curious. And what of the magical community in America? So many places remain unexplored by me. I can only lament the inadequacy of my time." Observing Harry's expression filled with yearning, Dumbledore suddenly chuckled. "What shall become of the wizarding world in the future? Isn't there still you? My perspective is limited, confined to myself and my friends. The fate of the magical realm must be entrusted to you," Harry replied with an air of certainty. Dumbledore couldn't help but smile, yet he remarked, "I'm growing old." "Then cultivate new talent." Harry deftly sidestepped the topic. "These matters are for the future. Our immediate concern is Quirrell." He swiftly shifted the conversation, fully aware of the old man's thoughts. He had no desire to be tethered to one place for eternity, much like himself. The vast cosmos beyond holds such allure. Does it not? "What exactly is Quirrell's situation?" Harry inquired. Dumbledore fiddled with the silverware in his hands, and the intertwining black and white lines re-emerged. "This is the state you see. He is entangled with Voldemort, and I cannot ascertain whether he has fully succumbed." Dumbledore frowned. Harry glanced at the ball of yarn, asserting confidently, "Quirrell must be under duress. If he truly intended to covertly eliminate me, there are countless methods at his disposal. Take today, for instance. He could have easily cast a spell directly at me instead of my broom. If I were to perish, chaos would undoubtedly ensue, and he could have fled successfully. Yet he did not." Harry was certain, for he understood the effects of magic upon himself. Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeper, a troubling predicament indeed. Quirrell's entanglement with Voldemort was too intricate, and the nature of their connection remained unclear. Even if Quirrell possessed 1,000 means, he could not employ them without risking discovery by Voldemort, which would likely spell his doom. Harry, too, began to feel troubled, twirling his wand between his fingers, watching the golden sparks erupt from its tip. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What transpired in the Albanian forest? Harry asked. Dumbledore raised his eyes. I too have noticed the changes in Quirrell since his return. Sensing an ominous presence, I ventured into the Albanian forest. Perhaps age has rendered me more observant. The magical creatures there inform me of a terrifying beast that can possess small animals. Upon saying this, Dumbledore paused, realization dawning upon him. Possessing? How could I have overlooked this? If possession is the case, he muttered, fiddling with the silverware in hand. The black and white lines immediately dispersed and then re-entangled. Harry stroked his chin. If it's possession, how long would it take to resolve it? Dumbledore was at a loss for words, his gaze falling upon Harry's forehead, and suddenly enlightenment struck him. If Harry could dispel the remnants of the soul within him, even if he could not eradicate the Voldemort residing within Quirrell, he could certainly shield his perception. Dumbledore sprang to his feet, the silverware clattering onto the table with a crisp sound, and the black and white lines vanished. What do you require? How long can you endure? Dumbledore inquired. Harry grinned widely, desiring nothing more than to remain within the confines of Hogwarts, with the possibility of cloaking himself for a maximum of 10 minutes. Beyond that, it would be unfeasible. Thus, the pressing concern became how to address the matter at hand. Dumbledore commenced pacing in front of his desk, pausing intermittently to reflect, only to shake his head and continue. Harry, unfazed, reclined languidly in his chair, idly toying with his wand. After a considerable duration, just as Harry felt the urge to yawn, Dumbledore finally halted his movements. I must seek out an old friend to borrow an item, so I kindly ask you to keep a vigilant eye on the happenings within the school in my absence. Please refrain from any rash actions until I return. If you would, Dumbledore inquired earnestly. Harry's hand stilled momentarily as he deftly produced the contract, exclaiming, "Consider it done." Dumbledore's lips twitched, seemingly on the verge of elaborating further. Yet Harry's unwavering gaze left him no choice but to accept the parchment, sealing it with a magical mark. Once Harry reclaimed the contract, a broad smile graced his face as he tucked it away. Rest assured, I shall keep a close watch on Quirrell. He will remain safe at school until your return, he reassured, and the students, should Severus fail to monitor him, Dumbledore added swiftly. Harry waved the parchment in his hand, declaring, Fear not, it's all in the contract. Aware of the resolution, Harry made no further delay, securing the contract and turning to depart. Dumbledore sat in contemplation behind his desk for a moment before directing his gaze to Fawkes. It appears we must journey to France, my friend. Fawkes emitted a soft trill, soaring briefly before landing upon Dumbledore's shoulder, a flash of fire illuminating the room, which then fell into a tranquil silence. Upon Harry's return to the Great Hall, he fortuitously joined in the celebrations of Gryffindor. Though it was merely an ordinary lunch, the jubilant atmosphere rendered it far more spirited than any banquet. Wood sat beside Harry, chattering incessantly. The upcoming matches will all be for next year. If only Ravenclaw can defeat Slytherin, then Hufflepuff must best Ravenclaw, and we would only need to play 2 more games. However, if Ravenclaw falls to Slytherin, we would be faced with 3 matches and a daunting deficit of nearly 100 points. Harry silently savored his roast beef, contemplating his intention to enlist Dee Dee's assistance in finding a reliable house elf. What could be more suitable for surveillance? As we continued to prattle on about the matches, Harry feigned interest with a few half-hearted responses before scanning the vicinity. His lunch was completed. He needed a strategy to escape Wood's incessant chatter. Fortunately, the twins were nearby, and Harry eagerly beckoned them over, subsequently handing Wood off to his dear collaborators before making a swift exit. First, he headed to the entrance hall, seeking out Gareth, a person of extensive connections, to assist in consulting the portraits within the school regarding Quirrell's movements. As for how Gareth would accomplish this, Harry conceded that he was not well versed in the matters of portraits. Then Dee Dee was summoned, and upon inquiry, it was revealed that there existed a house elf named Petiri in the kitchen. This elf had been smuggled from America and, adhering to American customs, sought remuneration for his services. He had been ostracized by other house elves, resulting in his diminished presence. For a mere 1 sickle, he could dedicate an entire week to a single individual. It was said that the original price was not so low, yet the circumstances here differed from those in America. Aside from Dumbledore, who was willing to provide him with a salary, that money was merely used to pay off smuggling fines and the reward for his rescue. Consequently, he received no additional work, forcing him to reduce his price. Unfortunately, no house elf was willing to assist him in promoting his services, and he could not freely appear before wizards, thus remaining confined to the kitchen undertaking tasks that others were reluctant to perform. Petiri was eager to earn some money to settle his debts and even hoped to save enough for travel expenses to return to America. Upon learning this information, Harry beamed with satisfaction. Matters that could be resolved with money were hardly significant, and given such a modest price, it was all the more perfect. Without further hesitation, Harry called out Petiri's name. A frail house elf promptly appeared before Harry, clad in a tea towel emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest, his large bat-like ears accentuating his small head. "Sir, what would you have Petiri do?" His voice, unlike that of most house elves, possessed a hint of steadiness. "I require your assistance in monitoring Professor Quirrell. If he departs from the castle, you must inform me of any peculiarities. I shall pay you 1 gold galleon per week. And should I be satisfied with your service, I will grant you an additional 10 galleons as a reward," Harry stated. Petiri's eyes widened. He was eager to accept the task, yet it was a professor. "Sir, I cannot engage in anything that would harm Hogwarts. That is precisely why I am offering you 1 galleon. All you need to do is observe him and report back to me. And rest assured, Professor Dumbledore is aware of this arrangement." Harry held the gold galleon in his palm, presenting it to Petiri. Petiri's breath quickened. Does the headmaster truly know this? Harry produced a commission slip, bearing Dumbledore's signature. You should be able to discern the authenticity of this signature, yes? The magical aura was unmistakable, and Petiri immediately recognized it. He reached out to accept the gold galleon. "Petiri accepts your offer, sir. Petiri shall perform splendidly." With a sharp crack, Petiri vanished from the chamber. Harry then took a moment to admire the transformed ambience of the corridor, greatly pleased with DD's efforts. After a brief farewell to his friends, he departed. The weekend always seemed to pass swiftly, and before long, it was Sunday evening. By the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room, Ron was diligently scribbling away, comparing his work to a paper that was due for class the next day, an extensive 3-foot-long essay, of which he had only completed half. Chapter 40, The Invisibility Cloak. "I fail to comprehend why we must concern ourselves with such matters," Ron muttered incessantly as he scribbled away. Hermione, perusing her notes, occasionally jotted down observations in another notebook. "I've already told you, Ron, do not merely copy, unless you wish for the professor to notice and deduct your points. I am merely drawing inspiration," Ron retorted defiantly, his quill racing across the parchment in a manner so hasty that it became nearly illegible. Without any homework to attend to, Harry flipped through a hefty tome he had procured from the headmaster's office. "You've copied enough by now. It's time for someone else to take a turn, or else it will all be identical." Ron paused, measuring with a ruler before abruptly looking up. "Seamus, may I borrow your essay for a moment?" A roll of parchment was tossed over from the adjacent armchair, and Ron caught it. "Thanks, mate." He added a few suitable transitions and resumed his copying. Hermione cast an annoyed glance towards Harry. "Aren't you going to intervene? Is it truly acceptable to copy like this?" Harry shrugged. "It's his decision. I assent it. If he ends up trailing behind Draco due to a shaky foundation in knowledge, that's on him. Everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. We can't oversee him for eternity." Ron's hand froze, a hint of embarrassment flushing his cheeks as he grappled with whether to continue. Harry closed his book and stood up. "It's getting late. I need a rest. We have classes tomorrow morning. What about you, Hermione?" "I shall return to the dormitory as well," Hermione replied. Harry nodded in silence and ascended the stairs. Hermione gathered her belongings, fixing a serious gaze on Ron. "You really need to change your ways. How will you ever catch up to Harry with such laziness? Do you truly want to be left behind due to a lack of foundational knowledge, as Harry suggested?" With that, she hefted her heavy backpack onto her shoulders and headed towards the staircase. Neville patted Ron on the shoulder, his lips pressed together at a loss for words, feeling that anything he might say would be misplaced. He understood that Ron had not forgotten about his assignments. He was simply too engrossed in practicing the spells Harry had taught him, struggling to discern priorities. They were still students, and this was not wartime. Such a mindset was flawed, yet he could not outrightly condemn Ron. Ron remained silent, gripping his quill for a considerable time without movement. He was aware that Harry's words were harsh, but he also recognized that he had been at fault. They had agreed to strive diligently, yet he was still somewhat adrift. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair, rubbed his eyes, and continued copying the assignment, secretly resolving to seek Hermione's counsel the following day on how to better manage his time. As for leisure and games, they would have to be set aside for the time being. He could not afford to be left behind. After all, what could he do? He had found himself surrounded by such talented and diligent friends. If his own abilities were not superior, he would simply have to work harder. With these thoughts, Ron composed himself, hastening to complete his assignment before gathering his belongings and returning to the dormitory. Early the next morning, Ron and Neville returned from their outdoor exercises, and Ron immediately approached Hermione. They engaged in a conversation, during which Ron received a parchment brimming with meticulously detailed schedules. As he perused the various time allocations, a chill ran down his spine, and he looked at Hermione with uncertainty. "Are you certain? This is my schedule?" Hermione calmly affirmed. Ron glanced once more at the parchment. 7 o'clock wake up, 7:30 to 8 o'clock light exercises, 8:20 breakfast, 9 to 11 o'clock classes, 11:30 to 12 o'clock lunch, 12:30 to 1:30 afternoon rest, 2 to 5:30 classes, and if there were no classes, studying in the library, followed by dinner from 6 to 7 o'clock. Practicing magical courses and spells taught by Harry from 7 to 9 o'clock, and finally, reading extracurricular books from 9 to 10 o'clock to broaden one's knowledge. Astronomy class was scheduled for Wednesday evening, allowing magical practice to be moved to the afternoon. Although the timetable appeared rather tight, it was entirely feasible, even allowing for a midday rest. Ron gulped nervously. This schedule. Maybe I should be able to manage it. Hermione scrutinized Ron with a perplexed expression, making him feel uneasy. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "That's mine. Yours is here." Hermione reclaimed the parchment from Ron's hand and produced another sheet from her books, handing it to him. "Harry gave this to me last night. The boys and girls' schedules differ. You have additional exercises in the morning, and Harry mentioned that we don't need to be identical. We should simply play to our strengths." The new parchment was somewhat more lenient than Hermione's, even leaving some blank spaces. Ron bit his lip, holding the parchment for a while before cautiously stowing it in his pocket. "Hermione, do you still have that notebook? Is it expensive? I'm afraid the parchment I prepared might not suffice. It's not costly. It's made by muggles, so it doesn't endure time like parchment, but it's excellent for class notes. 1 silver coin to buy a notebook with about 100 pages, which should last you the entire year if your notes aren't extensive." Hermione gestured to her own notebook. The black leather cover bore no markings, and the paper inside was thick, the notebook measuring about 4 centimeters in thickness, appearing quite sturdy, with ink not bleeding through to the second page. Ron sighed in relief and fished a silver coin from his pocket. "Could you only buy one? Or perhaps lend me one for the time being?" "Wait a moment." Hermione took the silver coin and quickly returned to her dormitory, retrieving a new notebook from her suitcase. "Here you go. This is a spare I brought. You can use it for now. I'll be going home for Christmas, and if you need more, I can buy another then," Hermione said, handing Ron a thick notebook identical to her own. Ron expressed his gratitude, carefully stowing the notebook away before hurrying upstairs to catch up with Neville. They needed a shower, for they were drenched in sweat from their recent exercise, and the stickiness was rather uncomfortable. In the ensuing week, Ron meticulously adhered to the schedule provided by Harry, and to his astonishment, he completed all his assignments within the designated time frame, even finding himself with ample leisure hours to spare. He even managed to engage in a game of wizard's chess with Simon to alleviate his spirits. Ron did not squander his free time entirely. Instead, he accompanied Hermione and Neville to the library, where they perused numerous books. Although these readings bore little relation to their coursework, he found himself able to sit still and concentrate. During their classes on Friday, Harry refrained from teaching them new spells. Instead, he instructed them to practice the 2 spells they had previously learned in pairs. The recreational activity during their practice sessions involved observing Hermione frolicking with a unicorn from a distance. This sight incited great envy among the 3 boys, for they were, after all, boys. The unicorn seemed indifferent to their affections, and even the young unicorn, as it matured, displayed a preference for Hermione, becoming increasingly aloof towards Harry. For an entire month, Dumbledore remained largely absent, while Peeves kept a watchful eye on Quirrell, who showed no signs of activity, primarily remaining in the library or his office. However, Peeves did report to Harry that the foul odor emanating from Quirrell had become increasingly pronounced, with a stench of garlic struggling to mask it. As Christmas approached, Dumbledore finally returned to Hogwarts. His first order of business was to summon Harry from class. This particular lesson happened to be Snape's potions class. Harry exited the classroom under Snape's dark glare, disregarding the tumultuous cacophony of wails behind him. Dumbledore's method of summoning people was rather distinctive. A piece of parchment scorched with flames appeared abruptly beside Snape, who was patrolling the classroom. The sudden flare disrupted the students' focus, causing several to falter and a few potions to explode, splattering the classroom with failed concoctions. Within the classroom, only Snape, Harry, Draco, Ron, and Neville remained relatively unscathed, while the others were in disarray, their skin smeared with various bizarre substances. Snape, gritting his teeth, hissed through clenched jaws, directing the students to report to the infirmary while he painstakingly cleaned the potion-laden classroom. which was in utter disarray due to the chaotic mixing of potions. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sneezed, furrowing his brow and adjusting his coat. Was he coming down with a cold? Moments later, Harry pushed open the grand door to the headmaster's office. Professor, I believe you ought to prepare yourself. After all, you have disrupted Professor Snape's class, and I doubt he will let this slip easily, he declared. Dumbledore frowned, realizing he had forgotten that morning was the first-year potions class. If Professor Snape attributes the blame to me, then you must take responsibility. Harry took a few steps and settled into his usual seat, speaking with conviction. Dumbledore promptly diverted the conversation. My old friend Nicholas has gone into seclusion. It took me quite some time to locate his residence. I have borrowed an alchemical device reputed to be capable of trapping ghosts. So, does this mean we can proceed? Quirrell is barely holding on. He will soon make his move against the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. Harry immediately felt a surge of energy. Indeed, this is the alchemical instrument I borrowed. If this proves ineffective, we shall have to devise an alternative strategy. However, with Quirrell's time running out, we must act swiftly. Dumbledore placed a delicate, palm-sized golden birdcage on the table. Harry glanced at it, but refrained from touching it. Such alchemical tools have specific methods of use, and reckless handling could yield unforeseen consequences. It is wise to proceed with caution. When shall we make our move? Harry inquired. Dumbledore pondered briefly. Tonight. Where? Right in his office. As he spoke, Dumbledore retrieved a shimmering silver fabric from a cabinet beside his desk and placed it before Harry. Wear this and follow me. He will not detect your presence. Harry instinctively held his breath, reaching out to touch it. An invisibility cloak? The one from Peveril? You know of it? Dumbledore replied, somewhat surprised. Of course I do. Harry stood up, took the cloak, and shook it out, allowing the silver-gray fabric to fully unfold. Draping it over his shoulders, he looked down, and indeed, his body had vanished. It truly was Peveril's cloak, rumored to have faded into history. This was passed down from your father. I borrowed it just before their demise, and never returned it before the tragedy struck, Dumbledore explained. Harry paused, folding the cloak neatly before resuming his seat, gently caressing it. This was once worn by his father. Perhaps his mother had donned it as well. Now it could be considered returned to its rightful owner. Though I hope you will use it wisely. Dumbledore's voice softened, almost a whisper. Harry remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After a moment, he tucked the invisibility cloak into his satchel. So, after dinner, I shall come and find you? Wait for me just outside Quirrell's door. Don the invisibility cloak, and then follow closely behind me. Dumbledore instructed. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Harry, feeling no inclination to converse further, rose and departed. It was still Friday, and during the afternoon gathering, Harry lacked the enthusiasm to teach them new spells. Instead, he allowed them to practice with dummies or engage in paired duels. However, the spells were not limited to just the two he had taught. They could practice any spells they knew, for even seemingly trivial spells could yield unexpected results when wielded effectively. At long last, evening arrived. Harry casually consumed a bit of food and cast a glance toward the professor's table. Quirrell was still present, as was Dumbledore, while Snape wore an exceptionally sour expression. His gaze darkly fixed upon Dumbledore. Harry smirked slightly. It appeared the situation would not implicate him. Exiting the hall through the main doors, he wandered through the bustling corridors, turning a few corners before lifting a tapestry to reveal a hidden passageway leading directly to Quirrell's office. Not many were privy to this shortcut. As soon as he entered the secret passage, Harry donned his invisibility cloak, ensuring that not a single part of him was exposed. He meticulously checked his concealment before proceeding up the passageway toward the third floor. Upon exiting the passage, Harry slowed his breathing and crouched motionless at a corner not far from Quirrell's office. Before long, Quirrell hurried past him, opening the door to his office and stepping inside. Harry fixed his gaze on the ground, avoiding any sideways glances, relying solely on his hearing to capture the sound around him. After all, Voldemort was inhabiting Quirrell, and it would be perilous if he sensed anything amiss. A few minutes later, Dumbledore emerged from the end of the corridor and paused at Quirrell's office door. Raising his hand to knock, Harry slightly rose, bending his body and treading softly as he silently followed behind. The door swiftly swung open, and Quirrell gazed at the figure outside with a mix of astonishment and fear. P. Professor D. Dumbledore. W. What brings you here? Quirrell stammered. Dumbledore chuckled lightly. Good evening, Quirinus. I have received numerous complaints regarding you lately, so I thought it prudent to have a conversation. Are you available? I am very much available, Quirrell replied, his eyes darting nervously as he stepped back to allow Dumbledore to enter. Dumbledore paused briefly before stepping inside, and Harry matched his pace, following closely behind. Upon entering the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Dumbledore hesitated for a moment, drew his wand, and closed the door behind him. Queerness. Do you mind if I cast a few minor enchantments? I presume you wouldn't want our discussion overheard by the students, Dumbledore said with a warm smile. Of course. Please do, Quirrell replied, retreating a few steps and watching Dumbledore's wand with trepidation. Several spells were cast, locking the door with a soft click, and a translucent barrier enveloped the walls, ceiling, and floor. That should suffice, Dumbledore said, stowing his wand and leaning against a desk, turning his attention to Quirrell. Do you have anything to say regarding the complaints, Queerness? Quirrell began, but suddenly he collapsed face first to the ground, letting out a harrowing scream. Quick! We must hurry. Harry tore off the invisibility cloak, extending his right hand with fingers splayed toward Quirrell. Dumbledore sprang into action, displaying a surprising agility for his age. Swiftly drawing his wand and waving it forcefully, Quirrell was flipped over, revealing a ghastly visage. Deep, gaping wounds marred his entire face, the scars dark and grotesque, exposing pale bone beneath the torn flesh. Quirrell's exposed hands bore little flesh, with only a few strands of pale muscle clinging to the stark white bones. Queerness. Dumbledore gazed in astonishment at the figure before him, which could scarcely be deemed human. Quirrell. Save me, Professor. Save me. The Dark Lord is behind me. Quirrell shrieked, his words coming out in a fragmented rush. The moment he laid eyes on Harry, he realized that his opportunity had arrived. Although he was uncertain of what would transpire, he felt he had no other recourse. He did not wish to perish. He was still young. He had to seize this chance. Dumbledore cautiously placed Quirrell upon a desk, retrieving various potions from his pocket. With a spell that Harry could not comprehend, he administered a rudimentary treatment to Quirrell, alleviating his pain momentarily and allowing him to speak. Professor, please help me. The Dark Lord is attached to me. He is draining my life force, and I am out of options. Quirrell's eyes widened in desperation, tears brimming but not falling. What did he intend? To steal the Philosopher's Stone, to kill Harry Potter, to restore his body, to resurrect himself? Quirrell spoke rapidly, feeling no immediate retribution for Voldemort. A slight sigh of relief escaped him. It seemed he was indeed shielded, or he would not be so at ease. What stage are we at now? Dumbledore inquired swiftly. Without hesitation, Quirrell replied, I am about to extract information from Hagrid regarding the three-headed dog. Are you unaware of the beast's weakness? Dumbledore frowned. Quirrell looked despondently at the ceiling. I know. I am merely stalling for time. Knowledge of the three-headed dog's vulnerability was not scarce. However, Voldemort held little regard for magical creatures, dismissing them as insignificant. Having failed to investigate a creature meant solely for guarding, as it served no purpose for him. Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of understanding. Quirrell was indeed seeking help. If Voldemort's possession is severed, you may very well perish. Time was of the essence, and Dumbledore wasted no words, speaking plainly. Quirrell's gaze grew more despairing as he gazed at the ceiling. Yet Dumbledore continued, but if you do not sever it, you will undoubtedly die. It is now your moment of choice. Time is running short. He had already observed Harry, who was sweating profusely and appeared somewhat pale. Sever it, even if death awaits. I refuse to be his puppet. I have family. I cannot entangle them with the Dark Lord. Quirrell's stuttering ceased, replaced by a fierce expression. Dumbledore had received the answer he sought and promptly produced his alchemical instruments, manipulating the mechanisms while reciting intricate incantations. The birdcage-like apparatus gradually expanded to a size befitting a normal cage, opening a door. Subsequently, Dumbledore waved his wand, uttering an ancient spell accompanied by precise gestures, enveloping Quirrell in a cascade of pure white light. Quirrell's screams erupted once more, and Harry's complexion paled further. An unseen silver radiance began to swirl around Quirrell's form. As Dumbledore's voice faded, he thrust his wand sharply. Harry's fingers instantly curled, and a black mist streamed from Quirrell's body, ensnared by the white light as it surged towards the cage. At this moment, Quirrell could no longer call out. His eyes rolled back, revealing only the bloodshot whites. His limbs lay limply over the edge of the table, as though he had lost consciousness. Dumbledore dared not relax until all the black mist was confined within the birdcage, at which point he swiftly activated the mechanism. With a resounding clang, the cage door slammed shut, and a piercing scream resonated from the black fog. Harry released his grip, sweat nearly saturating his hair as he gasped for breath. After downing a vial of his readily available invigorating potion, Harry managed to regain some semblance of control over his breathing, frowning as he gazed at the swirling black fog within the cage. Is this Voldemort? Harry inquired. I never expected our next encounter to be like this, Tom. Dumbledore's face remained stern, casting healing spells towards Quirrell with abandon. Harry could scarcely recognize two of them before he gave up entirely. Healing magic was not his forte, and he had always relied on potions to barely survive. Dumbledore. Voldemort remained in a state of black mist, barely forming a smooth visage, howling with an open mouth, colliding aimlessly within the cage, unable to escape. Young people can be so rude. I taught you well, yet you won't even utter the title of professor? Dumbledore assessed Quirrell's condition, exhaling slightly in relief. His life seemingly preserved. You cannot contain me. I shall return. Voldemort glared fiercely at him, emitting a feeble roar. Harry scoffed. Return? On what grounds? By virtue of your pathetic Horcrux? It's you, Harry Potter. Voldemort's smoky visage turned toward Harry, continuing to bellow. Harry could hardly contain his laughter. Look at what the great Voldemort has become. A furious, impotent beast? I will kill you. I absolutely will. The black mist suddenly expanded, tendrils of it seeping through the bars of the cage. This is bad. Dumbledore immediately lunged toward the birdcage. But it was too late. Voldemort had managed to slip through the gaps in the bars. Even as golden lightning surged from the bars, dispersing much of the black mist, he still emerged from within. I will always return. Dumbledore, Harry Potter. I will undoubtedly return for vengeance. Voldemort circled above the classroom, delivering his ominous threats before preparing to flee. Dumbledore waved his wand as if wielding a sword, casting various spells toward Voldemort. Yet they merely passed through the layer of black mist, failing to inflict any effective harm. This bolstered Voldemort's confidence, as he cackled, continuing to swirl above the classroom, searching for a gap through which he could escape. Although the magic Dumbledore had employed could not harm him, it had trapped him here. However, Voldemort was unconcerned. Such magic had a limited duration, and as long as there was the slightest opening, he could evade capture. Harry coldly regarded the black mist upon the ceiling, his wand raised steadily. Aimed at the hideous flat visage within the fog, Avada Kedavra, a ghastly green beam erupted from Harry's wand, hurtling swiftly toward Voldemort. The green light illuminated Harry's face, cold and impassive. The incantation once again pierced through the black mist, striking the ceiling and shattering a corner of it. Debris and dust cascaded down, obscuring Dumbledore's astonished visage. Even the swirling black smoke momentarily hesitated, only to be followed by Voldemort's raucous laughter. Dumbledore, this is the savior you have chosen. Harry did not cease his actions. Beams of green light incessantly erupted from his wand, each one aimed squarely at that flat visage. Though Voldemort was undeterred by the curses at that moment, he could not help but writhe through the black mist in an attempt to evade them. The relentless curses, like the final straw, caused a crisp sound of shattering glass, and the protective barrier enveloping the classroom dissipated. Voldemort hurriedly fled through the window, vanishing into the night sky in an instant. Harry rushed to the window, furrowing his brow as he searched, confirming that Voldemort had indeed escaped completely. He pounded his fist against the windowsill in frustration. Damn it, let him get away. Dumbledore's voice was somewhat feeble, uttering a single note before falling silent. As commotion erupted outside, the noise from Harry's shattering of the ceiling had attracted the attention of students and professors alike. Without time to articulate anything, Harry swiftly returned to the classroom, donning the invisibility cloak atop his head. In the next moment, the classroom door was flung open with a resounding bang. Snape, wand in hand, scanned the room warily. Headmaster, what is happening? It is nothing. Quirrell was ensnared by a dark magical artifact. I may have been a bit excessive in dealing with it. He is still alive. My apologies, Severus. Please escort him to the hospital wing. The poor soul. Dumbledore sighed regretfully, glancing at Quirrell, who was barely recognizable. The curse of a unicorn lingered upon him, coupled with Voldemort's corruption. His existence now bore little difference from death. The only solace lay in the fact that Dumbledore had concealed Voldemort's involvement, preserving Quirrell's dignity and sparing his family from association with the Dark Lord's affairs. Snape quickly approached, assessing Quirrell's condition. Pressing his lips together, he administered a vial of vivid red potion and levitated him, striding purposefully towards the exit. Professor McGonagall stood at the door, her face a mask of shock, trembling slightly as she grasped the doorframe, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Queerness. How could he be so foolish? I warned him. Alas, sighed Professor Flitwick, patting McGonagall's elbow and clearing the way for Snape to escort Quirrell through. It is my fault. I failed to detect his distress in time, resulting in his current state, so thoroughly tainted by dark magic. Dumbledore expressed with a deep sense of guilt, his back turned to the doorway, his gaze fixed upon the ground. Please organize the student's departure. I must conduct a thorough inspection of the defense against the dark arts classroom to prevent further harm. McGonagall wiped her eyes, assuring him, "Do not worry. We shall attend to it immediately." With that, she turned to usher away the onlooking students, followed closely by Professor Flitwick, who swiftly dispersed the crowd outside. The corridor fell silent once more, returning to its original state. Dumbledore recited an incantation, and the broken door, damaged by Snape, along with the shattered ceiling caused by Harry, restored themselves as if time had reversed. Dumbledore did not employ any magic. He walked slowly past, closed the repaired door, and stood there quietly, gazing at its back. "Harry, you invoked the killing curse." Harry remained silent, removed his invisibility cloak, and took a seat, staring at the empty podium. "That is dark magic, an unforgivable curse. Do you understand?" Dumbledore inquired. "I am aware," Harry replied in a low voice. "It is the only spell I know that acts swiftly on the soul. Ancient magic is too late." Dumbledore paused again, unsure of what to say. Criticism? Condemnation? Reprimand? If those would be effective, he would certainly have employed them. However, over the past half-year of interactions with Harry, he realized that such measures would be futile. What could he do? Should he truly send Harry to Azkaban? "You will not misuse it, will you?" After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore spoke again. "What constitutes misuse?" Harry retorted, his back to the door, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "It is the most effective spell, is it not? For the sake of vengeance." "Harry Potter!" Dumbledore exclaimed sternly. Harry fell silent once more, and after a considerable pause, he continued, "I am sorry, but I do not regret it. This is my revenge, my war. Magic was invented to be wielded. I understand that dark magic can affect one's mind. I can only assert that I will not strike at the innocent. But are you certain that those beings can still be termed as human?" Now, it was Dumbledore's turn to be silent. He opened his mouth to utter something, but ultimately remained voiceless. Chapter 42. Unbreakable. "If you truly have concerns, then let our collaboration cease here. You will do what you believe is right, and I shall do what I deem right. You know my intentions. Should anyone obstruct me, I will show no mercy." Harry's tone was resolute, his grip on his wand tightening until his knuckles turned white. With those words, the classroom was engulfed in silence once more. Neither spoke again, both lost in contemplation of their respective gains and losses. Harry was unwavering. He firmly believed that magic should be used when necessary, as long as it is not abused or wielded against the weak. This perspective mirrored that of Sebastian, which is why he had not deterred their initial collaboration in seeking dark magic. However, learning did not equate to constant usage. Upon casting the unforgivable curse for the first time, Harry recognized the inherent drawbacks of such spells, believing they should only be employed against those who had forsaken their humanity, not wielded indiscriminately. These notions aligned with those of Omenes, leading to a quarrel with Sebastian. Yet, Harry's timely intervention to prevent Sebastian from attacking his uncle spared him from committing a grave sin of fratricide, allowing Sebastian to regain his clarity. Dumbledore's eyelids drooped, his fingers entwining restlessly, his heart tumultuous. Harry spoke with unwavering resolve, and Dumbledore was acutely aware of Harry's current capabilities, knowing he would not be easily swayed. Once, due to his biases and apprehensions towards Tom Riddle, the wizarding world birthed a Dark Lord. Some might argue that Voldemort was beyond redemption. Yet Dumbledore had never attempted to save him. That was his failing. But what of this moment? Could he genuinely place his trust in this child? Dumbledore recognized the stark differences between Harry and Voldemort, yet their uncanny similarities ignited a flicker of doubt within him. Would Harry truly not become the next Dark Lord? Time passed in uncertainty until Harry, growing impatient, furrowed his brow, contemplating his next course of action. Without Dumbledore's support, he needed to expedite his journey to Nocturne Alley, seek out those clandestine pathways, and establish his own intelligence network. "Harry," Dumbledore's voice, weary and slightly hoarse, called out, yet he fell silent once more. In a sudden burst of impatience, Harry rose abruptly, turning to gaze at Dumbledore's silhouette. "My heart has always been small, containing only my friends and family. Anyone who poses a threat to them shall be deemed my enemy. I am not as magnanimous as you, bearing the weight of the entire wizarding world. Thus, our purposes diverge, and our paths differ." Dumbledore turned to face him, their eyes meeting across the empty classroom. A smile broke upon Dumbledore's lips. "In truth, we are not so different, Harry. I will not hinder you. I shall continue to assist you until you achieve your goals." Leaning gently against the door, a smile graced his face as he continued, "You seek vengeance, while I desire stability and security for the wizarding world. Central to both our aims is the eradication of Voldemort. Therefore, we are aligned, Harry. Shall we continue our collaboration?" Harry inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Let us forge an oath." "Harry," Dumbledore declared resolutely, "it is not a matter of distrust, but rather a means to serve as your final safeguard. The unbreakable vow." Harry narrowed his eyes slightly. "And who shall act as the intermediary?" "Severus will suffice," Dumbledore replied, summoning a silver phoenix Patronus that soared through the door. Harry frowned, but did not object. Snape was indeed the most suitable candidate. He was privy to some of Dumbledore's secrets and aware of certain truths about Harry. Dumbledore held all the cards, ensuring that at the very least, Snape would not betray him for a handsome price. Before long, a knock echoed at the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, as if Snape had never truly departed. Dumbledore opened the door, allowing Snape to enter before sealing the classroom once more with a series of spells. "What are you doing here?" Snape asked, his brow furrowing at the sight of Harry. Harry shrugged. "Dumbledore sent me." Snape immediately noted that Harry referred to the headmaster solely by his surname, omitting any form of respectful title. "Severus, I called you here merely to serve as a witness. I hope I have not intruded upon you." Dumbledore inquired with a cheerful demeanor as he prepared all necessary protections. Snape curled his lip disdainfully, retorting, "If you had not mentioned it, I might have forgotten to escort Quirrell safely to the infirmary. Is this what you consider a disturbance? What sort of testimony requires a mere potions professor? Is the so-called savior no longer sufficient for your needs? Perhaps you require a different hero? Alas, it seems time is of the essence." Snape's words dripped with rudeness and malice. Yet Dumbledore remained unfazed, stepping forward to extend a hand toward Harry. Harry gazed at the wrinkled, aged hand before him and grasped it without hesitation. Together, they turned to face Snape, who was now the missing piece. Confusion and anger welled within Snape. "What on earth are you doing? Potter, what have you done? And you, Dumbledore, did you not watch him grow up? What is transpiring here?" Dumbledore lowered his gaze, acknowledging that he indeed had observed Harry's upbringing. Every week, Mrs. Figg would send him letters detailing Harry's actions and behavior. However, Merlin had played a cruel jest, allowing Harry to grow and fight for 5 years unbeknownst to him. This blank period, despite his exhaustive searches through historical records and portraits, remained an enigma. Forgive him for his age. The older one becomes, the more suspicious one tends to be. He could see that Harry was a good boy, steadfast in purpose, kind-hearted, and endowed with formidable power. He lacked nothing that one should possess. He would surely be successful. Yet Dumbledore dared not take the risk. At over 100 years old, he could no longer defeat a Dark Lord. Nevertheless, he could not extinguish Harry as potential simply because of this. Such an act would render him no different from Voldemort. All he could do was secure a safeguard for Harry. The future still belonged to them. "What do you intend to do, Dumbledore?" Snape could no longer contain his emotions. "What are you thinking? You promised me." "Yes, Severus. Come closer. This is what we agreed upon. Once the spell is complete, I shall explain," Dumbledore replied calmly, redirecting his gaze back to Harry. "Is that acceptable?" "Of course." Harry nodded without hesitation, believing that Snape was far more reliable than Dumbledore. For his mother's sake, the rather unequal exchange had heavily favored him. Snape pressed his lips tightly together, his expression dark. He could not decipher the riddle being played out before him, but soon enough he would understand, provided he was willing to serve as the witness. "Professor Snape, could you please hurry? My hand is beginning to sweat," Harry called out. Snape clenched his teeth, a faint crack audible. He tapped his wand against the hands clasped in unity, forcing the words through gritted teeth, "Let us commence." "Can you guarantee that from this moment forth, the killing curse shall be used solely against those unworthy of the title of human?" Dumbledore asked solemnly. Snape's hand trembled slightly, yet his wand remained steadfast, from its tip emanating a golden spark that began to entwine around the wrists of the two. "I promise," Harry replied earnestly. The spark lingered on their wrists, leaving behind the mark of a chain. "Can you assure me that you will remain true to your heart and not stray down the path of darkness?" Dumbledore inquired once more. "I promise," Harry asserted with unwavering resolve. The second mark of the chain formed, intersecting with the first on their wrists. Harry did not release his grip, looking towards Dumbledore. "Can you guarantee that you will do everything in your power to help me vanquish Voldemort?" Dumbledore raised his gaze, locking eyes with Harry. "I promise." The third spark swirled into shape, intertwining with the others, leaving imprints on their respective wrists. Snape felt his hand loosen, the wand easily reclaimed, signifying that their vows had concluded. They retracted their hands, the chain marks slowly fading under their watchful eyes. Yet they both understood that this was merely an illusion of disappearance. Should either betray their oath, the price would undoubtedly be their lives. The killing curse? The path of darkness? Snape's voice was hoarse, his gaze hollow and pallid as he looked at Dumbledore. "What is the meaning of this?" Harry shrugged. I'll take my leave now. You can explain. After all, curfew is approaching, and I have no desire to lose points again. With that, Harry strode out without a backward glance. Fortunate that the enchantments Dumbledore had cast previously muffled his footsteps. The classroom door closed once more, Dumbledore seated at the nearest desk. Do you have any questions? Snape remained silent for a long moment. Will he die? I would stake my life to protect him, Dumbledore replied with unwavering conviction. Snape chose not to speak further and walked out. That was sufficient. The events of that night did not stir significant ripples within Hogwarts. The only source of discontent being that Quirrell had been sent to St. Mungo's, reportedly never to return. The Board of Governors arranged for compensation. As the incident had occurred within the school, the students lamented loudly, for Snape had once again obtained the position of substitute teacher. Despite his eyes being shadowed with fatigue, he still enthusiastically taught the students' defense against the dark arts, resulting in a somewhat more amiable demeanor in potions class, albeit slightly. Fortunately, Dumbledore had no intention of overburdening Snape, clearly stating that he would find a second-term professor during the Christmas break, which somewhat alleviated the student spirits. The conversation gradually shifted, with many speculating whether Voldemort's curse had grown stronger, considering Quirrell had barely lasted a single term. In previous years, professors had managed to endure an entire academic year regardless. In the gatherings leading up to Christmas, Harry taught his friends a new spell, the Summoning Charm, which he found quite practical. In a secluded corner of the second-floor library at Hogwarts, Harry and his companions sat together, speaking softly where Madame Pants could not overhear them. Harry, are you returning home for Christmas? Hermione, as usual, was engrossed in a tome hefty enough to cause serious injury. Ron, seated nearby, perked up his ears, remarkably holding a quill in hand as he diligently supplemented his notes with Hermione's. I probably want to go back, but I might take a brief leave, Harry mused, scribbling on parchment. Neville, solemnly cradling a flower pot that housed a slender, writhing vine, declared, I must return. My grandmother wrote to insist on it. I also wish to go back. It's the longest I've been away from home, and I miss my parents, Hermione added. Do you need assistance with your departure? No, I can manage, Harry replied, folding his parchment and removing his glasses, pinching the bridge of his nose. Christmas gifts were indeed a conundrum, despite knowing relatively few individuals. The obligation to bestow numerous presents loomed over him. Ron sighed, I'll be staying at school this Christmas. My parents are off to Romania to visit Charlie, who works in a dragon reserve there. Dragons? Weasley, what sort of dragons? Draco exclaimed, suddenly alert, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I want to raise a dragon, but my father won't allow it. Keep your voice down, Malfoy, or you'll attract Madame Pants. Ron nearly leaped up to muffle his mouth. Draco promptly silenced himself, still gazing at Ron with eager eyes, anticipating a response. Boys were invariably fascinated by dragons, and even Harry couldn't resist leaning in to listen. I remember the Romanian longhorns and the Peruvian vipertooths, as well as Norwegian ridgebacks. Most breeds are well known, save for the Ukrainian ironbelly. I heard from Charlie that they are exceedingly rare. They even imported a crop from Australia and still couldn't find a trace of the ironbelly. As the Ukrainian wizards have hidden them too well, Ron whispered, captivating even Hermione's attention. Wow, Draco exclaimed, unable to contain his awe as he sketched rudimentary drawings of dragons on his parchment. If only I could have a fire dragon. Unfortunately, the law forbids it, Ron retorted with a sarcastic smirk. Draco dismissed him entirely, lost in thought about persuading his father to establish a dragon breeding facility. Suddenly, a cacophonous crash shattered the tranquility of the library. The closest group, including Harry, sprang into action, instinctively drawing their wands towards the source of the noise. Who is there? Harry called out sternly. From a distance, Madame Pants hurried over, wand in hand, her expression dark as a whole bookshelf had shifted, sending volumes tumbling to the floor. Come out, Harry demanded again. A tall figure cautiously emerged from behind the shelves, hands raised high as if to avoid further calamity. Hagrid! The trio from Gryffindor exclaimed in unison. Madame Pants arrived, her teeth clenched as she glared at the scattered books on the floor. How dare you? Get out. I shall take my leave at once. Hagrid awkwardly forced a smile, clutching two books tightly in his hands while casting furtive glances towards Harry. Harry and his friends exchanged bemused looks as they retracted their wands. Ron and Neville assisted in picking up the fallen books, while Hermione meticulously checked their condition and sorted them according to title. Draco collected the books Hermione had organized and returned them to the shelves. In no time, the area regained its former order, and Madame Pants's expression finally softened somewhat. Thank you all. Gryffindor earns 10 points, and Slytherin 3. Madame Pants nodded at them. her demeanor serious as she led Hagrid towards the exit. Harry squinted to discern the title of the book in Hagrid's hands. It was a guide to raising dragons. What could Hagrid possibly want with this book? Draco, still feeling slighted, believed he had been treated unfairly. After all, everyone had worked equally hard. So why did he only receive 3 points? Was it merely because there were fewer of them? His mind racing. He decided it was high time to reclaim his former standing. He could not allow Gryffindor to dominate. What does Hagrid need a book on dragon care for? Ron asked, having returned to the bookshelf after returning the last book. Harry stroked his chin thoughtfully. Hagrid had once confided in him that his greatest dream was to raise a dragon. However, that was against the law. Hermione furrowed her brow, finding the book increasingly difficult to look at. Harry had grown quite familiar with Hagrid over the past 6 months, often visiting his hut. Ron had collected a sizable bag of rock cakes, which he used as weights for training, given that they had remained edible for quite some time and were convenient to carry. Granger, don't be naive. So what if it's against the law? He's at Hogwarts. Dumbledore will protect him, Draco scoffed. He had understood this principle from a young age. His father and the Malfoy name afforded him a certain level of immunity. Most in the magical community dared not cross him. Even if someone tried, he would simply use his influence to impose his will. His father had long asserted that this giant was Dumbledore's ally, and thus Dumbledore would undoubtedly shield him. After all, what was raising a dragon in the grand scheme of things? He couldn't believe Dumbledore would fail to resolve such a minor issue. But where did Hagrid acquire a dragon? Neville furrowed his brow, contemplating his own challenges in obtaining magical plants, which required countless applications to Professor Sprout and passing a series of exams just to procure a seedling. How did Hagrid manage to get one? Neville had struck upon a vital point. Hermione snapped the book shut with a decisive thud, leaning forward slightly and whispered conspiratorially, if he wishes to raise a dragon, and he has one, could it be that Dumbledore has given him special permission? If that is the case, do we hold leverage over Dumbledore? Can we then request to raise dragons as well? Draco's eyes lit up with excitement. What a fanciful dream. Hagrid is one of Dumbledore's. But are you? Ron scoffed. Draco, indignant, retorted, my father is a governor. Report him. Calm down, everyone. These are merely speculations, Hermione sighed, exasperated. What was wrong with these boys? Did they not engage their minds? I suspect. Hermione shot a knowing glance at Harry. Harry experienced a slight headache, pondering how to convey to Hermione that the source of her concern resided at St. Mungo's. Suddenly, he recalled the 4th floor, glancing at his 4 companions, and an ingenious idea emerged. Surely, there was something amiss. Even if Dumbledore favored Hagrid, he would never permit him to raise a dragon within the school, would he? Harry guided the conversation. Hermione abruptly rose, pacing back and forth beside the table. Yes, that was it. Hagrid had always yearned to nurture a dragon, and now he had acquired one. But what did he exchange for it? Money? No, it must have been information regarding Hogwarts. Indeed, Harry, you mentioned that the corridor on the 4th floor was meant to protect a highly significant object, which implies that the information pertains to the 4th floor. The other 3 stared blankly at Hermione as she quickened her pace, bewildered by her seemingly endless stream of thoughts. How had she connected so many dots from Hagrid borrowing a book? What information could there possibly be about the 4th floor? Regarding Hagrid, perhaps it involved a professor? Protecting an object implies a safeguard, and Hagrid was involved. Yes, he was undoubtedly aligned with Dumbledore. Someone intended to steal something from the 4th floor. Hermione concluded, her excitement flushing her cheeks. Turning around, she encountered 3 dazed faces and Harry's admiring expression. Gently applauding, Harry instinctively commended the young witch for her brilliance. Remarkable. There was virtually no error in her deductions. So, who do you think it might be? Harry inquired curiously, eager to discover how far Hermione could deduce. Keep your voices down. Madame Pants suddenly emerged from behind a bookshelf, her expression one of displeasure. Leading the way, Harry apologized while ushering everyone to gather their belongings and exit, asserting that this was hardly an appropriate place for conversation. Everyone moved swiftly, without hesitation, hastening to leave the library in Harry's wake. After walking a few steps, Harry glanced around and pushed open a portrait, revealing an empty room behind it. It appeared as though no one had visited in quite some time, with a thick layer of dust blanketing the floor. Harry lit the candelabra within the room. Let us talk here. It's unlikely many people will come by. This must have been a storeroom in the past. Look, there are rags and a bucket. Ron remarked disdainfully, picking up a rag of indeterminate color to examine. First, we can rule out Professor Quirrell. He is currently at St. Mungo's. Hermione asserted firmly. Harry pressed his forehead, relieved that the first answer had been dismissed, though he couldn't fault Hermione, as the information was unequal. We currently lack sufficient clues. We must ascertain where Hagrid obtained the dragon egg to facilitate our deductions. Hermione mused after a moment. Harry nodded. What shall we do next? Hermione cast a curious glance at Harry, sensing that he should not have posed that question. Harry winked at her, and Hermione immediately understood, falling silent. She realized that Harry intended to test the individuals present. She believed she had passed, as she would not have received such a hint otherwise. Hermione fell silent, turning her attention to the others. Ron discarded the rag in his hand, wiping his clothes, and declared, "It's still early before curfew. We can just go ask Hagrid directly." "Why?" Harry inquired. "Will he even tell us?" Ron shrugged. "Why not just ask? Does Hagrid strike you as someone who can keep secrets? If we press him a bit, he'll likely spill the beans. Even if he doesn't, a casual chat might lead him to let something slip." Harry nodded, recognizing that Ron was right to approach someone familiar and understanding Hagrid's character and weaknesses. He glanced over at Draco. "What do you think?" Draco stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I could ask my father to help investigate. Dragon eggs are usually smuggled. Tracing back to the source should yield some clues." "That's a solid plan," Harry acknowledged, noting the cleverness in seeking assistance from a more powerful adult, a strategy very much in line with Slytherin's cunning. Neville, frowning and looking around, remained silent, unsure of what to contribute. Harry patted him reassuringly on the shoulder, recognizing that Neville's struggles with the memory charm in his youth had significantly impacted his thinking. Perhaps in time, those effects would diminish, but for now, it was best to leave the heavy lifting to others. "Sounds good. Then let us commence our mission," Harry said. "Draco, be cautious. I presume you wouldn't want your parents meddling in your school affairs?" He shot a meaningful glance at Draco. Draco paused, quickly realizing Harry's implication. He hesitated, contemplating that it was his father, after all. What was there to hide? However, upon reflecting on his father's potential reaction to this situation, he understood the risk. His father had always intended for him to attend Durmstrang, and any hint of instability here could easily lead to a transfer. The thought of being uprooted, especially so far away from his friends, was unappealing. With this in mind, Draco nodded solemnly and stepped through the door, determined to devise a way to communicate with Lucius without dragging school matters into the fray, especially not involving that half-giant. Harry turned to Ron. "You can take Neville with you to find Hagrid, and Hermione can join as well. You're observant enough to glean the important details from Hagrid's words. I won't go. He seems to be wary of me." At this point, Harry awkwardly rubbed his nose, recalling how, since he had confronted Hagrid about Dumbledore's arrangement to leak information, Hagrid had grown reticent, fearing Harry would inadvertently reveal something sensitive. Though Harry had not said anything further to Hagrid, the latter felt guilty towards Harry. He was always willing to help when needed, but when it came to discussions, Hagrid would cover his mouth, adamant about remaining tight-lipped. This left Harry with little choice but to reduce his visits to Hagrid. Nonetheless, their bond remained strong, as Hagrid would occasionally send treats, like homemade pies with Hedwig for Harry. Ron nodded solemnly, striding forth with an air of fervor, as if tasked with an extraordinary mission. Hermione and Neville hastily followed, incessantly discussing conversational techniques, which left Ron quite overwhelmed, prompting him to retort with light-hearted sarcasm. Thus, the trio continued their lively banter, while Neville quietly trailed behind, waiting for the opportune moment to interject once their tempers flared. Harry emerged from the room, amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed the trio's retreating figures. Such uproar could indeed be beneficial for, well, mental and emotional well-being. With a shrug, Harry ascended the staircase, aware that his notion required Dumbledore's approval. After all, he was responsible for the fourth-floor corridor. Any delay could risk its dismantlement. With Quirrell already at St. Mungo's, Harry had matured. The Savior's training regimen had served its purpose. After his candid conversation with Dumbledore, Harry grasped the nature of the fourth floor. He had even taken a brief tour, finding only Snape's logical challenges to be of any intrigue. Were it not for Dumbledore's candid assertion that the final step constituted the true test, Harry might have doubted whether Dumbledore intended to gift the Philosopher's Stone to Voldemort. Those trivial challenges could be effortlessly navigated by first-year students, yet they now served little utility. A thought struck Harry, since they were of no use. They would be perfect for evaluating their small organization. However, he could not partake in the assessment himself, for that would not be an evaluation but rather an act of cheating. Before long, Harry stood before the headmaster's office. Just as he was about to push the door open, he suddenly recalled something and quickly withdrew his hand, rapping on the door with seriousness. "Come in," came Dumbledore's voice. Harry then cautiously opened the door, peering inside to find no one else present, allowing him to exhale in relief as he pushed the door wider and stepped inside. "Harry, is there something you need?" Dumbledore inquired, pausing his work with a quill, a hint of surprise in his voice. Ordinarily, there were no pressing matters at the school. His most challenging task recently had been finding a suitable professor for the next term. There are indeed some matters I wish to discuss, Harry replied with a smile, unreservedly taking a seat opposite Dumbledore. It is as follows. After Harry elaborated, Dumbledore's interest was piqued. If what you say is true, then those in your little group are quite promising? Dumbledore inquired with keen curiosity. Harry nodded modestly. Indeed, they are quite competent, not much inferior to my own abilities. Dumbledore began to mention Mr. Malfoy, but upon noticing Harry's frown, paused. That is not my implication. I meant, does Mr. Malfoy's father harbor any objections? Lucius is not known for his affable demeanor. He would not permit his son to become subservient to others. Who said they were my subordinates? Harry retorted, somewhat displeased. We are friends. I merely possess a bit more knowledge than they do. Learning spells not covered in our textbooks does not equate to servitude. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, who claimed that merely studying together would render one a subordinate? If that were the case, then the most formidable wizarding organization in the magical realm would undoubtedly be Sprouts, as Hufflepuff students have always been the most numerous. Harry chuckled and remarked, besides, Draco is Draco, and his father is his father. I am befriending Draco, not Mr. Malfoy. He was well aware that they were part of the same family. Yet they were not the same individual. The Malfoy family has always had a penchant for betting. Thus it was entirely plausible that Draco might wager on him. Harry rationally analyzed the situation. He was the chosen one, and it was conceivable that Draco would place his chips on him. Chapter 44. The Defense Association. Do you mind? Dumbledore inquired. Harry scoffed. What is there to mind? Isn't this quite normal? To attain something, one must be willing to give something in return. After a brief pause, he continued, I wish to cultivate trustworthy companions, allies with whom I can stand shoulder to shoulder. Therefore, I have invested time and effort in teaching them, and have forged heartfelt connections. What I shall receive in return will undeniably be a group of exceptional friends who are sincere. Should any of them betray me, it would merely indicate that my judgment was lacking, failing to discern any discrepancies, for betrayal is not a decision made in an instant. The headmaster's office fell into a profound silence. After what seemed like an eternity, Dumbledore raised his hand and applauded Harry. Harry, I am truly delighted. You have indeed become a reliable companion. I apologize for some of my previous missteps. Instantly on guard, Harry responded, for what? The new year has yet to arrive, and I am still 11. Even after the new year, I will merely be 12. Dumbledore's hand froze mid-air, momentarily at a loss for words. I was merely offering you a compliment, Dumbledore said, somewhat aggrieved. Harry, now even more wary, could not help but rise and take 2 steps back, positioning himself behind the chair. Compliments from you never lead to good outcomes. Let me be clear, I am quite busy lately and cannot take on any commissions. I have enough funds for now. The 4th floor corridor is yours to manage. Dumbledore decisively shifted the topic, realizing that prolonging the discussion might lead him to owe Harry something. Thank you, Headmaster. Harry achieved his aim and immediately broke into a grin, exclaiming, How splendid! You didn't mention a fee. Wait, just as Harry was about to exit, he was called back and his heart dropped. Had his intentions of obtaining something for nothing been discovered? What is it? Harry grasped the doorknob, contemplating whether he could make a swift escape. Since I am responsible for the 4th floor corridor, I would like to add a few enhancements. Is that unreasonable? Dumbledore inquired. Harry paused. What do you intend to add? You must understand, my friends are all first years. Fear not. I am aware and will not exceed the curriculum's knowledge significantly. Moreover, I will provide this as a reward for their progress. Dumbledore placed the Philosopher's Stone upon the desk. Harry frowned. Is that truly necessary? Isn't it rather too precious? Take a closer look. Dumbledore laughed heartily for once. Harry stepped away from the door, approached, and scrutinized the Philosopher's Stone intently. Last time, I was so taken aback that I failed to thoroughly observe the renowned alchemical artifact throughout history. Upon closer inspection, Harry discerned something amiss. Is this stone a counterfeit? Harry inquired hesitantly. Although its appearance and aura exuded a sense of power and rarity, a meticulous examination revealed an insufficient reservoir of magic, contrary to the descriptions. Dumbledore chuckled slyly. Indeed, it is genuine, but merely what Nicholas left behind. You see, he lived over 600 years. In all that time, he managed to create only this single Philosopher's Stone, sufficient for concocting an elixir that sustained him for centuries. Suddenly enlightened, Harry recalled that the creation of the Philosopher's Stone purportedly required an immense quantity of souls. Nicholas, during the creation of the stone, fortuitously encountered the Muggle wars and plagues, thus stumbling upon the Philosopher's Stone. In this age, such opportunities no longer exist, affirming that this truly is the only Philosopher's Stone in existence. So, even if Voldemort passes your final test, he cannot create an elixir of life? Harry mused, idly toying with the Philosopher's Stone, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the fleeing Voldemort. How unfortunate he was, having hidden so well, only to come to Hogwarts in pursuit of the stone, going to great lengths to forge connections and seek leads, ultimately discovered by Dumbledore before he even glimpsed the stone. Hypothetically speaking, if he had stumbled upon the stone by sheer luck, he would then find the magic within nearly depleted, insufficient even for single use. Would that not infuriate him? Harry smacked his lips, sensing he had missed a simple opportunity to eliminate Voldemort. The residual magic within the stone could only transmute a modest amount of gold, roughly equivalent to 200 galleons, a commendable reward, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. Harry promptly pocketed the red gem, asking, "What do you wish for me to do?" "I hope you can teach more individuals, not just your small circle," Dumbledore replied. Harry felt overwhelmed. Even teaching 4 people seemed cumbersome, and judging by Dumbledore's demeanor, he suspected he was not merely suggesting the addition of a few more. Sensing Harry's reluctance, Dumbledore continued, "Alternatively, you could have your friends teach. You need not take on the task personally." Contemplating this, Harry considered the possibility. Having Ron and the others instruct their peers on the spells they had learned would satisfy Dumbledore's request while reinforcing Ron and the others' understanding of the spells. A win-win situation. However, he recalled that school clubs could only be established by third-year students, and it was impractical to include too many people. Furthermore, Ron and the others were merely first-year students and lacked authority. While Harry was intrigued, he also voiced his concerns. Dumbledore pondered for a moment. "I will arrange the location. The club can be an exception. After all, your exceptions are not unprecedented. As for authority, let your friends see how they fare. Isn't teaching magic to students the professor's responsibility?" Harry queried. Dumbledore cleared his throat awkwardly. The defense against the dark arts professor had always posed a challenge. "I had written to all my friends seeking assistance in finding a new professor, yet to this day, not a single reply had graced my mailbox. Was the curse truly that formidable? Could you not unravel it?" Harry inquired, his curiosity piqued. Dumbledore appeared increasingly uncomfortable. "I have meticulously examined the situation numerous times. I assure you, it is merely a coincidence. From the Hogwarts contract to the classroom, I have scrutinized every detail, and there is no curse to be found." "This course is quite peculiar," Harry remarked, unable to comprehend how mere coincidence could exhaust a professor year after year. With the limited number of individuals in the magical community, such a predicament was unsustainable. Realization dawned on Harry. "You intend for me to establish a club, wherein the magic of the defense against the dark arts will be studied, while the professor could merely serve as a placeholder, correct?" Dumbledore suddenly became engrossed in the ornament on the table, examining its intricate patterns with great intensity. With a scoff, Harry settled into his chair, observing Dumbledore's slightly trembling demeanor. "Since I have taken on the responsibility of finding a professor, I believe I am entitled to a portion of the salary, correct? Based on the club's weekly meetings, I would require at least half, if not more," Harry calculated deliberately. Dumbledore stiffened. Such assertions could not stand. "The professor must still conduct theoretical lessons, and your club cannot accommodate every student." Thus, a spirited negotiation ensued. Neither party was willing to relent, and their voices grew increasingly loud, prompting Fawkes to bury his head in his wings, clearly displeased with the commotion. The portraits on the walls ceased their feigned slumber, eagerly observing the spirited exchange between the elder and the youth. Phineas wore a sardonic smile. If Dumbledore were to gain any advantage from Harry, he would be willing to alter his surname. As curfew approached, the two reached an agreement. The final outcome stipulated that Harry would selectively accept students and endeavor to teach them, while Dumbledore would provide a suitable venue for their meetings and compensate Harry with 40 of a formal professor's salary, along with an assortment of alchemical tools for teaching magic. Ultimately, Harry would secure a steady income of 45 galleons each month, as professors enjoyed free room and board at the school, a privilege that Harry, as a student, inherently possessed. Given that he lacked the authority to dictate the curriculum, a compromise was reached, resulting in the current arrangement. As for the older students who might resist attending Harry's club, they were under no obligation, for Dumbledore could not make choices for everyone. Should he be compelled to mandate attendance, Harry would soon grow impatient. He was not one to engage in pleasant discourse, and any misstep could lead to a significant number of students seeking refuge in the hospital wing. Shortly thereafter, The two engaged in a discussion regarding their schedule. Harry established that he would be occupied every Friday afternoon at a fixed time, which was non-negotiable. Class hours were sacrosanct. Even if Harry had no classes, the students would still require instruction. Thus, they settled on Sunday afternoons for their sessions, with 2 hours deemed sufficient for a substantial lesson. Ultimately, it would be Hermione and her companions who would teach, while Harry merely needed to maintain order. As for the number of attendees, Harry expressed his lack of control over the situation. He would set a qualifying standard, permitting only those who met it to join his group. Those who did not would unfortunately be left out. If no one showed up, Harry would actually be quite pleased. Dumbledore gazed at him with a heavy heart, pondering the futility of his salary. In the end, Harry proposed that as long as students could correctly perform the levitation charm and the transfiguration charm, they would be considered qualified. These spells were taught in the first half of the first year. If anyone struggled with them, Dumbledore would have to reconsider the underlying issues. Dumbledore had no objections to Harry's criteria. They agreed to officially commence the following weekend after the Christmas holidays, with Dumbledore announcing this at the feast once term resumed, advising Harry to prepare accordingly. By the way, the club still required a name. Dumbledore called out to Harry, who was preparing to leave once more. Harry felt a wave of frustration. Naming things was an arduous task. After a moment's contemplation, a smile appeared on his face, and he declared it would be called the Defense Association, abbreviated as DA. Dumbledore paused. Dumbledore's Army? Then he chuckled, suggesting that perhaps such an abbreviation should not be casually uttered, lest Cornelius be unable to sleep. Harry rolled his eyes, thinking him rather self-absorbed. He had always aligned with Sebastian's belief that the best defense is a good offense. The magic he would teach them was not intended for mere retreat. With that, Harry did not linger to observe Dumbledore's reaction. He opened the door and exited. Dumbledore sat in his chair, anxiously stroking his beard, pondering whether Harry might inadvertently assemble a band of dark wizards. The image of a throng of students, shouting and casting wands that emitted a sickly green light towards indistinct hooded figures, prompted him to tug at a few strands of his beard in distress. Although he recognized that Harry was not so reckless, one could never be too sure. Dumbledore glanced at the parchment on his desk, where the name of the guiding professor was inscribed as Severus Snape. He decisively crossed out that name and penned his own. After all, even as headmaster, he was still a professor, and that was entirely reasonable. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Harry immediately regretted not asking Dumbledore for a ride home, as curfew had already fallen. Should he encounter any patrolling professors on his way back, he would have to explain his whereabouts, and the prospect of crossing paths with Snape was particularly daunting, as it would likely result in a deduction of points. With a sigh, Harry withdrew his invisibility cloak from his bag, cast a silencing charm on his shoes, and swiftly made his way towards Gryffindor Tower. In the familiar spot, in the final corridor, sat the well-known cat. Harry felt an additional pang of exasperation. He had intended to sneak past carefully, but the fat lady seemed to have caught wind of his presence, letting out a soft meow in his direction. Harry could only remove the invisibility cloak. "Good evening, Mrs. Norris. We meet again." He crouched down, deftly stroking the head of Mrs. Norris as she leaned in, scratching her chin until she became a contented ball of fur, emitting a soothing purr. Listening intently, he noted that Filch's distinctive footfalls were absent, indicating he was not in the vicinity. Harry retrieved a few fish treats, placing them on a clean cloth and setting them in the corner. "Here, this is your midnight snack. I merely returned late by accident. Please do not inform Mr. Filch," he whispered gently. Mrs. Norris let out a sweet, high-pitched meow, clearing the way in the corridor for Harry to pass. He donned the invisibility cloak once more and made his way toward the portrait of the fat lady. Just a few steps in, he heard heavy footsteps behind him. Turning, he saw 2 fourth-year Gryffindor students. Before Harry could speak, Mrs. Norris emitted a sharp cry, and Filch suddenly appeared from behind the armor, gleefully eyeing the 2 students. "Caught you. Out after hours. Come with me to meet the professor of Night Watch." Harry promptly fell silent, realizing that he had not heard Filch earlier because he had been lurking in the shadows behind the armor. With a sympathetic glance at the 2 being dragged away, he silently prayed for them, hoping that tonight was not Professor Snape's watch. Passing through the fat lady's portrait, Harry entered the Gryffindor common room, where Ron, Neville, and Hermione were indeed still awake, huddled together at the round table by the fireplace, whispering among themselves. Harry removed the invisibility cloak and inquired, "What have you found out?" Chapter 45. Boys. "Oh dear, Merlin." Harry looked innocently at the trio before him, while Hermione gasped and Ron glared at him, and Neville quickly drew his wand. Pleased with Neville's vigilance, Harry tucked away the cloak and sat down. Have you discovered anything? You nearly scared us to death. Harry, Ron lamented, regarding Harry as if nothing had happened. Can't you learn from Neville? Look how alert he is. If I were a villain, you would have met your doom countless times already. Harry seized the opportunity to impart wisdom, sharing his hard-earned experiences. All right, enough teasing. Let us discuss where Hagrid got that dragon egg. Harry redirected the conversation. Ron and Neville exchanged glances before turning to Hermione. With a sigh, Hermione produced a small notebook from her pocket. Through our discussions, we've only ascertained that it is a Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg, with quite some time until hatches. Approximately a month. Hagrid mentioned he found it in the backyard while drinking at the Hogshead Inn. As for its owner, he has no idea. Recognizing it as a dragon egg, he returned directly to school without attempting to locate the rightful owner. He also speculated that it must have been smuggled. Even if it were lost, no one would report it, leaving the unfortunate owner to either accept their misfortune or search privately. As long as he keeps the secret, no one will ever know it was in his possession. As Hermione and her companions exchanged glances filled with unspoken concerns, it became evident that entrusting Hagrid with a secret was an arduous task. Given this predicament, they could not expect any useful information from him. They would have to await news from Draco. Harry stroked his chin, acknowledging their inability to leave the school and inquire in Hogsmeade. Moreover, those engaged in smuggling were invariably dark wizards. They were merely first-year students and would likely glean no information. Ron interjected, expressing his reservations. Harry promptly made a decision. They would await Draco's news the following day, and it was time to retire for the night. You wouldn't want to sleep in tomorrow, would you? He added. And Ron, was the cockroach cluster from last time to your liking? Ron's face turned a shade of green. Although the candy's taste was delightful, he had no desire to experience the sensation of creatures crawling in his mouth again. Good night, Ron exclaimed, leaping from his chair and dashing towards the staircase. Neville followed closely behind. Although he had not lost last time, he was equally disinclined to sample the cockroach clusters, regardless of Ron's claims about their flavor. Humph, boys. Hermione scoffed, slamming her book shut. I'm heading back to the dormitory as well. Harry, do you need assistance with your plans for the Christmas holiday? No, Hermione. It's better for you to spend time with your family. I only need to procure a few items. It's not a challenging task, Harry responded with a smile. Hermione pouted slightly, adjusting her bag strap. Very well, good night, Harry. Good night, Hermione. With the final click of the lock, the common room was left in solitude, with only Harry remaining. He gazed at the flickering embers of the fireplace, narrowing his eyes slightly. In his hand lay a note bearing familiar handwriting, indicating merely a time. He had no recollection of when this note had come into his possession. Perhaps it was when he casually flipped through his notebook while conversing with the trio. What could this mean? What did Snape intend? Harry unfolded the note once more, scrutinizing the words Friday night at 2200. Should he attend? He furrowed his brow. This time was well past curfew. Ever since he had successfully completed that unbreakable charm, Snape's disregard for him had escalated. During roll call, neither he nor Neville's names were mentioned, as if they did not exist. The sudden arrival of a note requesting a meeting raised suspicions. It seemed too ambiguous. Potentially a trap. What did Snape possibly want? Was it merely to catch him out after curfew and deduct points? Surely, Snape could not be that petty. After a moment of contemplation, Harry employed his known magical spells to scrutinize the note repeatedly, confirming it was merely an ordinary piece of parchment, devoid of any self-immolating enchantments. Cautiously, he tucked the note into his satchel. If a meeting was to take place, he would attend, but he would ensure to retain evidence to prevent any sudden point deductions. With this resolution, Harry yawned and decisively retreated to his dormitory, aware that Quidditch practice awaited him in the morning. Though he was sidelined from the seeker position, he could not afford to detach himself from the team. Early the next morning, braving the biting cold that made Harry feel like a fool at the Quidditch pitch, he staggered back to the castle, vowing never to attend training again. The students of Gryffindor watched their team members with sympathetic gazes, each one frozen to the core, with Fred even spilling water from the corners of his mouth. It was only after Harry regained his composure and cast a warming charm over everyone that they could finally enjoy breakfast. He secretly resolved that this charm would be incorporated into the next lesson. As Friday arrived without much fanfare, Harry completed his potions class, only to be intercepted by Draco outside the classroom. What's the matter? Harry inquired, puzzled. Is there something that cannot wait? I happen to have some announcements to make. I know that writing letters to inquire about news takes time, so there's no need to rush, Draco replied, shaking his head. That's not it. I wanted to ask if our group could admit new members. I assure you, they're discreet and talented. Oh, who are they? Do I know them? Harry's interest was piqued, as he thought that with Draco being the sole Slytherin, it would be advantageous to have someone else to assist him in teaching. Blaise Zabini, my roommate. He is quite formidable, and his mother is impressive as well. I initially intended to ask my father about smuggling matters, but Blaze is more suitable. His family has connections in the smuggling trade across Europe, and he is a decent person, unlike Millicent, who has been brainwashed by the upperclassmen and lacks independent thought. Draco said quickly, "Is there anyone else?" Harry asked. Draco hesitated. "Well, there is also Pansy Parkinson. We've known each other since childhood, and her grades are decent. I believe she would be a good addition." "Oh." Harry elongated his response in a peculiar manner, winking at Draco. "Childhood friends, are we?" "Not in the way you think," Draco exclaimed, flustered, his ears turning crimson. "What way do you mean?" "I didn't say anything," Harry replied innocently, spreading his hands. "Do you agree or not?" Draco insisted, firmly diverting the topic. Harry crossed his arms and thoughtfully stroked his chin. "I still trust your judgment, but I need to meet them first. There will be a small test. If they pass, they may join us on the 8th floor. But initially," Draco began, somewhat unwilling to concede. Harry shrugged. "As a Gryffindor, while Ron and Neville may not always shine, I've spent enough time with them to know they possess great potential. And Hermione, well, you know her brilliance is among the best in our year, if not the entire school." Despite his reluctance, Draco nodded in agreement. Harry continued, "Although you believe your friends to be excellent, I still need to meet them. After all, what I teach is nearly battle-ready, and I cannot impart knowledge to those I do not trust. Do you understand?" Draco paused for a moment, contemplating before responding earnestly. "Rest assured, the Zabini family has always maintained neutrality. Even over a decade ago, they were untouched by the turmoil. The Parkinson family, like ours, is similar. However, Pansy and I diverge from our families. I comprehend your concerns, and I can assure you on behalf of my friends." "Excellent, they must be nearby. Let us meet before lunch. If I find them agreeable, we shall proceed to the 8th floor together." Harry nodded decisively. Draco glanced around. "Here? In the courtyard, as the corridors do not permit the use of magic." Harry chuckled lightly and turned to walk away. Ascending the staircase, he pushed open a wooden door, revealing a quaint courtyard dominated by a large tree, its branches bare, allowing sunlight to filter through, casting a mosaic of shadows that danced upon the ground as the wind stirred the branches. Harry seated himself on a stone bench beneath the tree, casting a warmth charm over himself, suddenly regretting his choice to be outdoors. Fortunately, he did not wait long. Soon, Draco hurriedly entered with 2 companions. Harry scrutinized the newcomers. Blaze Zabini was a tall, slender boy with dark skin and elongated eyes that crinkled with mirth. His deep complexion only enhanced his striking handsomeness, imbuing him with an intriguing charm. Pansy Parkinson, a girl with sleek black hair cut to her chin, possessed a refined beauty, her expression bearing the same haughtiness Draco once exhibited. "Harry, these are them," Draco announced as he approached, introducing the pair. Harry rose, nodding in acknowledgement to both. "Shall we begin?" Harry inquired. Blaze smiled. "I have no objections." "Neither do I," Pansy added, lifting her chin slightly. "First, the levitation charm and the transfiguration spell. These should pose no challenge for you, correct?" As he spoke, Harry drew his wand and pointed it at a fallen branch on the ground. The branch transformed into a long table. He rummaged through his bag and produced 2 clusters of golden hair. "This is shed from a unicorn, possessing certain advantageous properties. Now, levitate them." He gestured to the pair. Blaze stepped forward first. "Ladies first is not necessary at this moment. I shall go first." He extracted his wand, scrutinizing the seemingly weightless hair on the table before clearly enunciating the incantation. The golden strands quivered slightly, emitting a faint glow without rising. Blaze furrowed his brow, perplexed, glancing at his wand before attempting again. This time, he successfully levitated the hair. Harry reached out to catch the floating golden strands, grasping them in his hand before turning to Pansy. "It is your turn, Miss Parkinson." Pansy cast a dubious glance at Blaze, receiving a subtle nod in encouragement. She acknowledged it with a slight nod of her own, amplifying her magical output, causing the hair to rise effortlessly and emit a gentle glow. Harry accepted the hair with satisfaction. "Excellent. Now return this long table to its original form." This task presents a heightened challenge for the 2 individuals involved. While transformation is a relatively straightforward process, reverting the already transformed objects back to their original state proves to be quite complex. One must either possess greater magical prowess than the caster to forcibly lift the spell, or possess a certain understanding of the transformation incantation. Blaze and Pansy circled the long table several times, exchanging glances before simultaneously reciting the counterspell. The table contorted and reverted to its original form of branches, only to explode into a cloud of ashes the very next moment. Their faces paled. Had they failed? Harry clapped his hands, acknowledging their efforts as commendable. Although they had not controlled their magic effectively, the mere act of inducing any change in the table sufficed as a pass. Moreover, they had managed to revert it back to branches, albeit fragile ones. Welcome aboard. If it pleases you, allow Draco to introduce you to the rest. What do you think? Harry suggested. Draco, visibly pleased, readily agreed, of course. I'll explain everything to them. You go ahead and enjoy your lunch. We'll meet shortly. With a smile, Harry handed them a golden tuft of hair. Here, this is a gift from you. It's shed from a unicorn foal, and only those with a pure heart can enchant it to respond. You can weave it into a fine cord to wear on your wrist. It will serve as a warning should anyone harbor malevolent intentions toward you. Having said this, Harry departed, leaving behind only the image of his waving hand. Is it truly acceptable for us to keep this? Blaise hesitated, gazing at the golden tuft in his hands. While the Zabini family was affluent, such items were exceedingly rare. Not everyone encountered a shedding unicorn foal, nor could just anyone easily acquire such hair. Each unicorn foal was meticulously protected, especially during shedding, for it was their most vulnerable period, as both their hair and horn underwent transformation. Draco waved his hand dismissively. Take it, we all have one. A slender golden coil adorned his wrist, so subtle that it was nearly unnoticeable. It's best if you weave it into a cord yourselves, Harry advised. This way, it will blend with your own magic, becoming uniquely yours. Draco continued, come, let's have lunch. I will brief you on the particulars. As they walked, he quietly divulged the mystery surrounding his weekly disappearances every Friday afternoon. Blaise listened intently, intrigued, while Pansy maintained her seriousness. However, upon hearing Draco mention Hermione, she couldn't help but frown. Yet, being astute, she refrained from further comment, resolving within herself to discover what it was about this muggle-born Gryffindor girl that captivated Draco's attention. By the time they reached the Great Hall, Harry had already left with the 3 Gryffindors. Draco paid it no mind and urged Blaise and Pansy to finish their lunch swiftly, for the afternoon promised to be filled with numerous activities, and it was prudent to nourish themselves well. Though Blaise and Pansy were puzzled, they complied, ensuring they filled their stomachs rather than simply grazing as they usually did, knowing that snacks would await them later. Chapter 46. Release of the Unicorn. After their meal, Draco led the pair directly to the 8th floor. Upon reaching the entrance of the room of requirement, Draco instructed his companions not to move, while he circled the corridor thrice. A grand door materialized upon the once blank wall. Blaise and Pansy exchanged glances, their lips pursed in astonishment at discovering a facet of Hogwarts not chronicled in their family's lore. Yet, they managed to maintain their composure. After all, Hogwarts had existed for over a millennium, enriched by generations of headmasters, and it was widely acknowledged that no one could claim to know all its secrets. Not even the headmaster himself. Draco pushed open the door, beckoning them inside. Pansy and Blaise fell silent, promptly trailing in behind him as the door closed, leaving the wall once again unmarked. Upon entering the vaulted chamber, their facade of calm crumbled, mouths agape at the wonders within. Pansy, possessing a keen eye for decor, immediately recognized that the furnishings were authentic antiques from a century past. Any ordinary household would consider possessing even a single piece a testament to their ancient lineage. Yet here, even the carpet beneath their feet bore the craftsmanship of a bygone era. What sort of opulent individual would dare tread upon such a luxurious floor covering? Blaise's gaze was drawn to a planting table nestled in the corner, adorned with alchemical artifacts long thought lost. Nowadays, magical plants could only thrive within specially constructed greenhouses, and once a location was chosen, it was not easily altered lest the precious flora perish. Even his mother, who had inherited the legacies of 7 families, had never possessed such a versatile planting table, one that could cultivate magical plants with ease and portability without compromising their well-being. Ah, you've arrived. Come, take a seat. We are just in time, Harry called from the head of the long table, gesturing for them to join. Draco, flanked by Pansy and Blaise, hastily occupied the vacant side, their attention fixed on Harry, who occupied the seat of honor. Ahem. Well then, Harry cleared his throat. First, let us introduce our new friends, Mr. Blaise Zabini and Miss Pansy Parkinson. These 2 are Draco's friends and fellow Slytherins, having successfully passed my trial to officially join our group. Ron opened his mouth to interject, but was swiftly silenced by a jab from Hermione, who shot him a look that communicated both pain and admonition. Hermione smiled and nodded toward the newcomers. Hello, I am Hermione Granger. Pansy discreetly assessed Hermione, feeling a sense of relief. Evidently, this was not the type Draco would favor. She had noticed that sharp elbow strike, which certainly did not align with the Malfoy family's aesthetic, and that was sufficient for her. Neville Longbottom. And this is Ron. Ronald Weasley. Just call me Ron. Excellent. Now that we're acquainted, let us proceed to the important matters at hand, Harry remarked, satisfied with the Gryffindor trio's response, and moving on to discuss the classes he would commence teaching after the Christmas break for various year groups. After witnessing the astonished expressions of everyone around him, Harry clapped his hands, regaining his focus. Today, you all have the opportunity to practice. Hermione, you will be responsible for teaching Miss Parkinson the previous lessons, while Draco will instruct Mr. Zabini, Harry declared. Just call me Blaise, came the reply. And me as well. Just call me Pansy, she added. Very well, Pansy and Blaise, your task today is quite substantial. You must master the material previously covered. Before Christmas, I will not introduce any new concepts. Mastering those 3 spells will be sufficient for the upcoming lessons. As for future topics, we shall see how the schedule unfolds. Harry explained. What about us? Ron inquired, tugging at Neville, his expression one of confusion. Harry hesitated for a moment, scrutinizing the 2 boys. You 2 will serve as practice partners. The alchemical dummies have been borrowed by Dumbledore for duplication and repair, so this works out perfectly. Ron's face fell. He was not particularly keen on this assignment. All right, time is of the essence. Let us get started. However, Hermione and Pansy, please come with me for a moment. Harry beckoned the 2 girls, leaving the 4 boys behind. As they entered the training area, Harry navigated confidently towards the far side of the field. Hermione, her eyes sparkling with excitement, pulled Pansy along, unable to contain her enthusiasm. Where are we going? Pansy asked, momentarily surprised by the open space, only to be yanked forward by Hermione, feeling slightly annoyed. A unicorn, Hermione responded succinctly. What? Pansy's astonishment was soon eclipsed by the enchanting creature before her, a smile breaking across her face. With agility and quick reflexes, Harry stepped back, allowing the girls to see the 2 unicorns that approached, one large and one small. Greeting Hermione gently, the smaller one curiously sniffed at Pansy, nuzzling its head into her embrace. Pansy was taken aback, both thrilled and astonished, as she cautiously stroked the little unicorn's mane. The young unicorn was nearly devoid of its golden coat, with only a few golden strands remaining on its tail, the rest replaced by silvery white fur. Spend some time with them and bid farewell, Harry instructed from a distance. I will need to return them shortly. What? Hermione gasped suddenly. Their injuries have healed. Dumbledore informed me that the poaching dark wizard has been driven away. It is time for them to return to the wild, Harry explained. Though Hermione felt a pang of reluctance, she did not protest, gently caressing the unicorn's neck in farewell. After 10 minutes, Harry signaled for Hermione to step back. The unicorn seemed to sense its departure, flicking its tail and leaving a strand of hair on Hermione as a parting gift before docilely being placed in Harry's bag. The little unicorn was startled, retreating behind Pansy in a flurry, but upon seeing Harry's determined expression, it reluctantly nuzzled Pansy's head, vigorously shaking its tail, shedding a tuft of golden fur before finally being tucked away into the bag by Harry. Pansy hesitated as she gazed at the tuft of fluff in her hand, which was significantly more than what Harry had previously given her, ample enough to craft a distinctly visible bracelet. That was given to you by a unicorn. You should keep it, Harry remarked, perceiving Pansy's uncertainty and offering a gentle nudge of encouragement. Hermione, you may take Pansy over there to study. Those 2 targets, are Ron and Neville. Don't let them engage just yet. We'll assess their progress upon my return. Hermione nodded and led Pansy away, while Harry made his way toward the door. After running a couple of steps down the corridor, Harry glanced out the window, seized his broomstick, and leaped out. After all, no one was around, and he was closer to the Forbidden Forest. Fortunately, Harry had cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, ensuring that he went unnoticed by students on other floors. After flying for a while, he discovered a suitable spot in midair, a lake nestled deep within the Forbidden Forest, adorned with an abundance of moonlight grass that blossomed with the unicorn's favorite moonlight flowers on nights of the full moon. He circled the lake a few times to confirm the area was devoid of danger before landing and releasing the 2 unicorns. Upon touching down, the unicorn surveyed their surroundings with satisfaction, nodding appreciatively at Harry. As the young unicorn emerged, it prepared to depart. Harry waved cheerily at the unicorns, pondering whether they would meet again. Just before leaving, the young unicorn hesitated, glancing back at Harry. After a moment, it stepped away from its father, trotting over to Harry and whinnied softly. Its tender horn fell away, replaced by a sharp, shimmering horn. You've grown? Harry marveled, picking up the fallen horn. Is this a gift for me? Thank you. The young unicorn snorted in mild disdain, casting a fleeting glance at Harry before trailing after its father, vanishing into the woods. With a bittersweet feeling, Harry stowed the horn in his satchel. How curious that it shed its horn upon growing, and now displayed such disdain for boys, despite him being its savior. Without lingering further, Harry mounted his broom and swiftly returned to the castle. Upon entering the courtyard, he observed Hermione and Pansy, one instructing and the other learning, both deeply engrossed in their tasks, while Draco had already commenced his spell practice. Harry refrained from interrupting their studies and called over Ron and Neville to engage in dueling practice with him. Naturally, Harry assured them he would not employ any spells he had not taught them, which eased Ron's apprehensions. The two boys launched their attacks against Harry, spells soaring through the air, shields materializing. Harry effortlessly defended against their onslaught, countering with disarming and summoning charms. Despite their efforts throughout the day, Ron and Neville had yet to touch Harry's robes. However, the more they practiced, the deeper their synergy grew, allowing them to coordinate their movements to the extent that Harry's shield revealed a slight crack, nearly resulting in a successful disarming. Harry was quite pleased with this development and suggested they take a break, preparing to become a worthy target. With a grimace, Ron plopped down onto the ground, suspecting that Harry had deliberately exhausted their energy, rendering them less capable of evading spells from novices when they became targets. Harry ignored him, instead assessing the progress of the two newcomers. True to Draco's assurances, their innate talent was evident. They had successfully mastered the shield charm, with only practice and proficiency remaining. Blaise had even begun to employ the disarming charm, albeit with a low success rate. However, it was not yet sufficient for him to teach others. After inquiring about Hermione's and Draco's teaching methods, Harry provided clarification on certain details they had overlooked, which improved Blaise's success rate somewhat. Hermione suddenly realized that instructing others required attention to these nuances. Having learned the charm herself and used it frequently, she had gradually transformed these small techniques into habits, mistakenly believing that everyone was aware of them, thus neglecting to mention them. Thanks to Harry's reminders, she understood that teaching someone else was distinctly different from casting a charm on one's own. Draco nodded thoughtfully, finally grasping why Harry had urged them to teach others, to identify and rectify gaps in understanding. After Harry's renewed guidance, Pansy and Blaise demonstrated a commendable proficiency in the shield charm. Harry called over Ron and Neville, reminding them that they could only use sparks. Ron's face lit up with joy, initially thinking he would merely be a target without the ability to retaliate, but now he discovered this unexpected opportunity. Though limited to sparks, it still served as a blow to Slytherin. Observing Ron's excitement, Harry grew suspicious. Was he concocting some mischief? Scanning the group, he fixed his gaze on Hermione and decisively assigned Ron to the girls' team. After all, Hermione could always temper Ron's bravado, whereas with Draco, a confrontation might ensue. Indeed, upon being assigned to the girls' group, Ron had initially contemplated increasing the challenge, but the fierce gaze of Hermione made him retract his neck, obediently launching an array of colorful sparks at a steady rhythm. These sparks, in shades of red and gold, left vivid marks upon impact, which were difficult to erase. Ron's remaining desire for revenge against Slytherin. On Neville's side, there were no disturbances. He dutifully fulfilled the role of a target, albeit initially hesitating to aim sparks at Blaise. After receiving a reprimand from Harry, he finally overcame his mental barrier. That evening, the group decided against dining out, as Harry had Dee Dee prepare some food, which they casually consumed in the training area. It wasn't until nearly 9 o'clock that Harry called a halt to all activities. Outside, the sky was still in twilight. Aside from their fatigue, they had not perceived the passage of time. Only when they exited the room of requirement and beheld the pitch-black sky did they realize they had engaged in intense physical activity throughout the entire afternoon and evening. A wave of delayed exhaustion washed over them, and even the most resilient, Ron and Neville, found their eyelids growing heavy. On the 8th floor, Harry observed the beleaguered Slytherin trio and decisively instructed Ron and the others to return on their own. He opted to escort the three of them on a shortcut back to Slytherin, fearing they might collapse along the way. After ensuring they reached the entrance of their common room, Harry turned to leave. Draco, though curious about how Harry knew the location of the Slytherin common room, was too fatigued to inquire, yawning as he bid Harry farewell, carelessly uttering the password before retreating to his dormitory. Glancing at the time, Harry realized he had little left before his meeting with Snape and made his way directly to the professor's office. In due course, he stood before Snape's door, where the portrait of Medusa, upon seeing him, excitedly hissed a greeting. Unfortunately, Harry lacked the inclination to engage in conversation, standing silently as he awaited the clock to strike 10 p.m. Chapter 47. You will help me, won't you? When the hour arrived, Harry knocked on the heavy door. It swung open in response, and Harry disregarded Medusa's mournful gaze as he stepped into the room, closing the door behind him. Right on time, Snape's voice echoed from the depths of the office. Harry followed the sound, observing the dim light illuminating the desk, which was piled high with thick sheaves of parchment, homework from various years. "Is there something you need?" Harry inquired nonchalantly. Snape, with a quill in hand, was diligently annotating the assignments, his remarks sharp enough to elicit a wave of sympathy from Harry for the poor souls who had submitted them. "Look at this," Snape said, tossing a piece of parchment towards Harry. The lightweight parchment soared through the air as if possessed, landing effortlessly in Harry's hands. Upon inspection, he recognized the handwriting as belonging to Dumbledore. A letter from Dumbledore? Harry pondered, baffled as to why these two, who saw each other daily, could not communicate face to face. What necessitated a written correspondence? As he unrolled the parchment, understanding dawned upon him. Dumbledore was indeed formidable. The letter requested that Snape conduct a dueling practice with Harry during the first banquet after Christmas, allowing Snape to employ all his spells to draw out Harry's hidden talents, ideally creating a spectacle before the entire student body. Harry grimaced at the implications of Dumbledore's request. Was this truly an endeavor fit for a human? Look at the audacity of his words. Not to boast, but even without using the killing curse or similar dark magic, should Snape provoke Harry to unleash his ancient magic, he might survive, but his dignity would surely be in tatters. After all, Harry was currently limited to just that one throwing spell. "What have you done to provoke him?" "Dumbledore seems rather relentless," Harry remarked, rolling the parchment back up and casting it aside. Snape lifted his gaze to Harry, arching an eyebrow. Does the illustrious Mr. Potter believe that his unfortunate professor would succumb to him in front of the entire school? Or does the savior of the wizarding world intend to unleash the killing curse upon his pitiful old professor in front of the whole student body? Harry frowned at the sarcastic tone, wishing for a more straightforward exchange. With a hand plunged into his satchel, Harry fumbled for a moment before producing a piece of parchment he believed he would never unveil again, placing it before Snape. "Look here, you may selectively trust Dumbledore's words, but you can place your complete faith in mine. You are well aware of my intentions, and I trust you will assist me." Harry spoke with conviction. During the past 6 months, he had been burdened with little homework, granting him ample time to peruse numerous student notes in the library. He even stumbled upon some amusing remarks in an old Gryffindor girl's notebook regarding the relationship between Lily Evans and Severus Snape. By estimating the timeline of the notes, Harry deduced that he had even written to Aunt Petunia, enclosing a vial of beauty potion. Although it took a while to receive a reply, it did not diminish Aunt Petunia's disdain for Snape. Nonetheless, this information sufficed to inform Harry that Snape had known his mother before she enrolled, even having introduced her to the magical world initially. Thus, reflecting on his obsession with Hagrid, it was clear their initial feelings must have been quite positive. Yet, what transpired thereafter was a matter of speculation. Harry surmised that differing circumstances and beliefs had led to the rift in their relationship. As for his father, whether he took advantage of a situation or not was of little concern to Harry. From all accounts, Lily Evans was not someone easily swayed. She chose James, which undoubtedly meant she was moved by certain aspects of him. Ultimately, his mother perished at Voldemort's hands, and based on the memories he had glimpsed with Dumbledore, it was evident that Snape's feelings for Lily were far more complex than mere love. They encompassed a multitude of emotions. However, one thing was clear to Harry. If his goal was to vanquish Voldemort, then Snape would undoubtedly be his most formidable ally. Snape's hand trembled slightly, leaving a scratch across the surface of the parchment. Irritated, he glanced at the assignment's title before discarding it into the wastebasket and marking a large P in the corresponding spot on a list. Once the desktop was revealed, Snape reached for the parchment that had floated before him. Though well preserved, the passage of time rendered the report somewhat worn. Ordinary wizarding level examination results. Pass, outstanding, O. Fail, poor P, acceptable E, very poor D, pass A, terrible T. Slytherin House Harry James Potter results are as follows. Snape glared at the report, which predominantly bore the mark of O, as if he intended to burn a hole through it with his gaze. Swiftly grasping his wand, Snape incanted a spell designed to verify the legitimacy of the report. All professors at the school were familiar with it. As each year, there were always one or two fools who believed they could fool the faculty by altering their grades. The magical feedback quickly confirmed the report's authenticity. But how could this be possible? Snape abruptly rose to his feet, causing the chair behind him to topple over with a resounding crash. He paid no heed to the fallen chair, clutching the wrinkled parchment of the report card tightly in his hand, his gaze finally locking onto the boy before him. He scrutinized Harry intently, noting the identical black hair and physique, yet there was something distinctly different about the expression, the aura, and the eyes. Snape found himself momentarily lost in those emerald orbs, reminiscent of Lily. Harry lowered his eyelids, breaking Snape's gaze, glancing with some concern at the crumpled report card in the professor's grip. "May I have it back, Professor Snape?" Silently, Snape relinquished the report card, opening his mouth as if to inquire. Yet no sound emerged. He closed his mouth, pressing his lips tightly together. Harry carefully tucked away his report card, yearning to comprehend the unfolding situation. Snape remained silent, yet his grip on his wand tightened. "You will assist me, won't you, Professor Snape?" Harry pressed once more. He was determined to obtain a resolution today, his patience waning. The constant preoccupation with gains and losses was not suited to him, which perhaps justified Gareth's assertion that he had chosen the wrong house. "If that is your sole aim, then I shall assist you." After a pause, Snape's voice emerged, dry and restrained. Harry felt satisfied with this outcome. He retrieved a crystal vial from his pocket, touching his wand to his temple and gently drawing forth a silvery memory, which he deftly guided into the vial. Placing the vial containing the memory upon the table, he stated, "This encapsulates some of my memories. You may peruse it first. This is the assurance I possess in achieving my objective. In return, I seek to understand your assurance, Professor." Harry's gaze shifted towards Snape, while within the vial, the silvery memory swirled, resembling mist or flowing water. Snape stared intently for a considerable time before averting his gaze. "Mr. Potter, is this your attitude toward collaboration? Not even allowing time for consideration. How presumptuous." Harry shrugged and turned to leave. The memory would dissipate by the following morning. Whether Snape consented mattered little to him. Should he agree, it would merely mean an additional ally. If he declined, Harry would not suffer any loss. As for the dueling practice, once Professor Snape had viewed the memory, he would know precisely how to proceed. By the way, Dumbledore is aware of this, though not entirely. So please, do not let anything slip, Professor. Before exiting, Harry uttered this final remark, removing his non-prescription glasses and glancing back at Snape. Without a backward glance, he stepped out of the potion's master's office, skillfully donning his invisibility cloak, disappearing down the corridor. In the dimly lit office, only Snape remained, standing as if petrified, gazing at the memory on the table. The last gesture from Potter made Snape press his lips together. They had come to the same conclusion. He had not divulged the potion matter to Dumbledore, which could be seen as keeping a trump card hidden. Snape scoffed, suddenly filled with ire. Who asked him to be so benevolent? He seized a crystal vial from the table, gripping it tightly. With narrowed eyes, he contemplated whether he should take a look. Time slipped away unnoticed until an abrupt howl from outside jolted the still figure of Snape. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already 2 a.m. He gazed into his palm, cursing Potter under his breath. Did he think the pensive was something everyone could possess? Striding toward the cabinet, he pulled out a shallow dish from the bottom. Silently, Snape uncorked the crystal vial and poured the memory into the dish. Unlike a pensive, this dish prompted the memory to dissipate almost immediately. Emotionless, Snape flicked his wand, confining the silvery mist of the memory within the dish. As a master of occlumency, he was also highly skilled in legilimency. Examining a memory required no pensive. Moreover, this memory was merely a one-time copy, needing no special storage. His obsidian eyes fixated on the swirling mist of the memory, and images began to emerge in his mind. A frail boy boarded a train, made friends, entered Hogwarts, was sorted into Slytherin, and inquired about Hagrid. He studied diligently, faced various trials, embarked on adventures, explored ruins with friends, learned dark magic, quarreled with them, and ultimately reconciled. The final image revealed the boy awakening in his room, once again a slight figure. As dawn broke, the memory in the dish completely faded, leaving Snape sitting in a daze. So it was, he murmured, unable to suppress a slight upward curl of his lips, though it seemed he had forgotten how to smile, resulting in a twisted expression that bore semblance to both laughter and tears. He recalled the scenes he had just witnessed. Potter's child ruthlessly vanquishing hordes of dark wizards, negotiating rewards with various adventurers, and displaying calmness and cruelty in the face of trolls, wights, and fairies. Indeed, no, he was the very embodiment of a Slytherin. The corners of Snape's mouth lifted further, and he could no longer resist raising a hand to cover his eyes, obscuring half his face, leaving only his gaping mouth exposed, from which a choked laugh escaped. Lily, he will succeed. He will undoubtedly succeed. In the blink of an eye, Christmas approached, ushering in the Hogwarts holiday. Harry decisively signed his name on the list of students remaining at school and turned to Dumbledore to obtain approval, allowing him to spend 3 days off campus, albeit limited to Diagon Alley. He could even use Professor McGonagall's fireplace to travel there. Following their earlier conversation, Snape had remained non-committal, but Harry was not anxious. He would learn Snape's answer at the duel exhibition after the break. Regarding the agreement with Dumbledore, Harry expressed that he was the headmaster of Hogwarts, not the mayor of Diagon Alley. As long as he did not exit through the leaky cauldron, he could venture in a nocturne alley without anyone being the wiser. The meeting was scheduled for after Christmas, as Harry was quite looking forward to the grand feast. Hermione, Neville, and the trio from Slytherin were all returning home. When Draco learned that Harry could leave school, he even invited him over, but Harry declined. Draco was still young, merely a first-year student, and his influence paled in comparison to that of Mr. Lucius Malfoy. It was too soon to discern Mr. Malfoy's sentiments. A premature visit would yield no benefits, so he decided to wait. In the blink of an eye, Hogwarts seemed deserted, the once bustling corridors now void of students. Harry lounged comfortably in an armchair by the fireplace, idly flipping through a newspaper. Ron, beside him, was scratching his head as he flipped through his textbooks. He was certain the professor had covered this topic, yet he couldn't recall the details. After consulting his notes, a look of realization washed over Ron's face, and he excitedly began to complete his assignments. He was beginning to feel that the tasks were no longer daunting, gradually discovering joy in them. After all, solving what once seemed difficult with the aid of his notes and textbooks gave him a profound sense of accomplishment. Satisfactorily closing his book, Ron curiously glanced out the window. What time was it? Why was it still bright outside? It's 3 in the afternoon, 2 hours until the feast begins, Harry casually replied. Ron was astonished. I actually finished all my assignments. I wrote them myself. By Merlin's beard. Harry chuckled. Congratulations, you've earned yourself some extra free time. Still in a daze, Ron meticulously checked his work, confirming that he had indeed completed all his holiday assignments. Now true freedom awaited. Chapter 48, Christmas. As Ron wandered about in a daze, eager to boast about finishing his assignments, time flowed steadily onward. Ron, don't you want to attend the Christmas feast? Harry called out. Ron jolted awake, glancing outside in alarm. Why is it getting dark so quickly? We must hurry. We can't be late. Didn't you mention the house elves helping prepare Eastern dishes a few days ago? Indeed, Harry replied, checking his attire to ensure it was suitable. He ran a hand through his hair, striving for some semblance of order, but ultimately gave up and strode purposefully toward the exit. Ron followed closely behind. Will there be that rib dish? I love that. And what about the spicy fish? Will there be any? Harry suddenly missed Hermione. Only she could silence Ron in moments like this. All Harry could do now was quicken his pace, hoping to minimize the time spent on their journey. For once they arrived in the Great Hall, Ron would have no time to talk. Regrettably, after 6 months of rigorous training, Ron's physical stamina appeared remarkably superior to what one would expect at his age. Harry, slightly out of breath, noticed that Ron seemed entirely oblivious to his own condition. It occurred to Harry that he too ought to engage in some physical exercise. Indeed, upon spotting the array of delectable dishes on the long table, Ron abandoned Harry and swiftly claimed an empty seat, eagerly gesturing for Harry to join him, as there was still space beside him. Today, the hall was arranged differently. Instead of the usual 4 long tables, there was a single elongated table forming a semicircle. Even the professors had descended from the staff table to sit at the curved edge of the long table. Merry Christmas, Harry, Hagrid bellowed across the hall. Harry waved back with a smile, responding, Merry Christmas. The seated guests exchanged festive greetings, while Dumbledore, positioned at the center, raised his glass with a jovial smile. Shortly after Harry settled in, several Ravenclaw students arrived in the hall. It appeared that everyone had gathered. Once all were seated, Dumbledore stood to address the assembly. Today is a joyous occasion, and I have no desire to utter anything disheartening. Thus, I wish you all a Merry Christmas. With that, he lifted his glass, prompting everyone to follow suit. The professor's glasses were filled with vibrant, colorful beverages, while the students enjoyed pumpkin juice, milk, and various fruit juices. Merry Christmas! They all exclaimed in unison. Ron hastily set down his plate, having only taken a sip of pumpkin juice, and skillfully picked up the serving chopsticks beside his plate to deftly grasp the sweet and sour ribs before him. In order to indulge more during their feast, Ron had diligently practiced using chopsticks, now surpassing even Harry in his proficiency. The dinner was thoroughly satisfying for all, with an array of festive poppers scattered across the table. A simple tug would release a puff of smoke, revealing small trinkets. Harry grabbed one, and erupted to reveal a tiny white mouse, which he promptly discarded from the table, watching it scurry away. Severus Snape wore a scowl, gripping a women's wizard hat he had just conjured, which he casually tossed to Dumbledore. Dumbledore, unfazed, switched out his own hat and shared a cheerful toast with Professor McGonagall. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Were Christmases like in the past? During his time at the Dursleys, he had been part of the dinner, yet the roasted turkey was never within his reach. He could only salvage leftover smoked meat, roasted vegetables, and a whole jam tart while clearing the table. A century ago, Christmas dinners were attended with formal attire mandated by Headmaster Black, complete with a ball. The food was abundant, yet attendees seldom indulged during the festivities, opting instead to sneak their portions back to their common rooms for individual house gatherings. In later years, the Christmas holidays became a splendid opportunity for Harry to venture out, often sharing a whole roasted turkey with fellow travelers in a cozy inn. Reflecting on these varied experiences, Harry felt that this Christmas was the most joyous he had ever celebrated. As everyone sat with bloated bellies, their laughter growing somewhat strained, a tipsy Dumbledore announced the conclusion of the feast. Harry, feeling a sense of relief, loosened his belt and alongside Ron. They supported each other as they made their way toward the common room, inadvertently realizing they had overindulged. Upon returning to the lounge, Harry engaged in several rounds of wizard's chess with Ron, only to find himself thoroughly defeated. The pieces seemed disinclined to heed Harry's commands, creating a cacophony that left him with a throbbing headache, and in a moment of distraction, he lost a piece to Ron's strategy. Of course, these were mere excuses. Harry vowed that once he became familiar with the pieces, he would certainly seek revenge on Ron. Ron, brimming with confidence, patted his chest, ready for the challenge. I dare say, in the realm of wizard chess, I fear no one. Even Bill has fallen to my prowess. Bill, the eldest and most accomplished of the Weasley clan, still had tales of his 12 O.W.L echoing throughout Hogwarts. Harry, with a touch of bravado, dismissed the achievement. It's nothing. Just wait until I have a proper grasp of these pieces. If they obey my commands, victory will not be so easily attained. Ron raised an eyebrow and smirked. Being adept at wizard chess, he could easily discern Harry's true skill, but chose to remain silent, for it was understood among them. With a dramatic eye roll, Harry declared, I'm done. It's time for sleep. Ron chuckled. All right, off to bed. Tomorrow morning, gifts await us. Although, I shan't be gifting you anything this year. Harry cast a glance at Ron's wand and snorted, making his way up the stairs. Ron shrugged. Of course, I know. I haven't forgotten your gift. As the night passed without a word, Hogwarts settled into a tranquil silence, save for the occasional distant howl from the Forbidden Forest. Harry, wake up. Just as Harry opened his eyes, he heard Ron's excited voice before he could even draw back the bed curtains. He quickly put on his glasses and pulled back the deep crimson velvet drapes, discovering Ron seated at the foot of his bed, eagerly unwrapping gifts. Look, yours is over there. Ron gestured, then returned to wrestling with the various wrappings before him. Following Ron's direction, Harry noticed a mountain of gift boxes piled high at the foot of the bed, nearly reaching the height of the mattress. As he examined the decorative paper, he easily identified the lavishly wrapped gifts adorned with silver ribbons as those from Slytherin, most likely from Draco and his cohort. The bright red paper tied with golden ribbons, a common sight in the Muggle world, surely belonged to Hermione. There were several packages he could not discern, including one particularly large parcel. Let's extract this one first, Harry said, carefully inspecting the package but finding no accompanying letter. Oh, you received this too. It's from my mom. Ron leaned over to glance, speaking awkwardly. She knows we're friends. I hope that it's all right. Of course. I'm delighted to receive Mrs. Weasley's gift, Harry replied with a grin, eagerly tearing into the packaging. Out tumbled a vibrant green hand-knitted sweater, which Harry promptly lifted and unfolded for closer inspection. The thick sweater felt incredibly soft to the touch, adorned on the front with a large H intricately woven in yellow thread. Mine is always a shade of burgundy, a color I am not particularly fond of, Ron muttered, as he picked up a piece of fudge that had tumbled out of Harry's parcel and popped it into his mouth. This year's fudge is truly delightful. Suddenly, the dormitory door burst open, and Fred and George, clad in blue sweaters, stormed in, each sporting a letter stitched in yellow. One an F, the other A.G. Ha! You received one too, Fred exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Harry, seated on the floor, raised his sweater high, signaling, Please thank Mrs. Weasley for me. This sweater is simply perfect. No problem, George replied, rushing over to tug Ron's sweater over his head. What are you doing? I didn't say I wouldn't wear it. Let go of me, Ron shouted. Fred grasped Ron's arm, allowing George to successfully fit the sweater on him. Hurry up. You're always the last one to get dressed. With gritted teeth, Ron finally donned the sweater, running his fingers through his tousled hair. Fred, look at the mess you've made. What did you say, little Ron? Can you even recognize your own brother? Oh dear, little Ron, our hearts are utterly broken. Fred and George clasped their chests dramatically, as if Ron had uttered some heinous betrayal. Ron paused for a moment, then exclaimed, Well, you've switched sweaters. The twins erupted in laughter and dashed out the door like the wind. We're going to find Percy. Hurry up, and unwrap your gifts. We'll have a snowball fight soon." Ron, still exasperated, stuffed another piece of fudge into his mouth. "Is this how brothers behave? I'm their sibling, after all. Enough. Eat your own. This is from Mrs. Weasley," Harry said, reclaiming the fallen fudge and storing it in a clean bag before popping a piece into his mouth. The sweetness flooded his senses, causing him to involuntarily squint in delight. "Hey, brother, that was made by my mother," Ron exclaimed incredulously, staring at his empty hand. "Brothers settle accounts fairly. That is a gift from Mrs. Weasley," Harry shrugged, finally releasing the frustration from losing the previous night's chess game. Ron lunged at Harry, and the two soon found themselves in a playful scuffle on the floor. The door swung open once more, revealing the twins, each hoisting a struggling Percy, bound by his sweater. "What are you two still doing messing around? Hurry up, the pristine snow will soon be spoiled by others. Let go of me. You too," Percy shouted, his glasses askew, visibly irate. However, it was all in vain, as Fred and George carried him downstairs effortlessly. Harry laughed until he could barely stand, taking a moment to compose himself before continuing to unwrap gifts. Draco had sent a box of exquisite confections, accompanied by a card that read, "These are handmade by Mrs. Malfoy." Harry sampled one and found it delicious. It was no wonder Draco insisted on having them sent from home every few days, treating them as treasures, preferring to spend money on sweets for his friends rather than share what was available at home. Hermione gifted a large box of sugar-free treats, which Harry silently sealed, intending to later deliver it to Hedwig for his cousin. He needed to shed some weight. Pansy presented a gem brooch, seemingly a gift of the moment, while Blaze's offering was more thoughtful, a handwritten collection of magical notes, reportedly unearthed from his family's library. As he continued to sift through the gifts, Harry stumbled upon Hagrid's offering, a substantial bag of rock cakes and a handcrafted flute. He picked up the flute and managed to produce a few notes. Satisfied, he placed it on his bedside, tossing the rock cakes directly to Ron, who could certainly use the extra weight. Gazing at the last two parcels on the floor, Harry's expression grew peculiar. One bore Dumbledore's signature, slightly crooked script. The other was surprisingly from Snape. With determination, he averted his gaze and unwrapped Dumbledore's gift, revealing a pair of dragon-hide gloves that could adapt to the wearer's hand size, capable of transforming from fingerless to full-fingered as desired. Quite practical indeed. As for Snape's package, Harry hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to open it. Inside lay a palm-sized square leather box, complete with a latch. The moment Harry's fingers brushed against the clasp, it clicked open automatically. Lifting the lid, Harry gasped at the sight within. Numerous vials of potions were meticulously arranged in their designated places, with a slip of paper on top, listing the names of each potion in order. His eyes immediately settled on the centrally positioned vial containing the golden Felix Felicis. Each vial contained a single dose, remarkably convenient for the user. Familiarity with the potion's placements would prove invaluable in battle. A grin spread across Harry's face. This was indeed the most splendid gift he had received, signifying that Snape had chosen to assist him, aligning himself with Harry's cause. "Harry, this is yours. How did it end up here?" Ron tossed him a small box, visibly puzzled. Harry picked it up to find it was from the Dursleys, likely having fallen into Ron's possession while he was distracted with gifts. Upon unwrapping, Harry was pleasantly surprised to discover a pair of thick woolen socks, brand new. This marked the first genuine Christmas gift he had ever received from the Dursleys, as previously their offerings had consisted of dog biscuits and coins. Harry's gaze returned to the box of treats from Hermione. After a moment's consideration, he reluctantly extracted a few of the sweets that Mrs. Weasley had sent him, placing them into the box. He deftly wrapped the box back up with a piece of intact wrapping paper, preparing to send it off, confident it would arrive today. Fred and George called out for the third time, disregarding the disarray around them as they hastily donned their clothes and bolted outside. After a morning of snowball fights, they returned, nearly soaked through. Harry changed his clothes and hurried towards the Owlery, clutching the carefully packed box he had prepared. He dispatched the gift just in time, calculating that it should arrive before dinner. Indeed, not too late. Chapter 49, True Family. Watching Hedwig vanish into the overcast sky, Harry descended the stairs, realizing it was already lunchtime. The Great Hall had returned to its usual state, with 4 long tables spaced apart, where students from various houses sat sparsely. However, some lively students mingled with those from other houses, such as the Weasley twins. Harry observed the two of them furtively exchanging something with a Ravenclaw upperclassman, their actions rather discreet. Yet, upon noticing Professor McGonagall at the staff table, he could only pray for their safety, as her keen eyes were fixed in their direction. "Harry, where have you been? Come, it's time to eat. Aren't you tired after a morning of snowball fights?" Ron mumbled through his food. Harry hurried over, swallowing his mouth full before responding. Ron quickly chewed a few more bites and forcefully gulped down his food, nearly choking in the process. Harry promptly handed him his cup, and Ron eagerly drank several mouthfuls of juice. I'm back to life," Ron exclaimed, eyeing the remnants of his meal with trepidation as he picked up a pie to nibble on. Harry shook his head in exasperation. "Can't you pay a bit more attention?" "What?" Ron replied, his face a mask of confusion. "Never mind," Harry sighed, closing his mouth and taking a piece of pie himself. He knew that, after the holidays, he would need to start teaching, and, for the sake of appearances, he would have to make some changes. Before he had finished his pie, a piece of parchment appeared before him. Wiping his fingers on Ron's shirt, Harry picked up the parchment and began to read. "Hey," Ron exclaimed, glaring at the crumbs on his arm. "Ah, my apologies," Harry said, not particularly sincere. Ron rolled his eyes and, with his greasy hands, reached towards Harry. Harry swiftly stood and turned to dodge him. "Stop it. I have business to attend to. Dumbledore has summoned me." "Really? On Christmas Day? What could he possibly want?" Ron was instantly distracted. "I don't know, but first, I need to fill my stomach." Harry shifted 2 seats away, sitting a meter from Ron, and resumed eating. Ron nodded. "Right, eating is important." It was only when Harry stood to leave the long table that Ron finally reacted. "You owe me a new shirt." Harry laughed heartily and dashed out of the Great Hall, completely ignoring Ron's exasperated shouts behind him. As he ascended the stairs, Harry slowed his pace, pondering what urgent matter Dumbledore could want to discuss on Christmas Day. Had his and Snape's conspiracy been discovered? No. He hadn't even had the chance to plot anything with Snape yet. They had merely established a preliminary intention to collaborate. Was Dumbledore truly so well informed? Harry furrowed his brow, momentarily lost in thought. However, as he ascended several more flights of stairs, he began to feel a sense of relaxation. What did it matter? He had no intentions of doing anything particularly significant. Even if Dumbledore were to find out, what of it? Lemon Snowball. Harry uttered the password inscribed on the parchment, and the water creature turned around, revealing the staircase behind it. The frequency with which the password changed was rather amusing. Harry couldn't help but comment on it. The previous password, which had involved a heap of cockroaches, had barely lasted a month before it was replaced. As he climbed the stairs, Harry knocked on the door. "Come in," he heard a voice reply, prompting him to push the door open and step inside. The headmaster's office remained unchanged, unaltered by the festive spirit of Christmas that adorned the rest of the school. Harry could not restrain his curiosity. "Why don't you have any decorations in here?" This is the headmaster's office. I have celebrated many Christmases. Decorations here make no difference. Besides, there are plenty of decorations throughout the school for me to enjoy." Dumbledore responded with a smile as he approached from the window. "I summoned you today to discuss a matter that requires your presence outside the school for a brief excursion." Dumbledore informed Harry, standing beside him. "What is it? Does it have to be on Christmas? Is it about Voldemort?" Harry asked, unable to suppress his wariness. Dumbledore shook his head, adopting an air of mystery. "Not all. This matter must indeed take place on Christmas. Enough with the questions. You will soon find out." With that, he summoned Fawkes, adding, "By the way, you don't have any pressing engagements this afternoon, do you?" Harry's lips twitched at the belated inquiry. Wasn't he a bit late to ask? "No, nothing important," he replied, somewhat begrudgingly, as there was little he could do about it. At Dumbledore's gesture, Harry extended a hand to gently grasp the long, flowing tail feathers of Fawkes. In an instant, a flash of fire enveloped them, and they were transported to a different location. Harry could not help but gaze at Fawkes with enthusiasm. This mode of travel was far more comfortable than any he had previously experienced. However, considering the rarity of phoenixes, he reluctantly set aside that thought. The two stood in a desolate wilderness, seemingly not far from Hogwarts, as the snow on the ground was quite deep, reaching up to Harry's calves. He struggled to extricate his foot and shook it off. "Where are we? What are we doing here?" he asked in confusion. Dumbledore appeared not to hear Harry's inquiry, instead clutching a golden key and continuously adjusting its orientation. "It should be this way. I'm certain of it," he asserted, gripping Harry's shoulder and leading him in a specific direction. As Harry followed Dumbledore's lead, he nearly stumbled. After a few steps, Harry's vision blurred momentarily, and it seemed he caught sight of a grand door. Dumbledore halted, releasing Harry, and tentatively reached out to touch it. Finding nothing, he shrugged and handed the key to Harry. "Take this, and then you'll need a drop of blood." Harry accepted the key and examined it closely. It bore a design resembling the letter P, but beyond that, he discerned nothing further. "What do we need blood for?" he inquired. Dumbledore gestured ahead. "Bloodline authentication, you see?" Harry was taken aback. Wasn't this a ritual reserved for pure blood families during the inheritance of their lineage? Could it be that this place was? Suppressing the turmoil within, Harry traced his wand across his finger, and a small wound appeared. He extended his hand towards the faintly visible door, allowing his blood to drip slowly. "I am Harry James Potter," he declared solemnly. The blood fell but did not touch the ground. Instead, it rippled in the air before vanishing. "That will suffice," Dumbledore remarked, producing a vial of white essence from his pocket and dropping it onto Harry's finger, causing the wound to heal instantly. Within less than a minute, an ancient door materialized abruptly before Harry, the surrounding walls seemingly emerging in tandem, as if painted into existence. Unable to restrain himself, Harry glanced at Dumbledore. "Indeed, this is Potter Manor. After your parents wed, they found the atmosphere here unappealing and relocated to Godric's Hollow," Dumbledore reminisced, gazing fondly at the door, which had not graced his sight in at least a decade. "I had intended to wait until you were of age to bring you here, but Henry somehow learned of your existence and had the house elf of the Potter family write countless letters. Yet I received not a single one," Harry exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Gareth had previously mentioned encountering his family and promised to write, yet he had not received a single missive, leading him to believe that the elders of the Potter family did not favor him. Dumbledore shrugged in resignation. "Your family's elf is rather obstinate, insisting on delivering letters personally to you and refusing to sneak into the school, which inevitably triggers Hogwarts wards. Since the beginning of term, she has visited nearly twice a week, disappearing whenever I appeared, never disclosing the matter at hand." After a pause, Dumbledore continued, "Eventually, I could no longer endure such disturbances and employed certain means to confine her, which is how I learned of this. After conferring with Henry, he decided to bring Harry here during Christmas for a bloodline verification, formally inheriting the Potter legacy." Harry's expression was somewhat wooden. He was unsure how to convey his emotions, partly elated, partly anxious, and somewhat at a loss. "Open the door, Harry. Your family has awaited your arrival for quite some time," Dumbledore said gently. He had initially been reluctant to have Harry inherit the Potter family so soon. Due to Lily's magic, Harry could only receive the protection of blood magic while viewing Petunia as family. However, upon returning to Potter Manor, the portraits would undoubtedly hold great affection for him, leading Harry to believe that Potter Manor was truly his home. Yet, with no one left of the Potter lineage, the blood magic would cease to be effective. Nevertheless, that fateful night, Harry's use of the killing curse had alarmed Dumbledore. He had meticulously investigated Harry's childhood environment, even comparing it to that of other children. It was undeniable that Harry had endured abuse over the years. However, Mrs. Figg's letters had not mentioned this, a point Dumbledore regrettably overlooked. Despite the treatment he received, Harry regarded Petunia as family. Before boarding the train, they reached a semblance of reconciliation. Dumbledore sensed that this could not continue. Harry needed true kin. Initially, he intended for the Weasley couple to assist in caring for Harry. Yet the boy's strength and spirit had grown formidable. Thus, to bring joy to Harry, Dumbledore brought him here for Christmas. Harry inhaled deeply, the frigid air filling his lungs and instantly awakening him. With a slight tremor, he reached out, applying gentle pressure, and the door creaked open. Beyond it lay a neglected garden, seemingly untouched for ages. Beneath a blanket of snow, the branches of various evergreens stretched haphazardly, while the flagstone path at the center bore signs of wear, appearing uneven and pockmarked. At the end of the path stood a castle, though it could not rival Hogwarts. It was at least tenfold larger than the Dursleys' home. The castle's exterior remained relatively intact, albeit shrouded in darkness, with no hint of light escaping from within. Harry stepped onto the crumbling flagstones and made his way toward the castle. This path might have been traversed countless times by his father. Perhaps his mother had walked here too. The grassy area beneath the trees might have been a playground for his father in childhood, though he had never been here before. Harry felt a profound sense of familiarity that warmed his eyes. Dumbledore followed silently, keeping a respectful distance, aware that he had yet to receive an official invitation. After about 10 minutes, Harry arrived at the castle's grand entrance. The wooden door was firmly shut, and the porch bore remnants of cobwebs that had not been cleared. Suddenly, a wave of trepidation washed over Harry. Would the ancestors of the Potters accept him? Yet, he swiftly steeled himself. He had matured. If the Potters' ancestors disapproved, he had other places to go. He was no longer a child clinging to the notion of a home. Even a cave in the wilderness would suffice. With that thought, Harry approached and pushed against the castle door, which creaked open. Inside, it was pitch black, the light from outside failing to penetrate. No longer hesitating, he stepped forward into the castle. The candles on the walls ignited with a soft hiss, one after another, illuminating the entire foyer. The interior of the castle appeared remarkably clean, in stark contrast to its seemingly derelict exterior. The thick woolen carpet still bore the scent of detergent. As Harry surveyed the foyer, he noticed the vaulted ceilings reminiscent of Hogwarts, leading to a marble staircase flanked by heavy drapes. It seemed there were windows behind those thick curtains. No wonder nothing could be seen from outside. He approached and touched the drapery, feeling the luxurious velvet, dense and light-blocking. With a determined pull, he drew the curtains aside, and light flooded in, causing the house to shudder slightly, as if it had come to life. The various vessels began to stir, with cloths diligently wiping the handrails and decorations. A broom danced past Harry, sweeping the snow he had brought into the accompanying dustbin. "Master!" A sharp voice suddenly pierced the air beside Harry, startling him. He looked down to see a house elf with pointed ears and round, tear-filled eyes. Adorned in a robe made of dishcloths, its hem was ragged yet relatively clean. Dobby has finally awaited the master. The elf trembled with excitement, and in the next moment, it seized a copper vase from the table by the window and began to strike its own head vigorously. Dobby has failed. Dobby did not deliver the letter to the master. It is all Dobby's fault. The clanging echoed throughout the hallway, causing Harry to gasp and hurriedly snatch the vase away. "Enough. I do not blame you, just stand still." Dobby swayed slightly and quickly bent at the waist, standing before Harry with eager eyes. Harry carefully set the vase aside, positioning himself to shield against any further blows to his head. "Where's my grandfather's portrait?" Harry paused before asking. "Master, it's over there." Dobby immediately pointed toward the second floor. "Do you need me to show you the way?" "No, I will go by myself," Harry declined, hesitating for a moment before proceeding toward the staircase. Dobby followed closely behind, glaring reproachfully at Dumbledore with his large eyes. Dumbledore, rubbing his nose, shamelessly trailed behind, not wishing to be far from Harry, fearing he might be cast out of Potter Manor. At this moment, Harry was eager to see the portrait of his relative and had no time to extend invitations. As he ascended the marble steps, the curtains would automatically draw back, and candles would ignite, illuminating every corner Harry passed. Upon reaching a grand double door, Dobby chimed in, "This is it, master. This is the portrait room of the Potter family, where every generation of the Potterhead is depicted." Harry's heart raced at the thought. Every generation? Would James's portrait be here? From what he knew, his grandparents had passed away before his birth, which meant James must have become the head of the Potter family. Therefore, it was possible that his portrait resided here. With this thought, Harry's hands trembled slightly. Forcing himself to calm down, he pressed his lips together and approached, pushing open the door before him. The light inside the room was adequate, unlike the darkness outside that required someone to ignite it. It was a spacious chamber, devoid of windows, with walls adorned from floor to ceiling with portraits. In the center stood a table with a lit candelabrum, the light dim but sufficient to reveal the room's contents. Silence enveloped the room, causing Harry to feel a twinge of anxiety. He stumbled forward as Dobby gave him a gentle push, entering the chamber. The door slammed shut behind him with a resounding thud, leaving even Dumbledore locked outside. As Dumbledore stood outside the door, which had nearly collided with his nose, he shrugged and gazed down at the shimmering light. "Could you fetch me a chair? Standing here is not a viable option." After a moment's hesitation, the light snapped its fingers, and an armchair with plush cushioning materialized beside the door. Dumbledore approached and took a seat, only to find a small round table appear beside him, adorned with freshly brewed red tea. He lifted a cup to his lips, took a sip, and set it down, lacking sugar. From his pocket, he retrieved a sugar jar, tossing one cube after another into his mouth. Within the portrait chamber, as the door closed, the atmosphere transformed into a cacophonous marketplace. "Harry? Is it you? Close your mouth, Henry. Is that my great-grandson? Come here. Let me have a good look at you." The incessant calls left Harry bewildered, unsure where to direct his gaze. "Enough. You're all confusing the child." At last, someone intervened, and the room brightened, illuminating the entire space. Harry surveyed the walls, where each portrait depicted a couple, the Potters of various eras, all gazing at him with fervent expressions. "Harry, I'm your grandfather, Fleamont Potter. Come closer," called one portrait near the door. Harry's eyes shifted, and he slowly approached. Just as Gareth had described, the grandfather's hair resembled his own, wild and tousled, though not entirely black, with streaks of white. "Hello, grandfather," Harry finally greeted after a prolonged silence. "Huh, indeed, it is Harry, a spitting image of young James." Fleamont chuckled heartily before being nudged aside as a lady squeezed in. "I am your grandmother, Euphemia. Let me have a good look at you, dear." Euphemia regarded Harry with warmth, entirely unfazed by her husband being pushed to the edge of the portrait. "Grandmother? What fine boy you've grown into, just like Lily." Euphemia responded promptly. "Enough. Move over this way. Harry, I am your great-grandfather, the one who spoke with Dumbledore," shouted the portrait beside Fleamont, prompting Harry to involuntarily turn his gaze. Enough already. Were you not the one who looked down upon Lily for her Muggle heritage? What face do you have to see, Harry? Flemmont retorted with merciless sarcasm. Henry, furious now, exclaimed, "You little rascal! I am your father. You would do well to show some respect. We are merely portraits now. If you dare strike me." Harry stared blankly at this scene of familial bickering, uncertain of how to react. "Child, pay them no mind. Since becoming portraits, they have not had a single civil conversation," Euphemia chuckled. Harry could only nod, unable to resist glancing to the other side. To his left was the portrait of his great-grandfather. To the right, however, hung a painting of a young couple, appearing no older than 20, with the inscription below reading, "James Potter, Lily Potter." Unable to help himself, Harry stepped closer, fixated on the figures within the portrait. They stood quietly within the portrait, offering gentle smiles solely to Harry. "Father? Mother?" Harry could not help but whisper, "Do not linger on this, my child." Euphemia spoke with a tinge of sorrow. Their portraits can only convey so much. Harry was unable to tear his gaze away. Why? The tradition of the Potter family dictated that upon becoming the head of the household, one must commission a portrait and periodically infuse it with memories until death. The Potters believed this practice preserved the essence of the individual, providing guidance for future generations. Yet James and Lily were far too young. They had not yet had the chance. Euphemia choked out. After inheriting the family legacy, James sought an artist to create magical portraits of himself and Lily. But before he could impart any memories, Lily became pregnant. To ensure her well-being, they returned to Godric's Hollow instead of residing in the manor, and, subsequently, due to the tumultuous times, they could not return. Philemon was deeply melancholic. He could argue with Henry daily, yet he found himself unable to utter a word to James. Harry gazed unblinkingly at the young couple in the portrait, who, apart from blinking and smiling, resembled mere photographs from the Muggle world. Yet, this was his first direct encounter with his mother. Indeed, they had spoken truly, for his eyes mirrored hers, while the rest of him bore a stronger resemblance to James. Upon realizing that the figure in his memories was Lily, he had replayed that memory countless times. The green light intertwined with her red hair. A vision that had haunted him for an entire year, leaving him unable to sleep soundly without the aid of potions to stave off despair. Now, he finally united the memory's silhouette with the portrait before him. This was his mother. "Very well, come here, child. You have matters to attend to. Do not dwell on the past." The portrait at the highest point spoke, and all others fell silent. Harry looked up to see the portrait of what appeared to be a distant ancestor. "Step to the front of the table, child." Complying, Harry approached and stood beside the table at the center of the room. Aside from the candelabrum, there was nothing else on the table. Yet its surface was etched with intricate magical runes that encircled the candelabrum in the center. "Do you have the invisibility cloak?" "Here," Harry replied, retrieving his cloak from his satchel. "Drape it on, then grasp the candelabrum and speak your name." Obediently, Harry donned the cloak, yet peculiarly, within this chamber. Its effects seemed to wane, resembling a mere ordinary cloak. Extending his hand, Harry cautiously grasped the candelabrum. Harry Potter. An inexplicable light emanated from his palm, cascading down the candelabrum, illuminating the runes one by one until the entire tabletop gleamed with brilliance. Suddenly, a blinding radiance erupted, compelling Harry to shut his eyes. When he opened them again, the atmosphere felt transformed. If the castle had previously exuded a sense of slumber, it now felt as if it had awakened. Harry even sensed that the carpet appeared cleaner than before. "You have completed your journey. You are now the head of the Potter family." At this proclamation, the room was once again engulfed in a cacophony of voices. The portraits began to chatter excitedly, introducing Harry to all the wonders of the Potter lineage and the castle itself. "Dear child, you must visit the Potter library, for it holds the chronicles of our family. Whenever you have the time, do come and converse with us. We are but portraits and should not impose on your hours. Of course, it would be splendid if you could carry on the Potter bloodline at your earliest convenience." Euphemia winked at Harry. This left Harry both amused and bewildered. At merely 11 years of age, the thought of perpetuating the bloodline seemed rather premature. With a reluctant glance at the portraits of James and Lily, he turned and exited the room. "You are the last of the Potters. Whatever path you choose, the family shall be your unwavering support." A resolute voice echoed from behind him. Harry did not look back. Instead, a wide smile spread across his face as he flung open the grand door. Light flooded in, and with determination he declared, "Rest assured, I will ensure the legacy of the Potters endures." Stepping out of the portrait room, the door closed behind him. "Oh, are you ready? We must hurry. School awaits us," Dumbledore remarked, popping the last piece of candy into his mouth as he rose to his feet. Harry ignored him, insisting, "Take me to the study." Dumbledore's expression faltered, and he stammered, "Well, it is getting late. Potter Manor is a secure place, and I have matters to attend to. Perhaps I should return?" Harry beamed at him. "Oh, no need to rush, Professor Dumbledore. You're the first guest of the Potters in many years. It would be terribly impolite to let you leave without a proper welcome, especially on Christmas Day." Dumbledore absent-mindedly patted his pocket, realizing his sweets were all but consumed, and sighed, "Very well, I shall explain." Rolling his eyes, Harry followed closely behind Dumbledore as they traversed the corridor toward the study. The castle seemed to come alive, immaculate and vibrant, as if it had never known neglect. Soon, they arrived at the study, where the house elf bowed and promptly vanished. Harry paid no mind, pushing the door open and stepping inside, followed closely by Dumbledore, who shut the door behind them. Harry surveyed the study. It was not particularly spacious, with towering bookshelves lining the walls, filled with well-preserved tomes. At the far end, a grand window let in ample light, and before it stood an expansive writing desk. Harry approached and seated himself in the high-backed chair behind the desk, resting his arms on the surface. Almost magically, a steaming cup of tea appeared before him, complete with sugar cubes and a milk jug. "Please take a seat, Professor," Harry said, extending his hand in an inviting gesture. Dumbledore settled into the sofa across from him, and a cup of tea appeared before him as well, this time accompanied by sugar cubes. He dropped several lumps into his tea and added a splash of milk. As the teaspoon began to stir itself, Dumbledore produced an ancient key, casting it gently into the air, where it floated gracefully towards Harry. As Harry accepted the key, he scrutinized it, pondering its significance. "This is the key to Vault 102 at Gringotts, entrusted to my care by your father during his lifetime. It belongs to your grandfather's private estate," Dumbledore explained. The golden key, in addition to unlocking the Potter Manor, also granted access to Vault number 8 at Gringotts, which housed the ancestral treasures of the Potter family. Harry held the golden key aloft, placing it alongside the other key, casting a sidelong glance at Dumbledore. The prolonged scrutiny made Dumbledore somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to clear his throat awkwardly. "I may have borrowed some galleons from Vault 102, he admitted. Harry remained silent, his expression unchanged, maintaining a gentle smile while refusing to divert his gaze. "I have never entered Vault 8. I merely held the key in temporary safekeeping," Dumbledore confessed candidly. "To what purpose were the funds allocated?" Harry inquired. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, contemplating the expenses for the Longbottoms at St. Mungo's, the care and funeral costs for Peter Pettigrew's mother, and the support for Remus Lupin. He recounted, itemizing each expenditure. Harry listened intently, recognizing that all the funds had been directed towards others, with Dumbledore himself taking nothing. "Who are these individuals?" Harry finally asked as Dumbledore paused. "The Order of the Phoenix. It was a group I established to oppose Voldemort," Dumbledore replied. Harry furrowed his brow. "Then why was my family's wealth used? I recall you possessing numerous patents." Dumbledore twirled his fingers absent-mindedly, avoiding Harry's gaze. "You are aware that I am a headmaster. Associating with such profits would tarnish my reputation, so I chose to share them instead." "All of them?" Harry was taken aback. Dumbledore's expression turned somber. "Indeed, all of them. Though I could have refrained from donating, the proceeds from those patents could have funded more than one Order of the Phoenix. However, as headmaster of Hogwarts, I have been placed upon a pedestal. Should I amass considerable resources, the Ministry of Magic would become unsettled. For the sake of peace in the magical community, I felt compelled to act thus. The funding for the Order has always relied on contributions from its members, the Longbottoms, the Weasleys, the Potters." Dumbledore paused, omitting a particular name. Chapter 51. I Want the Phoenix. After enduring countless battles, the Longbottom family had fallen into decline, and the Weasley family had never possessed great wealth. Only the Potters thrived. Your grandfather's invention of the Sleek Easy Hair Potion remains unchallenged, ensuring a prosperous business to this day, Dumbledore articulated. Harry's eyes widened. "Are you referring to the potion that sells for 20 galleons a bottle?" "Indeed, that very one. Have you purchased it?" Dumbledore inquired. Harry ran a hand through his unruly hair, acknowledging that daily usage would become cumbersome, hence he had not bought it. "So, it belongs to my family and is now my property?" Harry asked, his tone remarkably calm, devoid of the anger Dumbledore anticipated. "Yes. What about the account books?" Harry pressed once more. Dumbledore retrieved 2 thick tomes bound in sheepskin from his pocket, sending them gliding towards Harry. Harry glanced at Dumbledore's pocket, clearly enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. Otherwise, how could such a sizable object be concealed? As he took hold of the ledger, he began to peruse its contents, and despite being mentally prepared, he was taken aback by the staggering profits. After flipping through a few pages, he set the ledger aside and continued. What, pray tell, is the significance of the Vault 618? That is your father's private vault, Dumbledore replied. It contains the pocket money that Philemon has been saving for him since childhood. Even after graduation, the contributions did not cease. Upon taking over the Potter family estate, I continued the tradition established by Philemon, depositing a sum each year to serve as your personal treasury upon your return to the magical realm. Harry had indeed noted this expenditure while reviewing the ledger. To be frank, it amounted to quite a considerable sum, an annual deposit of 1,000 galleons, leading to a total of 10,000 galleons over the past decade. Coupled with what James had originally left behind, Vault 618 now contained approximately 50,000 galleons. Given Harry's earlier lack of attention, he likely would not have noticed the fluctuations in his treasury, content merely to know that it had not run dry. However, in the Hogwarts of a century ago, Harry had once held a key to Gringotts and withdrawn funds from a vault numbered in the 500s. Vault 618 had not yet existed, and he had narrowly escaped being detained by goblins due to this oversight. After all, the keys were indeed a goblin's craftsmanship, and they had no recollection of when Vault 618 had been accessed. Were it not for O'Meany's, who leveraged the Gunter surname to extricate Harry from the situation, he would have been relegated to the depths of the vaults, destined to feed dragons. Consequently, Harry had endured 6 months of financial embarrassment. For Headmaster Black's fastidious requirements demanded a considerable expenditure. Later, Sebastian found a lucrative part-time job, inviting Harry to join him. They began with menial tasks and eventually garnered a reputation, leading to newfound wealth. That half-year of hardship taught Harry to meticulously manage his finances, vowing never to find himself in such a predicament again. Returning to the matter at hand, while the annual deposits were certainly not insignificant, they paled in comparison to the income generated by the family enterprises, warranting no more than the label of pocket money. The revenue from the hair growth potion alone amounted to over 100,000 galleons annually. After all, this potion, which rendered hair silky, was a one-time use product, a consumable that every witch would stockpile, requiring frequent repurchases. Many wizards also indulged in it, as there were numerous long-haired males in the magical community. Not to mention, the Potter family possessed other enterprises, including inherited ranches and farms, which, although diminished due to Muggle expansion, still constituted a substantial asset. Now we arrive at a pressing inquiry. Headmaster, Harry said, leaning on the table with his arms crossed, his chin resting lightly on his hands, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he regarded Dumbledore. How do you intend to compensate? No, to reimburse my losses. As I pondered the moment when my father, James Potter, entrusted you with the Potter family estate, one cannot assert that the entirety of the Potter family's assets is at your disposal, can one? Dumbledore removed his glasses, methodically polishing them. You are correct, Harry, he replied. But James also stated that he would provide financial support for the Order of the Phoenix. Yet, not entirely, is it? Dumbledore's hand paused momentarily. Speak plainly, Harry. What is it that you desire? Let's not dance around the issue, for we both dislike such pretense. Given that nearly all expenses of the Order arise from the Potter family, I believe my request for the Order of the Phoenix is not excessive. Is it? A sly smile crept across Harry's face. Dumbledore hesitated, but the Order has already been disbanded. Are you serious, Headmaster? Harry retorted, unconvinced by this assertion. I can authorize you to continue utilizing the Potter family's wealth, but I insist on having a voice in the Order. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, squinting through the crescent-shaped lenses at Harry. What do you intend to do with the Order? Whatever you do, I shall follow suit. Can I trust you? You must trust me, Harry insisted. The Longbottoms remain in the hospital. Neville lacks the means to earn, and I doubt that Mrs. Longbottom can bear the expenses of St. Mungo's. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment before suddenly chuckling. You have succeeded. Harry laughed as well. Then let us proceed in good spirits, Headmaster. You may call me Albus, as you're now effectively my employer. Dumbledore reclined comfortably against the back of the sofa. Harry was taken aback, slamming his hand on the table, rising to his feet. Old trickster, you did this on purpose. Dumbledore burst into hearty laughter, having contemplated redirecting his resources toward Harry since the moment of their candid conversation. The subsequent events had only affirmed Harry's capabilities, aligning perfectly with his vision of a savior, save for that unexpected killing curse. After the unbreakable vow, Dumbledore had indeed considered relinquishing the Order, yet lacked a suitable pretext. The arrival of the Potter family's house elf was an impeccable excuse. Dumbledore felt the weight of age upon him. Though his magic remained formidable, his stamina could not compare to that of youth. At over a century old, it was time to seek an heir. Tom could return at any moment, and given his character and prowess, he would undoubtedly emerge as a powerful wizard upon his return. Dumbledore, now aged, found this prospect troubling. He perceived Harry as the most ideal and fitting successor, imbued with immense strength, a mature mindset, Gryffindor's bravery, Slytherin's cunning, Ravenclaw's wisdom, and Hufflepuff's sincerity. He now possessed them all. Harry silently clenched his teeth, realizing he was still too young. He had initially thought to challenge Dumbledore, only to find that he had not troubled him at all, but rather had unwittingly leapt into his pocket. With a scowl, Harry felt rather displeased. Enough of this demeanor. I shall not retire just yet. You still require training. Before the war approaches, I will assist you in gaining complete control of the Order. Having laughed enough, Dumbledore wiped away the tears that had escaped the corners of his eyes, feeling a sense of ease he had never experienced before. The Order of the Phoenix, after all, was merely a loosely organized collective, encompassing wizards from all tiers of the magical community, who had joined voluntarily in a quest for survival under Voldemort's oppressive reign. Presently, the magical world was relatively tranquil, resulting in a diminished presence and capability of the Order. What I can offer you, he continued, is to bolster your influence over the coming years, enabling you to swiftly gain control over the remaining members and establish a certain reputation within the magical realm. This will ensure you do not fall behind in the war against Voldemort due to personnel shortages. So, was that duel with Snape after the holidays meant to establish my authority? Harry resumed his seat. Dumbledore nodded. Clearly Severus had informed you, which is reassuring. Harry scoffed. This old man never spoke a word of truth and constantly set traps. His exceedingly stringent demands in the letter were evidently designed to lure Snape into his orbit. Even if Snape had not approached him regarding this matter, Dumbledore would undoubtedly have orchestrated other arrangements. He was certain that in his quest for vengeance against Voldemort, Harry would choose to take up the mantle of the Order. The more Harry pondered, the angrier he became, wishing he could simply throw the old man out. Dumbledore, now completely at ease, sipped his excessively sweetened tea, oblivious to the murderous glare Harry cast upon him. So, tell me the truth, Harry. Do you believe you could defeat Severus? Dumbledore inquired earnestly after finishing his second cup of sugary tea. Harry's lips twitched. In a duel, he deemed himself capable, but he feared he might not be able to match Snape's stamina and magical prowess, for Snape was indeed a fully grown wizard in the prime of his life. If it were not a duel, then? Dumbledore asked with curiosity. Harry shrugged, stating that in the course of daily life, should Professor Snape attempt to assassinate him, he might succumb without anyone discerning the cause of his death. However, in a life-or-death struggle, he believed Snape would not prevail against him. Dumbledore's expression turned complex. What sort of life had Harry endured? Why did his every utterance revolve around violence? By the way, there's a question I have long wished to ask, Harry said leisurely, lifting the cup from the table. Go ahead, Dumbledore replied, his smile radiating joy, finally glimpsing the prospect of retirement. What year did you enroll at Hogwarts? Harry asked. 1892. Is there a problem? Dumbledore replied, a sense of ominous foreboding creeping in as his smile faltered. Well, if calculated correctly, if I hadn't returned, I would have graduated in my 7th year that year. Albus, it seems you ought to refer to me as senior, Harry said, taking a sip of tea and flashing a mischievous grin at Dumbledore. Dumbledore shrugged. Oh, very well then, Senior Harry, I look forward to your guidance. Harry's hand trembled slightly, nearly causing the cup to slip from his grasp. Aren't you angry? He inquired. Why should I be? Came a reply. What you said is true, is it not? Dumbledore chuckled heartily. Shall I refer to you as Senior Harry from now on? Harry rolled his eyes, dismissing the notion. No need for that. You're utterly dull. You might try asking Minerva. She would be far more entertaining. Dumbledore, ever the instigator, encouraged him further. Harry smirked. Shall I provide you with some amusing anecdotes to accompany your drink? Honestly, you are quite tiresome. Dumbledore pursed his lips. This little fox, who doesn't he know whom? The two engaged in a brief discussion within the study regarding future matters. Dumbledore assured Harry that he would deliver the list at the very first opportunity upon returning to school. Everything else would commence only after the duel at the opening banquet concluded. Dumbledore was aware of a particular journalist who, with just a hint of ambiguous information, could infiltrate Hogwarts unnoticed to witness that duel. Given her character, she would undoubtedly not let such a monumental event slip by. Harry Potter, the Savior, dueling a professor without losing ground. Dumbledore had even conceived a headline for the news. However, he cautioned that the journalist had a slight penchant for exaggerated rhetoric, advising Harry to brace himself. Observing Dumbledore's gleeful expression, Harry let out a cold chuckle. Sparkle, I am here. Master. Sparkle appeared in the study the moment Harry called out. Bowing her head submissively, she awaited his command. Please deliver a suitably priced Christmas gift to the editor of the Daily Prophet and arrange a meeting for the day after tomorrow, inviting him to Potter Manor. The Potter family must re-emerge in the magical community. I believe this news warrants a feature. Harry stated. Yes, master. Sparkle will go at once. The little elf trembled with excitement, nearly bowing her head to the ground, and with a crisp pop, she vanished from the study. See? Problem solved. Harry grinned at Dumbledore. After all, I am a Slytherin. I am quite familiar with these tactics. Dumbledore chuckled, admitting he had indeed forgotten that strategy. However, no matter how brazen Rita Skeeter might be, she would not easily offend the master of a pure-blood family. There's one last matter. Dumbledore's tone grew somber. Harry's brow furrowed. Dumbledore's demeanor suggested a significant issue was at hand. Do you know how you survived the killing curse? Dumbledore asked directly. Harry was taken aback. He had never contemplated this question before. He had assumed it was the protection of ancient magic, but now, reflecting on it, he had merely been an infant, possibly triggering some unconscious magical response, not mastering any ancient sorcery. Why? It is due to a spell. Dumbledore appeared both dejected and sorrowful, expressing regret. That spell was taught to Lily by me. Chapter 52. Two Great Mothers. Harry paused, then regarded Dumbledore with an unsettling gaze. Dumbledore leaned wearily against the wall, his face etched with regret and sorrow. I had advised her, after their marriage, when that prophecy emerged. I searched far and wide for the child foretold in the prophecy, until one day, James excitedly approached me, proclaiming that Lily was with child. I congratulated him, yet he remarked that, if calculations were correct, the child would be born at the end of July or the beginning of August. Dumbledore stirred his cup of tea absent-mindedly, his voice low and somber. Realizing this, I had contemplated urging them to relinquish the child, but the words would not form on my lips, nor could I bring myself to take such drastic action. Forcibly interfering with the prophecy could lead to far graver consequences. I held on to a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the child would arrive in August. Alas, my hopes were dashed. Since July 25th, I had remained at St. Mungo's, during which time only 2 children were born into the wizarding world. One was you, and the other, Dumbledore hesitated, was Neville Longbottom. Neville? Yes, Neville Longbottom. Dumbledore nodded and continued. I sought out the parents of these 2 children and explained the situation. They were both remarkable individuals. They willingly abandoned all their affairs and went into hiding. Before that, the 2 noble mothers had sought my assistance, determined to protect their children at all costs. I scoured numerous ancient texts before discovering this spell, which you may have heard of, known as the magic of love. Harry could not help but purse his lips, the corners of his mouth turning down, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Its original name should be the sacrifice of love. Is that not so? As long as one person is willing to give their life to safeguard another, the protected individual is granted an additional lease on life, shielded from harm by those who harbor hatred. This protection extends to the bloodline of the protected, as long as there are relatives connected by blood in this world. The magic will safeguard the protected until they can defend themselves. Yes, that is indeed the case. Both mothers learned this spell, Dumbledore affirmed. They also agreed that should either party encounter misfortune, the other would care for the respective child. Initially, I considered entrusting you to the Longbottom family. A mere 2 weeks each year at your aunt's home would suffice to maintain the magic. However, upon visiting, I witnessed the Longbottom matriarch torturing Neville with the Obliviate charm in a desperate attempt to make him forget his parents, and I abandoned that thought. Harry fell silent. This was something he had never anticipated. He had only discerned the disparity between Neville's memories, thoughts, and magical prowess, surmising that he must have been subjected to the Obliviate charm as a child. He had assumed it was the work of Death Eaters, only now realizing it was the doing of the Longbottom matriarch, leaving him at a loss for words. I wrote a letter detailing the nature of this magic and the challenges you would face. I found solace in knowing that, despite the potential for her family to be thrust into turmoil upon learning of your existence, she chose to keep you, refraining from abandoning you to an orphanage. Thus, this magic has continued, albeit haltingly, until now, as long as you still regard Petunia as your family and the Dursley residence as home. This enchantment will endure until you reach adulthood. Are you suggesting that I must return to the Dursleys every year? Harry comprendait Dumbledore's intention. I believe so. It is not solely to protect you, but also Petunia and Dudley, the last 2 individuals to whom you share a blood connection in this world. Harry fell silent. When he entered Hogwarts, he had never anticipated returning there. Yet this magic was a legacy of his mother's sacrificial love, and it involved not only himself, but also Aunt Petunia and Dudley. Although his relationship with Aunt Petunia had somewhat improved, evidenced by the woolen socks on his feet, Harry still felt a degree of hesitation. Glancing down at his feet, he exhaled softly. Well, it's only 2 weeks. Aunt Petunia is certainly preferable to Uncle Vernon. At least she hasn't forced me to commit murder for amusement. I suppose I could manage 2 weeks back home if it is just to maintain the status quo, he said. Dumbledore could not help but reveal a bittersweet smile. Ever since he learned of Harry's previous life with the Dursleys, he had regretted not discovering the situation sooner, regretting the decision to assign Mrs. Figg as a safeguard. He underestimated the malice of the Dursleys towards a young wizard. Although Mrs. Figg had done nothing overtly harmful, her silence about certain matters meant that Dumbledore remained unaware, leaving Harry to endure such a life. I am both relieved and remorseful, Dumbledore remarked. Harry's lips twitched, suddenly feeling irritable, as if he had continually been led around by the nose. By the way, I have an important question, Harry inquired earnestly. Dumbledore was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. The funds you previously entrusted me with, did they all come from my grandfather's vault? Harry scoffed. Dumbledore awkwardly rubbed his nose. I will reimburse you. Well, it seems your vault still holds some money. Harry rolled his eyes, thinking how cunning the old man was, using his own funds to hire himself. Truly outrageous. Dumbledore appeared pained as he shakily produced a card and handed it to Harry. This is a Honeyduke's gold card, granting you lifetime access to complimentary products at their store, usable anywhere. Dumbledore felt a pang in his heart. Harry accepted the golden card, pinching it between his fingers. Why? Dumbledore turned his head away. I provided their family with a small favor and invested some funds without asking for dividends. I only took this card in return. Harry tightened his grip on the card, a broad smile illuminating his face. That is splendid. I shall remember to send you plenty of sweets for Christmas each year. Dumbledore felt breathless, bitterness flooding his mouth, and hastily lifted his cup to take a large sip. Only the sweet tea could soothe his wounded spirit. When do you plan to utilize your holiday? After a moment's pause, Dumbledore inquired. Harry pondered for a moment. The day after tomorrow, I will meet with the editor of the Daily Prophet and their SA banquet to host, along with a few other matters to attend to. As soon as the words were spoken, Flash reappeared in the study, holding an exquisite letter. Mr. Barnabas Cuff, the editor-in-chief, was honored to receive your invitation and had sent his regards. Harry took the envelope, noting the intact wax seal and the fine, patterned paper. Clearly, this editor knew well how to engage with pureblood families. Harry gently tapped the wax seal, causing the crimson wax to vanish in an instant, and opened the envelope to retrieve the letter within. The contents proclaimed that he would arrive punctually at Potter Manor, adorned with lavish adjectives and expressions of admiration that filled nearly half the page, truly befitting a literary figure. After placing the letter in the drawer beside the desk, Harry instructed Flash to prepare an appropriate gift for the editor-in-chief. He also asked her to continue managing Potter Manor, anticipating a grand banquet on December 30th to formally announce the return of the Potter family to the wizarding world. The list of invitees would be handed to Flash after meeting with the editor, allowing her to craft bespoke invitations. Flash trembled with excitement. It had been at least 12 years since the last banquet held by the Potter family. She vowed to fulfill her master's request with utmost diligence. Her sharp voice nearly pierced the ceiling as she assured him, and with that, she promptly vanished, needing to busy herself. For this banquet surely could not be a small affair. The return of the Potter family must not encounter any mishaps. Excellent. Everything has been resolved. Now let us return. Dumbledore longed to hasten back, to deliver what he had promised Harry, hoping to catch the tail end of the holiday and perhaps reunite with an old friend. Harry had no objections and, as customary, was escorted back to the headmaster's office by Fawkes. With a twinge of envy, Harry cast a glance at Fawkes, silently vowing to one day make the Phoenix his own. Once he acquired the list of the Order of the Phoenix, he took his leave. The sky had gradually darkened, and with a buoyant spirit, Harry returned to the common room. Upon entering, he was immediately tackled to the ground by Ron, whose hands were smeared with sugary frosting, which he expertly transferred onto Harry. Ha ha ha! Revenge served! Ron exclaimed with exuberance, bouncing away. Harry grinned, retrieving from his pocket the homemade treats from Potter Manor that Flash had insisted he take, holding them aloft. Ron halted in his tracks, his gaze glued to the fragrant cake in Harry's hand. After a playful scuffle, both boys were covered in cream, seated by the fireplace, sharing the remnants of their feast. Where did you go this afternoon? Didn't you say you were going to be out for a few days? Why are you back so soon? Ron inquired between bites. Harry picked up a slice of cake filled with cream and fruit. I reclaimed Potter Manor. We're going to host a banquet. By the way, I'll send an invitation to the Weasley family. You should write to Mrs. Weasley and ask if she has time to attend. What? A banquet? Are there plenty of delicious treats? Can I go? Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaped up. Of course. As long as you can get permission from Professor McGonagall, Harry shrugged. My parents should have returned from Romania by now. I shall write to inquire. Ron turned and dashed away, instructing Percy to request leave from Professor McGonagall, claiming that you invited us to the banquet. Tachu posa no problem. Harry, holding a cake, gazed vacantly as Ron, covered in cream, seized Percy and smeared the dirty remnants on Percy's new sweater. Percy's enraged shout drew curious heads peeking out from the dormitory above. Harry shrank his neck, diligently consuming his cake. The glistening confection was indeed delightful. Suddenly, a pouch of coins dropped at Harry's feet. Puzzled, he looked out. What could this be? Ron beamed with pride, declaring, "This is the money I earned to repay my wand. And mind you, you still owe me a Christmas gift this year. Don't think you can weasel out of it. Make sure to repay me." Harry wiped the cream off himself and opened the pouch, finding a mix of sickles and galleons. After counting for a while, he confirmed it indeed contained 7 galleons. "How did you earn this?" "Impressive." Harry chuckled, pouring the coins into his satchel. Ron's gaze wandered. "Don't ask. I earned it from Fred and George. Nothing wrong about it." "From the twins?" Harry shivered slightly, scrutinizing Ron for any signs of dubiousness, and only then exhaled in relief. What kind of money could be earned from the twins? It must have been from some experimental product, but thankfully they seemed to have some conscience about their brother, as he exhibited no peculiar symptoms. After a moment's thought, Harry retrieved a flyer from his bag. "Here, a Christmas gift for you." Ron took the flyer, bewildered. "What is this?" "It's a flyer from the tailor garment shop. You can choose an outfit. Aren't you attending the banquet at my home? Would you want to be ridiculed by Draco without proper attire?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Select an outfit as your Christmas gift this year." Ron immediately began to scrutinize the selections, frowning as he examined each one carefully. "Oh, and choose something for your family as a token of gratitude for what Mrs. Weasley gifted me," Harry suggested. Ron's face flushed. "No need. The sweater is hand-knit by my mother, and the candies are homemade. Not worth much. Worth is not for you to decide. This is the first heartfelt gift I've received, a lovingly crafted garment, and it holds great value for me," Harry replied with a smile. Ron glanced at the prices of the dresses, unable to suppress a gulp, his face contorting in dismay. Would his future Christmas gifts be at stake? Choose quickly. You wouldn't want Mrs. Weasley to be mocked by those ladies, would you? After all, the Potter's return to the magical world will surely involve inviting some pureblood families. Draco's family will certainly be attending, Harry remarked. Ron frowned but then firmed his expression, thinking, well, I can always earn more from the twins. It's not a big deal. He called upon his brothers, and the 4 of them gathered around the flyer, spending quite some time selecting outfits for each of them. Harry gazed at the garish pink dress chosen for his little sister, unable to suppress a grimace, mourning for the poor Weasley girl amidst this assembly of oblivious men. However, out of respect for Mrs. Weasley, he opted to replace the glaring pink attire with a deep blue dress, believing that this hue complemented the brothers' hair colors far more elegantly. As they finalized their choices, Ron penned a letter to his family. Percy pondered how to request leave from Professor McGonagall, and the twins busied themselves with their antics. It was at this moment that Harry exited the common room, determined to seek out Snape for a pressing matter.